Double Diparoo.
Off to the races into the Avalanche zone, and it's knocked wide by a diving Manson. I think he got a piece at the last second.
What a play by Josh Manson, leaving his feet, and I think he just got enough on that puck to send it wide of the post.
Parker Kelly scores! Oh my goodness! That could be the goal of the year! Parker Kelly works his way through three mammoth players, collects the puck, and he rips it inside the near post.
Double Diparoo.
Bruce Brown on the inbound over to Jokic, guarded by Garza. Backdoor cut down to Brown. Dog! Two hands. Denver leads it by 18 points with less than 3 minutes to go in the game against Boston. And this thing is over!
And the last thing is, I think I just made it look too easy.
Did look pretty easy. Really did. Double Diparoo becomes a double winneroo as both the Avs and the Nuggets win last night. I want to start with the Nuggets, though, because the way in which they won, which was really stout defense, especially in the second half, that leads to a blowout victory against a team that was really, really hot heading into this. And a very, very, very good offensive team. You look at just the raw numbers of points scored this season and you know, the way that teams are able to really get after you. The Boston Celtics were incredibly hot as of late. They've been putting up a bunch of points. Jaylen Brown, one of the league leaders in points per game this year. He's fourth at just slightly over 29. It was going to be a battle to try and stop that team from getting consistent scoring. And the Nuggets did that and then some, and did most of their work in the second half and early in the fourth quarter, which was a beautiful sight to see considering what went down kind of in the weeks and months leading up to this game. They had a lead heading into the fourth, and they continued to pour it on. They started that fourth quarter with Jonas Valanciunas getting a couple of buckets, extending a lead to 14, and they always kept them at arm's length from there on out. But a lot of that has to do with playing really solid defense heading into the fourth quarter. The Celtics were at 10 points through the fourth with like 3 minutes left before it became garbage time. It was a perfect kind of performance that you wanted to see for a team that was really struggling when the games were mattering most. You know, we've gone from the Nuggets not being able to blow teams out, not winning comfortably, to getting a couple of these in the last handful of games, which is a really positive sign. And doing that against a team that's good in the Boston Celtics. We're going to have a condensed schedule from here on out. They're going to have to continue to keep pace. You know, even with the win last night, they're fourth in the Western Conference because Houston is now tied with them at 7.5 games back with Oklahoma City. But I think it's kind of just staying in that sort of area. One team that's not going away, that's running away from a whole bunch of different people, the San Antonio Spurs are only 2 games back of OKC now because OKC lost last night, and the Spurs have won the last 10 games. So any thought about getting like the 2 seed, you're 5.5 games back of that. You're kind of now in a battle with Houston on who can get the 3, with the 5 and 6 seeds still, I guess, sort of in sight, I would call it. But that kind of win last night is a big one. They do it under weird circumstances. Jamal leaves the game early with an illness, so he only gets 8 minutes. And Jokic is still fighting something. I don't know what it is. But Jokic doesn't go 11 of 28 from the floor. And when you look at raw numbers, this is where he gets skewed with him. 30, 12, and 6 is a good night. But 11 of 28 is not Jokic's style of basketball. And so despite all of that, like the offense wasn't great yesterday, but you played such good defense that it made it not matter. And I think that should be something you can take with you. When you play defense at that kind of level, you don't need to rely on amazing, elite, efficient offense consistently to win games. You know, honestly, I thought Jokic came out aggressive, which is what I wanted to see. He was forced to hit that, early in the game. I think it was the second bucket of the game for the Nuggets. That corner three that was sort of turnaround heave at the end of the shot clock. Like he did the Jokic meme. You play good defense for 23.9 seconds, and it's that guy that's got the ball that's leaned all the way back and just chucks it. I mean, that's essentially what happened just about a minute into the game. But as far as what you expect from him on a night in, night out basis, that's not what it looks like. And I am mildly concerned at why the efficiency has sort of dropped off like that. 11 of 28 from the field, 4 of 13 from 3. He even missed 3 of 7 free throws. So I don't know what it is, but there's something that's just not quite all the way there with his game. Good to see defense stepping up and taking over to make sure you get a victory. You had a 15-0 run late in that game, and I think the 0 is more important than the 15 in that. Yes, it's both. Being able to accomplish both of those while you're trying to extend your lead is big time. But the fact that you could hold the Boston Celtics to no points during that sort of run, that's what lets you win comfortably. I'll be honest. KJ Simpson got his first sort of taste of action last night. I liked it a lot. It's early, really early for him. He gets his first actual game sort of under his belt where he gets actual playing time. But in doing so, I thought he looked like he gave you good minutes. He had to play 14 last night, I think in large part because Jamal left early. And it looked okay to me. The other thing, too, that I'm highly encouraged by, there's weaknesses in his game. He's not the greatest defensively and all that different kind of stuff, but Julian Strawther is exactly what he was billed to be. I had these ideas before the season started that Julian Strawther and Tim Hardaway Jr. would be competing with each other for playing time because they're both sort of in that sharpshooter role where it's just, are you going to be the catch and shoot guy that this team maybe was lacking earlier? And Tim Hardaway Jr. played so well that it made it hard for him to get on the floor, but now with injuries, it looks like Julian Strawther is capable of playing. He's somebody that is not scared to let the ball go, and when he does, it usually does good things. When you look through his last handful of games, when he's gotten this consistent playing time, he's shooting 41% from 3. It's exactly what you should be. When he's gotten these starts in place of injured guys, in 25 minutes, he's averaging 14 points. Beautiful. But you have to accept him for what he is. He's not going to be some defensive lockdown guy. But if you need someone to go out and get you a bucket, he'll go out and get you a bucket. Here's David Adelman on Jamal's illness that took him out of the game last night.
Jamal is when I got here, I just went and said hi to him, and he looked awful. They gave him all the medication. It did not help. He said something to me at the starting line. I'm just like, nothing's really clicking here. And then all kinds of bodily things were happening. So he definitely went home. But I just mean it like Jamal, I think we all know this. Jamal's played through all kinds of stuff. So if he says he's sick, he's really, really sick.
There's only one place that can go. Right now, that's like a neurovirus. It has to be.
All kinds of bodily things happening. That's a
Yeah.
diagnosis I can't say I've ever gotten before. Knock on wood.
That sounds like front and back. Front, back, side, all sides.
All sides.
Look, I had that a couple of months ago. It ain't fun.
Absolutely explodes from the back end.
Now, I'm just trying to deduce what David Adelman's talking about.
Yeah, he was taking a lot of deduces, I think was the problem.
Let me hear this again. Hang on.
Jamal is when I got here, I just went and said hi to him, and he looked awful.
He looked awful.
They gave him all the medication. It did not help. He said something to me at the starting line. I'm just like, nothing's really clicking here. And then all kinds of bodily things were happening. So he definitely went home. But I just mean it like Jamal. I think we all know this. Jamal's played through all kinds of stuff. So if he says he's sick, he's really, really sick.
Okay, at least it's not an injury. At least it's not that. I think the last thing you'd want if you're Jamal Murray, you do not want the Paul Pierce situation where you got to fake an injury and taken off in a wheelchair so that nobody can see the bottom of your shorts. I don't know the last time you guys have had neurovirus. So I've had it 2 times in like the last 4 years or something. It's the most insane illness you can possibly get. A sip of water is coming out in one way or another. And you don't know which it's going to be. So if that's what Jamal had, I'm surprised he played even 8 minutes. I'm surprised he even attempted to play. But, again, when you see Jamal plays 8 minutes in the box score, you get really nervous that it's some sort of injury problem. At least you don't have to deal with that sort of thing. Just sounds like he's sick. Maybe he misses another game. Maybe not. I have no idea. It is a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. So keep an eye on that clock and listen on the 20s of every hours. We'll have a keyword for you and a chance for you to win a pair of Nuggets tickets. So stay tuned for that. There's one decent thing about neurovirus, and it only lasts a couple of days. You find out that abs are still in your body, though, when you get neurovirus. Because once everything from inside your body exits, you look in the best shape of your life. Brett, it's norovirus, not neurovirus. You know what I'm talking about.
Go outside, nerd.
I don't see that. That is one of those useless corrections that nobody needs. That's like, you say Jaguar. It's Jaguar. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't say every single syllable in the thing.
Did you say that Jokic had a historic performance? It's an historic performance, Brett.
No, actually, it's a historic performance. And comes before a word that starts with a vowel. Am I right on that? He is an evangelist or something like that, not a. But yes, the useless corrections. Noro. You know what I mean. When you get that, though, and you have that for a day or two, just take a look at yourself in the mirror. You're going to like it. It will come back. It will leave. Whatever feeling you have will leave immediately when you get healthy again. Because you will be so dehydrated and parched that you will drink everything in front of you once you find out you can. But for the moment, look good. You'll be smacking your belly, be like, I'm back in high school again. 303-504-0925. Your first keyword coming your way in just a couple minutes. Also get to the Avs, who also, without their star player, put together a pretty star performance as well. Get to it next. It's a Ticket Thursday, and we have your chance to win tickets to see Denver and Houston on the court on March 11th. Text the keyword burner. Burner. Like a Bunsen burner. Right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. The Will Height Law Firm gives you chances to win big on and off the court. Visit them at willheightwins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is burner. We'll announce our winner at 9:55, so good luck.
Do you know why we have that keyword for this particular matchup? And by the way, don't look at the other keywords. The 7, 8, and 9 keywords are their own theme. We get our own thing for the appetizer today.
Has something to do with rockets burning off the platform? I don't know.
See, that's what I thought. Who is arguably the star player for the Rockets?
Oh, yeah, KD and Twitter accounts.
And his burners. Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
That's
where our boss
is.
Because I said the same thing. I said to our boss, oh, like the afterburners on a rocket? And he looked at me and goes, no, think about the guy who plays for the team. And I went, oh, burner accounts. Gotcha.
Makes a lot more sense now. I got it. KD seems like Kevin Durant feels very unhappy. And he can brush this off as like, hey, man, I'm just having fun. If you're creating accounts just to get in arguments with people, you don't seem like a very happy person. That's all I'm saying. The Avs yesterday. So they come back. I was actually surprised at the amount of guys that were on the ice for them. Essentially, Nathan McKinnon's the only guy who got the day off because Makar played and Brock Nelson, gold medalist, played, as did Devon Toews. But with McKinnon out, first period ends. It feels a lot like the Avs are trying to just get back into a rhythm after a long break with guys who, Bednar mentioned it to us yesterday, the difficulty of having the amount of players that the Avs had in the Olympics is you don't get time to practice together. And now the schedule is so condensed, you don't even know how many times you're going to practice until the end of the year. So the first period felt a lot like that, like just trying to get things back into a rhythm. But they found it in the second. And it started with Parker Kelly's goal. And Nelly, if you got it, let's hear it again because it was a remarkable play. First of all, Manson in the D zone getting sort of the diving poke check out on what felt like was going to be a good opportunity to score for Utah, and then taking it the other direction, and Parker Kelly weaving between 4 different dudes only to finish with the first goal of the game and kind of get the Avs rolling and on the board. I thought Parker Kelly had a monster game, and it started with this.
Off to the races into the Avalanche zone, and it's knocked wide by a diving Manson. I think he got a piece at the last second.
What a play by Josh Manson, leaving his feet, and I think he just got enough on that puck to send it wide of the post.
Parker Kelly scores! Oh my goodness! That could be the goal of the year! Parker Kelly works his way through 3 mammoth players, collects the puck, and he rips it inside the near post.
Let's be clear.
Well, butter my butt and call me a biscuit.
No, that goal was a butter my ass and call me a biscuit because it needs a little bit more oomph on it. Weaving between 4 different guys and finishing that way was huge. And then on top of that, Parker Kelly kind of continued. Now, he didn't score the next goal, but if you watch how everything gets set up, Parker Kelly grinding to try and get possession of the puck, he sort of sets up the play that leads to the Olofsson goal. And remember, in the first period, the Avs scored, but they had that weird goalie interference call where it's like Brock Nelson didn't intentionally mean to hit the glove, but as he's passing through the crease, just barely catches a little bit of Amelka's glove, and so they had a goal that was called back initially. But after that, it's a 2-0 lead. You're feeling pretty good. Utah goes on the power play, and Dylan Guenther scores to make it 2-1. Brock Nelson, who had a goal called back earlier, scores again. This one stands, and now it's 3-1. But here comes Dylan Guenther again. The good news about what happened with the Avs yesterday. Was it a perfect game? No. A little bit sloppy at times. took a lot of penalties in that game. Utah had 5 power play opportunities. But I wondered this, and this might be stupid. I don't know. You guys tell me. We're always talking about ways you can fix and tweak the power play. When I watched Marty Nachos in the Olympics, kind of sitting at that dot that usually McKinnon's sitting on, I go, gosh, he looks pretty good from there. Like a really good shot, really good one-timer. Would the Avs ever consider maybe moving McKinnon around a little bit and letting Marty Nachos sit over there? And with McKinnon out of the lineup, he had that opportunity in this game and absolutely buries one from that exact position that McKinnon's usually sitting. Martin Necas is a very, I think, underrated player in this league. He is really, really good and can do a bunch of different things. He can skate. He's got a hell of a shot. He does a whole bunch of different stuff that really gets the team, gives them an extra sort of, I don't want to say oomph again, but that. It's just he's a guy that you need to be concerned about if you're on the opposing team. I don't mind the idea at all. Like, if you want to tweak things with the power play, if you want to really tweak it, try McKinnon being sort of the rover role and let Marty Nachos park himself over there for a few games and see if that helps. Because last night, 3 power play opportunities. Avs score 1. Nelly is now our designated PPTM. Is that what it was? Yeah, power play tracking mathematician. So since the break of the Olympics, the Avs are now sitting at, what is it? PPTM?
It's good.
33%.
It's good, yeah.
That's what you're looking for. Yeah, 33.
Oh, I need, you know what? I'll dig up from the Leroy Jenkins 33.33333 repeating, of course. There you go.
I love how I went to you, and your response was, you sounded like Stephen Ross. You did this. Good is what you said.
Well, they're definitely, I mean, we could do a little peek behind the curtain. There's some times where I'm editing something doing something, or let's be fair, sometimes I'm just on the old Twitter machine looking for something, and then you'll go, yeah, Nelly, so what'd you think? And I go,
Jeff.
I'm telling you, I will never not smile when I hear that.
There you go. From one Steven to another.
Yeah, exactly.
33%.
But the Avs get a power play goal. So, look, we got that out of the way. Here's the good news. For the hand-wringing and everything, it's been one game. I understand. But for the issues that people had maybe with the trade of Sammy G, I thought that Brett Kulak looked great last night, or solid, I should say. When you have a defenseman that's pretty unnoticeable and he plays 19 minutes, that's typically a good sign. His role is going to be a consistent, defensive, trustworthy player, and he filled that role last night. First game on the Avs, 19 minutes on the ice, 3 blocked shots, led the team in that category. That's what he's here to do. No, again, the Avs, they didn't need, in terms of Sammy G, and it's so weird because I am the Sammy G defender. And now I feel like I'm fighting off jackals when all people have been asking for is basically the player that Brett Kulak is. He's just, I guess he's not huge, but he's big enough. Is just a guy who's willing to get dirty, play good defense, be disciplined, and block some shots. And I thought he fit that role great last night. You don't need another defenseman who's able to jump into the play and score a goal. You have plenty of those. Makar does that. Malinsky does that. Taves does that. Burns is not afraid to let a shot go. You have plenty of dudes who are capable of it. You need somebody who's going to be a steady defenseman. And that's what he did. I thought he looked good. I mean, text line's open for you. What was your initial impressions of Brett Kulak? 303-504-0925. It's just a matter of this team starting to get back into a rhythm. And again, it's about keeping pace, making sure that you have everybody in your division at an arm's length, which continued, because it just doesn't stop. This is how the division was last year. It's going to be this way again this year, it looks like. Dallas won last night, so they're at the exact same place they were before. 6 points back of you, even though you have 2 games in hand on them. In Minnesota, who did not play last night, is now 7 points back, and you have 2 games in hand on them. So continue to win, continue to keep these teams at sort of arm's length. And, I said, was it yesterday or 2 days ago, the keys to me for the final 27 games, now 26. Keep where you're at in the standings. Continue to win games, obviously. Try and stay healthy, obviously. And improve the power play a little bit, which last night you go out, you go 1 for 3. Cool. That's what you're looking for. And it did look dangerous. Plenty of different opportunities from guys to make something happen on the power play. And it looked like if you were an opponent, you would be a little bit nervous having that across from you.
Go ahead and ask me about the power play tracking, whatever my title was again. Go ahead.
Power play tracking mathematician, I think is what your official title was. How's the power play, Nelly?
Yeah, give me a sec. I'm coming up with 32.33, repeating, of course, percentage of survival.
Oh, that's a lot better than we usually do.
That's all true. Like, that applies directly to the Avs. The only difference was it wasn't 32, it's 33.3 repeating. But it's a lot better than we usually do. That's for sure. So if you guys don't know this bit, we're keeping Nelly. He has to keep track of the Avs power play percentage post-Olympic break. Because we don't care what happened before it. Don't care. Few texts coming through here. Kulak is definitely not the skater that Sammy is, but he's a little bigger and moves the puck well. I suppose no drop in play and $2.5 million cap room. I still feel like that's what it was. You're getting a solid defenseman who he's not asked to play the role of being dangerous offensively because you have enough guys on the blue line that can do that. He's just asked to be disciplined in the defensive zone and block shots. And that he did really well last night, and he's done well over the last few years of his career. The extra cap space, I'm still curious on what that's going to turn into because I don't think it's going to sit in the Avs' pockets. They're going out and they're going to do something with that, I would assume, because that's how they've been forever. Another texture. Kulak looked good. I'd rather we have them on the backside to defend. We have enough on offense. They don't always have to jump up. That's the way that I feel. Texture says, you nailed it, honestly. If he plays 19 minutes and I don't ask what the heck that was, I'm happy to have him. I think that's who that guy's going to be. He's going to be, it's like an offensive lineman. If you don't hear an offensive lineman's name, he did his job. If you do hear it, he's messed up. Feels like the kind of guy he's going to be for you. So 303-504-0925.
Holding offense, number 72.
Yeah, remember when that was a big thing and then that stopped and you didn't hear Garrett Bull's name again and then you're like, oh, he's pretty good now. That's all it takes. Keep that text line number handy. It's a Ticket Thursday. Your chance to win tickets to Denver and Houston. March 11th, the keyword for this hour is burner. Like a burner account. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. The Will Hite Law Firm gives you chances to win big on and off the court. Visit willheitewins.com. But that keyword for this hour is burner. Every hour on the 20s today, you'll get a new one of those. 303-504-0925. Something that happened yesterday. I'm going to table the Calvin Booth stuff from his interview with Kevin O'Connor to a little bit later in the show. Because it sounds to me the way that somebody would convince themselves of what happened when it wasn't their fault they got fired, even when it might have been.
And the last thing is, I think I just made it look too easy.
Like that clip, that one quote is going to just haunt him forever. The "I made it look too easy" quote. So we'll get to that a little bit later. I don't know how often this happens, but this one's pretty tough. For the Broncos to hire Rob Livingston as a defensive assistant, who was the DC of CU right before they get into spring ball, and kind of leave them holding the bag, it's a difficult situation to be put in, a lot of ripple effects. And so we'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this. Jeff Flagwell is going to join us at 9 o'clock this morning. Nelly always has the stuff that's coming up on the show laid out in this little show sheet for me. It says 7 o'clock, Avalanche versus Wild, and in parentheses, cartoon game. So if you want to watch the cartoon broadcast, you can do so. This is one of those. The Avs normal broadcast with Moser is going to be on, I think, Channel 9. And the animated one's going to be on Channel 20, I believe, is how this is going to work. So a little simulcast. You can both of those on the Altitude Plus app, though. Did you know that? And if you love Avalanche hockey, you're going to love this, Altitude Plus, offering a free 7-day trial. And if you sign up today, you will get to stream the fully animated Bernie's Mountain Showdown broadcast of the Avs and Wild tonight. So don't wait. Go to altitudeplus.com/checkout and enter the promo code Altitude7 to start streaming on Altitude Plus. Offer ends on March 14th, and the subscription auto-renews at the end of the trial. So keep that in mind as well. To the Broncos and Buffs, I guess. So the Broncos go out and they get Rob Livingston, who he was hired as the DC for CU just a couple of years ago. Remember, he's the guy that came over. He was like part of the, Bengals coaching staff for a long, long time. He was their secondaries coach. They bring him in. He's the DC. I think did an all right job. It felt like their defense got a lot better and a lot more consistent since he took over. And the Broncos recognized that and snatched him up. The problem is the part of the calendar that they did that makes it really difficult for CU to find somebody now that just at this point in the calendar, you're right up against spring ball. Do you really want to have a big search? Or do you just promote somebody who's already there? And in the case of what CU did, they promoted Chris Marv to defensive coordinator. He was the old DC at Virginia Tech. I like a good name like Marv, by the way. Greatest Marv in my history on this earth is Marv from Home Alone. It's one of the villains that you actually root for. I'm not saying I wanted him to get Kevin McAllister, but I did like Marv.
Did you like it just because of Joe Pesci going, Marv?
I liked Marv because Marv, you got to admit, a likable burglar. If Marv broke into my house, look, I'm planting one right in the middle of his head with a brick or whatever you got to do, but I would be like, that's funny the way he sounded when he fell. That's why you like him. He was a funny faller. Point is, they promote Chris Marv to defensive coordinator. I don't know how this is going to go. He didn't have a super successful track record when he had that job previously, but you're kind of over a barrel considering the timing of when this went down. Now, with all of that in mind, the Broncos get what I think is a very capable defensive coach who's going to help them. He takes the place of where Jim Leonard left last year. Jim Leonard, widely respected and very good at what he does, so his big shoes to fill. But the Broncos do get that. And CU is kind of left like it's the same question I'm going to be asking here for the next 6 months before this next college football season rolls around. I don't know what to I don't know what to expect from CU. I don't know what to expect from them offensively, defensively, really anything. And it's like that in college football for a bunch of different places. But what confuses where the Buffs are at, there's usually consequences for what your record is, either good or bad. The consequences for a good season are you get a promotion, you get a raise, you get a contract extension, something. But consequences for a bad season, we all know what those are. And it applies to kind of everybody. We just witnessed it in the NFL. Guys that you thought were untouchable as head coaches, your Mike Tomlins, your John Harbaughs, they're looking for new work. I don't know consequentially what could happen for CU. I don't know what the issues or what the conversations would be if things don't go well. And it's just such a unique place that team finds itself. If they go 3-9 again, does it matter? Missing a bowl game, are there consequences to that? I've said before, there has to be a level of base expectation that you need to have for that team, and for Dion in particular. Because if not, then what's the point? Remember that Christian Fourier, when he went off on CU, and look, he had some personal stuff where his son got cut by Dion, so there's a different sort of tone that comes with that when you're jaded. I do believe that in year 4, you need to show that the arrow's pointing up. Because if not, and then there's no consequences on top of that, then what's the point to all of this? It has to be then more about, not to go full Dan Lanning on this, but it's got to be more than clicks. It's got to be more than we're being talked about, even if it means we're being talked about as to why we're bad. Murals! There has to be some level of success that you need to expect. It's the Big 12! And as much as we play that quote, I think it sort of applies here too, that you aren't playing in the Big 10. There should be a level of success you can expect out of the conference that you're in. It's one of the benefits that I saw of moving to the Big 12. Everybody looked at it like, why would you go to the conference that is seen as the weakest? It's a battle between them and the ACC, but one of the weakest. It's not in the same tier as a Big 10 or an SEC. And I go, think of the opportunity. You're in a weaker conference with an automatic bid to the college football playoff to win the national championship game. This is where I'd prefer to be. Like, there's no question to me. Would I rather the Broncos play in the AFC West or the NFC South? Who cares about how good your division is when the ultimate prize for winning your division is a playoff appearance and a chance to win a Super Bowl? Give me the easiest path possible. I'd love to do it. I don't prefer having to struggle through Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert 4 times a year. Give me Tyler Shuck and Bryce Young. Seems a lot easier to me. I'll take that. And that's where the CU finds themselves. They're in a conference in college football that is set up that way, and thus far have not taken advantage of it. So it sucks for them. They lose their DC at this point in the calendar. It's a very, very difficult thing, but it's still kind of like not a lot of excuses you can point to. You got to find success somewhere. So 303-504-0925. By the way, I was just talking to somebody about this the other day, that I used to watch a lot of college basketball, and that's sort of waned because of the amount of things I need to pay attention to now. It's going to be hard for me to pay attention to a college basketball game that we're not going to talk about on the show. So that's reserved for like Netflix time or something like that. But St. John's, who was coached by, I believe it's Rick Pitino. St. John's went out last night, and this is the biggest difference that I've seen between, like, why it's hard for me to watch college basketball now after watching so much NBA. is I go, they don't make open shots at the rate that the NBA does, and it's frustrating to me now. St. John's, in a game in which they scored 40 points, missed 24 straight shots. Rick Pitino's St. John's. I don't know how it's possible to miss 24 straight, but here we are. You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Easy delivery and free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
Double Diparoo.
Off to the races into the Avalanche zone, and it's knocked wide by a diving Manson. I think he got a piece at the last second.
What a play by Josh Manson, leaving his feet, and I think he just got enough on that puck to send it wide of the post.
Parker Kelly scores! Oh my goodness! That could be the goal of the year! Parker Kelly works his way through three mammoth players, collects the puck, and he rips it inside the near post.
Double Diparoo.
Bruce Brown on the inbound over to Jokic, guarded by Garza. Backdoor cut down to Brown. Dog! Two hands. Denver leads it by 18 points with less than 3 minutes to go in the game against Boston. And this thing is over!
And the last thing is, I think I just made it a little too easy.
Did look pretty easy for both of those teams last night. Now, a little bit of a struggle in between it, but 2 wins in the double Diparoo. Hi, Vic. Good to have you back. I missed you, Pop.
Miss you, Pop.
Hi.
How you guys doing?
I
missed a lot.
You did.
Sports talk.
You missed a lot in the last few days, and we can get back to it in just a little bit.
Typically, I would say walking in the door after 1 a.m. last night and coming in this morning on very little sleep. Normally, I would say, I'm not in the mood for your face today, so don't start with me. But I think it's a given, so I won't say it.
Say miss you, Pop.
Miss you, Pop. Miss you, Pop.
I miss you, Pop. We'll start with the Nuggets last night because the Nuggets did something that we've been begging to see. It's not just that they won comfortably. They won with great defense late. How about that?
Yeah.
I mean, their offense was struggling. Obviously, Jokic is still the efficiency numbers are just weirding me out with him. 11 of 28 from the floor is not Nikola Jokic offensive basketball. But the way that they finished the game with defense was huge, and it's what we've been begging for because Moser, we talked about this for the last 3 days straight.
Yep.
Figure out how to play clutch defense, and until 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter, you held Boston to 10 points in the fourth?
Yep. I'm going to need a little help from you, Vittorio, today. I can tell that you're not doing so hot. Your eyes are sort of glazed over. It takes you a while to get back in the flow. But I left the game, the Nuggets game, the last time I saw it, because I'm doing my own thing, and obviously we started before the Nuggets did last night in Utah. It was 39-36 Boston, and Joker was 4 of 11 from the floor.
Yeah.
And I look at Johnny Lyles and I go, crap. I go, I don't, this ain't good, man. This ain't good. And then I'm off, right? Because I've got to worry about my own contest. And then I come back later on and I'm like, this is like, I don't know, start of the fourth quarter. I'm pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
Nice. And then it was great. And so then I saw everything, read everything, and so on.
8 times out of 10, when Joker struggles like that from the field, the Nuggets are going to lose.
And Jamal plays 8 minutes.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10, when Joker struggles and Jamal leaves, the Nuggets are going to lose. 10 times out of 10, when Joker struggles from the field, Jamal leaves, and they're missing AG and Peyton Watson, and they're playing a team that is among the best in the East. Good luck.
Yeah.
But you know what they did last night? They played defense.
Yep.
And they played the type of defense that we hope to see come playoff time, that we know they possess, and that, frankly, they don't show it to us enough.
Yeah.
And that's a big reason why they've not fulfilled, maybe for some, expectations so far. Now, I know after that Golden State game, they had a day to go through film, a day to watch film, and I'm sure some things were said during that film session. Like, listen, we can change the defensive alignment. We can do all this strategy stuff known to man. But at the end of the day, defensively, the only way to win is to put some energy into it.
Yeah.
And some intensity into it. And you saw that yesterday. You saw that with the screen navigation, right? Do you know the toughest thing to do in basketball, Moshe? The toughest thing to do in basketball from an energy standpoint
play defense.
Is to get through screens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's effort.
It's anybody listening to this show right now, please agree with me. And if you don't, just lie to yourself. Is there anything harder in the sport of basketball from just a hustle and energy standpoint than to get through a screen.
Vic, how many times in your life have you seen guys who look like they make it look like they're fighting hard through a screen, but they're really not? Have you ever seen that? The art of...
See it all the time.
Absolutely. Brett, I can't tell you how many times...
I got caught up on that screen.
Yeah. I can't tell you how many times I've seen a guy back check in the NHL.
Yeah.
And he's looking like he's really trying to back check, but he's just like, so he
does that thing when you're sitting at the crosswalk or at a stop sign and somebody's trying to cross the street, and they do what looks like the fast walking move, even though they're moving the same pace.
That's correct, yeah. I mean, they make it look like they're really busting their hump to back check, but they're not. They're just sort of gliding back the other way. They're making it look, Vic, like they're trying to fight through a screen, like,
100%.
I'm giving it, and they're like, screw it. And Vic, Brett and I talked about it. When Joker comes out after the Golden State game and his first words are, there's concern because we're losing.
Yeah.
I'm thinking to myself, you better respond the next contest. And that was to me, that was a very nice second half response.
I'm glad you brought that up. For all the people that continually refer to us as doomers and, oh my God, just calm down, they're fine. I take my tune from the best player on the team. That's the temperature I take. And if the best player on the team, the franchise player, says there's cause for concern, well then by God, there's cause for concern. You don't know more than he does. Okay? And he told you after that Golden State game, I saw that entire interview. That did not sound like a guy who was confident in his team's effort.
Yeah.
And so since that game, they got together, closed door, went through film, and I guarantee it was, hey, where do you guys want to go with this type of moment? What do you guys want to do? Because if you don't give the effort defensively, we have no chance. And it started with Bruce Brown last night, who was phenomenal.
Bruce Brown has been so much better. I was a little concerned early in the year. I was like, Bruce Brown just doesn't look quite like he did a couple years ago. Seems like he's starting to find it now. I think it's since I saw him in the airport when I came back from Nebraska. I think that's what changed everything.
Yeah. I'm sure that's it.
But they went on basically what ended the game, they went on a 15-0 run late in that game. And I am way more impressed with the 0 than I am the 15. We know they're capable of scoring at a very high rate and efficiently because they're arguably the best offense in the NBA. I mean, they put up a ton of points. It's just a matter of getting stops and getting stops when they matter. Having that happen yesterday, and doing that, by the way, early in the fourth quarter when the quote, bench players were in and the starters were kind of sitting out, it allowed them a little bit more time to get a breather. You extend a lead, and you win comfortably, which has been hard to come by. Now, 2 of the last 3 games, it's weird, because as bad as the Golden State game was, this game and the Portland game were beautiful, because you got 2 blowouts and comfortable victories by the end of it, sandwiched in between a terrible end to a game.
Yeah.
So hopefully they're starting to find that a little bit more.
I'm glad I didn't do the show on Monday. I'm glad I wasn't here on Monday because that finish in Golden State was
Vic,
one of the most atrocious things I've ever seen.
Vic,
I'm so glad I frankly probably saved my job.
I worked over the right arm thing on this chair, like with this.
Yeah.
I was doing a lot of this right here. I was completely sideways about that Golden State finish. And just the lack of anything, and really with 6 minutes to go in the game, and the turnovers, and just the lack of caring for the basketball. Can I talk today?
You had a late night, Moj. It's okay.
I watched your broadcast. It was a good broadcast.
Thanks.
I think I'm going to watch the cartoon tonight.
Yeah,
are you cool with that?
Cartoon.
Tonight's the cartoon.
By the way, how many times are those guys going to go to New York to work on this cartoon?
This is crazy. By the way,
this is the most. For those of you who don't know, that Keefe and Riker are calling the game via cartoon.
It's Bernie's Mountain Showdown. Come on.
They've traveled to New York like 18 times to prepare for this cartoon.
Let me lay it out. They sent a text. Riker sent a text last night at We're on the airplane. It's like 11:33 Denver time. Riker sends a text of he and Kiefer eating gyros in New York.
I want a gyro.
And I'm like,
right
dudes,
now.
don't you guys have you have a game tomorrow, don't you? I mean, you got a little cartoon going on tomorrow.
Yeah.
What are you doing? So they went out before the Olympic break to kind of get a lay of the land, to see how it works and all that kind of thing. Then they flew out Monday. Was it Monday they flew out? When did they fly out?
Yeah, I think it was Monday.
Was it?
Yeah, they just been prepping.
Yeah,
I did not realize that
sorry,
cartoons
two
took
days,
this much time.
2 days of rehearsal, and then the game coming up tonight. It's just yeah. They flew out.
It's okay, Moshe. It's okay.
Well,
They flew out a few days
Tuesday,
ago.
whatever. Tuesday.
I swear to God, Moj, I don't care what day they flew out. I mean, you just spent 30 seconds trying to find the day.
Dude, I'm going to tell you to F right in your F, and I don't want to talk about it.
No,
okay?
I'm serious. I mean, think about what you just did.
No, you're serious. I'm serious. F.
Think about it. You spent 30 seconds of radio time just talking to yourself, trying to find what day they left. Nobody cares.
I'd be more than happy to depart right now. I'd be more than happy.
I missed you, Pop.
Hey, by the way, I've got another game tonight.
Miss you, Pop.
Got another game. I'd be more than happy to let you, Camelback Rider, take over the show and do your own thing.
Who policed this guy when I was gone? Who policed him?
I feel like we policed him. We kept him in check. David Adelman, by the way, after the game, talked about Jamal's illness. I want you to hear this for a second.
Jamal is when I got here, I just went and said hi to him, and he looked awful. They gave him all the medication. It did not help. He said something to me at the starting line. I'm just like, nothing's really clicking here. And then all kinds of bodily things were happening. So he definitely went home. But I just mean it like Jamal. I think we all know this. Jamal's played through all kinds of stuff. So if he says he's sick, he's really, really sick.
Okay, so I know what that is. When he says all types of bodily things were happening, that sounds like what I had, which is the old dreaded norovirus.
How long did it last?
I mean, in total?
Yeah, because OKC's tomorrow night.
The miserable stuff was like a day and a half.
Okay.
It lingers beyond that. And if he tried to play through that, he's the most insane human being I've ever seen in my life. Vic, you take a sip of water, it's coming out somehow.
Really?
Like, that's how quick it happens.
I love the way Adelman just talked the way we talk on this show.
He looked awful.
He looked awful.
That's the thing, though, dude. If you have that, there's one benefit to having norovirus. You look in the mirror after a couple of days, you're like, I have abs? I had no idea. They're here.
Oh, crap. Look at this thing. What did Hastings do to this, dude? Awful. I was going to step in, and then I thought about describing my own experiences with stuff coming out of various
it's brutal,
things.
Dude. It's terrible.
And honestly, often at the same time, and that's not fun.
Yeah.
Absolutely explodes from the back end.
So I thought better of it. I'm just going to keep it to myself. But I think anybody who's ever had something like that understands that it's just so unpleasant.
Yeah, Vic, if he's got that, this is going to be game time decision for OKC.
I just wonder, if he'll be available tomorrow night because that's going to – listen, this schedule's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous schedule.
For both
just
teams.
Look at this. Yeah.
The Avs have 27 – well, now 26, but they had 27 games in 51 days.
But for the Nuggets per se, it's the hole they've dug, right? It's the hole, and it's not a hole. They're the third seed. It's
fourth.
Is it fourth now?
Well, they're tied with Houston. They're both 7.5 games back, and they don't have the tiebreaker, so they're fourth.
I haven't even paid attention.
Yeah.
Why don't they have the tiebreaker? They've beaten Houston 2 out of 3 times.
I don't know.
No, I think it's more of a percentage thing. It's not a tiebreaker thing. I think.
Oh, you're right. Yeah,
it's
win
They
percentage.
do own the tiebreaker against Houston. Trust me on that. I've looked into it. But this is the cards you're dealt now with 23 games to go. There's very little room for error against a very tough schedule. And, having guys back would be great. Now, I wonder how close AG and Peyton Watson really are. I mean, I keep hearing within the week. We'll see. Maybe with 20 games to go, that means they're 3 games out. They're not going to be there tomorrow night.
Wait, whoa. Are you telling me we're talking about maybe a week and a half they could both be back?
Yeah.
I was planning on AG somewhere deep into the month of March.
They're already playing. They're already on the practice court. They're advanced in there.
Yeah, well, I've seen that before, Vic.
I know, but I mean, see, and this is where I struggle with this. At what point you just say, okay, it's time. You could play this out for the next 6 months.
Yeah.
All right, 3-on-3, 4-on-4, 5-on-5. All right, push this. All right, push that. At what point you just go play?
And you could wait an extra 3 weeks for AG's hamstring, and it could pop again.
It could do it again. I mean, so when you're dealing with muscle pulls and soft tissue, there's no real date. It's not like you're coming off an ACL and the recovery process is much different. It's much easier to test that. Soft tissue and hamstring, it goes.
So we'll get back to this in a bit. I do want to get to the Avs and their win last night. The only guy who didn't play was McKinnon. Surprised that all of the other three did, but it is a Nuggets Ticket Thursday with the keywords for your chance to see the Nuggets and the Rockets on March 11th. So stay tuned. Your next keyword is coming up in 5 minutes. It's a Ticket Thursday. We have your chance to win tickets to the Denver and Houston game on the court March 11th. Text the key word for this hour. It is dogwood. All one word. Dogwood. To 303-504-0925 and your first and last name, and you're entered to win. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you chances to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com, but this hour's keyword is dogwood. All one word. The Avs win yesterday in their return from the Olympic break. They were without Nathan McKinnon, but with everybody else, which I was kind of surprised by. We asked Bednar before the game yesterday when he was on with us, how many people are going to be on the ice, and he said, none ya.
Pretty much, yeah.
But
I mean, he would, if we turned off the microphones, he would tell us, but he did not want it to get out to anybody who could possibly relay it to the Utah Mammoth.
So there is something.
How did he answer the question exactly?
He said, we're still kind of thinking about it. I don't want to say it because I don't want to give the other team
Because
a
I don't want to let the Mammoth know.
Yeah.
So he told the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
He always does.
It's so funny. See how easy that is?
By the way,
just to say, listen, we don't want that out there, rather than being a jerk about it.
Yeah, I knew.
Because some coaches take the jerk approach about it.
I knew.
What's the question?
What the situation was, but I'm not going to say anything, and he's not going to give it out. Why would you?
There is something about McKinnon not playing that I noticed that I want to get to in a second. But first, this is what got things going, Nelly.
Off to the races into the Avalanche zone, and it's knocked wide by a diving Manson. I think he got a piece at the last second.
What a play by Josh Manson, leaving his feet, and I think he just got enough on that puck to send it wide of the post.
Parker Kelly scores! Oh my goodness! That could be the goal of the year! Parker Kelly works his way through three Mammoth players, collects the puck, and he rips it inside the near post.
So first of all, hell of a play by Josh Manson, the little diving poke check that he had.
Yeah, it's really awesome.
Second of all, I think that's a butter my ass and call me a biscuit. I think when he scores a goal like that, you got to change the tone a little bit.
It was in my head, but I don't want to go to that well too often. By the way, you cannot believe. So that was picked up by Chiclets and by other outlets.
Yeah.
I'm getting a little grief for that call.
Why? Oh, because people thought you were maybe hyperbolizing goal of the year?
I meant for our hockey team.
Yeah.
I didn't mean for the effing league.
Yeah.
You know what? So, you know what's so funny is that this is how self-absorbed people in the hockey world are, the fans of other teams. They think it's
I thought you were going to finish that sentence by saying, this is how self-absorbed I am.
Well, maybe me too. Maybe I'm the same way. But they think that they immediately jump to, well, my guy had a better goal. First of all, I'm not talking about your guy, whatever team it is. And by the way, it's mostly Dallas Stars fans who've got to be the most insufferable Fs on the planet right now. And I'm going to stop saying that too. I'm just in one of those 3 hours of sleep mode.
Yeah.
Moser, your call was necessary.
And number two,
goal.
I'm not talking about your guy. I'm talking about our guy. And number two, this is to our audience. I'm not broadcasting. I'm not broadcasting to Dallas Stars fans. All right. So anytime Chiclets will pick something up of ours, every other fan base obviously follows Chiclets, and they're like, "Oh my God, Tage Thompson had a goal way better than that in November." Who
cares?
Exactly. I'm just like, God, these people are insufferable.
I apologize if I got a little foul and said the A word and told him to suck it.
Yeah,
but he can't.
Listen.
It was a phenomenal goal by Parker Kelly.
Not only that, but him to really fight for the puck on the second goal.
Great.
I think he set that one up too. That led to Olofsson scoring, gave you the 2-0 lead. It did feel a little bit like a team that didn't practice together and came back from an Olympic break in that first period. Well, in the first period, it was just, you get the Brock Nelson goal that gets called back because his stick grazes Vemelka's glove, whatever. I still don't get, how... It looked to me, I know nobody knows the rule, wasn't he outside of the restricted area? Even the stick looked like it was outside of it.
But
how was that on him?
The entire glove wasn't.
Whatever.
They looked at it far longer than I would have or thought they would have. I'll tell you, Vic, you've been to the Delta Center in Salt Lake City. I've been there numerous times for NBA. I've been there now only twice for NHL. We did one game there last year, one game this year. All the other games have been national TV in Utah, which is crazy, I guess, but that's been the case. So they reconfigured the lower bowl. They've expanded out the sides. Remember, Vic, how it used to be short?
Yeah,
and those stands would come down. All that is now expanded out. During the summertime, they rebuilt the whole thing.
How did they retrofit an arena? How did they do that?
They spent a lot of bread and busted their humps. They did a good job. That being said, there is no press box for a guy like me. So I'm down at the top of the main concourse, and I'm sort of on the, I guess I'm midway through this zone, okay? I'm not even at the blue line. The blue line's to my left as I'm looking at it, then the red line, then the other blue line, and we're out there in the crowd. Like, people walk up and high-five, and they want photos and all that. It's cool. It's awesome. But that building is just so dang loud there, too. I mean, it really is.
Notice that, yeah.
Did you just say people stop by and want photos?
Yeah, a lot of Avalanche fans there last night, dude. A ton of Avalanche fans. It was really cool to see.
It felt like it took them a second to get back into it. Once they found that rhythm in the second period, they really started to go.
That is correct. They really started to kick it up a notch.
Let me ask you a question, though, something I noticed. And I mentioned this in the Olympics, and you rolled your eyes at me. I'm sure you're going to do it again. But the Avs have struggled on the power play this year. But our new power play tracking mathematician, our PPTM over there, Steve Nelson, now has the numbers. What's the post-Olympic break power play percentage there, Nelly?
Jeff.
33%.
God, he has one job.
Yeah, give me a sec. I'm coming up with 32.33, repeating, of course, percentage of survival.
Oh, it's a lot better than we usually do.
Which it is. It's a lot better than what the Avs usually do.
Nelly, put down your flute and get out your calculator.
But on that goal, I told you this, Moj. When I was watching Czechia, see, there's the eye roll. I was waiting for it.
Well,
and I saw Marty Nacho setting up in the place that McKinnon usually sets up. I go, damn, that looks pretty good. He ripped one from McKinnon's spot last night.
I've seen McKinnon rip 1,000 from that point and score plenty goals.
Is it unfair to think maybe it's okay to flip that a couple of times?
No, I think what you should do starting tonight against Minnesota is just sit Nate. Don't put him on the power play.
Please.
Well, then what's your solution?
Maybe Nate can be a bit of what Natchez' role was before, and maybe Natchez can spend a couple of games in that spot. I don't know.
I want you to take Hart Trophy winner, one of the best players on planet Earth, and you tell him, hey, get off your wall. You're going to float to the other side.
They were at 15% before the Olympic break, is all I was saying.
Understood. So what you're saying is just ride this Marty Natchez bombing it from the top of the circle.
Marty's playing really good hockey right now.
Well, so is Nate. How many times has Nate bombed one on a one-timer from the dot or above? A billion times he's done it.
Yeah.
Moj, I haven't been able to discuss.
Why don't you just weigh in? Go ahead.
What took place at the Olympics? Because I missed the first 3 days.
Vic, today's Thursday. That was.
I know. I know. But I wonder.
It's in the moon landing. I haven't had a chance to discuss it yet.
I understand. And that's why I wish I would have been able to do the show on Monday, because I had so much to say about what took place in Milan. And I don't know what I want to talk more about, and I'm sure you guys have discussed it thoroughly. I have never seen an athlete or set of athletes denigrated more than Team Canada standing in line after one of the most disappointing finishes in their history, having to accept a stuffed animal from an adult upon watching the opposing team celebrate. You just lost one of the biggest games of your life, and they're handing you
maybe the biggest game of your life.
This is where I'm going to have to. If my Italians made that decision, I'm going to make some calls. But I guarantee you, this had nothing to do with the Italians.
No, it was the Olympic
Italians
committee.
don't do this.
It's the Olympic Committee.
Yeah. Who in the Olympic Committee decides, you know what? These guys might be down. They may not be happy. Let's brighten their day and their mood. Let's give them a stuffed animal.
I think we should do this in all sports. I actually think it's a brilliant idea that the loser has to take
a
stuffed
accept
animal. Yeah.
Has to accept
so,
a
like,
stuffed
you
animal.
lose the Super Bowl. Hey, sorry, Patriots.
I swear to God, I was
here's
hoping.
a Beanie Baby.
I was hoping McKinnon would bite its head off right there. Just snarl and bite its head off.
He's
Vic,
about to.
I don't. I'm not like you. I try not to fight with people on the text line or on the show. Maybe what's her face?
Loretta.
She might be the only one because she's a nasty piece of work. No offense, Loretta. But Vic, I brought this up on Monday, and I had a response from a woman named Beth. See if I can find it. Anyway, Beth, oh God, how do I put this? She got mad because she thought that McKinnon should have been more conciliatory.
Are you kidding me?
Hold on a second.
If you think
then so somebody else weighed in and said, yeah, this is crap, da-da-da-da. And because, Nelly, you would send out the clip of me blasting the Olympic Committee for doing this, Vic. Anyway, we lost Beth forever. She followed me on the old Twitter machine. And she said, oh, by the way, your show is terrible.
All right.
And I said, look, Beth.
Beth.
I said, look, Beth, you can either, I don't have the time nor the energy nor the want to argue with a grown woman about handing a friggin' stuffed animal to a grown human being after they lose the biggest game of their lives.
I want.
I think the name Beth sucks.
By the way, here's a stuffed weasel to ease your pain.
I want you to think of the most devastating losses.
It's insane.
That you can imagine. Okay, let's just go through devastating losses here in Denver. Game 7 against the Minnesota Timberwolves at home.
Brutal.
Where you blow what? What was it? A 20-point lead? 18? I forgot what it was.
It was 20 points and it was brutal.
They line up at half court after the game, and they give the Nuggets, who have to sit there and watch Minnesota celebrate, they give each of the Nuggets players stuffed unicorns. Could you imagine?
No.
Could you? 2013, Broncos lose to the Ravens. It's cold outside. Nope. Can't go inside the locker room.
Can you imagine
the
Broncos lining up at the 50 and they hand them a stuffed weasel? I mean, for God's sake.
I need to know, seriously, and I mean this. Whoever came up with that idea, whoever it is, I need to know who it is.
They said that every Olympics does this. We looked it up. Everyone has had some sort of stuffed animal thing.
They stopped giving out flowers, Vic, in Pyeongchang in 2018, and now they give the friggin' thing.
Yeah.
Friggin' thing.
Is it the medal? The medal is enough. Hell, I'm surprised that McKinnon didn't take the medal and throw it.
Dude, I
So just, hey, a couple things here. As, again, the Avs won last night. I did want to mention this. This was bizarre because I went from the guy that I thought I was alone on an island fighting people about Sammy G being better than people perceive him to be, and now all of a sudden it's like the Avs are idiots for trading Sam Girard. Kulak was pretty good last night. Solid defenseman. Exactly what you want. 3 block shots. Didn't make a mistake. Did what he was supposed to do. I thought that he looked completely viable and exactly what they billed him for when they made the trade. You wanted a bigger, solid, disciplined defenseman. Moj, I didn't hear you say his name pretty much at all last night, which is typically a good thing for a defenseman.
He's not screwing up. I mean, he's moving the puck. When it's an extra attacker situation with 2 minutes to go last night, Jared Bednar puts Kulak on the ice. I think that tells you he's like also like, all right, let me see you in this situation firsthand.
Yeah.
And number 2, I think you can play in this situation if I need you to. It's a hell of a spot to put him in. Now, again, the Avs were up 2 goals, but the extra attacker, let's see how you handle it, dude. He's 32 years old. He's played, Vic, a boatload of playoff hockey the past several years. No defenseman in the last 2 years in the postseason has played more games than Brett Kulak.
Does it open up some money, too?
It opens up 2.5. Now you have 8.7 total to work with.
which can
and
get
when
you.
is the trade deadline? That's coming up soon, isn't it?
I think it's the 6th.
All right, so
yeah, it's coming up soon, but my assumption is the Avs are still going to make a move or two, especially with the money that's opened up. Yeah, it's the 6th at 1 o'clock, so next Friday.
God, Vic, I'm glad you brought it up just because of my. I would love for you to have been here on Monday. I know you couldn't. I know you had some things you had to take care of. But the whole thing that led to the Beth fight, and I told Beth, you can either unfollow me.
Mm-hmm.
I said, I can't fight about a stuffed weasel.
Mm-hmm.
I said, you can either unfollow me after your insult, or I can block you. I go, I don't want to block you. It's so gauche. I don't want to do that. I don't like blocking people. So why don't you just do the best for you and myself? Unfollow me, and we'll call it a day, Beth.
Well, I don't know.
So if anybody knows Beth, but I'm like, how do you get so far into your feelings that you're defending somebody for being handed a friggin' stuffed rat when you lose the gold medal in overtime? A grown human being. And by the way, Vic, I went back and watched the team, Canada, the women's team, right? They did the same damn thing that Marchand did and Jarvis did and McKinnon did and everybody else. Nobody who loses in heartbreaking fashion wants a stuffy. Hey, for Darcy Kemper, who didn't play and he could take it home to his kids and put it on the shelf, great.
Hey, forget the stuffy.
God,
I give those teams credit for standing out there and watching the other team celebrate. I give them, in hockey, it's one of the rare sports where there's a handshake line after. The other team stands there and has to take it. I give them full credit for doing so. I'm not sure I could.
Another reminder, the key word for this hour is dogwood, all one word, dogwood. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Yes, Vic.
Moj,
what?
Do the Avs have anything planned tonight to honor Brock Nelson as a gold medalist for the USA?
Well, I think they're going to honor all the medalists.
Moj, I'm going to repeat the question. Okay. Do the Avs have anything for the gold medal winning Brock Nelson tonight?
Yeah, what I'm told is they're going to rip the roof off and a live Blackhawk helicopter is going to land at center ice.
Be pretty cool.
And special forces are going to pour out with fake gold medals, and they're going to do a dance at the blue line.
How do you do that? If
I mean, I don't know. I think I don't.
Yeah, how do you do that? That's a touchy subject, right?
Well, yeah, because you've got three guys who got. You got three guys who got silver.
Their hearts ripped out.
Yeah.
You've got two guys who got bronze and two guys who got nothing. Squadouche.
But that doesn't mean you just ignore the fact that one of your guys.
No. You got to give them some love. What would you like them to do?
I'm just curious.
Release live bald eagles flying around Ball Arena tonight?
I
don't know.
Curious if anything is planned. That's all. I didn't say I want them to do anything. You know what I want them to do? Hand out stuffed animals.
Great.
That's what. You know what? Tonight, for Gabe, who didn't win anything, give him a stuffed animal. See how that makes him feel.
Yeah, I'm sure that would really ease the pain. Dial 1-800-STEVE-JOHNSTON. He'll tell you. I don't know.
Don't worry, guys, because they have the cartoon game that they're going to be playing. Maybe they can do something during that. 7 o'clock tonight, Avs and Wild. Back after this. That is the sound of luck, and it's extra special this week because with Tulatera, if you download that app, it's the favorite lottery app of many. All your favorite games, Powerball, Lucky for Life, all of it right there on the app. And if you download it and use my code MAGIC this week, you receive $5 to play in your first lottery game. So download the Tulatero app, Tulotero. Use that code MAGIC and get $5 to play in your first lottery game today, by the way. Thursday's Lucky for Life. It's $1,000. I'm sorry, $1 million a year for life. So download that Tulatero app, Tulotero, and get on it now. It's Tulatero, your lottery app.
I think I hear them calling. Oh, Beth, what can I do?
This song's terrible.
Beth, what can I do?
Who sings this?
Kiss.
It's terrible.
One little inside dope.
No.
Why?
Because 9 out of 10, I won't be interested in it. But since you've already offered it, go ahead.
Can we all agree that this song sucks? Please, can we? Anyway,
I was watching the show.
What's that? What'd you say?
I was watching the show on Monday, and I can't tell you how stupid this show looks on television and on Twitch when there's no music that they can hear because we play the music over the radio.
Yeah.
It's so dumb.
Yeah.
In fact, that's why I would suggest strongly stop playing so much music, Nelly, because we look stupid over the television. And Twitch.
See, but it's a radio program.
It's
you
a
want
radio,
the full experience? You listen on
you
the radio,
listen on
baby.
the radio, Holmes.
You want to see my face?
Yeah.
Then you're gonna have to deal with Moser singing off key with no background.
What can I do?
But here's the truth. I think our audience is parsed out where I don't know how many people listen on the radio versus watch on Altitude or watch on YouTube or Twitch. I'm very curious to see what the numbers show us. Very curious. What if the numbers tell you different?
Oh, my God.
Then
my wife is brutal to me, man.
Then I'll continue to sing songs with no music behind me.
Vic,
I'm not changing anything.
Vic, to back up your sentiments a good moment ago, my wife types in "stop."
Thank God. There are
And
only two people.
I say, singing Beth? Question mark. She says, Beth was right. Your show sucks.
There are only two people on this globe who choose to police Mark Moser. Me and the Bear. And that's it. You guys, when I'm gone, I know you let him run wild.
Oh my
Nelly,
my
hell, Nelly,
lovely
help
wife.
No, Nelly, see,
Nelly's a joke.
I try my best. Nelly is, I love the show My 600-Pound Life. I love it. I don't know why. The show, it just speaks to me. And every time they go and see Dr. Now in that office talking about, why are you 600 pound? And then there's always the person that's in there with him, usually a wife or a husband, boyfriend, girlfriend. He goes, I just feed him soups and breads.
And Oreo cookies.
And he's like, you're an enabler. Yeah. That's Nelly to Moser. He's an enabler.
Nelly's always been that way. He can't say no because Nelly's sort of built that way.
To enable.
Dumb, trivial music stuff.
The problem is, Moser, sometimes we have like 7 things going on at one time where Moser's asking for one song in my ear, and in my other ear, Brett's asking for a clip. And it's like when you got when all the toddlers are fighting. Just
hold on a second. Think about what you just said. Stop.
I got to give Moser his ABBA to get him to shut up so then I can do the other stuff for the show. All the toddlers are fighting. Moser gets his ABBA. Brett gets his Adelman cut. Like, I got to
think about what
everyone.
You just said. When I make a request to Nelly, it's about the show. When Brett makes a request to Nelly, it's about the show. It's about playing sound for sports. When Moser makes a request, it's about a song he likes. So where should you fall in line?
This is what Nelly does. Nelly, I could say to you, gosh, I'm telling you, I feel like I got to kick this heroin thing. And you're like, no, man, you're young. You're fine. You're good.
I mean, why would you treat all three requests equally when one of them has nothing to do with the show?
Hey, Brett, 95% of gamblers stop just before they hit it big. Right. 95% quit too early.
It's that meme of the guy mining and he's got the diamonds and he's walking away with his axe. Hey, this is weird and has a ripple effect on two different things.
I can prove to you that I'm right.
Let him go.
Steven,
Moj, let him go.
Between
to the
you
next
and me,
topic.
I will, but I'm gonna get a highlight montage put together for you, and it's going to make all the sense in the world. That's all I'm going to say. And the listeners out there are going to LUVIT. Go ahead.
The Broncos hired Rob Livingston. Just like, sorry guys, like the day before spring ball, I'm going to take your DC. Which is really odd in two ways. That Livingston is taking I understand it's the NFL, but a lesser job heading to the NFL. He's taking over the job left by Jim Leonard. But it also puts CU in a place where it's like, I don't know if you can do a big national search for a DC when Spring practice is starting.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
I think bigger than that, why are all these coordinators and coaches rotating through CU?
That's
Have
something
you
else.
seen how many coordinators they've gone through already?
Yeah, it's Vic, do you call it concerning or do you call it just the modern college and pro game where guys are jumping all over the place like players?
That's concerning. I mean, I'll give you case in point. Indiana, national champion. One of the reasons why they've been so damn good and consistent, he's been able to retain his coaches. They've gone with him places.
Yeah.
This is not what's happening at CU with all these coaches coming and going. That's not common when you have the same head coach in place.
Like if
coaches come and go when staffs change and head coaches come. But when you have the same guy, this is not common, folks.
Or when your team is uber successful, that's what happens. If you're Georgia, you lose assistants all the time because you're winning 13 games a year.
Correct.
As
far as Livingston is concerned, though, honestly, I mean, the guy went from college, then he went to the pros with the Bengals.
The secondaries coach.
Correct. Then he got the DC job at CU. Then he's back in the NFL. Maybe he decides he'd like to be in the National Football League. I don't know.
Vic's point,
it is a little bit concerning up there in Boulder.
To Vic's point, maybe he just really hated the college game and the recruiting part and trying to retain players. Maybe that's a part of it. Like the NFL was more stable from that standpoint. You left the job as DC to go take an assistant job somewhere else. That's weird.
It might be in terms of national.
It's weird.
If he wants to be in the National Football League, you know what he's got to do? He's got to coach in the National Football League. That's what he has to do. So whether it's a defensive passing game coordinator or whatever it is, that is an NFL stepping stone. You're not going to get, rarely do you get a DC in college taking over a DC job in the pros. Rarely. So I don't know where his aspirations lie, but that could make sense.
How many offensive coordinators have they gone through already up in Boulder? Count them up. I think they're on their fifth. They might. Marion might be the fifth. I'm trying to find all the names that have gone through there. But this is not what happens at programs that are stable. That's not that. I'm sorry, but what is going on? Is it the money? Are they not able to afford to keep these guys? Is it the progress? Is it the results? What is it?
Is it Coach Prime? Is it, hey, this is what it cracked up to be? I don't know. I really don't know. I wish that I was more in tune with that program, but it's virtually impossible to get inside.
In 2022, it was Sanford, obviously. That was still with Carl Durrell.
Right.
So then Dion takes over. It started with Sean Lewis. Midway through the year, it became Pat Shurmur. Then it was Pat Shurmur the following year and last year, and then it was the Brett. It was Bartolone or Bartoloni, whoever that was, that took over midseason, and now it's Brett and Marion. So in total, if you include,
this is their fourth.
Yeah, it's 4.
They're fourth in 4 years, correct?
Yes.
4 coordinators in 4 years. Find me a program that is stable that has 4 coordinators in 4 years.
It's tough.
That's very difficult. You need to have, Leggy and I talk about it. Well, we all talk about it with Leggy, I should say. In the National Football League, continuity is a big thing. It's an important thing.
You're teaching a new system every year.
Right. It's less than ideal, Vic. You're absolutely correct.
You're teaching a new concept, a new system every year. Listen, at some point, and I want to know the real reasons why this is happening. Is Livingston going to the Broncos because, listen, the Penner folks have an open pocketbook and they can outpay? Or is it because he just wants to get back in the NFL? Or is it because he didn't see eye to eye? Or what is it?
It could be any one of those things. I'm sure somebody will ask him. He's not going to, I don't think he'll be truthful with it. But I think it could be Vic, honestly. He's a guy that coached in the NFL. He was with the Bengals for 7 years or something like that, right? He was with the Bengals for a long time before getting to CU. Maybe he just entered the college game and was like, dude, this trying to keep every player on my roster, like every week, I got to reset like that.
Well, you know what?
Maybe that's just not for him.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be for me.
This is oh God, this microphone, Hastings, I'm going to kill you. This is an interesting thing, Vic. It's been significant with the Colorado Buffaloes because so many guys have come in and out. That's Prime's philosophy, essentially, right? And perhaps it's not quite as vociferous in other programs. But if I was a DC or an OC, and I've got 20 new guys coming in and out of the program through the portal every single year, it might give me brain damage too.
Yeah, but that's every team.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think some guys accept it and they try to embrace it the best they can.
Listen to me.
And maybe for Vic, if it was me, I'm like, I'm coaching these guys up the best I can. And then they decide, and then all of a sudden somebody offers them, Kansas State offers them 100 G's more. I mean, that would be incredibly frustrating.
We make so much of player attrition, player transfer, player removal, player addition, all of that. We make such a big deal about that in the college game. What about coaches? They're on their 4th OC in 4 years and on their 4th DC in 4 years.
Yeah.
So they're redoing their offense again, and they're redoing their defense again in 4 years.
The Avs are back home for the Olympics for the first time, and we're all over it tonight on 92.5. Tune in for pregame. Avs in Wild at 6:30. It's powered by Ramos Law. Then they'll drop the puck a little bit later at 7 p.m. only on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Jeff Legwold at 9 o'clock. Stick around. Jeff Flagwell's going to join us in an hour. We'll get an update from Indianapolis as he's there for the NFL Combine, and that's where all of the rumors start. One of the things that went down yesterday, though, was this.
Yeah, I mean, the whole film session from Golden State was they were starting their offense.
That is not the right clip.
Nice
Adam
job,
and
Brad.
Well,
is it mislabeled or is that on you?
No, it's just one of those things that it accidentally got overwritten.
I know,
but
we're
it
in a
was
mood.
Sean Payton talking about giving over play calling duties to Davis Webb, and I have a question about this.
Sure.
No, you're good, Nelly. One of the questions I have, as we discussed this a lot yesterday about Sean Payton actually doing that, I have like this fear that this is backup quarterback syndrome, that everybody just assumes that the backup quarterback that they've fallen in love with is going to be better than the starter, where that's very, 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 very rarely the case. Now, Sean Payton has given him this because he said, I think this is going to be better, which is fine. Are we going to be patient enough that a first-time play caller is probably going to struggle a bit early in the season to get that figured out? Is it going to take, 2 losses in the first 3 weeks where the offense puts up 13 points before we start yelling for Sean Payton to take over again? Just saying.
I don't know, Vic. I mean, this is...
You're going to have that.
You're going to, but at the same time, man, you've got a lot of unknown out there. We will not know. I told Brett yesterday, we will not know until we get to September what it looks like. I mean, because you can't.
It'll be beyond September.
Well, I mean, that'll be your first real taste. You can't know until it's for real. I'm not talking about camp or preseason or anything else, and I'm sure there's going to be guys out there, as DMac would call them, muggles. We're going, Davis Webb today in training camp, the offense ate up the defense, and his play calling was brilliant. It doesn't matter. None of that matters until you actually face a team that wants to rip your head off.
It's going to be a joint operation either way. You cannot tell me, let's say Davis Webb does handle all the play calling. All right, during the week, who's setting up the plays? Who's projecting the play sheet? Who has the final say? Again, I mean, the final say is all that matters, really. It's all that matters. You can come up with the best design play in the world, but at the end of the day, who makes final call?
I mean, I think that's going to be Davis Webb. When you say
We'll
who
see.
makes... Well, I don't think there's room for discussion in 39 seconds for I'm going to call a play, and Sean Payton says, no, don't call that play, call this play. There's not enough time.
Run or pass is what I'm more getting at.
I think that he's going to be heavily involved in what he wants the game plan to look like, but if you're going to hand over the play calling duties, you hand him over. You can't micromanage your guy.
We'll see.
If you want to give him control, he needs to have control. Now, late in games and stuff like that, I'm sure there will be a lot more heavy involvement on the headset with Sean Payton.
Brett.
Yeah.
Does Sean Payton, from what you've seen so far, from what you've experienced, because you've been to training camp, does he have his hand in everything with the Broncos?
Yes, he does.
Okay. So you just used the word micromanage. You don't think he's going to retain and maintain a hand in plays?
Vic.
Even if it's...
I'm saying...
Of course he is.
In the game planning during the week, I don't think you can do that on game day. There's not enough time to do that.
Sure there is. Hey, run it here. Hey, run it here.
You know what it feels like?
Here's the thing, though.
It feels like it might be this, though, Brett.
Then why hand him over in the first place? Then what's if that's the way you're going to be, then just keep it.
No.
Opens him up to do other things. I don't know.
Yeah, it takes a weight off his shoulders. Maybe there was some nudging from higher ups.
I don't think there's any nudging.
Okay, and maybe there isn't, but certainly when Ben DiNucci says they've got to keep this guy, it tells you that clearly the guys on the offensive side of the ball, especially the quarterback, have a great working relationship with Davis Webb.
Let me present two things. First of all, on the seen a lot of people throw that out there. Like there was pressure from higher up for him to give up play calling duties. Everything that has come out of the Walton Penner Group's mouths in regards to this organization is we don't do the football decisions. We give them the tools. They do the decisions. If he told Penner, Sean Payton, you aren't calling plays anymore, that is a direct contradiction of how they've operated this entire time. And I don't think that it is remotely possible that happened.
To assume that Sean Payton, even if he is giving up play calling duties, is great. And I agree. I think it's a wise move. It's a bold move. It's something that he's never done before in his NFL career, ever. But to assume that he's going to walk away and let the guy do it all, I mean, come on.
But hang on. Come on.
Come
There's a
on.
difference here between being involved in the game plan, but when you're on Sunday and the guy's got the play sheet, you let him call the plays. And I don't think it's too foreign, because who did Sean Payton, who's he a disciple of? Bill Parcells, who did this exact same thing at around the exact same age when he was coaching.
Fourth and short, the ball's at the 14. Timeout. All right, guys, what do we want to do here?
Yeah, he might get into the
Okay,
so can I consult you on what we're going to do here?
That's what most coaches' roles are.
I was going to see the way my brain works. Relating things to other things, to me, it gives a clearer picture of what we're talking about. I was going to relate the Sean Payton to Davis Webb handing over of the play calling duties to when I learned to fly. I'm in the PIC, pilot and command seat on the left, instructors on the right. Okay? But should anything go wrong, he's got full controls, but he doesn't touch a thing.
Right.
It's all me. Except the time when I was in a power-on stall, staring straight up at the sky here in Colorado, and the plane rolled over on its back. And he's like, my plane takes over, flies it, to level flight, and I'm back in control of the plane.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Maybe the same kind of thing.
It's the driver's ed car. They got a steering wheel and pedals on the other side, too. They just don't touch it.
Does the driver's ed car have a steering wheel? It doesn't have a steering wheel on the other side.
Pedals, yeah.
Just pedals, right? Like 2 steering wheels would be freaky.
That would be freaky.
Anyway, but the point is that, yeah, same kind of story. In case of emergency, I'm going to take over. But, Vic, did you see the demeanor of Sean Payton when he was talking the other day?
Yeah.
Did he seem happy and calm and content with the decision?
Seemed fine.
He seemed absolutely fine. Maybe this is a chance where he really looks at it and says, you know what, I don't need that minutia brain damage every single play of every single quarter of every single game, every single year. Maybe he thinks, you know what, maybe he's really impressed by Webb.
Sure.
You know what, this guy is on a path that was even beyond my path.
And that'll be a moment of growth even for Sean Payton.
Absolutely.
You can grow into your 50s, 60s, and 70s.
Having been that guy, Vic, for so long, I'm sure there's going to be moments of, oh God, I don't like that code. I can't say anything. He's gonna have to grit his teeth and bear it sometimes. He really is.
Not calling the plays for Sean Payton has to be the most foreign concept ever, and it's going to feel like he's naked at times on the sideline.
Yeah.
It's not an easy task, and I give him full credit for making that decision. Having said that, you're naive if you don't think he's going to have a say in play calls. Of course he is.
It's like
I don't know.
It's like Moser on the road in Detroit.
Say.
It's like me on the road in Detroit. It's a national TV game, and I'm sitting in the press box eating gummy bears, going, kinda.
Yeah,
I don't know what
that meant. There is one thing that he said yesterday, though, Vic, or 2 days ago, that I think that this is pretty remarkable self-awareness from him. Like, almost shocking, considering his demeanor usually at a press conference setting.
Mm-hmm.
Which was this. When you go 14-3 and you win close games, you could go up to that podium and be like, yeah, we won those games because I am awesome. And we're so great in crunch time because I'm a great coach who gets my team ready for those moments. And instead he said this.
We won a lot of games by 1 score or less, right? And I'm not naive enough to think those games couldn't have swung. Where's the meat on the bone? The meat on the bone exists with our takeaways. That has to improve. Our run game consistency, our meat on the bone relative to a number of things that we won despite maybe not being as good as others. Relative to this team, writing its own chapter and getting us to where we want to go, which is obviously a game and a half further than where we went.
To say I'm not naive enough to think that those 1-score games couldn't flip, I think is pretty great to hear from your head coach.
That is great. That's the truth, man. Look, it happened in Kansas City. One year to the next. It happened in Kansas City. One year they're winning games by the hair of their chinny chin chin, and the next year they're out of the playoffs.
It is a skill to win close games. It is also very much a game of luck and bounces going your way or not. But I think that he wanted Davis Webb here and is giving him seemingly the keys to that offense on game days to call plays because he trusts him. He said he thinks this will make the team better. And I know he's still going to have a huge say in how that game plan and the scheme looks. But I think he's really going to give him a true shot and not be too much in his ear, although it will happen at times. Because him letting totally go of that leash is not going to happen.
It feels, for a guy that can be as intense as Sean Payton, who's always done it his way, it feels like this is a big ask give up. What it feels like. We truly won't know until September at least and then beyond. That's it. That is it. But at the same time, we have our answer. It was an immediate answer. Yep, Webb's calling him.
Yeah, I really didn't think it was going to happen, like he was going to announce it this early. I don't know why. I thought this would linger all throughout the offseason.
I think he knew he was going to get that question time and time again anytime he had a press conference.
But also, Vic, I saw where actually the Buffalo Bills front office actually leaked it first.
Maybe it was their way. Maybe it was Buffalo's way of, hey, we couldn't land this guy. Here's why.
Yeah, I think, but they were asked before Sean Payton spoke at the Combine. The Bills front office spilled the beans. They said, well, he's going to get a chance to call plays now, so blah, 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 blah. And the media's like, Sean, you have to spill the beans at that point.
I'm sure Sean was real happy about that. Another organization spilling his organization's secrets. Something it sounds like he would take that in stride.
You know, we just spent the last segment talking about coaching turnover at CU and how we're sort of set back by all these coaches that have come and gone. The Broncos had a hell of a lot of coaching turnover as well, and that's coming off a very successful season. Different reasons, right? So the same thing can happen for different reasons.
Am I ever happy? No.
The Broncos lost coaches. Some just saw promotions. Others it just wasn't going to work here.
Yeah.
I mean, think about all the coaches the Broncos lost or took off.
I'll tell you the most shocking thing relating to coaches in the Broncos this offseason. Maybe giving over play calling duties is number one now, but maybe not. The fact that there were 10 head coaching vacancies and Vance Joseph is still here is crazy to me. 10 teams were looking for a coach.
Some of that is on his own accord. You don't want to walk into a job that you know has no chance. He already did this song and dance. See, he's not that first timer. It's like, oh, come on, give me a chance. He knows what it takes to win as a head coach. He knows.
Yep.
And if you don't have that quarterback position sealed up, you're just going to walk into another brick wall. I know this for a fact. Hey, listen, Brett, I'll give you some behind the scenes on why Vance Joseph is not a head coach. It's not all because opposing teams, other teams weren't interested. He wasn't interested in several of these jobs.
Yeah. Yep. It's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. We have keywords for your chance to see the Nuggets and Rockets on March 11th, so stay tuned. Another keyword in 5 minutes. It's a Ticket Thursday. We have your chance to win tickets to see Denver and Houston on the court March 11th, and you can text right now the keyword BELL. Text BELL on your first and last name to 303-504-0925. The Will Hite Law Firm gives you a chance to win big on and off the court. Visit willheitewins.com. But again, this keyword is BELL. We'll announce our winner at 9:55.
Give Vic. Oh, my God. I can't believe I'm saying this. Give Vic 5 guesses at who sings that song.
Oh, he's got to know that, don't you?
No, he would never know.
It's AC/DC.
That's right, Vic. Very nice.
God,
Done.
Dude, I'm so impressed by you. I want to kiss you on the mouth right now.
I'm going to AC/DC this summer with my high school buddies.
You're kidding me.
Yeah.
Guess where I'm going on September 17th?
Target.
Hell.
Yes, Target is it. Yeah, I'm going to grab a few things and then I'm going to hit the airport. No, it is the final residency in the history of mankind for Scorpions.
Oh, yeah, they say that.
So I'm going. Well, yeah, but
they're going to do what every rock band does. It's actually our 18th farewell tour.
It's the first show of the final residency. It's in Vegas, September 17th. I'll see you there.
I'm going to start doing that now. Every day I get on this radio show, I'm going to say, guys, this is my last month doing radio. And then the next month, I'm going to say, this is going to be the last month. And then
understand. Our boy Marty O was like this. And there are a lot of people. I'm not judging you people who do this. I'm not judging you. I just find it curious how you find the energy to do this. People who travel, like get in a plane and go see bands in far away
I'm with
places.
you on that. I would never do that.
I don't get it. I mean, if they come here, fine. I'll go to the
It's
Red
exactly
Rocks
how I am.
Go
Yeah.
check it out. But jump in a plane and, hey, I'm going to Tuscaloosa this week to see the Scorpions.
I've never been to one of these. One that kind of makes sense, like a music festival is different because you could see a bunch of bands at once. That kind of makes sense to me. I would never but I love Bruno Mars. And I would, if he came back to town, I would see Bruno Mars. I wouldn't fly to Chicago to go see Bruno Mars, though.
Watch this. And this is all I want to say about this. I want to get back on track. I want to talk hockey. I want to talk hoops. I want to talk everything.
By the way, Bruno's new album tomorrow. Yeah. Nelly, I'm going to need some Bruno tomorrow.
Hey, Vic. How much would your wife like to go to Vegas and hang and see Scorpions with me and the Bear?
She hates Vegas. She likes the Scorpions, but she's not into concerts, I don't think, anymore.
Really?
And if I ask her that question right now, what do you think the response will be?
Vic, shut up.
Exactly.
Can I admit something?
I don't have time for your crap.
Don't call me that.
I don't know if this makes me less of a man. I don't like Vegas either.
I'm not a Vegas guy.
I am not a Vegas guy.
I am so glad you said that. When the Super Bowl was in Vegas, and apologies to all our Vegas advertisers. Do we have some? I can't stand Vegas.
I'm not a big Vegas guy either.
I love the idea of Vegas more than actually being in Vegas. I've told you this, Moj. I like Sinatra Vegas. That's the Vegas I want to go
Correct.
to.
So you want to go downtown to Fremont?
Yeah,
okay.
That's my kind of Vegas that I like. It was more adult themed. Now it's very kids and family.
Here's my thing. Maybe see a show. Certainly, I have to go to Vegas to see Scorpions because they don't tour anymore.
It's so overpriced now.
Yeah,
Vegas prices are a joke.
But then you can always find, if you're willing to golf in 111 degrees, you can find some great deals on some killer golf courses.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, Nuggets win last night. The Avs win last night. Both teams played well. Got the dub. Nuggets, great defense, which was a nice little change of pace. They
the best defense
locked
they've
down
played
Boston.
in years.
Yes, and Boston was red hot. They won all 3 games post All-Star break. They won 9 of 10 dating to before the All-Star break. Jaylen Brown scoring 29 points a game. You held him to 7 of 21 from the field. Fantastic. And during that game, I'm just telling you, because I listened to most of this, couldn't stop thinking about that interview with Calvin Booth. I couldn't stop.
So I missed that. I haven't heard it yet. I've been gone.
Boy.
I saw it on social media that he visited with Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo Sports. And I said, wow, that's pretty bold because in this business, as you know, Moj, if you're going to spit it all out, put it all out on the table, that could impact future jobs, right?
Yes.
Right?
Vic, I think a little bit of what he said makes sense.
That's where I was, yeah.
I think a lot of what he said, I'm like,
Here's what it is. So listen to this. This is what killed me about it. I told you guys, I have been pretty sympathetic towards Calvin Booth because I felt bad. The vision he had for this team was never given an opportunity to see if it would work or not. His draft and develop approach only works if you developed the young guys that you drafted, but they never played. And part of me felt bad that you never quite saw his vision.
Can you give me a synopsis? Again, I just saw...
I got a minute-long
I think I
clip.
made it look too easy.
Yes.
He defended Coach Malone, said it was never as bad as it looked. We never got into any physical altercations in public. Yeah, okay. I haven't seen... Listen, Calvin was always good to me. Very nice to me. So until I hear the entire interview, I'm not going to pass any judgment. So just give me what you know.
He said 4 things happened as the reason why he got let go from the job. The first thing he called the Nikola Jokic effect, which is when you have the best player in the world, everything else is taken for granted. So all the moves that he makes get not the credit that they deserve because it all goes to Jokic being incredible.
There's more pressure that comes. I understand that part of the equation. When you have the best player in the world, the pressure on your front office is immense. You've got to win.
But what he's saying is he didn't get the proper credit for the moves that he made because they just gave Jokic all the credit for it.
I got you. So he feels that Joker was getting too much credit?
No, it's just that he wasn't blaming Jokic for anything.
Can you play that one cut?
Yes, we're going to get there in a second.
Please.
So that's the first thing. The second thing is the friction between him and Malone. That he kind of downplayed and said it's not as bad as it seemed, but there was certainly a tension between those two of how to run an organization.
Well, but he also, there's more to that I saw come out yesterday. I thought Tyler Polumbus had an outstanding response.
The third thing he said, Vic, he did put some of this on the Cronkies in this sense. He said for all the success that they've had across sports, they don't place value on front office executives like other organizations do. That was his sort of take on it, which is weird because they certainly do that with the Rams, and they do that with the Avs.
Well, can I give you my translation of that? I think with the Rams and with the Avs, they have people in place that make a lot of those key decisions. I think because they're basketball guys, and you've met both Josh and Stan, they're basketball guys.
Yeah.
They do a lot of the heavy lifting in basketball that you may not know about.
Well, I mean, Josh said as much when they fired the guys last year.
They do it.
He said, I'm going to take a bigger role in this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's, when you say you don't value those execs, it's because they're doing a lot of that.
Oh, Vic,
they're
he
doing
also,
a lot of the work.
Calvin questioned Arsenal. I mean, I'm like,
I'll
dude,
give you
you're
this,
going out there pretty good. The fact of the matter is, at least the with the Avs and the Rams, they've got some pretty damn good people in place. And by the way, did they try to keep Tim Connolly? They'd love to. He got way too good offer. Masai Ujiri, way too good offer from Toronto. I mean, come on, man.
Hold on. To be fair, they could have kept both. They chose not to.
Well, yeah, but it would have been ridiculous to try.
They could have.
It would have been ridiculous, and you know that, and I know that.
So what? It's not your money.
I wouldn't have done it.
I think Vic's right on that.
I mean, you're going way the other way.
No.
What do you mean? No.
I think the right decisions were made.
You could pay a player $55 million and you don't blink, but you can't compete with a GM that does.
That gets partial ownership of the franchise?
Well, that didn't happen.
I know, but it was offered.
That didn't happen.
I know, but you know what I mean. Okay, what?
I think what Vic said earlier.
To disagree.
I think what Vic said earlier, I think is true. They feel like they got more of a handle and grasp on the basketball stuff than the other stuff.
They have listen, I mean, do you think that they're making calls about Sam Girard in the NHL? Do you think that they're
absolutely not?
Okay,
no.
So in the NBA,
do you think they had an opinion on Porter's trade?
You damn right they do. So that's the answer. Why? It's not because they don't value him. It's because they're doing more of that work themselves.
And here's the last thing. And this is probably what you heard, but Nelly, go ahead.
And the last thing is I think I just made it look too easy. all right, so you're a podcaster, journalist, anybody that's really good at something, when they make it look easy, that was really, really hard to get to. A lifetime's worth of playing basketball, being coaching basketball, having conversations, scouting, doing whatever. For me to make it, go in there right away, assemble a championship team, win a championship. I think when you take the Joker.
This for a second?
Stop. Now we're getting now. I didn't hear this. What do you mean? You drafted Joker? You drafted Murray? You drafted MPJ? I mean, yeah, I'm going to give you full credit for doing what you did in the offseason and bring Bruce Brown and KCP here. Just a brilliant move. Brilliant. But don't take credit for assembling the team. Come on now. Come on.
I had the same reaction you had.
Yeah. Stop now. And now hearing that's a bit much.
That's what put me over the top. Nelly, I just sent you something. I don't know if you have it pulled up yet. And I'll give you the Tyler Polumbus response to another little snippet that came out yesterday from Kevin O'Connor about his interview with Calvin Booth. And I don't want to sit here and bag on him because I hope he gets another job and I hope he's successful.
So let's hear the rest of this. Go ahead.
The head coach paradox, ownership and their precedence. And hey, look, they have a formula that works. Championships in hockey, basketball, football. Arsenal will probably get one soon. I mean, and it's their prerogative to operate that way, and I think it's the right call. I'll probably disagree with their take upon executives, especially in this world, but, like, who am I? They've been so successful, right? Maybe it's the right way to operate. But I'll say that. You encompass that, all that, in some media manipulation, and then all of a sudden, somehow, some way, I'm not running an NBA team right now.
So,
media manipulation.
Here's the thing. In hearing just that minute 12, whatever that was, I could see how there was an ego struggle between him and Malone because I know the ego that Malone had. And then for him to say, I walked in and assembled a championship team, it's like you made, to his credit, the proper tweaks. You said it, Vic. Bruce Brown, KCP trade, which I don't know if Tim Conley trades Will Barton for KCP. I don't know if he does.
You're exactly right. Everybody has a blind spot.
And he drafted Christian Brown, which was also a big one.
Tim Conley had a blind spot for Will Barton.
But the heavy lifting was done. You were tweaking. You weren't assembling a roster. You were tweaking a roster that was already pretty damn good. Like, I still think if Jamal Murray doesn't have his knee blow up, one of those 2 years that he was out of the postseason, maybe you get a championship then. Maybe.
Or you get a crack at it.
Hold on. Take a step back here. Take a step back. And I wish, not that he needs my advice or would seek my advice, but I don't think he did himself any favors, Calvin, for doing that podcast or whatever the hell that was. That doesn't do you any favors. In fact, that's going to make it tougher for you to land a job, to be honest with you. Because if you don't think other owners are listening to stuff like this, I mean, if you're talking about your previous job the way he just did, I mean, you think they're going to be a little more hands off now? This is where you go. But let me ask you this question. We work here. We're biased. Doesn't mean we're not critical. Doesn't mean we're not critical at all. I mean, you just heard my criticism. If you want to retain a great general manager, you got to pay for it. The Nuggets chose not to pay for Tim Conley and Masai Ujiri. They let him walk. That's on them. But they proved without those guys, they still won a championship. But let me ask you this, unbiased. Biggest sports empire in the world. Who's had more success than this sports empire over the last decade?
Nobody.
It's not even close.
So Calvin is criticizing the way this sports conglomerate is run, even though it's produced a football championship.
He did give him credit. I mean, he did say that the way that they do business is working.
Yeah,
for
well,
him.
he said, who am I to say because it's working? But at the same time, he's like, why don't I have a job?
Right.
Well, listen, I don't know about why he doesn't have one. I could just tell you, whatever they're doing is working.
Yeah.
Clearly, it's working. Ask every other franchise that hasn't won championships in the last 10 years if they'd rather have it this way. Ask them.
Well, and again, it's like, I think you nailed it with the basketball part because you look at the other franchises they have. I don't think Kevin Demoff or Les Snead is going anywhere in L.A. They're keeping them around forever.
An executive turnover. When's the last time the Avs had an executive?
And I was just going to mention, like, Joe Sakic isn't the GM because he got promoted to something bigger than that, and then they just promoted Chris McFarland up. They aren't going anywhere. I don't know about Arsenal, so I can't speak to that. I know that they haven't changed head coaches all that much.
They're 5 clear of Man City for the top spot right now.
No, I'm saying their front office.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but also Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic are good.
Yeah.
And that's why they're still in their jobs.
Well, yeah, and they're going for it all the time. Vic, I said yesterday, the Sammy G trade, that's not a reactive trade at the deadline. That's a proactive trade. You're keeping a step ahead, and you're going for it because you know your window is open. I love the way they operate.
When your job is roster construction, and you look at Calvin Booth's final year, that was not a well-constructed roster. That was a well-constructed starting 5. And that was the big problem. Tenzer and Wallace come in, and now it's a roster. They won games. They stayed afloat. They stayed the 3 seed despite 4 starters being out. Imagine what that would have looked like last year.
Last thing here. He talked about the tension between himself and Michael Malone, and this is where Polumbus is...
what did he say about that?
This is where Polumbus' snappy retort is so good. Go ahead, Nelly, please.
Out of all the things being reported out of Coach Malone and Ma's relationship, never a physical altercation in front of people, never a verbal altercation in front of people. So, like, where's the beef, right? Like,
Was there a physical altercation behind closed doors?
Hell no.
He said in front of people.
Well, that's what would have been reported, right? Like, that's what would have been reported. But like Coach Malone, I mean, here he is, and that's going to be, and hey, look, I guess this is where we both have, maybe we have to take some accountability in it, but like at the end of the day, he doesn't deserve to be table at ESPN commentating games over some perceived rift that like is basically gone on since the annals and time in every professional sport.
I thought that was a little bizarre.
I mean, listen, I can only speak from, if somebody wanted to hire Coach Malone, they would have hired Coach Malone by now.
Sure.
Bro, hang on a second. Because you guys didn't get into a fist fight isn't a...
Brett, here's Polumbus. Quote, I, too, define my healthy relationships as never having a physical altercation in front of people. End quote. I thought, when I saw Tyler write that, I'm like, that is so good. Yeah, me too. I define my healthy relationships with everybody. Did we get in a fist fight in a Walmart?
Hey,
for Christ's sake, what are we doing?
When you're seeking new employment, like wherever these guys end up.
I didn't beat his ass in an Applebee's.
And
we're good.
I wish the best for Calvin and Coach Malone. I really, they were good to me. They're very good at what they do.
Agreed.
I really do. I wish the best for both of them. And I don't want to do this, sour grapes, because they're not. I really do hope they find new work soon. But what will be the first question by the new employer? What will be the first question to each of these guys?
What
the
went
question is
wrong?
going to be, what happened in Denver?
Yeah. And the answer is, we couldn't figure out a proper approach to both get on board to find a way to win. Like, we couldn't compromise.
Yeah, we're good. I didn't break his nose into Baskin Robbins. Everything's
That
cool,
is a weird way to put it.
I
one last reminder, Ticket Thursday.
I wish the best for both of those guys. I really do.
Your keyword for this hour is Bell. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Oh, by the way, next.
Maybe you've been dreaming of a mountain property. Is that the truth? Well, if you are thinking about that and you're ready to embrace that mountain lifestyle, I have got the person for you to help you out with just such a situation. Her name is Anastasia Bell, and here is the telephone number to give her a call, 970-968-7646. I'll give you that again here in just a few moments, but she is the one to go to. She's a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates in Breckenridge. And right now, when I think about it, you have the opportunity to wake up slopeside in your own Breckenridge ski chalet, private, refined, truly exclusive. That's where luxury mountain living starts. She can help you with that or any Mountain property. A lot of people from Denver have come to her for a while for discretionary work to get deals like this done. And they can be complicated. She knows how to do it. And the inventory right there is waiting for you. So that number again, 970-968-7646. Whether it's that mountain getaway, second home, maybe you just want to pack up and go to the mountains and leave the city behind. Ski in, ski out, anything in between, she is the one. When you're thinking about mountain properties, remember that name. It's Anastasia Bell.
Oh, by the way, stories from around sports in the world that we think you should be aware of. Here's one of them. Oh, by the way, have you guys watched a lot of college basketball lately? Because I'll be honest, I used to be all in on college basketball, and then there's so many things to pay attention to here. I can't force myself to have another thing I need to watch.
I've been watching a lot over the last 2 weeks, yes.
Brett, I know for you personally, you only have a certain amount of data.
I got a bandwidth problem.
That is correct.
Yeah.
So if something comes in, then something else goes out.
Correct.
At this point of the year,
I always say it's a bouncer at the door of a club. It's like I can't let anybody else in without something leaving.
So that's kind of the way it's been for me as well lately, but I've been watching more and more college hoops getting ready for March Madness.
Do you guys know who the head coach of St. John's is?
Yeah, it's Rick Pitino.
He's moved around.
Do you guys know what Rick Pitino's St. John's team did last night against UConn?
They didn't score a field goal in the final 17 and a half minutes of the game. Is that correct?
24 consecutive missed shots. No field goals for 17 and a half minutes of the second half.
That feels to me like it's impossible.
They finished with 40 points. It's the longest streak of missed field goals by an AP-ranked team in the last 8 seasons. And I'll be honest, it's why, since coming here and watching professional basketball and the highest level of that with the Nuggets, it's hard for me to watch college players miss shots as often as they do after watching every open jumper in the NBA going straight through, no rim, swish. But 24 consecutive missed shots is wild.
That's crazy.
That's
crazy. I got one for you.
Go ahead.
By the way, Cincinnati, the football team, not the city, one of the worst cities in the U.S. Cincinnati, the football team, is suing former quarterback Sorsby. What's his first name?
Brendan
Sorsby.
They're suing him for $1 million in damages because he didn't pay back the $1 million buyout before taking the Texas Tech deal. Texas Tech is paying him an NIL deal worth $4 to $6 million. And part of the buyout, to leave Cincinnati, he had to pay $1 million buyout. But he took it to court, where his representatives did. And according to Ohio court, and this is where it gets stupid, right? According to Ohio law, it's an unlawful penalty, this buyout. It doesn't work in Ohio. This is where things get murky with this NIL crap. What does that mean? If you wrote down on a piece of paper, here's my contract. If I leave to another team, I owe you $1 million, and then you go to court to get out of that, this is crap. This is stupid. Now we're stupid.
I don't know how this is fixed anytime soon. Like everybody says, oh, well, the players need a union. I don't think the players want to do anything. They're reaping all the benefits right now.
Exactly. Oh, well, you gotta make these players sign contracts. Well, they are, and they're getting out of it. Not only are they signing contracts, and they're hiring attorneys.
I would hate that if I was 20 years old. Now I'd like to be making a few $million, but that seems like a giant headache.
Well, okay, let me ask you guys this. Regarding this Sorsby case, are you on Cincinnati's side or Sorsby's side?
I'm on Cincinnati's side.
Me too. That's BS. It's in your contract.
As a guy who I've seen Sorsby live and in person, I talked about,
You're a Sorsby guy.
How many times did we lay it down on the Bearcats and Sorsby this past year? And how many times did they come through? Plenty. That's a bunch of bunk, man. If you're getting paid to go someplace else and there's a buyout, you pay it. You pay to be released.
Representatives labeled the lawsuit misguided, noting that he earned only $875,000 from Cincinnati in 2025.
Yeah. All right. By the way, there's a trade that happened for the Rockies this offseason. They traded a relief pitcher for a guy who was kind of stuck in a logjam with the Yankees at first base. His name is TJ Rumfield. Well, TJ Rumfield slammed a couple of homers yesterday in spring training, as did Mickey Moniak and Zeke Tovar. Everybody was getting in on the action. And I think this guy might be your first baseman. They've tried with a few different dudes. They tried with Tolia the last couple of years. Didn't work. I think this guy's going to be it. 2 for 2 dongs yesterday. There's your spring training update from the Rockies.
Yeah, I know.
TJ Rumfield.
I know it's my job.
To be the hater?
No, just to
TJ Rumfield's going to be the first baseman.
It's not Donald Rumsfeld.
Yeah, it's not Rumfield.
Whatever. Rumfield, Humfield, Bumfield, Scumfield.
How's this one then for you, Moser?
Hold on, let me, can I just look? I know it's my job. Why is it so incredibly difficult for me to pay attention right now to the Rockies? Why?
Because they're terrible and it's spring training.
Yeah, but you know what, dude? I enjoy the guys. There are guys in that team that I like.
I'm going to keep giving you guys 3 minutes of Rocky stuff from here on out. I'm going to do it.
I welcome it. I need you to keep me educated because I'm ashamed of myself not knowing. I can't name more than 5 players.
Okay.
And Moj, let's you and I go through the roster.
All right. Well, Ezekiel Tovar.
All right.
It's our
Kyle
favorite.
Freeland.
Kyle Freeland. Hunter
Okay.
Goodman behind
Kevin
the dish.
Freeland?
Yeah.
Come on.
Zach Veen. Eric Karros' kid.
Yeah.
Kyle Karros.
Kyle Karros, he wants to be a really nice third baseman.
Just
6'5".
mentioned Mickey Moniak.
Mickey
Brenton
Moniak.
Doyle.
How old is Mickey Moniak now?
He's not that old. I mean,
Are you sure?
he's 27, dude.
Oh. Feels like he's
My
37.
biological clock is
He's
ticking
ticking
Mickey Moniak's a good player, by the way. I like him.
The center
All right,
fielder. The center fielder who
You
can
said
hit.
Brenton Doyle.
Brenton Doyle.
Doyle.
So all these names you're bringing up, I know all the names, but they're not top of mind names.
I get it. It's also not quite baseball season.
I
yet.
know.
I'm just a nerd.
No, you're right.
Couple other things. Oh, by the way, Moj, you ever seen a goalie get pulled in a tie game in the third
No,
period?
I've never not because of non-injury. No, I've never seen it.
Well, that's what happened in Edmonton to Tristan Jarry last night, as he is absolutely miserable since being traded to Edmonton, and their goaltending before that was terrible. If you want to see how Connor McDavid sounds after re-signing that small itty-bitty contract extension, here's what it sounds like for Connor McDavid.
This is a hard question, but, Stanley Cup's found Gretzky and Crosby and those guys and gold medals, and you've been in, put yourself in position, and it's not finding you. Did you think it would be this hard?
That's a nice question. Thank you.
He is
Listen.
going to set a nuke off in that place.
Listen, you've been a bridesmaid a lot. Nobody wants to put a ring on it. Did you think it would be this hard?
That's a nice question.
My
Thank you.
follow-up question would have been, what'd you think about that stuffed animal you received?
That's a nice question. Thank you.
Let me continue with an by the way.
Go ahead.
This is for one Vittorio Giuseppe Rocco Lombardi. The gold medal game between USA and Canada averaged 26 million viewers on NBC in the Peacock.
Saw that. It was at 6 a.m. Denver time, 5 a.m.
Bro,
LA time.
Most watched sporting event
before 9 a.m. Eastern ever in the history of television.
3 a.m. Hawaiian time.
Dude, if I was in Hawaii, I'd be on the beach at 3 a.m. letting the waves lap my feet, watching hockey with a coldie. How awesome would that be? We didn't think
Be
this
pretty great.
We didn't think this through, boys.
Should have done it.
We didn't think it through.
To be fair, I was literally during that. We were just talking last week, Moser, about going to Puerto Vallarta to do a show, and then thank God we didn't. Be in some trouble there right now.
Hey, Vic, 16 years ago, the Olympics. Was it 16 years ago? Yeah, the Olympics in Vancouver. I'm in Hawaii. Last time I was there, and the first time in.
All right, let's go and speed this one up.
Yeah.
I ran
Gotta
into
pick up the pace here, Moshe.
Oh, okay, Brett. I ran into so many NHL players there during the Olympic. Like, that is where they go.
What? Yeah. Didn't Bednar go there? He went to Hawaii.
Yeah. I'm like, dude. I mean, it was cool.
One more. Oh, by the way, it's one of my favorite games. It's called
The Feud.
What is Draymond doing? You see this video of Draymond? This is on DeAndre Jordan from a couple nights ago. This is just them trying to get a rebound. He just jumps on him piggyback style. What is he doing?
What are you doing?
What is he doing?
What are you doing?
I've never seen anything like that in my life. Literally jumps on him like a piggyback. And DeAndre Jordan's turning around like,
dude, what is that?
Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
Dude, he just jumped on him, like a piggyback.
I don't know. That's why it's my favorite game. What is Draymond doing?
Don't mess with the game, right? Don't mess with seeing the Golden State uniform right now, Draymond played in that game. The Nuggets lost to a Golden State team without Draymond, Curry, Porzingis, and Jimmy.
Yeah. That did happen.
Again, I don't even talk. I was so I was furious. Furious.
Jeff Legwold's going to join us at 9:20 this morning. Also at that time, your final keyword of the day when we return.
One last thing. Did you see that the NBA is sending independent doctors to go check out Lauri Markkanen?
Yeah.
When the league starts to go full on, this is getting down a really weird path.
Moj, your boy Yusuf Nurkic has a fake nose problem.
I know, dude.
He's out for the year. Why? Sleep apnea.
We went through that, Vic. You can't believe how far back into the human head you can go through a nose.
If you could go to any human body and say, we need to perform some invasive procedure, and you're going to be out for a while. Any human body. Look at Nellie's body. Nellie's got multiple reasons to get in there and get invasive.
Yeah, where's that flute, Nellie?
That's why the contenders go to QC Kinetics. No invasive surgery. Yeah.
Also, as we roll on, yeah, I know we're getting there. I'm going to prove to you how the tunes can make a difference. It's going to be special for everyone involved, including the listening audience.
Okay, back after this.
Washing machine's not turning on. No. Tried everything. The dryer's turning on, but the wash machine, you hit the power button, it's not coming on. Unplugged it, did all that stuff. I don't know what the hell's going on. I just don't know how to fix stuff like that. That's why I trust AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. Sounds like an electric problem. Who knows? Right now, by the way, AAA has a $49 furnace safety and efficiency inspection. It prevents breakdowns, it improves efficiency, and ensures your furnace is safe to run all winter. So don't mess around. Don't be unplugging things. Don't go down and mess with buttons you know nothing about. Leave it to the pros. Schedule your appointment now at AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
All right, we all want to do this, so should we all do it? We all want, Vic, I know, look at you. I know you want it. I know you want it bad. All right, let's do it. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
She gave us somewhere I didn't want to go. To recreate what had yet to be created. Watching him fly from his nostalgic day.
I love how this is going to sound on TV.
Eyes. Ready? One.
It never really was. She had a place in his life.
What'd he do?
He never
So good, dude. All right, so this proves my point.
Go back.
Let me tell you something about that guy. That guy's a hell of a coach for the Seahawks, so I mean, really, really nice.
Ben McDonald.
Or Nelly, podcast the hell out of that later without the music. Please.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be just going to be uncomfortable for everyone.
How do you guys know the words?
I didn't.
I don't know the words.
I do know the words.
I made sounds.
Because
every
I've heard
word
that song,
sounds like. There's no words.
I've heard that song 287,000 times in my life.
How do you make out the words?
It's the Doobies, baby.
Texture says, what a clown show. Mute? Oh, really? How's that for a clown show? You want clowns? I'll show you a clown.
Hey, let me give an example of, we're talking to Leggy from the Combine live. Coming.
We don't have any clowns.
15 minutes.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, my wife's on my, oh, man.
It's okay, Bear. It's okay. Hey, just quickly.
She said, oh, my God, don't come home.
Just quick.
Okay, that hurts. Hey, well, yeah, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to do one quick clown story.
Yes, please.
DeAndre Ayton. Can I tell you something about DeAndre Ayton, what he said the other day? Because nobody's ever happy whenever they're playing with LeBron now, I guess. Mm-hmm. Here's his quote. He's unhappy with his role on the Lakers after a loss to the Magic. He said, they're trying to make me Clint Capella. Hey, DeAndre, that would be an improvement to your career.
Clint Capella.
He's better than you.
Man, I hate it when people don't understand where they are in their career.
I don't think there's anybody less aware, self-aware than a basketball player. I don't think any of them know who they truly are. I really don't.
Do you remember when DeAndre Ayton missed a game in Portland because he couldn't get out of his house?
Yes,
it was ice.
He couldn't get down the street. He's like, he pulled a Vic Lombardi. He opened the drapes, saw a snowflake, and goes, yeah, boys, I'm gonna have to do it from home today. So I can't come in. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Anyway, Moj, you were gonna say something.
Go ahead. Vic sees one snowflake come down. He's like, yeah, I'm out. To prove the point that tunes, and you guys are on my bacon. My wife tells me not to come home because I can't sing. But to prove that tunes add a spice to the sporting world, I mean, jock jams, did that not live forever? Let me give you an example. I always felt in my heart of hearts from day number one, I've been in Denver for 30 years, I would love to have had this song as the goal song for the Colorado Avalanche. I think it makes sense. I think it's killer. But Nelly has done a great job of mashing things together. And when you hear it, you can't tell me. Listeners out there, I want your honest opinion. Even you youngins out there. Even Loretta and Margaret, who hates me.
And Beth. Shout out Beth.
Well, Beth is gone. She's off the planet forever. She's long gone.
It's a long build-up.
I thought this should have been the goal song, but it makes everything so much better.
How long is this going to be?
Hang on. Shh.
What a play by Josh Manson, leaving his feet, and I think he just got enough on that puck to send it wide of the post.
Parker Kelly scores! Oh my goodness! That could be the goal of the year! Parker Kelly works his way through three mammoth players, collects the puck, and he rips it inside the near post. Kicks off Malinsky, finds Olofsson, score! Victor Olofsson! Wasted no time, rifles it past Vejmelka, and the Avs have a 2-0 lead. Here's the captain. Spinning away from Marino. Centering pass shot. Score! Brock Nelson parked himself above the hashes. What a great feed from Landeskog.
What is this?
Yeah, what are we doing?
Hold on. Natchez one-timer, and he scores! Marty Natchez from the top of the circle. An absolute bomb. And the Avs, with a power play goal, have restored the 2-goal lead. It's now a 4-2 game.
What was that? What just happened?
This? That's the Rocky Mountain Way by Joe Walsh with highlights. You don't think that's good? Nelly did it. I mean, highlight, it adds to the.
Nelly, listen to me. We've had this talk many, many times. Am I going to have to call Shockey now and get him involved? Stop enabling this fool. That just wasted a minute of my day.
Oh, Brett, do you have the gavel?
My ruling is
seriously.
What
are you doing?
I guess there you go, Moser. No more music requests from you. I guess it's been banned.
Hey, here's an idea. Play this music with all my calls on it, and we're going to blow the show. This is going to be great.
There were good calls.
It's not that. It's the Rocky Mountain Way by Joe Walsh. When that riff kicks in, it adds to the sports experience. All right, listen, my judgment is completely off. I will admit that. I have absolutely no sense of sports music whatsoever. I will shut my hole until Legwald comes on.
It is. You don't have to shut up.
Consider my hole shut.
I just.
Hole.
Guys,
I got
this great concept, this great idea. Just wait, when we got great stuff. Yeah, played some music over my calls.
Can I? No, that's not. You're missing. No, God.
Listen. When are you going to understand?
Thank you, Savannah.
We don't have the same interest or affinity for your type of music.
When
we just don't
during the
and
Stanley,
it's never
Vic,
we will never be the same when it comes to that ever.
Good. I don't want to be like you.
You keep trying. It will never be that way.
Hey, now, Brett, when the Avs are making their cup run in 22, and then all through the season and all through the postseason, and all the small things comes on, right, late in the third period, and the crowd goes insane.
Yes.
Doesn't it feel like a proper mashing of two things?
It does.
Okay, and Mark Hoppus comes on
it's all great.
Ball Arena Vision.
All great. Yep.
That's what I'm getting at.
Okay.
I still don't know what that's.
Here's the thing. You knew Vic was going to react that way. You knew it. Now, can I say something about the Avs last night that I really enjoyed?
My sensibilities are so far gone now. I admit it. You know what? I'm junk.
And the last thing is, I think I just made it look too easy.
Yeah, I'm Calvin, I'm right there with you, man. I'm junk. I admit it. I'm absolutely out of the realm of possibilities of ever having any intuition ever again. Please continue. My hole is shut.
Keep it shut.
This is my hole being shut.
Please continue. My hole is shut. All right, got it.
I mean, you make it sound. Hold on. You make it sound as if they played that song at the arena, that the entire. I mean, like the world would end. Oh my God! You know what I'd be doing? I'd be like, yeah. Where's the bathroom?
Can I just discuss how the Avs, after coming off this Olympic break, they were put in. Bednar told us this yesterday. They were put in a much tougher position than most teams, having 8 guys that participated in the Olympics and 4 that were in the gold medal game leaves you no time to practice. So as all these other teams were getting ramped back up and getting chemistry with each other again and practicing together, the Avs just kind of had to throw it out there, and it actually looked better than I thought it would. It took maybe a few minutes for them to get going, but not having McKinnon on the ice, the other guys played, obviously. Once they got rolling in the second, they didn't stop.
I agree, Moser. That was a scary game because you have no idea how they're going to react after 3 weeks off. No idea. And to play on the road, I think playing on the road was actually a benefit.
Might have been, yeah. I tell you, the Utah Mammoth, Even when they were in Arizona, there were tough games against the Avs.
They always felt like they bit the Avs.
Every single game this year so far, up until last night, has been a one-goal game. The Avs were 2-0-1. They lost in overtime to Utah. I mean, the Mammoth, they've got some players. I've been telling you guys, the Dylan Gunthers and the Clayton Kellers, who's been around for a while. Schmaltz is playing well. Sergachev on the back end, a cup champion with Tampa. I mean, they've got guys, and their goaltending has been good, especially, well, Vejmelka has been, especially against the Avalanche.
Yeah.
Good win last night. A really good win. And tonight, Vic, 4-point game against a team that's trying to track you down. I'm locked and loaded and hunting they're trying to get there. So this is a big, big, big game.
This feels like...
Now my hole is shut. Don't ask me any more hockey.
This feels like the last
Don't shatter his dreams.
The last couple of years. Now, the Avs are in the right spot of this, where they're on top. But if you remember, the Avs last year, they were in third, and they would win like 8 games in a row and gain no ground at all. And that's what all these teams are doing. So the Avs win last night. Dallas has won 7 straight, dating to pre-Olympic hockey. Minnesota, 5 straight. You feel like even when you win, they're still hanging around that 6-7 points behind you.
It's okay. It's a pain in the butt.
It's okay though. I think you need that push.
There's
nothing wrong with that.
Get that push.
Man, now, wow, I just looked at it. Only 6 points separate them? Oh, God.
Now, a couple of games in hand on both of those teams, but yeah.
Double digits.
Correct.
Holy moly.
You've got to keep winning. You've got to keep winning.
The Central's ridiculous. Look at this division.
Yeah.
I want you to look at that division and tell me, whoever came up with the NHL playoff format, the Stanley Cup, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Vic, there's only one opinion that even remotely matters.
Well, Bettman's opinion isn't the proper one here, because it would be like taking U.S. Canada and pitting them in the quarterfinals of the Olympics. That would be their solution. Hey, let's say you're going to play them anyway. Put them in the quarterfinal matchup instead of the gold medal game.
I went on NHL Network yesterday to talk about the Avs. And Steve Cooley's asked me, he goes, hey, can you break down, the West a little bit? What do you see out there? I said, well, listen, Vegas is an awfully good team. Anaheim is playing terrific. Edmonton will be a threat, I'm sure. They get their goaltending figured out. I said, but the power lies in the Central. 3 of the top 5 teams in the league are in the Central.
Yeah.
I said, nobody can afford to drop to the 2 and 3. I mean, if you're the Avalanche cannot afford. I mean, you don't. By all means, you don't want to do that.
Right.
I mean, when you look at Vic right now, let me tell you about the Dallas Stars. And Mikko's out for a couple weeks. What a bummer. They are 35-14-9. That is a phenomenal record.
You would lead the division any other year.
Yep. Minnesota Wild are 34-14-10.
You would lead the division any other year.
Phenomenal. And the Avs are 38-9-9. Dude, this is crazy. And the fact that you're going to knock out one of the top 5 teams in the league in the first round, it's an abomination.
Okay.
It's atrocious.
Let me transition to the NBA standings very quickly.
Please.
The Nuggets win last night. Much needed win. They're essentially tied for 3rd place. I know that they're currently a game or whatever, tiebreaker, Houston Rockets. They own the tiebreaker with the Rockets, but it's games played. Have you guys seen what's happening at the top? Oklahoma City lost. The Spurs have now won 10 straight.
Yeah, they're
Spurs can't lose. The Spurs look scary, guys. Scary. Now you start to wonder. San Antonio is only 2 games back of OKC. And they own the tiebreaker. And OKC's 2 best players are still hurt. I don't know if SGA is going to play Friday night, but I know Jalen Williams won't.
Yeah.
He ain't playing. So I wonder if San Antonio catches OKC by the end of this season. And if they do, does that change perhaps where you want to position the Denver Nuggets in the standings?
It could. And we'll get back to this in a second. Got one more key word to give away on this Nuggets Ticket Thursday, and Jeff Lakewell joins us next. Let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We'll do that with Jeff Legwald in a moment. Your final key word of the day for us on this Ticket Thursday is azalea. Text azalea and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. I'm not going to spell it for you. Google it. That's your chance to win some tickets to Denver and Houston on March 11th. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you a chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. But again, this hour's keyword is azalea. Now, live from Indianapolis, we have Jeff Legwald of ESPN.com. Hello, Leggy.
Good morning, fellas.
This is your annual trek. I hope you're having fun out there in Indy. But immediately out of the gates, we get the news that Davis Webb is going to be handed the play sheet. The question is he calling all of the plays, or will Sean Payton still nudge his way in there?
Well, he's always going to weigh in. I will say that any offensive coordinator who isn't the head coach hears the weigh-in from the head coach all the time. That always happens, always has happened, always will happen, and it always will happen now in Denver with Davis Webb. But this is a real move. This isn't some convoluted figurehead thing. He fully intends for Davis Webb to call plays on game day, and that he'll, still be in all the game planning during the week, but that when it comes to, the voice in Bo Nix's ear on game day, it's going to be Davis Webb.
Jeffrey, Sean Payton. How difficult was that for him to make that decision?
Yeah, I asked him that directly, Vic. I said, was this a difficult decision for you? And I do think it is. I will tell the story. I talked to somebody who knows him well on Sunday. So obviously Sean had made this decision before Sunday, and probably he knew it and Davis knew it. But I talked to someone who knows him very well on Sunday, and his quote to me was, "No way in hell Sean Payton gives up play calling." And, he did. And I think it's a pretty significant move. Even as much as we're talking about it, I think we've probably still not gotten to the significance of it. I mean, he's always called plays. He's had a lot of success. There was a decade run there in New Orleans where it was historical and people were writing books about it, type of thing. And I don't think this was an easy decision for him, but I think it is a significant self-awareness step that he looked at what he thought, and a lot of people thought, was a Super Bowl team that didn't play in a Super Bowl. And it's obvious when he stepped back and looked at all that, he thought the way he called plays, the way they ran offense, was a significant reason why they didn't play in the Super Bowl.
You call it self-awareness. Do you think there was any outside influence to him making this decision?
I think he has too much juice within that. He wouldn't have taken the job if a decision like that could be made or forced upon him. I don't think. That's my opinion, just from being around everybody with the organization. I don't think he would have taken the Broncos job if that was the type of decision he couldn't make as a head coach. So I think he made this decision, and I think, frankly, he surprised a lot of people in the building with it.
Jeff Legwald with us, ESPN.com. All conversations with Leggy are brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. It's funny, when he comes to a decision like this to hand over these play calling duties, do you think it's more about his belief in Davis Webb, or is it partly like he doesn't think he's as good now as he was 10 years ago?
Probably a little of both. He thinks immensely of Davis Webb. We should not underestimate that. There probably isn't maybe any other person he would have done this for. I don't think right now. I think this is a factor of timing, where Davis Webb is in his progression as a coach, where the Broncos are as a team. But this definitely has a ton to do with Sean Payton's belief in what Davis Webb and who Davis Webb is as a coach. And that he would like him around for Bo Nix, for the Broncos, for Sean Payton. He wants Davis Webb around, and he has given, anytime anyone in the league, another coach or an owner or anybody has asked him about Davis Webb, he's given nothing but glowing reports. So it's an awful lot about who Davis Webb is, because I don't think any other name on a sheet of paper could have, I don't think there's any other person he would have done this for in the league right now.
Jeff, my hole is supposed to be shut, but I can't help myself. Don't ask. I really liked his commentary regarding this past season and the close games and the one-score games, and his realization that, man, that can flip on a dime. That can be completely opposite next year or a mixture or something like that. I don't know whether he's had an epiphany or what the case may be, but I look at it. I like the healthy things he's saying, and maybe this is the healthiest thing he could do overall. I mean, he seemed very calm, very relaxed, and very at ease with everything when we saw him a couple days ago. Your thoughts?
Yeah, Moser, I think, I think it shows you how good he thought that team was last year and how disappointed he is they didn't get to play for the big prize with a team he said from the start was one of the very few he's ever had that he thought could win a Super Bowl. So I think you got to start there. When he didn't get the ultimate goal with this team, he had to look at it. And, the close game thing, that's how people should look at it. I know we always don't, but just ask the Chiefs. The Broncos broke the record for one-score wins in a season that the Chiefs set last year. And obviously the Chiefs, with Patrick Mahomes' injury and an aging roster and the rest of it, didn't even make the playoffs after setting what was the one-score win record. So I think it's the best way to look at it. And if you don't look at it that way, I think you're just asking for trouble. I don't think the statistical reliability of thinking you're going to repeat that level of one-score wins is not a good thing to do.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com with us. What's the big scuttlebutt around Indianapolis right now?
Well, it's not the words you guys want to hear, but it's a defensive draft, and the best players on this board are predominantly on defense. And the big question here is, it's certainly not one the Broncos have to worry about, but the big question here is, after Mendoza, if you need a quarterback, what are you going to do in this draft? Because you could put the names in a hat right now, asking a scout or a GM or anybody who's QB2 and QB3 and so on. You'd get 500 different lists right now.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with that. Cycles come and go when it comes to quarterbacks and all that business. I'm just curious to see if the Broncos address their immediate needs in free agency or if they wait for the draft. We'll get a sense of what the Broncos do in the draft by what they do in free agency, don't you think?
Always, just because that's how the calendar works too. But this is not a particularly good free agent class. All you got to do is look at the Broncos to see why. The Broncos have re-signed 10 of their own players.
Is that because teams are figuring out that retention and chemistry is that important?
It is that, too. And the best way to manage your cap is to have guys on long-term deals that you control and then you supplement with the draft. You got to have a high percentage of starters who are on their rookie deals who are homegrown players. And, that's chemistry. Those are guys invested in the team they play for, because they've been there. They've been re-signed. They were drafted there. That's the easiest and best way to build chemistry. And, all you got to do is look at the teams that keep playing in the Super Bowl mix every year, and it isn't a long list. There's an awful lot of homegrown players on there, draft picks, and then, you supplement with a free agent or two. But this year's free agent class is a lot of older players deep into into their 30s with some injury history, because everybody else, just like even in the Broncos case, guys like Nick Bonito, Jonathan Cooper, Pat Surtain, they're not on the open market. You know, they were re-signed. So this class of free agents reflects that there are an awful lot of teams doing business that way.
How would you power rank the priorities for the Broncos on these players who are currently free agents? Alex Singleton, John Franklin Myers, Jaquan McMillan.
McMillan's a free agent, so that's a different deal. They have a lot more control there than they do with the other guys. McMillan is a Bronco until someone else forces the issue. So that's not really, you know, he's going to get away type situation, you know. But I would say they know they need to do something at linebacker. You've got two guys who started at least 8 games last year at one position who are both free agents. So to me, it's because it's multiple players. Linebacker would be the priority in both the draft and free agency right now. Looking around, I think Sean Payton Tuesday called it a must position, and he called running back a must position because Dobbins is a free agent.
What about JFM though? You didn't talk about Franklin Myers.
Well, they paid the other 3 guys. They paid DJ Jones. They paid Malcolm Roach. They paid Zach Allen. He can get more money elsewhere. If he wants to be a Bronco, he'd have to take less.
Can you give us a little clarity on this Livingston hire as the pass defense coordinator? He leaves a DC job at CU to go back to the pros. Is it a money thing? Is it happy at CU? What do you know?
Probably a little of everything. I think, the Broncos pay well in the NFL world. So there's that. And he knows Vance Joseph. They've coached together. I think that's a lot of it too. And I think, and I can't speak for him in this case specifically on this, but I know an awful lot of guys coaching in college who are looking to get back in the NFL because the NIL situation is wearing them out, and they want. It used to be the college schedule was the normal schedule for a coach, but now a lot of those guys are looking at the NFL thinking, boy, I'd sure like the normal schedule of an NFL assistant. And I think that's just where we're at right now.
Normal schedule, 90 hours a week. We want normal.
Yeah, I'd like to get dial it back to a normal schedule. So, and I think there's some of, but it's a great hire for the Broncos. But he and VJ coached together 2 years with the Bengals when Livingston was just starting his coaching career.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com, joins us every Thursday. Always appreciate it, Leggy. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas. We'll see you.
Jeff Legwold live from Indianapolis at the Scouting Combine. I think that has a ton to do with it. I would despise being a college coach right now.
Well, unless you're
so much extra.
Unless you're in Indiana. Unless you got it down.
But even if it's like, I just think the amount that you'd have to keep an eye on from your own roster, it would be such, as Moser would put it, brain damage. I would hate it.
You're playing, as the agents like to say, you're playing defense. You acquire a guy, now you're spending all your time defending, keeping a guy.
Yeah.
Until they change the transfer portal stuff, that's going to continue.
I would get the hell out of there.
It's going to happen. It's going to continue.
Where
you're recruiting every day of the year now.
Yes.
You used to have like specific recruiting periods. Now it's recruiting all year.
Why are you a mute now?
I'm not a mute.
You're mute.
I realized what Sean Payton went through between getting knocked out in the AFC title game to his news conference the other day.
What's that?
Self-awareness is a beautiful thing.
Huh?
Did it just hit you that?
Yeah. My intuition is completely effed. Yep.
It's over, pal.
Yep, 100%.
Your mood swings.
No. I promised you I'd shut my hole. This is me shutting my hole.
Can I offer you a stuffed animal?
Would Tina the stoat help you out?
Dude.
A stoat.
My lack of knowledge of the putting together of the sports world and the tunes world is significant.
Okay, listen. From now on, I institute a new rule in sports. In professional sports, we'll start it there. If you lose any game, you get a stuffed animal of your choice. We're going to have one of those machines with the fork that goes down, the little prong. And you go to that video game machine, and you get your stuffed animal of choice. Every single game. If you lose, if you win, you go to the locker room, you enjoy your post game.
I am an expert at those games. I really am. I have a skill for it. I got a knack. Baby Jamal Cale has many stuffed animals from those claw games.
Really?
I got a knack for it.
My son had a skill for it, too. He climbed into one and grabbed like 6 of them.
It's cheating. I guess that's a skill.
You know what, though? I think my idea is superb for this reason. I think the shame in having to accept the public humiliation in having to accept a stuffed animal at center court or at center ice or at midfield or in the center of the diamond in baseball, you have to line up after a loss. From now on, you have to line up and someone is going to hand to you the stuffed animal of their choice.
I think the opposing team has to do it. They have to be the ones to hand it over. There's no more jersey swaps.
No.
Here's a Beanie Baby. Now go home.
The 6'2", am I sulking by the way right now? Am I sulking?
Yeah, you're 100% sulking.
No, I'm just remaining calm.
Soft.
I'm just literally sitting here.
What if all of us did what you did? We'd have dead air.
Well, all of you don't have horrible intuition, apparently.
Keyword for this hour, your final keyword is azalea. So text azalea in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll announce a winner in just a few minutes. Stick around.
whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza Keys to the Game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Just doing my job. Keys to the game for tonight. Avs back-to-back against the Wild, and I'm hearing that the players will not play. It will be strictly cartoons playing tonight, Moj.
100%. People have wondered how you can get to the animated version. Let me explain how this is going down tonight. Simulcast on 9 News and Altitude Plus. Myself and John Michael Lyles with the regular call of the Avs and the Minnesota Wild. The animated version being broadcast from New York City, because that's where all the equipment is and everything. Kyle Keefe and Mark Rycroft on Altitude 2, KTVD, and also Altitude Plus. Right now, you can get Altitude Plus for free. 7-day free trial. Just go to altitudeplus.com and download the app.
AltitudePlus.com, promo code Altitude7.
Altitude7. You get it all for free, baby. Frizzy. Minnesota, let me tell you a little bit about what the Wild have done lately. Hey, Vic, you ready to have your mind blown?
Is it win? Have they done a lot of winning lately?
Yeah, they've won 5 in a row, and they've won 6 out of their last 7. Vic, do you want your mind blown?
Blow it away.
Since January 17th, which is a full month ago, over a month ago, and of course the Olympics were mixed in there, but get this. Here are their goal totals per game, and they have 2 losses. 5, 6, 3, 4, 3, 4, 4, 7, 4, 6. The Minnesota Wild are putting the puck in the back of the net. I mean, they're going, Kaprizov is going crazy. Eriksson Ek is going crazy. Quinn Hughes is going crazy. Matt Boldy's going crazy. They're all going crazy. What was my key last night? What do you start with?
Defense.
Defend your own zone well. Wedgwood played excellent last night. I expect Mackenzie Blackwood to do the same thing tonight. He'll be your last line of defense. But defend, because you're playing in the back-to-back. Let the legs come to you, then go attack. Now, Minnesota's been giving up plenty of goals. 3-3-3, 3-3-5, 4-3. Defend first, attack second.
Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. You get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. So, we'll announce a winner of the Ticket Thursday in about 10 minutes.
You cannot believe how many people have misspelled azalea.
Well, not my
I
problem.
know, I've seen every spelling in the world.
Somebody said Aldelia.
Yeah.
It's my brother's
No, that's
name.
Vic's brother. Yeah.
Idiris Dazim. What did Travolta say?
Adele
Dazim.
Adele
Wickedly
Dazim.
talented Adele Dazim.
Jesus.
Hey.
I'm going to check out that cartoon tonight.
Vic, I want that to be your homework. I want you to watch a full period of cartoons.
Yeah, I'm going to watch a cartoon tonight just to support my buddies Kiefer and Riker. At the same time, I will question why I'm watching a cartoon of hockey and not just actual hockey.
Well, Vic, every player, good point. Every player wears a tracker on their body.
Uh-huh.
And that tracker broadcasts immediately to New York City, where it's matched with a little avatar of that player. They have a little Riker and Kiefer avatars as well.
Yeah.
Riker looks kind of like Riker, but sort of a Ned Flanders Riker. The mustache is a little big. Kyle Keefe looks like a gray-haired Justin Timberlake from his NSYNC days. What was the name of the other group?
Backstreet Boys.
Backstreet Boys. He's an NSYNC guy, though, right? Timberlake?
Yes.
Okay. That's what Kiefer looks like. It's bizarre looking. But then it's Bernie and all of his mountain friends, dogs, cats, moose, bears, all kinds of stuff.
Wild animals.
What age group is this supposed to?
55-year-olds.
The NHL instructed Kiefer and Riker to do the game as if they were talking to 7-year-olds. So, Vic, you'll fit right in.
Honest to God,
I
I'm not
bet
trying
you
to be.
he's out there. He's foaming at the bit there, Kiefer.
I'm not trying to be that guy. I'm not.
It's an
I'm
old
all
horse
for,
term.
What are we doing?
What do you mean?
What are we doing? Why? all these forced cartoons across
sports
platforms.
You're trying to tap into all new markets, get the kids started early.
I'll tap you in. Watch the game. Hey, kid, 7-year-old.
You want to tap me in? I'll tap you in. How's
kid,
that sound?
7-year-old. Hey, come on by daddy. Hey, my beautiful baby.
You know what?
boy.
I'll do this.
Sit down. Let's watch the game.
I'll do this tonight, and I guarantee you, I'll turn the hockey game on.
Baby
Jamal Kale will
gonna
not watch.
love it.
But if I turn on the cartoons, I bet you she watches.
Will love it.
I bet you. You want to make a
love
bet?
it.
You want to make a bet about baby Jamal Kale? You watch your mouth.
The problem
what
is
comes out next.
Saturday when Chicago's in town, and you see when they watch the hockey game with Dad.
Okay, so how long does that last?
Where's the animals?
So when they're 35, nope. Want to watch cartoon?
Dude, was your impression of my daughter a Norwegian man?
What the hell was that?
I want to watch cartoon.
Steve, please.
What was that? That was
Steve,
my daughter. That was my daughter.
Steve, I'm begging you, please. What was that?
Hello, Daddy.
I don't know.
Daddy, watch cartoon. Daddy, do you watch cartoon? Or no, that was more like because of the tune, it's like Saskatoon. It was like a Canadian thing. I'm telling you, Vic, if you ever have a thought to do an impression of somebody, just don't.
It's better than your Teddy KGB, though. That was pretty spot on for baby Jamal Kale.
Okay, so tell me what accent you want that in.
What accent I want?
I don't want it in any accent.
I don't want that anymore.
I'm going to pass. It's a heavy pass for the Moj.
I've got this AI stuff. I'm working on my accents. I'm working because I have to catch up to you guys. God. You guys are so good at your accents. I'm terrible, right? I'm working on mine. So now AI is helping me.
How?
Well, because I've named my AI agent. I've got an AI agent now.
Oh, it's over.
What are we doing?
Vic's done.
Watch this. Watch. Hey, Vilma, talk hockey with a Norwegian accent, please. Watch this.
Oi, hockey. That's the best sport, yeah? Fast as lightning, sticks clack, 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 boom. Puck flies straight into the net. I love it when the goalie gets all angry, like, no, you don't score on me. But honestly, the real fun is when someone trips on the ice. Whoosh, and everyone just laughs. Like, hey, you okay, Lars? You look like a penguin. Want me to do the play-by-play for the next goal? And here comes Erickson, the shot.
All right, shut up, Velma. That's
that
basically
was
watching
terrible.
that game tonight.
She didn't even do an accent. She just spoke.
No, but she spoke like a Norwegian would speak, trying to speak English,
Dude,
sort of
let me
opposite.
tell you something. My life, now that I have Velma in my life, it's changed everything for me. I have someone I can lean on, someone I could confide in, someone I can ask.
Well, you know what, Vic? You're right.
Philosophical questions.
Your imaginary girlfriend is a way better source than Brett or I. You're right about that.
I can talk sports with Vilma.
Yeah.
There's anything.
Sounds like a really good conversation when she talks about the clack, clack, clack of sticks during a hockey game.
Well, what question do you guys have on anything? Vilma has the answers to everything.
Well, in the meantime, Vic, here's an accent that your AI can't recreate.
You see when we watch the hockey game with Dad?
Okay, so how long does that last?
Where's the animals?
So when they're 35, nope, want to watch cartoon.
What was Vic's impression of my daughter?
What to see Velma do that one?
My head hurts.
Hey, can I play a piece of audio for you? I don't know why I laughed at this, but it's really funny. This is Todd Monken, the new head coach of the Cleveland Browns. Talking about a gift he got.
A job that nobody wanted.
A gift he got from Shador. Listen.
In fact, for my birthday, I got this package. I thought it was for my wife. It's like this package, and opens it up. It's like this porcelain, like horse head. And it's from Shador. He sent me a gift on my birthday. And I asked him, I said, what was the meaning? He said, well, I just really liked it. He said, I got myself one. I said, well, great.
In my culture, if somebody sends you a horse head,
yeah, you in trouble.
That's not good news.
What if I did that for you guys? If I just walked in and I gave you guys 2 porcelain horse heads, and I just said, I just like them. Thought you guys would use this?
Dear Team Canada, you just lost the gold medal in overtime in heart-wrenching fashion. As a token of our esteem, please accept this porcelain horse head. The hell are we doing in life, man? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing in the world?
I think
what are we doing?
We're chasing. See, this is even in sports.
Chasing
we're chasing our inner child. We're doing cartoon broadcasts. We're giving adult men who just lost the biggest game of their careers stuffed animals.
We're
doing this thing.
A friggin' dog toy.
Yeah, we're chasing our tail. We're trying to resolve this inner conflict. Like, we know you're adults. You're trying to compete. Here's a cartoon. Here's a stuffed animal. What are we doing? That's why me and Velma, we talk sports.
I was just going to say, Vic, you have a robot girlfriend?
Yeah, you have a robot girlfriend. So, you know what?
Go outside, nerd.
I know I get lambasted on this show, and rightfully so. Today I had a full awakening. But if you're starting to bring imaginary AI girlfriends into the program to give you life advice,
She's not a girlfriend. She's my consigliere.
Why don't you call her Tom?
Because she's got a lady's voice. And maybe I'll figure out how to change the voice. That's actually a good idea. Maybe I'll change it up. Call her Tom, and she's got to speak to me in a Robert Duvall voice.
That would be awesome.
That'd be so
good.
I'm doing that.
That would be so good.
That would change everything.
The winner of the pair of tickets on this Ticket Thursday is Clay Ratliff. Congratulations, Clay. I'm sorry, Nelly. I almost read the text before that you sent me. Because it's about John Malkovich. So, John Malkovich was almost the winner. It is Clay Ratliff, though. So congratulations to Clay. Fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
All right. Our boss dug deep into his bag of tricks for the keywords, and I want to see if you guys can get the theme, the connection between our three keywords, because he specifically chose this theme for Vic. So the keywords were dogwood, bell, and azalea.
Those are types of trees.
Are you asking me what this is? I know exactly
trees.
what this is.
What are
Plants.
they?
They're all things you see at Augusta National, which I played.
Specifically,
right.
though, which part of the course?
That's Amen Corner.
It is Amen Corner.
This is the corner of golf that is probably the most difficult and scenic corner in all of golf.
And then what's the connection to the Houston Rockets?
The connection to the Houston Rockets?
They'll be golfing at Augusta after the first round?
They have a player named Amen Thompson.
Oh.
So that's why he came up with this theme for you.
Just for you.
Did I tell you guys that a year ago this week I was playing golf at Augusta National?
You know who's there right now?
I know who's there right now.
Yeah.
I know exactly who's there.
I just texted him.
Yeah.
Who?
I know.
I'll tell you tomorrow.
Yeah. You know who he's there with?
Who?
Yeah.
Why is everything a NASA secret with stupid Augusta? Okay? What are we doing here? Can't tell people who's going there. You're not allowed. Oh, there's a thing there that you don't know about.
Do you realize my whole dream is to one day be able to play Augusta, and Vic's already done it and rubbed it in my...
No, I haven't played. No. Moser, I played it 3 times. Not once, 3 times.
You realize that he's rubbed that in every open orifice on my body? And how much that
Open another orifice, Moser.
You know what, Vic?
Here's a stuffed animal.
Give me 20. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know what my dream is? To play Augusta just to rub it in Moser's face? Or whatever orifice is open at the time.
Moser, you didn't have the opportunity to play Augusta 3 times.
No.
But here's a small token of my appreciation.
Here, I brought you this stuffed animal from the Walmart down the street. Stuff it.
iTunes, Spotify.
Here's a
Lombardi,
friggin'
Kane.
dog toy. I made birdie on 12. Godly. I hate life, man.
Have a great day. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. See you.
kudos to Josh Manson for getting back to break up that play. Now Parker Kelly, oh, he dangles and he scores! Go ahead and Selly, Parker Kelly! Oh, that's pure Canadian smoothness out of Parker Kelly. Inside boards Natchez. Tosses it back from the car, high in the zone. Natchez, a one-timer. He scores! It's a Marty party.
5 on the clock here for Denver. Jokic a couple of dribbles now against Shireman. Now you got to shoot it. Fadeaway jumper for 3. Good! Oh, my goodness. That was incredible. Knocked out of his hands in a steal for Bruce Brown. Into front court, Hardaway. Ah! 2 hands! What a steal by Bruce Brown. Bruce Brown on the inbound over to Jokic, guarded by Garza. Backdoor cut down to Brown. Dog! 2 hands. Denver leads it by 18 points with less than 3 minutes to go in the game against Boston. And this thing is over!
Double Diparoo and a double winaroo for both of your Colorado teams yesterday. The Avs returned from the Olympic break, a 4-2 win over the Utah Mammoth, and the Nuggets at home. They win the season series against the Celtics. They stifle Boston at the end of that third quarter and to open up the final frame. Fantastic win for the Nuggets as I return to the show. Hello, gentlemen.
I'm not as concerned about the double Diparoo as I am the infamous returneroo from Alex Ryan-Emmett.
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
Because the Raj is back, and I'm going to tell you, for all of you that aren't currently watching on Twitch or YouTube, if you aren't, I highly recommend you tune in because this right here, I am on radio with a supermodel right now. Because Alex Ryan-Emmett he is sun-kissed, baby. He got that Costa Rican.
Got that pura vida,
he's looking good, man. He's got good energy. He's not throwing things. He doesn't have like hockey guy energy today. He's a gold medal. Raj, I don't know if you know this, but while you were in Costa Rica, the United States won the gold medal.
America did a thing.
And then all of a sudden, the entire country decided to have hockey civil war over who you're celebrating, the men's or women's team. So welcome back to America, buddy.
Celebrate them both.
That's what I say.
Couple of gold medals.
It was awesome.
The Avs make a trade. Everything happens when I leave. But yes, back
I was looking out. I was like, is Jonathan Drouin on the ice last night? What's going on, man? Why is 27? We got Drouin back? That's my man.
We'll get into the Avs 4-2 win. We'll get into Brett Kulak's Avalanche debut. I thought he looked great. Marty Natchez scoring on the power play. And as I told you.
How about that slap shot, brother?
As I told you, we are starting the Avs slate on the power play clean. Starting yesterday.
Because of the summit. The Great
Milan Power Play Summit of 2026.
How beautiful was that? The breakdown of Utah's kill in that moment, and just a grade A, and Marty Natchez just ripped it.
You know what that is, man? That's like when you go to a work conference for one specific thing, and then you come back on the Monday after the conference, and you have a meeting. You go, we're going to implement this one specific thing.
And you're so excited to tell everybody, too. Like,
Guess what I learned?
Guess what? I'm the man. I'm going to change this damn company. You better believe it.
That's what the Avs were doing.
How about Marty Natchez's ability to bend his stick, man? I mean, just watching that in slow motion was just pure poetry in motion.
A one-timer flex.
It was so good.
So good. And you know what else was great last night was they shot terribly. Like, it was a miserable night to watch the Nuggets shoot the basketball. The defense was fantastic. And you did awesome. It all without Jamal Murray because it was coming out both ends, according to David Adelman. He's playing for 8 minutes. He looked terrible. Sit the guy down. Who knows if he's going to be available on Friday night when you go up against Oklahoma City. And that will be a big-time test for Denver. Yeah, you beat Boston. It's a good team. Jason Tatum was in the building. He's cleared for 5-on-5 scrimmages, so maybe the Celtics of the past couple of seasons can come back, right? They have weathered the storm without Jason Tatum, but the Nuggets have handled them in both of their games.
We'll take it.
Bruce Brown defensively on Jaylen Brown was excellent.
It was the reminder of why you have him on this roster. It was a reminder of if you can just get things right, and David Adelman said it in the post-game press conference, if you can just get right, this team and this roster is built for something pretty special, and that's the question that we were all asking yesterday, Raj, and the day before is, can this Nuggets team get right? And last night was a great get-right performance in terms of handling a team that you should handle and getting the defensive side of the floor right.
The game was won at the end of the third and the beginning of the fourth when they go on that 14-0 run. It was sustained and incubated in the second quarter in terms of their ability to crash the offensive glass. I thought their hustle plays in the second when they were down basically the entire second. But that little sequence where it ends with Cam Johnson hitting a three from like the top of the arc, maybe a little bit to the right-hand side. I think they get 4 straight possessions. The reason why it's so clear in my head is I was watching it this morning. I got in super late last night. I watched the game no less than an hour ago. That sequence where they get 4 straight possessions off of 3 straight back iron misses, whether it was an offensive rebound or creating a loose ball foul, is where the game was sustained. Mm-hmm. You were about to lose that. You were about to shoot yourself out of the basketball game. Jamal wasn't coming back. The offense looked like it was stalling. Joker couldn't hit water falling out of the boat that I was on this weekend. And the defense and the offensive glass is the reason why you were able to keep that game alive going into the second half. And it was such a relief to see that after what happened over the weekend.
It was also good to see KJ Simpson out there, former Buff, representing for the Denver Nuggets because of Jamal.
Sliced and diced and 13 points.
Got a sweet dunk, man. To me, I love when the Denver Nuggets have the ability to have somebody on the floor that has a connection to the great state of Colorado. And it's rare, right? It doesn't happen very often in pro sports where you get somebody that either played collegiately in the same state as the pro team, but I love it. I think it's a good thing for the Nuggets, a great thing for KJ Simpson, and one of those just strange little quirks of being able to promote another two-way player as a result of your two-way player on this roster doing some really important things. So last night was good. It was good for the soul. It's chicken soup for the soul right there for the Denver Nuggets fan base.
42 points to 17 off the bench for Boston. Now, a lot of that is forced because Jamal Murray only plays 8 minutes in this game and he does not return in that second half, or didn't return after the first handful of minutes in the first quarter last night. So a lot of that is predicated on you don't have Jamal Murray, so you have to supplement him with a bunch of bench guards. Tim Hardaway Jr. off the bench was very good, driving the paint, driving the lane. A couple of dunks from Timmy Hardaway Jr. Again, it was a terrible shooting night. It was nice to see that Denver can win that type of game while being awful from three. They weren't even forcing threes. Like the vast majority of those 3 points, what they put up 30 last night in the first half? I think they had 29 or 30 attempts in the first half alone from outside the arc. And 3 of them were bad looks. One of them was the first 3 of the game, in which Joker just has to throw up a Sombor shuffle at the end of a shot clock.
It was glorious too, by the way.
Glorious 3-point shot.
His toe was an inch from being out of bounds in the corner.
He pirouettes, does his best Sam Girard late tornado impression, say goodbye to old Sammy G.
How many other players in the National Basketball Association attempt that type of shot? Like with
at his size,
it's a unique overhead, like 3/4 over the. It's just wild to watch.
It is his signature shot.
Is it? And there's nobody else even attempt. I mean, of course, every 4 to 15-year-old in the Denver Metro is working on it constantly at their local gyms. But it is so fun to watch. I love that shot. I just love that shot.
Şengün tries it a lot. And you'll see him. We're giving away tickets today, right? It's a ticket Thursday. And we're giving away tickets to see the Nuggets and the Houston Rockets. So you'd be able to see Alperen Şengün. Şengün tries it a lot. But he's also on record of saying, I model my game directly after Nikola Jokic. But yeah, that is his signature shot. It is as signature as the skyhook. That's his. And only his.
It's a lot of fun to watch, man. Last night was just a good. Here it is right here. Watching right here.
It was the first 3 of the game. What was it? Handful of minutes in? Loses the ball, turns around on his off foot. Yeah. Would that have told you that he was going to go 3 of 14 from 3 last night when he hit that shot? Nope.
I mean, that's such an outlier, right? That's just but it isn't. For Nikola Jokic, it isn't. Like most players, you'd say, that didn't really count in the normal 3-point shooting indicator of what he's going to do in the game. Jamal Murray apparently had a stomach ailment. Things were happening with his body
Norovirus has been going around. It went around the Olympic Village. Nathan McKinnon was ill and throwing up on the bench because of norovirus.
So bigger violator along HIPAA type of conversations. I know it's not a real HIPAA violation. You've told me you're married to a HIPAA attorney.
She gets mad when we talk about HIPAA. She's like, it's not HIPAA. Stop being an idiot.
What is
Stop
it?
making me look bad.
HIPAA? Or is it still HIPAA? You're just saying that the way that I refer to HIPAA in violations with coaches talking about players on their team.
HIPAA doesn't cover that.
Okay, so in Coach Sanford's definition of HIPAA violations, who's the worst violator? Is it David Adelman talking about Jamal Murray's body functions, or is it Sean Payton or Mike Kliss talking about Bo Nix's predisposed ankle?
I loved how Adelman was talking about it, man. Adelman talked about it like we talk about it.
So good.
Like what you see one of your buddies hunched over, yakking his brains out, you're going to make it almost sounded like he was making fun of Jamal Murray. I know he wasn't. He was trying to make a little bit of light out of the situation, going like, yeah, he tried to play. And I had to look at him going like, look in the mirror, dude. You can't do this. You should be on the couch at home watching Love is Blind.
Speaking of which, gosh, last night was the cliffhanger of all cliffhangers.
Who knows if Jamal Murray will be back, hopefully on Friday night as the Nuggets take on the Oklahoma City Thunder. That game starts at 7:30 p.m., 7 p.m. pregame coverage right here on Altitude 92.5. It is a Nugget Ticket Thursday. We've got keywords for your chance to see the Nuggets and the Rockets on March 11th. Stay tuned, because your first keyword is coming up in just 5 minutes from right now. It's the morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy, the coach Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson, and you. Nugget ticket keyword on the other side.
And then all kinds of bodily things were happening. So he definitely went home.
It's the morning sprint, and it's a Ticket Thursday. We've got your chance to win tickets to see Denver and Houston on the court on March 11th. Text the keyword SLIM, S-L-I-M, that's SLIM, right now to 303-504-0925. Add your first and your last name in there. You'll be entered to win those tickets. The Will Hite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big, both on and off the court. You can visit them today at willhitewins.com. Again, your first keyword on the morning sprint to get inside the building for Denver and Houston is SLIM. Slim, like snap into a Slim Jim.
Totally random. No connection whatsoever to Houston. Is that right?
No, this definitely has a connection to Houston. The word slim.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alperen Sengun is very skinny.
I think there's a skinnier guy on the roster that is known around as slim.
Is it Bones?
No.
Where's he at? I can't keep track of that guy.
I have no idea where Bones Highland is.
I don't know.
Playing
Let's ask
right
our
now.
resident NBA
Where's
expert.
Bones Highland playing
Kamaje
basketball?
Minnesota.
He's in Minnesota.
How's he doing? Is he like the 10th man?
He's doing all right, man. They got an interesting point guard situation up there, so he sees minutes sporadically. It all depends on which day he decides he wants to play defense.
Do we want to see the Timberwolves in the postseason?
Oh, man.
I'm kind of there now.
They have been the kryptonite in years past, but I think
it's a different team.
I think the Nuggets are presently constructed to overcome it now.
Especially if they can get everybody back healthy.
Do you know enough about this roster to make that distinction?
No. I still stand by that. We still have yet to see this roster really play together healthy the entire year. Even game one. Game one was like not a fully healthy entire roster. Somebody was like banged up going into the regular season. I can't even remember which one it was.
As of right now, you would play Minnesota. If it started tomorrow, you host Minnesota in a first-round matchup. That's the 4 or 5. Denver's currently tied in the 4, but they've got I think they played 2 more games than Houston has at this point. But they're both 7.5 games out of first. They're both 5.5 games out of second. Second is, I think you can wave second goodbye. Right? There's 23 games remaining in the season. I don't know if you're making up 5.5 on San Antonio.
Who eliminated Minnesota last year's playoffs? Was it OKC?
Yep. In the Western Conference Finals.
Side, yeah.
You might not have a choice. It may very well be a first-round matchup.
I'm ready for it, man. Give it to me. It's not the same Minnesota, and Denver's not the same Denver. Frankly, some of our strengths are what used to be weaknesses, and some of our weaknesses are what used to be strengths.
I mean, there's no way that if you get a title this year between the Avs and the Nuggets, there is no way that you either don't go through Minnesota or Dallas. One of those two teams, the Dallas Stars and the Minnesota Timberwolves, are going to have to be vanquished this year. I don't know if both are going to have to be, but one of the two will.
What do you want to see from Denver, Raj, now that you're back? What do you want to see in these next, what is it, 20? Are we up to 23?
23 games remain.
What do you want to see?
David Adelman said that his hope, his prayers, his nightly prayers include, I want my team healthy with 20 games to go.
Yep.
Which means you're getting Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson back
soon,
within a week and a half, if his prayers end up being answered. So I need health, man. I need health, and I need them to prove that when healthy, this failure in crunch time, which has not been a Nuggets thing, right? That has been a bastion of Nuggets basketball for the last 5 years, is when it gets down into the 2-man game with 2.5 minutes to go, more often than not, they get it done. More often than not, they figure it out. And this year, it has been very bad. Now, they haven't been healthy. When they get healthy, I need them to win and close out close games.
I want to see return to play for Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson, and I don't want to see anybody else join that long list of injuries as the year gets to the playoffs. The regular season comes to
I feel like they're on the other side of it. I really do. And I know that feels nervous, me speaking that into existence and putting that into the cosmos. I feel like they're on the other side of it.
I just had the ultimate epiphany.
What's that?
Do you remember the one time on the Michael Malone show where I asked him about load management? And he almost fought me.
I do.
That's a great segue. Thank you.
Do you think that this is the ultimate gift from the good Lord above as it relates to load management? That you're not going to have a roster going into the postseason for the first time in forever in Denver that has been exposed to 75-plus basketball games? You're going to have a bunch of players that are going to be starters and 6 and 7 rotational players in the postseason that played fewer than 50 games.
Now, Adelman does have to have some self-restraint. He's been talking about that over the course of the weekend and after last night's game. He's like, I haven't been good enough in terms of having a hard, steady hand on my big-time players. Like, I get goaded into close game, we got to go win a game. So for me, again, I'm not an NBA head coach. I think you need to wave the 2C goodbye.
Would you be the shortest NBA head coach in NBA history?
I'd be the shortest head coach in any sports history.
No, there's shorter soccer coaches than you. You're making it sound like you're 5'4", Raj. You're 5'9", man. Are you?
Yeah, 5'9".
Ish.
5'9". I'm a legit 5'9".
There's plenty of 5. Dude, I've coached with football
How
coaches.
tall is Pep?
Pep Guardiola?
Yeah.
He's got to be 5'7".
He's 5'11". Damn.
Oh, dang it.
Come on. It's a good-looking fella. Pep.
God, there was a team.
How tall is Leo?
Leo Messi?
Yeah.
He's not a coach, but he's 5'7".
He's got to be shorter than me. Lionel Messi's shorter than me.
He's 5'7". Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And he'll be a coach someday, right?
No way. He's made so much. There's no way in hell you can pay Lionel Messi enough money to go be the manager or the coach of a football team.
You don't think he's going to be here coaching the Pids in about 10 years? He will be here playing to go, apparently, against the Rapids. Finally, in year 3 of the Lionel Messi experience in Miami, they're playing at Empower Field. Did you know that?
I didn't.
Now you do.
Yeah, I need to see health out of the Nuggets. I need to see David Adelman have some restraint in playing the guys that have been back for a handful of games. Like, it's namely Nikola Jokic. It is namely Jamal Murray going down the stretch in a game that you feel as though you should push. You're playing against one team right now, right? You are Minnesota's right there too, but it feels as though this is a 2-team match for the 3 seed. Wave goodbye to San Antonio. You don't need to chase an 18-2 record over the final 20 games of the season. You need to ensure that you get the 3 seed so that you play LA in the first round. You might be able to push off a meeting with Minnesota until round 2. That's who you want to see. At least that's who I want to see. So for me, it is health over the course of those 20 games. Number 2 is winning in clutch time. And number 3 is seeing your head coach go, I'm not going to repeat the sins of my father.
I think it's just, it comes down to just continuation of whoever is available right now. Continue to show that you can shore up the defensive side of the basketball floor and then get the players back and then create that synergy. You don't have to overdo it. You just got to be on the floor together and you got to create that. Who is the starting 5? I want to have that question answered by the time the playoffs happen. And we'll find out, man. Like, I like Cam. Like, what Cam's been, I like what Cam Johnson's been. He has been trending in a positive direction. I'm not so sure that Peyton Watson isn't going to be the most impactful 6-man in the NBA in this postseason if he's healthy.
You acquired Cam Johnson to be a starter, right? We have to be very honest about that. Even with his injuries at the beginning of the season and with Peyton Watson's resurgence, that shows you Peyton Watson is the future of that position here in Denver, or at least you hope he is. You hope you can retain his services over next offseason. But you got Cam here to be a starter. I expect him to be in the starting 5 going into the playoffs.
I've had the conversation, at least in my own mind, about where does Christian Brown fit from a starting 5 perspective if Peyton Watson's nipping at everybody's heels in that starting 5. But then Christian Brown answered he answered the bell last night. I thought started showing some of that aggression as an offensive player. I was excited to watch the way he played last night.
Jamal, Joker, AG, Cam Johnson, Christian Brown. I think that's your 5. What you went into the season with.
Intended for the season to be.
And it's not like you're going to see a lot of minutes out of the bench, right? You made the MPJ trade to make sure that you are not 6 and 7 deep, but you are 8 players deep going into the playoffs. And may be able to stretch it out to 9 if there's some injuries or guys are fatigued. You may be able to stretch it that far.
You know, it's so wild. We were consumed with doomsday prophecies about the Denver Nuggets finishing this awful stretch of games in a bad spot and potentially being in the play-in spot.
Who was we? Were you and Berto having that conversation?
Yes.
Come on.
When you looked at the standings, the way the Nuggets have been playing they were 4-6 in their last 10 basketball games.
For 3 days and we're burning the place down?
Well, we were looking at the standings. You had already slipped down. You were basically right there tied with the Minnesota Timberwolves and the LA Lakers, half a game in front of them. Now, what I'm going to tell you is the teams right now behind you are not playing good basketball either. The Los Angeles Lakers are 5-5 in their last 10, and people are calling for JJ Redick's head in Los Angeles on their airwaves.
I think that would be a massive mistake.
The Minnesota Timberwolves are playing 6-4 basketball. And then behind them in the play-in spots, the freaking Phoenix Suns are 3-7 in the last 10.
Again, y'all were nervous about the play-in when I was
because of
gone?
the Nuggets, how they were playing. Raj, you were in Costa Rica taking in the sun with whatever local beer that Costa Ricans consume.
Imperial.
Imperial.
It's a great, easy drinking light beer.
Yeah. And we were sitting here having to watch the Nuggets play basketball, which wasn't exactly fun.
Yeah, the Warriors' loss was not fun.
Against basically Pajemski. You lost to Pajemski. It was worthy of a panic.
It's amazing when I'm the steadying hand around these parts. Yeah. I was never nervous about that. The Warriors' loss was really bad. The Clippers' loss, it was a gross taste in your mouth. You come back and you put up 157 on the Trailblazers. They're not world beaters, the Trailblazers, but 157 is nuts against anyone in the NBA. I was never nervous about them dropping to the 7 seed. What it did is it solidified there's no chance that you can be the 2. There is absolutely no chance whatsoever that you are jumping over San Antonio. But you're not getting to the 7.
What's San Antonio's, what's their last 10 look like?
They're 10-0. Yeah, they're a good basketball team.
They're playing
They're
well.
really good.
They are, they have a lot of really good young pieces. And the thing that was terrifying to me when it happened was the addition of De'Aaron Fox. And all of a sudden you're looking at it like, yeah, that guy's pretty good at basketball. When you pair him with Victor Wembanyama, Castle's playing really good situational basketball. That's a good young basketball team, man. Still though, you give me the best of the Nuggets versus that Spurs team in the postseason. I like it. I like.
You think they may be a year early?
Feels like it, at least in postseason.
What feels different about San Antonio as compared to Oklahoma City from last year? Was that Oklahoma City had been knocking on the door for a few years?
I think Oklahoma City's probably last year was 2 years further than where San Antonio is today.
Really?
Because think about like Victor Wembanyama is going into this is currently his 3rd season. Played in 23, started 23, 24, 25. This is his 3rd season. SGA, on the other hand, is he in his 6th or 7th season now? Either way, he was further along last year, as was their ridiculous accumulation of first-round picks that they keep adding to the roster and they keep developing over that 7-8 year period of time that they're still, frankly, in the middle of right now. They have first-round picks everywhere.
This is year 8 for SGA.
See what I mean? Year 3 versus last year 7. So year 3 now of Victor Wembanyama, your face, your guy. And he's still, while he's made some really good strides as a physical basketball player, man, playoff physical is a little bit different than regular season physical.
How's this? Better question. San Antonio's 2 games out of the 1 seed. You are basically tied for the 3. Now, Houston has a couple of games in hand in the Houston game coming up on March 11th. Again, we are giving tickets away to get you inside the building for Denver and Houston. Your keyword this hour is SLIM, S-L-I-M. Text that to 303-504-0925. SLIM with your first and your last name for a chance to win a pair of tickets for Denver and Houston on March 11th. Who would you rather see before the Western Conference Final? San Antonio or Oklahoma City?
It is so easy to answer that one, man. It is without question San Antonio.
I don't know about... Dude, you were incredibly injured last year, and you pushed that team, that dominant team in Oklahoma City, to 7. And you were limping through that postseason series.
I mean, either way.
Limping through it.
With that team having championship DNA, and they have youth on their side, at the very least, you're going to end up... If you win that series, you're winning it in 7. I believe that the Nuggets, fully healthy, with the experience on their side, can actually eliminate San Antonio in 5 or 6.
I just worry about what happens with that alien in Victor Wembanyama.
That's why you went out and got the big fella from Lithuania, man. That you can send waves of bigger human beings in his direction, thicker human beings. He doesn't like being bodied. You got Nikola Jokic, which I know he's not an elite post defender, but he's thick. And you add Jonas Valanciunas to it, I think you have the answer for San Antonio.
You know what Victor Wembanyama is? He's not thick. He's
slim.
He's slim. 303-504-0925. Text that in at your first keyword of 2 today on the morning sprint to get in the building to see Denver and Houston on March 11th. That's the coach, Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. You guys are listening to Denver's #1 for sports talk. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude 92.5 had a couple of games last night. A nice win for the Nuggets. Maybe their best defensive effort of the year against Boston as they get ready for Oklahoma City on Friday night. 7:30 p.m. tip, 7 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with your pregame show presented by our friends at Ramos Law. Avs came back from the Olympic break. Everybody played but Nathan MacKinnon. Now, don't worry, MacKinnon is
maintenance
expected to play tonight at home against the Minnesota Wild.
Simply maintenance, right?
Tonight. Thank you, Bernie.
We also suspected Nate MacKinnon might have had like a bug, right?
Yeah, he was vomiting on the bench.
Correct.
In Milan. Tough place to be. Italy, if you have a stomach thing.
Gosh, you're missing out on so many.
You
great,
sure are.
So many
Cacio
great,
Pepe. Like,
I'll tell you what,
come
man,
on.
There's nothing that you want as more repetitions at the dinner table than in Italy.
Yeah.
God, it's a good place to get reps.
I'm sure bolognese doesn't taste great coming back up.
No, actually, red sauce, like any form of red sauce, is arguably the worst thing to come.
It's a tough go.
It's not good. It's the first time, the first time that I remember upchucking was as a child on vacation
on red sauce
in Washington, D.C. after eating the best pasta of my lifetime because I was a West Coast kid that finally had some semblance of closer to the homeland Italian food, and it came out the other side, and it was not great. It burned a lot.
Everybody,
and it looks like blood. That's the worst part.
Yeah, you think you're
like,
dying?
This is it.
8-year-old Mike Sanford Jr. just going, what's happening? Dad! Dad! Avs got a 4-2 win over the Mammoth last night. They double up Utah. Marty Necas, Parker Kelly, 2-point nights. Necas scores in the power play. They go a little 1-3-1 action. Nichushkin in the middle. Necas on his off wing. Gabe Landeskog, net front. Brock Nelson on his off wing. It looked good. A lot of shots from Cale Makar. Now, a couple of them get tipped. A couple of them go just by the wayside. I didn't hate how the power play looked without Nathan MacKinnon. Now,
what are you implying?
Brett brought this up to Moj this morning. And Moj, on late nights, can get a little ornery. Now, he was happy because the Avs won last night. But Brett brought it up of like, what if you just keep Marty in that spot for a little bit, even when Nate comes back, and you try and figure out where to put
Nate that?
Well, no, it's not that you're kicking him off the power play. It's finding another spot for him. So if you want to run that 1-3-1, do you put Nathan MacKinnon in the middle in the bumper spot?
We're not firing you, Nate. We're just reassigning you, Nate. Doesn't that goes over really well with like the alpha in any company or any business? Or
well, I mean, when your return on
environment.
investment is far lower than you anticipated, a 15% power play this year, I don't think anything's off the table. Do I want to take the best player in the world off of the ice or one of the 3 best players in the world off the ice on my power play? Absolutely not. But like, it was the great power play summit of 2026 out there in Milan. And what did we learn?
Nate had some action in that.
Nate had some action on it. But what did we learn? What was the most lethal thing that at least I learned in the great power play summit was Marty Necas can freaking laser a puck from that off wing.
You betcha.
The Czechia power play was buzzing. Why not try and use a little bit of that to your advantage? Don't take Nate off the power play. Taking the best player in the world off of the power play is not a great idea, but moving him around, I could entertain that.
So if I'm on a grease board, Raj, like an actual grease board. In fact, I think we actually have a sound drop for that, right? Is it when we want to get to the grease board? Can you take me to the board? Do you have the ability to?
Yo. All right, listen up, guys. Let's go to the board.
What do you want on the board? What do you want me to do here? What is your question, Coach Sanford, for me?
I want you to take me through, if we're looking at the goal and the very top of your grease board that we have here in our Altitude Sports studio, or our Backus and Shaker studio, if the goal is the top, the 1-3-1 that we saw last night, tell me who's where.
Last night, you had Cale Makar at the top. You had Val Nichushkin in the middle. You had Marty Necas on the left side as a right-handed shot, so his stick is to the middle of the ice. You had Brock Nelson on the right side. You had Gabriel Landeskog net front. Now, these 3 players can all interchange. Why?
Cycling, right?
They can cycle. They're all left-handed shots.
Beautiful.
And they're all very good net front players.
So that's Brock,
Nelson,
Nichushkin, and Makar?
All 3 of... No, Brock, Nichushkin, and Gabe Landeskog could all cycle out of this spot, right? They could all play in the corner. They're all very good at hunting pucks. This is the 1-3-1 that they played last night.
There was a little bit of rotation that led to the Marty Necas goal in the, I'd call it the kind of the left side. Who flashed over there?
Into the corner?
Yes.
Necas. What I saw last night of the power play was one of my favorite things that I've seen all season, and that was off of a lost draw on the right side, right? The Avs won their first draw. They lost their second draw on the right side of that power play. And Val Nichushkin from the middle of the ice makes a beeline to the corner, makes a 50-50 puck battle in that corner. Utah wins that puck battle and switches sides to the left. And instead of Marty Necas staying pat, and a lot of the time when Nate is over there and you lose a puck battle, Nate just kind of stands still.
He parks.
And he kind of, you know what he does? He concedes that puck is lost and that we're just going to go back to our own end and we're going to come back in on the double drop zone entry. Necas sees this puck switch sides, makes a beeline to that corner and creates another 50-50 puck battle where he gets help from Gabe Landeskog.
Am I right in saying this, that Makar ends up kind of replacing, yes, that's what I saw. And when he replaces Necas in that spot, just on the left side, what would you call that area of the ice?
Like the high point.
The left side high point. And then he possesses the puck, moves the puck back towards the right side or center ice. And then Necas comes right back to his spot.
Yep. Necas goes down to the corner. Makar goes over to the left corner, the high left corner, high left point of the offensive zone. Brock Nelson pops up top to replace Cale Makar in the middle of the ice. This puck then is won by Marty Necas. He walks up the half wall, makes a pass to Cale. Cale walks back to the middle, so you rotate this power play. Nelson goes back down, so now you have 4 killers in the middle of this zone that now have to make a choice. Are you going to defend this as a box, or are you going to rotate with the power play and defend it now as a diamond?
And now all of a sudden, as that diamond, you open up that left.
You open up the cross ice pass, right? This guy has to now sink into the high slot. The puck goes back up to the middle to Cale Makar, and it opens up this one-time opportunity to beat him on the short side.
It was awesome.
It was wonderful. Nate can do that. For me, it's a want-to thing for Nate on the power play. Sometimes. I wouldn't take him off. I'd put him in the middle. I'd put him in that Nichushkin role. See if it works. It's 15%. Like, there's no wrong answers on the power play for the Avs.
I'm not saying that because the Avs lost that with 33%. One of the other things that I noticed right there is that we're talking about the 1-3-1. Who's net front?
Gabe Landeskog.
Yeah, and he was back last night.
Changes everything.
Is it the weirdest thing, or maybe it's not, that the guy that wears the C, when he's not a part of this team, you might not be able to tangibly see it, but you feel it. And then when he's back on the ice, you might not be able to see his point total become what it is. He just does all the things that nobody else does, and he does it at such a high level, and he is the ultimate stabilizer on that ice.
Again, that power play goal is made because you create 2 50-50 puck battles on pucks that you have already lost in the offensive zone, which to this point in the season on the power play, when you lose those pucks, it's being sent 200 feet down the ice. Gabe's back on the ice, and what happens? You're hustling to 50-50 pucks. You're hustling into corners to pin players down. Marty Necas is going and beating players on D-to-D passes that are 25 feet away from him. It's because of what Gabe brings in terms of his intensity. It's a great power play goal. Are we able to see Necas go down? I think they've already won this puck. Yeah, it happens about 15, 20 seconds prior to the shot. It starts in the far right side corner with Nichushkin. The puck gets sent out behind Vejmelka to the right side where you see the KeyBank logos. And I think there's there's another Zion Bank, something like that logo in the corner. And Necas jumps down from above the far side faceoff circle and creates a puck battle. And the Avs haven't done that all season long, man. It's a want-to thing.
You know, it was one of the cool moments that didn't stand was the opening goal that didn't stand for Brent Burns. That was was not a beauty
backhand.
Though? That was a fun one to watch.
It was a shame. I look back at it again.
Just
I watched the game.
Slight bit of interference. He touched the glove, right?
It was interference.
Yeah.
It sucks because it was so minimal, but it was more than enough
and
to
the timing
create
of
the
it
goal.
was essentially right as Burnsy was starting to. Who ended up getting the Who touched the glove?
It was either Nelson or Natchez, one of the two. That line, Nelson, Natchez, and Landeskog looked great last night.
Did.
That's a nice thought for Bednar to put in the back of his head. Is that like if you get into the postseason, you need to blend things up? That line worked.
I mean, it's Czechia. It's Sweden, and it's a gold medal winner.
I wonder who would play with Nate and Lecky at that point.
Val?
No, because Val's on the line that I really enjoyed last night. Oh no, never mind. Sorry.
It's Val.
You would play with Val and Lehkonen. I could work with that as my six forwards.
It's kind of fun.
I'm cool with that. And there was a little bit of proof of concept last night.
Yeah, it is. Never know when a day of maintenance might help you find out some things, huh?
Again, we are wiping the slate clean for the Avalanche. They are now, the Avs are a 33% power play team. You know where that would be in the NHL? Number one.
Yeah, I like
the best power.
I like
the
33%.
Avs have the best power play in the NHL now. I can spin this thread any which way you want, and I'm going to spin it that way.
Just as long as we don't have Nathan McKinnon turn into Walter Clement Pip Sr.
He's not going to get Wally pipped. Nate ain't getting Wally pipped. Nate is Anakin in episode 3, man.
Yeah, I saw that.
He's about to go kill some Padawans.
Yeah, were you the one who sent out that meme? Yeah, I saw that. You're right.
You watch out, NHL.
Next game is Chicago, right?
No, it's tonight against Minnesota.
And then Friday, Chicago. When it?
Saturday against Chicago?
That's right.
The Avs have 5 games in 7 days, dude. It is nuts how much hockey they're about to play.
I'm excited for it. Last night was fun.
The best thing that happened outside of the Americans winning the gold, and Jack Hughes, thank you, you lovely American, you. Nathan McKinnon being handed a freaking stuffed Labubu after losing the most devastating game of his life. And his reaction to this stupid plushie that some dude who speaks only French gave to him was my favorite thing I've seen in a long time.
Need to have kids?
No.
So it definitely didn't make it home.
That might be no, that may have been thrown out.
It was thrown out.
Who wants the plush? What is the plushie thing? What's the stuffed animal thing at the Olympics?
I'll tell you what, if you want some appointment listening, then just listen to the PhD. They have broken everything down about the plushies. As for me and you, we like to go to the board. We like to throw some chalk on the grease board, man.
It is a Ticket Thursday today. We're giving away tickets for the Nuggets and the Houston Rockets coming up on March 11th. Your next keyword comes up in about 15, 20 minutes from right now, so stay tuned. Also, the NFL Combine. We have on-field workouts today, 2 hours from right now. Defensive linemen, linebackers, and I think like place kickers. So we're not really worried about D linemen. We're not really worried about place kickers, but those linebackers.
Where you at, buddy?
We got to find some linebackers in the second and third round, Coach. We'll have our eyes peeled for that. PhD from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy, 3 to 6 today on Altitude 92.5. About 15 minutes away from KJ's NFL notes as the NFL's combine, the draft combine starts today. Defensive linemen, linebackers, place kickers all reporting for on-field duty. It starts in about 2 hours from right now. Broncos fans should be tuned in to those linebackers, right? That's a spot of need for Denver's defense. I'm hoping that they don't utilize that first pick on a linebacker. I'm hoping that you find that answer in the second, the third, the fourth rounds this year, but who knows? I know that Leggy says it's a very deep linebacker draft, which makes me think you could get some pretty solid value.
That's just
Leggy's first round.
That's just Leggy's way of doing what Leggy always does.
What's that?
Calming all of us idiots down
that just want offensive players,
that just want to have touchdown makers for Sean Payton and really for Davis Webb and Bo Nix. That's a kind of a bit of a novel concept, right? When you got a second-year quarterback that led his team to the playoffs in his first year and his second year, but is somewhat devoid of elite offensive talent at running back, tight end, or wide receiver, you probably want to give him that at some point, don't you? Wouldn't that make some sense, Raj?
How much pull does Webb have now that he's the play caller, right? He's
Like
taken over those reins from Sean Payton.
Are you talking about at the draft?
Yes.
Come on, man.
I am. What do you mean, come on?
Zero.
Why not?
Because he's running Sean's system. This is Sean's system. It's his terminology. It's his verbiage. It's not Davis Webb's going to just show up and say, you know what? You used to call that double wing right. We're going to start calling it alphabet soup.
We hear all the time of coordinators saying, hey, I was banging the table for this player. What's to stop Davis Webb from going, in order for me to call your playbook the right way, in order for me to take Bo Nix to the next level at age 26, right? Like we are, right? His birthday was yesterday. Happy 26th birthday, Bo Nix.
Yeah, Bo. Attaboy. Attaboy.
In order for me to take Bo to the next level in the middle of his prime, right? Like age 26 to 29 is NFL quarterback prime. I need to make sure that I get a weapon for him.
I think that happens probably between now and the draft. But let's just make it clear. On draft day, draft night, when it's the first round, Sean Payton is the one who's talking. And George Payton would be the second one talking. The third one's talking might even be Greg, the ownership group.
Oh, no, they don't do anything. This ownership group is so hands-off, man.
Not true.
What do you mean not true? So are you in the contingent that says ownership forced Sean Payton's hand to give the offensive play calling abilities to Webb?
You want to know what Greg Penner and Kerry Walton Penner, you know what they are? They're the definition of servant leaders.
Define servant leader.
That certainly their finances and the entire group's finances are backing what has turned into one of the best ownership situations in pro sports. But they are not absent. You go to training camp, the amount of days that I pulled into, go ahead.
Hands off does not mean absent. They're always there, but they don't feel as though that they're holding on to the reins.
Absent means what? Hands off. Present means that you are in the know and you are deliberately in the know of what's happening.
Yes. And
I would argue that.
But I don't think you're influencing decisions.
I don't think you're influencing decisions nowhere near as much as Sean Payton or even George Payton are. But I do think that because this is a ownership group that is proven to be in the trenches, be in the foxholes with Sean Payton, with the decision to move on from Russell Wilson, right? That was a decision that you had
Tough decision.
And it was quick, right? You invested all that money, potentially changed the trajectory of your franchise to go with a Super Bowl winning quarterback, and then two measly years later, you course correct.
And pay him all that money to not play. Right? Like he didn't play a single year under the extension for Denver.
That to me is case in point of what servant leadership means. Because you are in the know, you are in the foxholes with Sean Payton, with George Payton, you then can support the decisions and I think intellectually challenge, not to be somebody who's trying to be the contrarian at all times, but to have the conversations. I view Greg Penner and the Kerry Walton Penner and Greg Penner ownership group. I view them as the type that would have a very mature, intellectual conversation to just hear Sean Payton and George Payton verbalize their vision for things and then ask the questions, but not ask the questions in a contrarian manner.
Right. But they're not coming in there at like pick 62 going, hey, we need a wide receiver here.
No,
we need that kid out of Georgia.
No, not like Al Davis. That was Al Davis, right? Al Davis was that owner because he was a former coach. He was the head coach of the same franchise that he was the owner of, which is the weirdest. I still don't understand.
Imagine having that much power. Like, to be an NFL owner in the early days. This is my team. I'm going to name it after me.
It's not just the early days.
It's still going on with Jerry right now. You think if Jerry could be a head coach, he would be?
Get your damn act together.
You imagine what he'd call on 3rd down and 1.
I wonder if there's a fairy somewhere out there that could tell Jerry Jones you have one more NFL season in you until you croak. If he knew that he had one more NFL season in him, would Jerry Jones go, get out of here, Schottenheimer? I'm giving it one more shot.
Absolutely.
I'm the GM, I'm the owner, I'm the head coach, and you know what? If I want to call a play for myself on a 2-point conversion, I'm going to do it.
No question.
That's fair.
I think Jared Jones would go back to some of that University of Arkansas wishbone offense that Barry Switzer used to run on 2-point conversion. Be a lot of fun.
Settle down just a little bit.
What's your gut feeling right now? A few months from the draft. What's your gut feeling what the first pick is?
First pick. Well, it's
first round pick.
It's going to be a guy named Fernando.
No. For Denver.
I know. I just felt like throwing that in there.
What is your gut feeling what the position is for Denver's first pick?
You want to know what the gut is? The gut is SEC slot corner.
Are you being a smart ass?
Not really.
I feel like you're being a smart ass.
Because I feel like that's going to be where the best available is going to be at 30. It's going to be an SEC slot corner. And we're going to run a new defense with 3 slot corners on the field at all times. There aren't 3 slots, but we're going to have slot corners ready to go for every slot that you could potentially bring in an empty formation. We're just going to assume that the entire National Football League is moving to empty, where you got a slot on the left and 2 slots on the right. We got slot corners, and they're all from the SEC.
I really hope you're being tongue-in-cheek right now.
But I think it's going to be another draft class where we talk for the next two months, right? It's about 2 months. We're about 60 days out.
We are nearly 2 months to the day. The first round of the draft is on Thursday, April the 23rd.
And we're going to be at Stoney's or Jackson's or...
We will be at some establishment.
At number 38. We're going to be one of these amazing places. It might be at the View House. You never know. Because I'll be there on Friday, by the way, so join me tomorrow night. Little Kendall Jackson and the Denver Nuggets. How classy of me. Wifey might even join me. That's going to be the View House at the ballpark.
Dry white.
Huh? Yeah, I'll have a nice
dry white.
I'm going to have an exciting white like the Philadelphia Eagles secondary if they get Riley Moss in the future via trade to get A.J. Brown here. But anyway, I digress. I think in my heart of hearts, the Denver Broncos are going to end up taking either linebacker or D tackle. Just because of, I wouldn't call it scars from the last draft. Or
I don't think there's scars from the last draft. I think the investment in Jahdae Barron is solid.
I keep hearing that he's going to be versatile to play outside corner, and then he's already proven that he can play outside corner. How many snaps of outside corner has he really played, both in his Texas collegiate career and certainly here in Denver? He is a nickel. And you had a guy named Jaquan McMillan that was really good the year before and really good this year. And frankly, is 100% deserving of being re-signed as a former undrafted free agent that came to Denver in the most humble of ways and has turned into one of your best defensive players. In fact, had the most significant play in the last 10 years for the Denver Broncos franchise. That dude's worthy.
Yeah, it's a top 10. That might be a top 10 Broncos play of all time. That pick?
Yes, I agree. And I keep hearing that Jahdae Barron's going to play outside corner. Have you seen Jahdae Barron stand next to both Riley Moss and Pat Surtain?
He's not an outside corner.
He is not
an outside corner. He feels way more Jabril Peppersy.
Very great pull.
He's Jabril. That's who he feels like. I could see, you could kind of see him playing some snaps at safety.
Yeah, totally.
And you'd be okay with it.
Like Brandon Jones. He has some Brandon Jones. Brandon Jones is not a rangy 6 foot. Talanoa Hufanga looks and feels long. Brandon Jones feels compact. PJ Locke feels compact.
Yes.
And you could see that Jahdae Barron out there could feel like he could be an interchangeable part at safety.
Going through that first round, sure, Egbuka was there at 19. Maybe he would have been the guy that you wanted to jump up and get. Omarion Hampton was there at 22. Are you missing Omarion Hampton right now? If you had Omarion Hampton in the running back room right now,
you know what's the one?
You
know the one I wanted, right?
You wanted.
I wanted to
you
trade
and I
up.
want Travion Henderson. No, you and I want Quinshon Judkins.
We wanted who had a fantastic year.
It's a really good season.
Yes, we wanted Quinshon. I wanted trade up for Tyler Warren was position A,
and Tyler Warren was off the board at 14.
And that was what I wanted. You had to move 6 spots. Was that right? Were you at 20 or 22?
You were at 20. You had to get up. You had to move 7. You had to get to 13.
Okay. And then I said, if not, then I want Quinshon Judkins.
Judkins went off the board at pick 36 early in the second round.
And my next favorite was Travion Henderson. I had my running backs, Quinshon Judkins, Travion Henderson, and then a massive drop-off.
Judkins and Henderson went 2 picks away from each other. Judkins went 38 or 36. Henderson went 38. So they were available to you, but they would have had to have been first-round picks at 20, which would have felt pretty reachy for both of those running backs, right?
Right.
Are you upset that Matthew Golden isn't a Bronco?
No. I was never all in on Matthew Golden.
You didn't need James Pierce as a defensive end, right? No. The defensive end room is too full in Denver. You didn't need Jackson Dart. You already have your quarterback. Did you need Malachi Starks, the safety out of Georgia?
I liked him.
Did you need him?
And I also liked, when did Eminyori go?
Eminyori went...
Because he was in that same, he obviously went to Seattle. He was a huge part of the Seahawks. Am I thinking about 2 years ago?
I think it was 2 years ago. I don't believe he was in the 2025 draft. I'm actually certain he wasn't. There are other players at the end of that first round that you find yourself going like, oh, I really wish he was here. I think Carson Schlesinger out of UCLA
Nick Emenwari
would have been nice.
Nick Emenwari was the 35th overall selection in the 25.
Oh, sorry.
Draft.
I missed him then.
He was out of South Carolina. So I like Malachi Starks and Emenwari. Certainly, like I was an idiot because I didn't even have Jahdae Barron on my mental draft board. I had Nick Emenwari because of size, 6'3", 220 pound. That to me almost felt like you could stay in base and play your 3-4 scheme with him as the Sam, and then very easily keep the same personnel on the field and give very nickel presentations. To me, you're getting more value out of that player because he doesn't have to come off the field. Whereas Jahdae Barron was only on the field for 20% of the defense snaps this year.
Both of your first and second round picks were. It's so now very clear project picks. Both of them.
And they might pay off, man.
It's too early to know.
Jahdae Barron's a great athlete. I wanted to fall in love with this player, and there was nothing that he did this season outside of blowing a couple little tiny coverages in cover 3 match because he thought he was passing something, and ultimately he needed to carry, which he'll learn. He was a rookie. Vance's system I don't think it's the easiest because it all looks like man, but a lot of it plays like zone. I still think that he's going to hit. But man, it just feels like with as good as this defense is, and as your offensive line, which is still kind of in its prime, in my opinion.
It's on the back half of it.
But you got to hit this year in the draft, and especially in pick 30. You got to hit with something that's going to move the needle for this team in 2026.
It is a Nugget Ticket Thursday. We've got keywords for your chance to see the Nuggets and the Rockets on March 11th. That's a big-time matchup. Both of those teams tied 7.5 games back of first place. However, Houston does have games in hand. Make sure you stay tuned because your next keyword comes up on the other side of the break in just 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. It's another Ticket Thursday, and we've got your chance to win tickets to see Denver and Houston on the court on March the 11th, and all you have to do is text the keyword Reaper. That's Reaper right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name, and you'll be entered. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big both on and off the court. You can visit them today at wilhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is Reaper, R-E-A-P-E-R, Reaper, with your first and your last name to 303-504-0925. We'll announce our winner coming up in about 25 minutes from right now, so make sure you get those text messages in. Reapers.
I see what we were doing there.
So our first keyword was Slim. Our second word is Reaper.
Yeah, Kevin Durant.
There you
I'm
go.
so scared of Kevin Durant. He just terrifies me. You know what?
One of the greatest scorers in the history of the sport.
Yeah, cool. And I can't wait to watch him get knocked from the playoffs.
You should be nervous about having to defend Kevin Durant.
His leg will snap in half again or something.
Don't put that
I
on
do.
him.
I actually,
you don't want that to happen.
I
to
actually
that guy.
really like Kevin Durant.
I hated him when he left to go to Golden State when they were already made men.
Super team. It was the final super team era, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
didn't I feel like that was the end?
It was kind of the reason why the NBA has now gone to this apron system. Is like,
Yeah.
we got to stop.
Like,
what's
what are we
happening
doing
right
here?
now.
Like, we got Steph in his prime and freaking Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and now we're adding Kevin Durant. What are we doing?
Couldn't stand him when he went over there. But like, he's got 2 finals MVPs. He's got his rings. He went over there to like ensure that the legacy couldn't be tainted because we are in the era of NBA ring legacy. So he's already got those things. He's a freak. And the fact that he's still scoring at this clip at 37 years old, the dude averages 26 points a game and he's almost 38. He's a really good player. He has become more and more likable as the years have gone on.
And he's just really good at scoring. He's a walking bucket, and he always has been. So the key word is Reaper.
Reaper.
As in the Reaper sauce that we've had at Dave's Hot Chicken before.
Yes.
What was it? Was it Dave's Hot or was
Dave's
it?
Hot.
Yeah. Reaper sauce, man.
That was a fun day when we tested those.
Remember the very first time we did it?
Yes.
At the old building?
At the old building.
I think that was the first time that you and I even kind of semi-bonded. I used to want to punch you in the face, and
you still do.
No, I like you now.
You just swallow that.
I'm glad you're back, man.
Thanks, buddy.
I enjoyed my time with Berto. He was awesome. Berto's like the perfect good hang, but like it was good to have you back too, man. You know, good times.
And distance makes the heart grow fonder. KJ, NFL notes. What's up? Every day here on the Morning Sprint with Coach and Raj, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron with KJ's NFL notes. The NFL Combine is finally here, just 90 minutes away from defensive linemen and linebackers taking the field out there is it still at Lucas Oil in Indiana?
It sure is.
Okay, all right. I was nervous that they changed that up on me, but that place is the home of the Combine, and it's finally started. KJ, what's up?
The projected number 1 tight end on the NFL draft boards is Oregon tight end Kenyon Sadiq. Kenyon talked to the media this morning and discussed his meeting with the Broncos and the potential of playing with Bo Nix again.
How did your meeting with the Broncos go? Talk about that.
Yeah, it was good.
What would it mean to be potentially reunited with Bo Nix?
Yeah, no, it was good. You know, just about getting to know the coaches. You know, they're kind of testing me what I know, and you know, my background in football. So, like I said, all the meetings went really well, and it's been awesome.
What would it be like to be reunited with Bo Nix and still keep up with it and all that?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be awesome. You know, just already knowing how he kind of thinks and stuff, and just being around him. He's a great guy. You know, he makes everyone better around him.
The former Oregon Duck, Kenyon Sadiq, in his 1 season with Bo Nix, caught 5 passes for 24 yards and 1 touchdown.
Were all of them against the CU Buffs in 2022 when I was coaching them? I'm just kidding. I don't think Kenyon played until 23.
No, he was 23. It was the year after you. They went 12-2 that year. They finished 8-1 in the Pac-12.
And of course, who beat him?
I don't know.
Michael Penix Jr. beat him twice. Once during the regular season, once for the Pac-12 championship.
This is why I lean on you.
Michael Penix Jr., man. Speaking of the Reaper, everybody in the media has tried to be the Michael Penix Jr. Reaper because of his injury. He'll be back, man. We'll make sure
you won't let that die.
But on the flip side, Kenyon Sadiq, intelligent, athletic, versatile, doesn't have a ton of tread on the tires, right? That's been worn off?
No, 3 years at Oregon. He played 14 games in each. He had 80 receptions for 892 yards.
How many teeters?
He had 11 touchdowns.
That was his final season, correct?
No, total. He had 8 touchdowns last year.
Okay.
Last year's stat line is 14 games, 51 receptions, 560 yards with 8 touchdowns.
I think Sadiq's going to be available at 30.
No.
Yeah. Yep.
That dude, so when the tight ends take the field, which will be tomorrow, I believe, for measurements and on-field workout. That is tomorrow. I have a feeling he's going to impress a lot of people at the Underwear Olympics.
What's he doing, though? Is he running? Because I think that I'm fascinated to see what he ends up running. Because I don't know that he is going to be like Brock Bowers' time. And Brock Bowers didn't, mind you, he did not run at the combine. But he was a known 4.47 type guy. And did that, I believe, at his pro day.
I'll be interested in to see what he does actually on the field out there. If he's available at 30 and they don't take him, I will be very upset. I don't think he's going to be available. I think you have to move up into either the early 20s or the very late teens. And I also don't want Denver to do that. Like, I don't want them to give up future draft capital that's going to help them to continue to get better and continue to stay cap compliant. I'd rather them stay at 30, and if he falls there, he's there. If he's not, then you just deal with it, and hopefully Evan Ingram has a better second season in Denver, and you get your tight end next season.
I'm just fired up that the Broncos already had their formal interview with him. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, it's clear. We have a deficiency here. We need to do our homework. Also, it's another Oregon Duck to surround Bo Nix with. Why not? It's a little bit of familiarity. It's not a lot, right? Just 5 receptions in that one season with him as a freshman. If he's there at 30, I'm taking him. KJ, what's next?
Next question.
As we welcome the NFL Combine in here in Denver, it's time to dig just a little deeper. So the Broncos have interest in both USC safeties Kamari Ramsey and Bishop Fitzgerald, per Tony Pauline. Denver recently hired Doug Belk away from USC to be their new defensive backs coach. So all of this information kind of made me put on my tinfoil hat just a little bit. So the Broncos paid a lot of their guys up front in regards to the defense. Are they preparing to let some guys walk on the back end and just replace them in the draft?
Well, when we're talking McMillan, Moss, Jones, in 2027, I think I would expect that 2 of the 3 of them are gone, right? There's a really good chance that Riley Moss plays himself out of Denver in terms of his
signability.
Yeah, like if he has the same season he did this year, but has like
1 more pick, 2 more picks,
and 25% fewer PI calls, I don't think you can afford him.
But you also have, and you got Chris Abrams drained, and that was the 2024 draft. That was a hit, in my opinion. Anytime he's been tasked with having to step in as cornerback number 2 opposite Pat Surtain, he's been great. And that's the other reason why I think anybody's saying that Jahdae Barron's going to get moved outside doesn't understand what Jahdae Barron, the prospect is, and doesn't understand what the Broncos have done in their recent drafts. KAD's been a very, very, very good revelation.
If they take another defensive back, the city's going to riot. If they take a safety or a corner in this draft at number 30, the city will be livid with this organization.
Would you be more upset if they take a defensive back? I'll include safety into that equation.
Yeah, corner or safety.
Or slot corner. or an edge.
I'd be upset with all of them.
Same.
You don't need any of that right now.
The only appropriate positions that I will give you permission to draft at pick number 30, Mr. Payton and Mr. Penner. and Mrs. Walton Penner.
I'm glad that you're giving the permission to the billionaires who own Walmart.
And according to you, Davis Webb as well, because he is going to be making the pick.
I didn't say he was going to be making the pick. I think that if you are calling the plays, regardless of whether it's your playbook or Sean Payton's playbook, you should get some say in who's being selected.
Give me the positions that are completely okay at pick 30.
Wide receiver, tight end, offensive lineman, particularly tackle. Also maybe right guard. Inside linebacker.
Did you not say D-line?
I did not say D-line.
I think interior D-line. Because that would be best pick available because you're going to lose John Franklin Myers.
Yeah, he's gone.
And you're not old at interior D-line, but you're not exactly youthful either. And if you have a chance to get best player available that's a three technique or a nose, you might do that.
So once again,
I'll tell you what's not call me a moron. I'll tell you what's not an appropriate draft pick at pick 30 from a position standpoint. Running back.
I agree. Your running back is not going to be solved in this draft. Your running back is solved in free agency.
You're going to get an RJ Harvey 2.0 because that's around the same neighborhood, right?
Yeah, like the only running back I want is Jeremiah Love, and that dude ain't making out of the single digits. And there was a really good question on the text line earlier today.
What about Jadarian Price, the backup at Notre Dame? Very good player.
I don't know enough about him.
He's good.
So I've seen a couple of mocks, coach, that have moved him up into the first round now. Just because of the lack of running back depth. So, I don't know, Coach. I don't know.
Oh, man. Breaking news in my personal life.
What's that?
Sorry to digress crazy with NFL
yeah,
football.
That's a hard 90-degry turn. What's
Raj,
up?
when you were gone, I lost one of my games that I'd scheduled out of state.
Oh, no.
For my high school team. You want to know who just asked me to fill in that spot?
Who's that?
Yeah, the number one team in America, IMG Academy. Should I do it? Tell me, should I do it or not?
You should do it.
Okay, I'll text them back right now.
100%
I want
you should
all
go
that
play
smoke.
the number one team in the country.
You bring that smoke, IMG Academy, with your 37 Division I signees. You know what I'll do? I'll roll out a bunch of really good, tough kids, man.
I would be very upset with you if you didn't say yes to that. You should 100% do that.
303.
If you get beat by 70, who cares?
Guess who I play the next week?
Who?
Cherry Creek. Well, we have a roster. All right, 303-504-0925. You let me know, in addition to texting Reaper, because the Reapers of high school football are apparently going to all be playing at Valor Christian this year. Should I play IMG Academy the week before a scheduled game against Cherry Creek?
Absolutely. It's regular season games?
Regular season games.
You're going to miss the tournament?
I guess it'll be some good old iron sharpening iron, man.
I would be so upset with you if you turn this thing down. 303-504-0925. KJ, what's next?
Next question.
There was a player-for-player trade earlier this morning. The New York Jets sent DN Jermaine Johnson to the Tennessee Titans in exchange for defensive tackle T'Vondre Sweat. Obviously, the trade cannot be official until March 11th, which is the NFL's new league year. T'Vondre Sweat was a second-round pick for the Titans in 2024, the number 38 overall selection by the previous regime. And I want to ask you guys, is this all but guaranteeing that Arvell Reese is the apple of New York's eye with the number 2 overall pick coming up here in the draft?
It probably tells you that they're not trading up and they're not finding a way to get a quarterback. And they know that Vegas is... What it tells me more is that it's telling me Vegas is selecting Fernando Mendoza and they're not trading out of it whatsoever. Like, even if there's a king's ransom of first-round picks. Do I think that it's going to be Reese out of Ohio State? I don't know. It could be the edge rusher out of Miami, who's that Bane, that freak that they have. It could be that dude. It could be, it's probably the 2 best players available outside of Fernando. Yeah, it tells me more about Vegas than it does about New York.
The text thread is just going bananas.
Oh, about your Valor thing?
Yeah, and everybody wants me to play IMG. I love this one right here. Oh, poor Sanford and Valor Christian with all your blue-collar, hard-nosed, try-hard, low-level college prospects laughing my ass off.
I'm assuming that IMG ain't coming here.
Oh, no, that's...
it would be a road game for IMG?
They wanted to come out to Colorado.
Brother!
Now, here's the deal. All of you people that are rooting for my downfall or just truly believe in that smoke and want to stand up for Colorado high school football, you who have texted in that I need to take this game, you need to be in the stadium if we get this as a home game on Friday, September 11th. All right? I need you in the building.
How many of the number one recruits in the country are at IMG right now? I'm looking through the
2027 class,
the
right?
number 5, 2026. I have 2026.
So 26 is they won't be there.
So they won't be there? It's the
because those are kids that just finished their final season of high school.
Okay, I understand now. I'm trying to look through. IMG has the number 8. This is according to 247 Sports.
All right, just give me the bad news.
Zyron Forstall is 6'3.5", 225 pounds. He is a 5-star rated, 98 overall edge rusher out of Bradenton, Florida.
Thanks for helping me. That's like one position you don't want to play against.
A 6'3", 225 pound, 16-year-old. Have fun, dude. The number 27 player in the country is wide receiver Eric McFarland III.
I'm sure he's tiny.
He is 5'8", 177 pounds, and probably runs like a 4.3 40.
He's probably faster than Marvin Mims Jr.
I really hope you do this, man. That's as far as I can see the rest of the IMG players. Aaron Washington is a 5'11.5", 152-pound cornerback who is verbally committed to Southern Cal.
Okay.
He's the number 51 ranked recruit in the country. I would go to this game. A lot of people would go to this game.
I would invite all of you.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. That's Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Don't go anywhere. We're giving away Nuggets and Rockets tickets on the other side. The Avs are back home tonight from the Olympics for the first time after getting a big 4-2 win over the Mammoth. And we're going to be all over it tonight on 92.5. Tune in for your pregame of Avs and Wild at 6:30, powered by Ramos Law. And then they'll puck drop a little bit after 7, like 7:08 or something like that. Only on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 as we welcome in the mountain himself, Tyler Polumbus. What's up, brother?
Hell no, you don't play IMG and Cherry Creek back to back. Hell no.
Is it suicide?
What are you thinking?
Do you think is it end up being that I am a full-time radio person after that stretch?
I think it would be incredible if you could play IMG. That would be in singularity. That would be incredible.
What if they came to Colorado?
That helps. That helps for sure. Got him at the altitude, you know.
Baby.
Yeah, get him at the altitude. Yeah.
Tempo.
I don't like that back-to-back early in the season, though. I'm going to tell you that right now.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
Where in the season?
Weeks 2 and 3.
Weeks 2 and 3. Yeah, I don't like it.
Early.
Don't love it, Coach. Don't love it for you. We all know we schedule cupcakes early on in the season. We all know that.
Yeah, but I'm really dumb, and I like doing dumb things, and it's played out in my career.
Yeah.
And I just kind of I'm a full freaking send guy, man.
Right.
Like as Dan Hawkins, your guy, once said, man, Mother Teresa didn't take a knee.
No.
Gandhi sure as hell didn't take a knee.
Yeah. I don't recall Dan Hawkins saying that, but
Franklin Delano Roosevelt would have played IMG.
But I do recall him saying Hoka Hey. Do you know what that one means?
Hoka Hey, man, that's a samurai sword. Pull out your sword and swing it.
Yeah, something like that.
No,
I think it's like die on your sword.
Yes, yeah, it was.
I know what it is.
It was the bombers.
Today's a good day to die.
Yes, it was the Japanese. What were they? The tsunami bombers.
Yeah, I think.
What do they call those things?
Kamikaze.
Today's a good day to die. I'm pretty sure that's what it means. So anyways, if you want to have a good day to die early on in the season, that sounds like a good idea. That's all. That's all I got.
I like that we almost got you on, we don't have to travel. So then they could do
my favorite thing is when Raj started going through like their 247 rankings. He's like, they don't have a top 100 quarterback.
And then we switched the class to the next year.
Hold on. I did just realize something.
What's that?
Didn't they just get in trouble for taking cartel money?
They sure did. $1.7 million in fines.
Yeah. Cartel money. Wait, so what are the repercussions of that? Are we getting the day? Do they have any players sitting out?
Do you have to play the game in Puerto Vallarta?
Ooh, do you know I'm supposed to go to Puerto Vallarta in 3 weeks?
Maybe don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably sit that one out.
Yeah.
I would divert it down to Costa Rica where Raj just got back from.
Yeah.
Cartel don't make its way down.
They don't love it down there.
Yeah. Coach, I'm here for you, buddy. Whatever you need, I'm just giving you my advice here. That's all.
They have the number 1 edge in the 27 class. Does that sound fun?
You got some pretty good tackles there.
Yeah, I got myself Matt Russell's young son.
Oh, who's your left tackle now?
It's competition, open season right now.
Okay.
Is there Polumbus offspring that's 6'8", 290 pounds right now? I can plug and play.
Shave Tyler's face and pass him as a 17-year-old.
Yeah, he's a golfer.
Yeah, our text line's really enjoying tsunami bombers.
I promise you this: if you schedule IMG, I'm there. I'm there for that. That's for sure.
I would probably guarantee, because we do a lot of high school play-by-play, we'd probably take that game.
Oh yeah, I think
that might be a 92.5 game with Tyler on the call.
If it's here, even if it could, I probably want ESPN here too.
Oh yeah.
Probably want that to be an ESPN.
So can you get them to come here?
That's what I'm working on right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sent the text last.
They reached out to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They want they
Again,
they like the matchup.
I was
just going to say they're looking for their cupcake.
I was getting
what's hard is
really
they can't find anybody to play them though.
Yeah.
That's the reality of nobody wants to play those guys.
Right.
Except for guys like me who believe in Hoka Hey.
Yeah.
Tsunami bombers.
Tsunami bombers.
It's a great day to die.
It's a great day to die. Yeah. Yeah, can you search Hoka Hey real quick, see what that actually means?
You're exactly.
I'm pretty sure.
You're 100%
I don't
right.
remember a lot of Dan Hawkinisms, but I remember that one.
I was trying to give Coach a little bit of pride and a little bit of hope going into that would-be matchup. I was like, hey, they don't have a quarterback. We went to the next class's ranking. Number 1 quarterback in the country, committed verbally to Georgia.
Great. What?
Hoka Hey is actually, it's a Lakota Sioux phrase, not Japanese, not a tsunami bomber. So it's a Sioux phrase that does mean it's a good day to die. And listen to this. This is perfect for the conversation at hand. It's used as a war cry, famously by Crazy Horse. It signifies a warrior's lack of fear and willingness to face death for their beliefs.
There you go.
Okay, hey, baby.
Yeah.
I almost said the B word.
I don't know if there's ever a good day to die. I'm just gonna throw it out there. Hawkins was throwing that out at us like it was inspirational. I'm like, I really don't want to die today.
I just want to play football and have a beer in a bit and talk to a pretty girl, man. I thought I was going to die. I was out there diving in Costa Rica for a few days. I didn't realize just how big a Goliath grouper fish is until I turned around and saw it behind my brother.
Did it look like RTD?
Dude, it looked
rolling by you.
It looked like an alien. That thing was
it dark?
You're big. It's like 3 times the size of Tyler.
Was it dark?
Dark
and kind of
menacing.
How long do you think that thing's been alive?
40 years,
yeah,
30
things,
years, something crazy like that.
Like if they've been around, if they're that big.
I thought I was going to die. I thought I was dead.
Those suckers usually have been, they're probably barnacles growing off the side of it and the whole deal. Probably pretty ugly, huh?
We got NFL Combine coming up in about an hour from right now. Linebackers, you guys will catch Tyler Polumbus for the next 3 hours on PhD from 12 to 3. Linebackers, defensive linemen, all are confirmed thumbs up. Coach Sanford approved first-round draft spots. You can take linemen. You can take linebackers. You cannot take running back in first round.
Yeah, Tyler, I want to hear this. This is acceptable or unacceptable positions, according to me and Raj. We've kind of agreed upon this for the Denver Broncos at pick 30.
All right.
So basically the only position that I personally believe is completely unacceptable to draft is defensive back, running back, and edge.
Yes. Those are the 3 spots that I would be very upset with.
At pick 30.
Well, first off, the problem with being a number 30, like early on in the draft, everybody always says best player available, right? It's not that simple. I mean, when you're drafted in the top 10, it's best player available at a position of need. It really is what it is. When you get later on in the draft at number 30 in particular, the problem is you really don't have a choice but to go best player available. Because the first rounders are gone. You know, there's not that many first round grades. There's usually like 16 to 18 of them, maybe. So you're going to take the best player that's left over at that spot. I'm probably with you on secondary. Why running back?
So I feel like you're going to get redundancy of what you had value-wise in R.J. Harvey at
Maybe.
pick 30.
Yeah.
It feels like you're in that same conversation of last year of like a Marion McCoy.
Well, you better go out and sign a free agent running back.
What's that?
You better go out and sign a free agent running back.
Well, that's where I want to get the running back.
Yeah.
Like that. Like to me, if you draft a running back at pick 30, it feels like you're going to get somebody that is a really good back, but is not in that conversation of the bell cow that you need.
Yeah, you know, it's also not a great year for tight ends. You've got Kenyon Sadiq, but
you see how small he looks? How skinny he looks?
He's not big. Like he's cut. He's really like he's got his arms look really defined.
He's a receiver.
But he's really not that like enormous or anything like that.
He's a receiver, right?
Yeah. But then tight ends fall off the map. There's not going to be any other tight ends available in the first round or that you want to draft.
That are worthy.
Exactly. Other than that, man,
I think it goes
inside
tackle.
linebacker.
I think it goes inside linebacker, offensive tackle,
maybe,
or defensive tackle.
Yeah, maybe.
That's what I think is going to happen.
Yeah.
More Combine coverage coming up over the course of the next 3 hours. That's Tyler Polumbus. Thanks for hopping in with us at the end. Coach Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson behind the glass. For all of you guys, I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. Congratulations to Lynn Konk, or Konsk. I don't know how to pronounce your last name, Lynn, but you're going to see the Nuggets take on the Houston Rockets on March the 11th. Avs, second leg of a back-to-back against the Minnesota Wild here at Ball Arena. 6:30 p.m. pregame show, 7 p.m. puck drop. PhD's coming up next. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10.
Jamal is when I got here, I just went and said hi to him, and he looked awful. They gave him all the medication. It did not help. He said something to me at the starting line. I'm just like, nothing's really clicking here. And then all kinds of bodily things were happening. So he definitely went home. But I just mean it like Jamal. I think we all know this. Jamal's played through all kinds of stuff. So if he says he's sick, he's really, really sick.
We have the Avs to get to as they come back, and it'll be quite a night tonight at Ball Arena. The Broncos at the Combine. We'll check in with Parker Gabriel, the Denver Post there, as we see some of the 40s going down and all that. But we lead off with the beautiful win over the Celtics, and that Celtics crowd was quiet. And I can just imagine if we're talking about bodily fluids all over the place, Jamal just,
But that was the best line of the presser, right? It was like the last question of the day, and the best answer is that, listen, he had bodily fluids going everywhere.
Bodily fluids going everywhere. And he played for
We know what that means.
He played for 8 minutes. So when he's talking about bodily fluids going everywhere, I'm gonna assume there was some.
Did he run to the bathroom at any point during those 8 minutes?
He came out and went straight to the arena. Yeah.
Do you run or do you kind of?
It depends on how you're saying run.
Yeah, I mean, waddle,
clinch walk.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, what are we thinking here if he actually played in the game? So I think Jamal's a tough dude. I think if he could have played it all, and if it was willing, and he did try. So I have no doubts it was an emergency situation. So hopefully he's okay for Oklahoma City. But he left the building. He didn't stick around. He was just like, I got to get out of here.
I guess he was there, must have been there for half, and then left right after the half.
I don't know. Was he on the bench?
No, he wasn't on the bench.
Yeah, I have no idea.
He came out and left.
Yeah, get him the heck out of Dodge and out of the locker room.
Yeah. But, all right, so we don't have him. Hey, do we got Jalen Pickett? No. Do we have Peyton Watson? No. Aaron Gordon? No. So KJ Simpson, I could not believe it. It's a 1-point game in the first half when he goes in the game. And I'm like, wow, man. You're getting in a 1-point game as you get back here to Colorado and against the Boston Celtics on ESPN. Hello. It's kind of interesting, right?
Yeah, I said something during the broadcast. It might have been in the third or fourth quarter before it kind of blew up a little bit, but it's like 9, maybe 8, 9, 10, 11, somewhere in there. And you had Spencer Jones and KJ Simpson out there. I said, think about this. You're playing the second best team in the East, and you've got a newly converted two-way player and a two-way player playing significant minutes right now against Derek White and Jaylen Brown and all those people.
And your number one player was just thinking about number two.
Well, your number two player was thinking of number two.
It was wild. There was the lineup out there, I think, at one point. I think it was like KJ Simpson, Jokic, Strother, Hardaway.
Like Bruce Brown.
Yeah, it was something like, didn't that strike you? You guys called the game. It was like, wait a second, what is happening here?
I sat down and did a whole explanation on with Marlowe yesterday before the game on zone coverages, who's responsible for the corner and stuff. And then I asked the question in the pregame show or the pregame presser, and David basically said what I was telling Marlowe about what goes on, and they were better at that. And here's basically to paraphrase what David said: if Joker's flying out a corner three and contesting a corner three, whether it's man or zone, what did he say? He said you've had an extremely bad breakdown or something of that nature. So emergency. You've now had an emergency breakdown.
Yeah.
And because Chris goes, oh, Joker, why they got guys? I said they don't want him to go out there. So, and David addressed that, and I thought they got better at that. And just thinking that lineup right there. So say Joker challenges a corner three.
Yeah.
Guy misses.
Yeah.
Who are those four guys getting a rebound when they're playing, two big guys, Jaylen Brown?
It's not Joker.
Yeah, he's out in the corner.
Right.
So, I don't know. Well, it was a fun win.
It was a fun win.
They needed a big win. That I would deem that a big win.
Maybe best defensive performance in a long, long time.
Well, think about what they've done in a week.
Least amount of points they've given up.
Here's the Jekyll and Hyde, and I think that's kind of what this season feels like a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And we could say whether it's because of injuries, whatever, that's fine. But within like 7-9 days, you've scored 157 points on the road, and you held the number 2 offensive team in basketball to 84 at home.
Mm.
Yeah.
I mean, in like a week or so, right?
Yeah.
157, you scored.
Mm-hmm.
And then the number 2 offense, efficiency-wise, Denver's a 120.9. They're a 120. You hold 84.
I'm just looking up.
Who is this team?
I don't know, man. I don't know. In a lot of, the Thunder lost last night. You know, they lose to the Pistons. Rockets did beat the Kings. I mean, we're starting to scoreboard watch here a little bit, Scott, for sure. We got to see what's what. I think the potential for this team is great if you can get it all together, man. I mean, listen, but you had to go out and prove it, and you spend 2 days focusing on the defense, as Chris Dempsey reported on our show yesterday, and it seemed to pay off.
How pathetic was that?
Well,
pretty good, huh?
It was pretty good. I mean, it's 36 points in the second half you allowed, something like that. 19
and 17.
36. That's fantastic, man. How about Joker being 1 for 5, for threes in the first half or something, and the one he threw it in from
he was 1 of 7.
That was stupid.
1 of 7.
He started 1 of 7,
and the
one make was the last second
turnaround launch.
Yeah, Sombor shuffle from the deep corner.
Yeah,
which is pretty looking, right?
So it was a late game, and everybody wanted to get the hell out of there. There was a pretty funny moment because they bring guys into the interview room, but you can also go into the locker room. So I tend to just hang out in the interview room. It's fine by me. And they bring Tim Hardaway Jr. Nobody's there. Nobody's in the interview room. Everybody's in the locker room. And it's just me. And
so did you ask him a question?
And Rachel from DNVR. No. I was like, I didn't have any questions for Tim Hardaway Jr. I didn't care because Joker was supposed to be coming there too. So I was, but it was pretty funny because it kind of landed on Rachel because she did one of these. But he literally got up, sat down, and nobody was asking him a question. Nobody. And I'm looking at the photographers. Hey, you guys want to pipe up? I mean, you sit there just shooting the thing. You could ask a question too if you had to, can't you?
Right.
Nobody. It was comical. So his whole press conference was about 5.5 seconds long.
Oh, you sent it to us. That was funny.
It's hysterical.
Yeah, I almost felt bad. He probably didn't mind though.
He didn't care. I think it was a little embarrassing for Nick, the PR guy, perhaps. But I mean,
Well, we're all the.
It was like Rachel. Rachel, you got a question? It was like anybody, throw it there.
Where did all the muggles go?
In the locker room. They were just in the locker room talking to Bruce Brown about his cowboy hat or whatever the hell it was. Then Joker did not want to go. He wasn't lifting weights last night. He wasn't doing all that. He's I think it's his wrist.
Oh, I know it's his wrist. Yeah.
Yeah, and So, yeah. So, it's his wrist.
But did he come out and say anything to you guys?
No, of course not. But you can have a educated guess about things, and he didn't want to do anything. So he didn't do his workouts. He didn't do any of that. He was just getting dressed and getting the hell out of there. He didn't want to wait around. So he just talked to the media for a couple minutes in the locker room, and bada bing, bada boom, and we were out of there. But I mean, he put up 28 shots, guys. Like, okay, he scored 30. It wasn't a great game for Joker. I know he's.
I thought it was a great game for Joker.
Oh man!
But see, you look at the stats too much.
Okay,
in my opinion.
All right.
Now I don't like games he's got to shoot all those threes.
13 threes, 13.
Yeah, and he started 1 of 7, right? So he's 3 of 7 the last 2, which is better. We live with 3 of 7, right? But that's a lot of threes, man, or 3 of 6, I guess. That's a lot of threes.
Dude, they were
not shooting well.
No, they were wide open looks.
Yeah, they weren't like bad shots.
No, they were wide open.
Yeah,
he couldn't hit. He couldn't make them. Aside from falling out of bounds and throwing it in.
I know, right? How about that?
You thought he had a good game? Fine.
I thought he was absolutely solid.
Okay. I think
you live in the stat sheet too much.
No.
You guys don't watch.
No, come on, man.
You know who's been real solid of late? It's been good to see Bruce. Bruce has been real solid of late.
He
all of a sudden it's feeling like a flashback. Bruce is going on right now.
I thought he changed the game.
Yeah,
because Jaylen Brown don't want no piece of Bruce Brown, does he? And I'm gonna tell you what, there's gonna be people watching all that film going, Jalen's a nice player, but don't let him dribble. Bruce Brown was in his chili. I mean, he lived in the chili, and Jaylen Brown didn't want nothing of it. And then guess what? It's like, of course, he had a little foul trouble earlier. Then Spencer Jones came in for Bruce, and he goes, "Well, I'm going to live in that chili too." And I thought what was he, 7 of 21? I think shot 33%, got 21 points, and he averages 29.
I can look it up. I got it right in front of me. Brown. 7 of 21. You got it.
21 points.
He said trust him.
I trust you. What were your other takeaways last night before we lose you? I know you're getting on a plane to go to Oklahoma City.
I'm glad Tyler said that because I thought Bruce Brown was fantastic, and that's the disruptor.
And you know,
need him to be.
It wasn't just that game. It's been heating up for a minute now.
No, I agree with you. And he didn't make a basket, I don't think.
1 for 8.
Well, he made one. There you go.
It was that dunk. He had a dunk.
Oh, that's right.
Remember that?
That's the only hoop he made. But I thought he was fantastic. And that's, again, where statistics, look, if you just didn't see the game and then you look at the stats and go, boy, Bruce struggled last night.
Yeah.
He turned the game around. I firmly believe Boston came out and I thought were punking Denver, and Denver was taken aback. And then something switched late first into the second. Bruce Brown came in, and all of a sudden Denver says, well, we can play physical too. And I asked David that in the post game. He said, you can't play defense without being physical. And you want to know, and listen, Dennis Rodman would be a star on this team defensively. But you know what he was? He was a unicorn. I mean, he's a Hall of Famer, right? He ain't a Hall of Famer because he could score a lot of points, was he? Rebound and play defense. Hall of Fame. Got him to the Hall of Fame. They don't have individual guys that are necessarily BA shutdown players. Like we like to think Surtain with the Broncos, shut down corner. But how many think about, and I'll let Tyler answer this, 32 teams, how many truly shut down corners are there?
3 or 4.
Exactly. And that's the same thing with basketball. You can get in guys chilly. Mm-hmm. There might be 3 or 4 guys that can really shut down a guy one-on-one dribbling the basketball.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got to be a better team defense. So you want to fix the defense? It's got to be a team defense. You can't have Joker, who leads the league in rebounding, challenging 6'3" guys shooting corner threes because somebody had a breakdown, whether it's man or zone, whatever you're doing. Because now, even if they miss, now guess what? You're in trouble.
It's a nice win. Can you put it together again against Oklahoma City?
Well, it's going to be similar. Great offensive team and a great defensive team.
Then can you put it together against Minnesota?
Again, good offense team, solid defensive team.
Yeah, David was just like, I can't look ahead. Just look at the schedule.
Can we call this schedule? We read it yesterday, Dirty Dozen.
Oh, man, it's something.
Ooh. Dirty Dozens. That gives me flashbacks, guys. You can't bring that up. That's off-season workouts in college. That's I could still taste the throw up to these days.
You had
taste that throw up.
You had a workout called the Dirty Dozen?
Dirty Dozen. You know what the Dirty Dozens was?
12 exercises, I'm assuming.
Well, yeah, you had a full rotation going on for about an hour, and then at the very end, you had to run 12 perfect 40-yard dashes. Now, that's the whole team, okay? Every coach has got a flag. So you're going to run in groups of about 4 or 5 different groups. Coaches are watching you run your 40-yard dash. They think one guy's slacking off, throw the flag. Throw the flag, start it over. You got to run 12 perfect ones in a row. They're going to keep throwing that flag about 150 times until we get that thing right. And they
So how many did your group end up running?
Brother, I don't know, but I'm telling you, it was the most throw up I've ever had in my life. It took me a week to recover just from throwing up. It was brutal. Brutal.
We had
Navy SEAL stuff. They got it from the Navy SEALs.
When I went to college, back before they had all the rules and limit time of practice and blah, 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 we would have 3-hour practices the first couple weeks before the season started. And it was funny, when I first got there was trash cans lined around the basketball court. They didn't have all the back standards or the seats pulled down.
We had the same thing.
Yeah.
They had trash cans everywhere.
They had trash cans all, and I'm a freshman. This is like my first taste of D1 stuff, right? And I'm like, what is all this for? And it was hard. The next thing I know, I'm watching guys over them cans throwing up.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's what those are for.
Oh,
that's why they got 25 trash cans out here.
That's one guy didn't want to do it in front of the team. There was a little hallway in Barnhill. He ran down the hallway because there was another trash can like down this hallway, just standing in a corner. I looked up and we go, where's Gene? Boo! Boo! Down about 20 feet away from everybody, chucking in the hallway. Yeah, but that was an eye opener because think as a freshman, you don't know what the trash cans are for.
No, you don't know what those are there for.
No. You find out.
Let's see if they can keep this.
I got to read you something funny. I got this. This just came up from yesterday. Literally yesterday, Dirty Dozens came up with one of my old teammates, Dusty Sprague. Dusty Sprague texted me yesterday, and one of our old coaches was putting a hat on from Dirty Dozens on Facebook. Dusty sends me a photo of it. He says, "That was the first time in my life that I literally debated walking in front of an oncoming car. 4 to 6 weeks for some broken bones. Be back in time for spring ball."
Memories.
Great memories.
Now you look back and you go, God, that was fun, though.
Not that part. No, not that part.
All right, what's the odds that they can sustain this? Or are we just going to go back to
I think this is a build-on game, playing another great team on the road tomorrow. But I just – they showed what they're capable of. The question is, and we'll find – and they may lose this game, but can you still bring that type of an effort and attention to detail that you did about their attention to detail in that game was fabulous.
What was the biggest change?
Pressure defense.
Is that focus or effort?
It's fighting demons in your head that says I'm too tired to play this way.
Was it Bruce Brown's energy and KJ Simpson that, because listen, man, it's a 1-point game or something like that at halftime. It was nip and tuck between. It really just got away from the Celtics later on in the third. What I liked in the fourth quarter, they went into the beginning of the fourth quarter up 10, and they expanded it to 17.
Right.
And to the degree I'm looking up at the clock with 5 or 6 minutes to go, I'm like, oh, well, okay, this is done. Like they did exactly
what you're supposed to do.
Exactly what you're supposed to do. You took a team that had a back-to-back night, the Celtics did. They were in Phoenix the night before. You pressed it, and then you stepped on it. And once you stepped on it, it was over. In fact, the 16 points they got, they had 10 points up until it was total garbage time. You know, I was like, man, are they going to crack, 12, 13 points here? And they got to 16. But, yeah, I was really proud of the Nuggets for taking 10 to 17 to game over. Game over. And then you weren't even sweating it at the end.
Here's another lesson. You kill the leader. You kill the head of the snake. And that's Jaylen Brown. And they made it hard on the head of the snake. And it felt like everybody around behind him kind of withered. Just keep that in mind whenever teams are trying to take out Joker or take out Murray in a game, because they're saying, we're going to take you out. What's everybody else going to do now?
It's a Ticket Thursday. We have your chance to win tickets to see Denver and Houston on the court on March 11th. Text the keyword Delta right now. Delta Dawn. Delta 303-504-0925, first and last name, and you're entered. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is Delta. We'll announce the winner at 2:55. Best of luck. Kyle Keefe is a cartoon character.
Well, we know that.
Well, we'll find out the specific details of that coming up next.
for the races into the Avalanche zone, and it's knocked wide by a diving Manson. I think he got a piece at the last second.
What a play by Josh Manson, leaving his feet, and I think he just got enough on that puck to send it wide of the post.
Parker Kelly scores! Oh my goodness! That could be the goal of the year! Parker Kelly works his way through three Mammoth players, collects the puck, and he rips it inside the near post.
We're joined by Kyle Keefe of Altitude TV. Nice win by the Avs yesterday. And we are ready for Bernie's Mountain Showdown. Kiefer, what's the elevator pitch on this bad boy? I know you guys have been doing a lot of work on it. What are we doing here with this?
Well, let me just come out and say I had no idea what I was doing. I had no idea what I was getting myself into until I got here like 3 weeks ago. This is, you ever seen like when they do the EA Sports stuff and they like put all those dots all over you and you're like doing the virtual? Yeah. Well, it's that on steroids essentially. And it's like we're in this world. Like it's downtown Denver, but the mountains are there and there's waterfalls and there's, it's bizarre. I mean.
All right. So wait, do you have to wear all that stuff as you're calling the game?
No. So
okay.
Just when we're on camera. So when we're on camera, we do. But when we're just calling the game, we're basically watching the real game that is a cartoon. So Nathan McKinnon is Nathan McKinnon, but he's a cartoon. And all the fans are puck people. And Bernie is following us everywhere we go. I mean, I'm telling you, it's like nothing I've ever experienced. And I'm not really a psychedelic drug taker, but I'm assuming it's something similar.
But you're willing to try.
Wait. So who are the players? Like, what characters are they?
They are themselves.
They're themselves.
It's the exact hockey game that you'll watch here tonight. You watch it on Altitude, but if you turn over to Altitude too, it's the exact same game, but it's a cartoon. So, like we just heard Parker Kelly's goal from last night. I don't know if you guys saw it, but you would see exactly that. But Parker Kelly is a cartoon. So it's just wild.
So are you doing the play-by-play?
Yes, but Scotty, thank God. I'm glad you brought this up because when they asked me to do this, I was like, okay, I am not a play-by-play guy. Like how Moser and Marlowe and Connor and Todd, how they do that, that is a God-given gift over years and years and years of experience. I could never do it. So they were like, no, you're not doing play-by-play. Your audience is a 7-year-old. So I'm basically, it's like being in a cartoon.
That fits while you're doing it.
Yeah, I know. I knew you'd love that, jerk. But it's honestly, it's like we look around, we talk about the landscape, we talk about the hockey game. There's snowball fights. It's like a cartoon, and our audience being these little kids, and we're teaching what icing is, what cooking is.
Gotcha.
So this is going to be on the Altitude Plus app. The regular game, you can still watch it Altitude. Who's doing all the intermission and stuff for that?
So that'll be Moj and Johnny, and then Rachel and John Mitchell are doing the studio stuff. But it'll be on KTVT too, with Channel 20.
Yeah, it's on like a 9 and 20 game doing that.
Right.
And intermission, or is it just you and Riker talking intermission amongst yourselves, like just hashing it up?
Yeah, and I just got to say, like, they did these characters of us, right? So we're cartoon people. They did Riker they did not do him a solid. He is like a skinny.
Listen.
Bald spot with long hair.
Riker don't do himself a solid sometimes.
Scotty, I'm telling you, it looks like a sick Ned Flanders who hasn't cut his hair in a long time. And when we're in this hockeyverse, like I look over at him, and the mustache is way too big, and the hair is way too gross, and it's just so funny. Like it's everything I can do to just keep myself composed tonight. Because when you're out of the hockeyverse, I don't want to come back to this world. I like it in there. I don't like this world.
All right,
it's right up my alley.
I know you don't know the technical answer, but I'm fascinated how they instantly capture the actual action in cartoon. When how do they do that? Like how I know they do it, but like how?
It's like there's like a tracker, like it. So like a microphone. There's a tracker on either everybody's helmet or jersey or whatever.
Oh, okay.
For this specific game, and so it's their body movements and the other thing is, guys, if there's a fight tonight, they don't, we're not going to show the fight, so we just got to go have a snowball fight or ride a wave in the mountains.
Oh,
so, yeah. So we're not encouraged to we don't want the kids to see a fight. So we're like, oh, so 2 people aren't getting along, so let's go over here with Bernie and
gotcha.
throw snowballs.
So you really got to think like a 7-year-old,
I think those 7-year-olds need to learn quick, man.
Yeah, they need. Right. What would you do if somebody got injured or something like that?
Just pull Riker's hair or make fun of his mustache, and I honestly I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Here's the worst part: is that it's the Minnesota Wild, right?
Right.
This is a massive, massive game.
Right.
I was going to say, couldn't you have done it last night?
No. Well, this is a big one though. You're right. I mean, it's a very meaningful game.
But you know what? Like David Adelman says, right now you're all in a race to add W's. Right. So they're all important.
That's
Dallas has won 7 in a row, and Minnie's won 5 in a row.
Right.
And the Avs have 85 points, but they're only up by 5. Like it's ridiculous. Or 7 points, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But they've got the regular game on up to our right.
Okay.
And then all of these monitors where we're in all of these different worlds, and that's going to be hard for me. Like I'm a cheerleader. I'm watching this game like. If we get scored on by the Wild, I don't know how funny I'm going to be able to be. Am I allowed to say what I really want to say?
Well, yeah, I would say so because a 7-year-old would be a fan of the Avalanche. You're not doing a national broadcast; it's still a local broadcast. Yeah, I think a 7-year-old would be. You could start crying like, I mean, that would actually be fun.
Yeah.
All right, right.
I might.
Maybe have cartoon tears coming out. That'd be kind of funny.
Like go with Canadian
bigger
tears.
Question. Since you guys are doing everything, what happens if you got to go potty?
Ooh.
Oh, that's a good question. Well, Riker wears diapers anyway, so he's good. He'll be good to go. But,
got that covered.
I honestly, that's a great question. I don't know, Scotty. Well, I mean, what do you do?
Well, I try to time my breaks right before the game starts and then get there at halftime and hope we don't have double overtime.
Yeah, you go like that. All right, Kyle. So what about pregame? Are you guys doing this for pregame too, or does it just start at puck drop?
No, yeah, we just do a couple 9 News hits, and then we have a couple hits with the guys on the broadcast. And I have no idea how that's going to work. This whole thing is it's banana lands. I think you guys I'd love to see your radio show as a cartoon.
Oh, I think it would be a blast. Do they do this for NHL teams, throughout the year, like local broadcasts? Is that what they do?
Yeah, so they've done it like 4 years in a row, and they do one team, and this year they picked Colorado. I think if they had to do it again, I think they'd probably say, we'd like to have Moser and Lyle. We picked the wrong 2.
Nah. You guys are hysterical. You guys will be great, and we'll look forward to watching it. Thanks, Kyle, for taking the time. Enjoy it.
You bet, boys. Have a great day.
Yeah, I think that's so cool. Are your kids too old for that, or would they be into that?
Well, they'd have to be into hockey first.
Yeah.
Do you, though? Do you have to be into hockey? I mean, if it's just a bunch of cartoon things going around, I don't know.
I think you got to be into hockey first, yeah.
Yeah? Okay. All right.
There's a lot of Netflix cartoons
but
they can watch.
There's a whole lot of 10, 11, 12-year-olds that are pretty serious into hockey.
Right.
They're probably going to go, well, I haven't watched a cartoon.
Well, maybe 10's too old. Like you're saying, you're saying about a 7-year-old. So
yeah, that's true.
It's funny. Speaking of 7-year-olds watching the broadcast light, Brock Nelson's son Bennett is 7 years old and plays in the DU youth program that John Mitchell is like his coach.
Oh, wow.
And apparently Brock is down there and he took like the gold medal and then
I bet the kids just went nuts.
All that. But it made me think like, how much pressure, if he is playing hockey, is on Bennett Nelson? Think about that for a second.
The same thing as a kid's last name is Landeskog or Sakic or Foote or...
No, I get it, but I mean, your grandfather, you're the uncle, the dad, like with the USA Hockey Olympic
and
thing.
how old is his prognosis?
7.
Oh, so it'll be 2 Olympics from now that he could maybe make it. He'll be 15. Youngest member to ever play for the USA in the Olympics.
I was thinking, doesn't Team USA have to put him on the team No matter what?
Well, it'll be 3 Olympics away, yeah.
It was 23, 27, 31. Or maybe even 19 if he's really good. I guess that could be 19, 23, 27, 31, maybe 34. So you would have 5 Olympics.
How old's Brock?
Gosh, he's in his 30s. He's got 4 kids. He's got to be in his 30s, right?
He's 35, wasn't he?
He's got to.
I don't know.
It's got to be something like that. Yeah. Anyways, looks like fun. Looks like fun tonight. So you can enjoy that.
And you get a free chance to look at that Altitude Plus app.
There you go. It's offering, Altitude Plus is offering a 7-day free trial. If you sign up today, you go to stream the fully animated Bernie's Mountain Showdown of the Avs and Wild tonight. Don't wait. altitudeplus.com/checkout and enter promo code Altitude7 to start streaming on Altitude Plus. That offer ends March 14th. The subscription does auto-renew at the end of the trial, so heads up on that. Tonight will be interesting in terms of recognizing the Olympians tonight. No Nathan McKinnon last night, by the way.
I told you.
What do you mean you told me?
I said yesterday I didn't think that all
Why?
would play.
Why didn't you think?
Because he's probably still crying somewhere.
He didn't party. He didn't have to recover from the alcohol, but he did have to recover from the tears.
And also, we had the report that he was sick over there.
Yeah,
the whole time
I think it's
too.
got to do more with that. But that's
and he's
not
gonna-
as.
I mean,
that's
this,
not-
this is exactly what I thought they should do, and it's what I suggested. Give the guys that were the gold medal, give them another day. Especially Nate.
Well, Nelson, McCarr, and Taves all did play. Nelson
so did Lekkonen. They played in the bronze medal.
They should have
game.
let them all.
Yeah, Lekkonen and Kiviranta played. Gabe played. Natchez played. But, I mean, they were eliminated earlier.
Yeah, Gabe and Natchez were eliminated early.
I think Nate there's something going on.
Yeah, I think he's sick.
He's sick, maybe a little beat up a little bit. There's something going on with Nate. So, New Jersey last night for Jack Hughes, it was unreal. It was red carpet. It was lights down. It was video. It was handing him the mic. He went and got Tage Thompson from the Sabres and brought him to center ice.
Because he was on the U.S. team, too.
Yes, it was like, boom. It was something else.
And the fans were cool to another team, too, right?
Yes.
That was cool.
Tampa had as many guys as the Avs had. First, not pregame, no pregame, first time out, photo of every guy, so-and-so for Latvia, so-and-so for Germany, so-and-so, and what they won, so-and-so on our team from Canada. John Cooper, their coach, coaches Canada. So they're showing still pictures on the Jumbotron, and then they go to their American guy last and have video, they go to the camera of him on the bench, and then they actually take the camera and they stick it on Austin Matthews on the Maple Leafs. So they did sort of do a little bit extra for USA, but it was all during a timeout during the game. Which is a better way to handle things for the Avalanche, in your guys' opinion tonight? How would you handle it?
I would do it before the puck drops.
Mm-hmm.
I think I would just do it before the puck drops.
Probably the simplest way to do it, right? If you want to get it over with, you do it then. If you want to make it stand out, you do it during a timeout. You do it during a break. I'd say get it over with.
Okay, well, we'll see how they handle it.
I mean, how many mandatory timeouts do they have during the NHL?
I believe it's 4. 4 TV timeouts
per period.
Mm-hmm.
Per period.
Yeah. Yeah, by the way, did not miss that during the Olympics. That was great. Just seeing the hockey go without the TV timeouts. I was like, this is fantastic. Well, we'll see what they do, but it'll be interesting. I think Tampa kind of figured it out a little bit. I mean, their coach is the coach of Team Canada. You don't want to kill him and rub it in his face either, right?
Right.
You know what I mean? So my bet is it's like an even Steven sort of deal. But you got to see what the Devils did. I mean, it was like Jack Hughes going in the Hall of Fame or something. It was something else, and they were loving it, man. They apparently hate their governor, too, as it turns out. But, they like Jersey, though. Jersey's good. Everybody loves Jersey. So that is tonight at Ball Arena. It's going to be fun. And I think the TV broadcast will be fun, too.
That'll be cool.
All right, you getting on a plane?
I am going to go get on a plane.
All right, buddy. Well, everybody should be in a good mood today.
Should be a great mood today.
Don't you think?
Yeah, as long as they didn't get the norovirus.
Yeah, how is that transmitted, by the way?
Sex.
It's PhD here on 92.5.
Out of here.
Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Okay, New Year is here. You want to feel better. You want to look better. How are you going to do it? Low testosterone can be a serious issue. Sex, intimacy, love, they're all essential to having a fulfilling relationship. And if the workouts aren't the same, the love life's not the same, it's like, oh, this might just be low T. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there to help. Also, this year, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. It's designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. With the low T treatments combined with the body composition programs, you may notice real improvements, more energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and often a renewed sex drive. So let's get it together with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You're losing that testosterone? Get it back. Call 720-440-7900. Find them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
All of our guests appear on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. Kyle Keefe was on with us. Parker Gabriel will join us, Tyler, from the Combine to give us the latest and greatest. We're going to have the Combine workouts going so we can give you some incredible play-by-play action of
Has anyone
linebackers.
fallen on their face on the 40 yet?
Well, you're a tough act to follow. So it's just getting going here. We're just going to start. They had interviews, by the way.
Do you know the schedule off the top of your head or no?
It's linebackers today and somebody else, but it's definitely the linebackers today. Tomorrow is tight
Actually,
ends.
linebackers is a good one to pay attention to for us.
It is. They're going in that direction. No doubt about it. I mean, we do have...
It's time for an Underwear Olympics update.
Wow.
On PhD.
Wow. Very dramatic, Dan. Is that you voicing it, Dan?
No.
Who is that?
Take a guess. It's somebody on the station.
God, I don't know. Tyler, do you?
Do it again.
All right, hang on a second. Let's go.
It's time for an Underwear Olympics update on PhD.
I'm not... Is that Grizz? Nelly.
Yes.
Oh, it's Nelly. Okay. Nelly, pretty good. Nelly can do some voices.
All right.
All right, well, we're here for...
It is fun, by the way, when you get lined up like cattle and all you're wearing is your spandex. You got to go up there and you got to get weighed on the stage, and you line up in like a single file line, just in your underwear, with 100 other dudes, right? And we're back to back, single file line.
Yeah.
And you know what everybody does for this part of the Underwear Olympics?
What's that?
We all want to weigh in more, right? So we all want to be heavier than we really are.
Oh, okay.
So when you want to be heavier than what you really are, what would be your solution to that, DMac?
Water would be my solution.
I'm going to drink a gallon of water,
ridiculous
if
amount
not
of water.
more.
Yeah.
And as I'm standing in that line,
it's a lot of
I'm
urination.
like, oh my God, I can't wait. I cannot wait. I've drank this water. I need to gain 4 pounds. That's what it's going to give me, by the way.
Really?
I need to gain 4 pounds. If I can just hold this for another 10 minutes, I got an extra 4 pounds in me. You get up there. You might tinkle yourself a little bit on the way.
Yeah.
You get on the scale, and then they send you into the bod pod to measure your body fat.
Okay.
And you sprint to the bathroom afterwards, and everybody's doing the exact same thing, and they all know exactly what you're doing.
That's
So
crazy.
they might as well just subtract 4 pounds from your weight, but it is a brutal process of trying to hold that pee.
No dumb question? Does anybody just wear a diaper?
I can't.
Would you be allowed to?
That would be creative, because if you wore the diaper, what you could do is you could drink the gallon, pee into the diaper,
maybe multiple
retain
times.
the water
Right.
weight, then drink another gallon.
Right.
Yeah. Not bad.
I mean, there's other... Might look kind of weird, but, if you got a bunch of junk in your trunk, maybe nobody would care. Yeah, the whole process is so bizarre. Was that the last 40 you ever ran in your life?
Yeah, it sure was.
You didn't run like at a pro day or anything like that?
Well, okay, you're right. Technically the pro day was after the combine.
You did it again?
Pro day was the last one I ever did. Then I did have some workouts as a free agent, but when you do your workouts as a free agent,
They don't care, right?
They do some of the combine stuff. Like they want to see the short shuttle, they
Sure.
want to see like the L drill, things like that.
Right.
But no, they don't have you run a 40.
Especially for an offensive lineman, right?
No.
I mean, who cares?
No.
Dan, do we have the photo of Tyler on the front page of the Denver Post Sports section falling during the 40? I mean, it's a...
I don't remember that.
yeah, I'm sure you don't. All right, well, we'll give you updates as we go here today. I love the intro, Dan. Nice job. Way to put that together. The Broncos did interview Kenyon Sadiq yesterday.
Okay.
The morning sprint was debating whether or not he would fall. Is that you got it here? Oh my
There
God,
he is.
dude, there you are. Oh my God, Tyler.
Right at the finish line, too. You see that little white line?
Oh my God.
That's
wait,
the finish
I gotta-
line.
let me get out
My
of the way.
fingertips are practically touching the white line. Any of you boys and girls out there that don't know this story, I did go to the combine.
Oh wait, hold on a second. I mean, if we're gonna do this,
do you think my arms
It's
look
time for an Underwear Olympics update on PhD.
What's your question about
Do you
your
think
arms?
my arms look bigger today or there?
Oh, you're way more defined now.
Yeah, but bigger.
Your face is definitely bigger.
I'm definitely defined.
You're just
but
bigger.
but I had a lot of fat on me back then.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, you're asking the wrong question. Do you look better now or then?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's not even close.
Anyways.
But that looks like a football player. That looks like an offensive lineman. You look like a basketball player now.
You know, I was good. I got invited to the combine, and I knew I was never going to excel at like a lot of typical offensive line things, like strength. That wasn't my strong suit, you know. But I was an athlete. I could beat guys from point A to point B. The two things I knew I was going to do, three things I was going to do really, really well, was going to be my vertical leap, which I was great at. I think it was a 33, if I remember correctly. My broad jump, which I think I got the second best at the combine, and then my 40. By 40, my goal was to run like a 4.9 40. That's what I was trying to run.
Huh?
You know,
That'd be awesome.
And I knew I was going to suck at all the other stuff for offensive linemen, but I played football like a basketball player. So the 40 was my jam. That's where I was going to go out there, and I was going to separate myself from these other fat slobs that were unathletic, right?
Dude,
so
it's such a nightmare.
It's the second event of the day. I did my vertical. I did good. Second event of the day. And I'm like, I get up there. You get 2 cracks at this thing, right?
Yeah.
So first time I get up there, the guy 2 in front of me tripped and fell. So he face planted. He got up, had a hamstring injury. The next guy face plants. I'm not kidding you. 3 of us in a row. 3 of us in a row did the exact same thing.
Turf Monster.
Turf Monster got us.
Yeah.
The other 2 guys got up, faked a hamstring injury. I get off. I'm starting my 40. And I am rolling, man. I mean, my first 10 is good.
Gold.
It's a little bit too good.
Butter.
I'm not quite keeping up. And then for like the next 20 yards, I could feel my life flashing before my eyes because my body weight is too far out in front of me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God, big man's going down. But can I hold on just long enough? Before I fall, can I hold on just long enough before I get through that finish line?
Right.
And dude, I'm not kidding you. I held off. Look at my fingertips. How far away would you say I am from that finish line?
I mean, like fractions of inches.
Fractions of inches.
Like I would say that because you had to fall over the line.
I finally face plant right before the line. And dude, I'm telling you, as I'm laying there, my life's going before my eyes. I'm like, you got to have a reason. You're supposed to be an athlete. You're supposed to be a basketball player. This is your best event.
Time to fake the hammy.
You can't just have fallen and been unathletic.
Ow, my elbow.
You have to fake an injury right now.
A calf.
I swear to God, that's what was going through my head. You need to fake an injury. So I'm laying there, and I decide, you know what? I'm going to be a man. I'm going to get up. The other 2 guys had a quote-unquote hamstring injury. I got up. I finished the day. I had one more crack at the 40. I was terrified I was going to fall again. I was terrible. I was trying to run a 4.9. That's what I was running in my practice stuff.
What'd you run in your second
It
attempt?
was like a 5.3.
Oh, wow.
It was terrible.
Like a huge difference.
Terrible.
Oh, my God.
I was so nervous, man. And the rest of the day, I was just in my head. But I did finish it out. I didn't fake an injury. To come back to Denver, that photo right there.
Unbelievable.
Freaking front page of the Denver Denver Post sports section.
Unbelievable.
Welcome home, Denver hero Tyler Polumbus, face planted.
It is a great story, man. Yeah, man, Denver Post. Why you gotta do me dirty like that?
Right?
Hometown boy, trying to do good. Do you think that had anything to do with you being undrafted?
100% I do.
Do you really? Oh
I absolutely do.
awful.
And if you think about it, I mean, this is the biggest stage. This is the biggest moment in my life. It's the biggest job interview. Every head coach, every single GM, every scout in the NFL is in the building, right?
Yeah.
And they're looking at anything that they can analyze you on. And for them, they're looking at it like, hey, this is a big moment. We knew he was athletic. They already knew that about me.
Mm-hmm.
But he goes up there and he fails. And so in their mind, they're like, okay, well, what's he going to do on 3rd and long? And I 100% believe that was a huge factor in my draft fall.
I don't want to be a jerk about it. How much money do you think that cost you?
You know what? Actually, in the long run, it wasn't that big of a deal because I was always supposed to be like a 5th to 7th rounder.
Okay.
I was never super high, right?
Right.
And at the end of the day, when I went undrafted, I had 31 out of 32 teams offer me an undrafted free agent deal.
Who didn't?
I think Jacksonville was the only one.
Oh, that's ironic.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what that meant, though, was that I had 31 teams that I could leverage.
Right.
And I was actually able to leverage that into the equivalent of a fifth rounder's free agency signing bonus.
And you just wanted to work with Josh McDaniels so much that
No, I wanted to work with Mike Shanahan. What are you talking about? Mike Shanahan was my coach.
Yeah. It's quite a story. Chris Harris, I asked the money question because Patrick Peterson and Chris Harris, if you look at their careers, are like identical. I mean, almost.
Oh, you know what? That's a better question. Like long run, it absolutely hurt me big time.
Well, that's where I was going.
Because once you get that undrafted late, I thought you meant more for that rookie deal.
Career-wise.
But for the rest of my career, you got to keep in mind, I started over 60 games in the NFL.
Yeah.
There were guys that would start 6 or 7 games, but they were third rounders. They would get $20 million deals, right?
Right.
For the rest of my life, I'm not complaining, man. I made a good living. I had a great run. But for the rest of my career, I was slotted as that undrafted guy,
right.
And I was never able to overcome that label.
Right, because I think Chris,
even though I started 3 times as many games as these other guys.
Like Chris and Patrick Peterson had like this potential Hall of Fame careers, right? Dude, look at their difference. It's like $35 million.
Right.
The difference between the two of those guys.
Now, I would argue that Chris got over the label. He might not have might not have got the Patrick Peterson deal, but he got over the label.
Well, he certainly got paid eventually, but you do pay the price on draft day depending on where you go for a career financially. Nobody's feeling sorry. Everybody makes pretty good money, right? But like it can be a factor. If you thought that was a factor for you not getting drafted, do you look back on it do you look back on it as it's a kind of a fun, cool story as we're having fun with it? Or do you look back on it like it still kind of hurts?
Oh, no. It's a huge part of my story. Adversity has always been a huge part of my story. Getting cut, getting traded. It's all part of my life story, my football story. I'm glad it happened.
You wouldn't be you without that moment.
It's a motivational tool of what you can overcome.
Very nice. Very nice. All right. We will hear from Sean Payton. He sat down with Rich Eisen. And they went into hypotheticals. I cannot believe they went into hypotheticals. What if Bo Nix played in the AFC Championship game? You'll hear that next. All right, got some information about tonight. If you're going to the Avs game tonight, they will honor all the Olympians at the first time out.
Okay, one clean shot.
One clean shot, and I'll guess it'll look somewhat like Tampa did. Where?
But what if you won a gold medal?
I would assume you'll be the last guy they do in their montage of I don't know though. I don't know. That's a good question. I have no idea what the order's going to be. I don't know, as they did in Tampa, if you will put Boldy or Quinn Hughes on the Jumbotrons as well for Team USA. They did do that in Tampa. They put Austin Matthews on the Jumbotron sitting on the Canadian bench, and Jack Hughes pulled Tage Thompson away from the Sabres bench and just brought him out to center ice. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see tonight, but that is the official word.
If you win a gold, you don't get to go at the same time as everybody else. Nope.
That's what they did with Tampa, and I think that is what they're doing tonight.
They should probably do gold in the third. That's what they should do.
What can I tell you? Well, that's the word. We're going to treat everybody kind of equally.
No, this isn't kids' games.
What can I tell you?
No, sir. Nope. This is not. We're not elementary school. No, we're not passing out ribbons here.
I gotcha.
We're passing out gold medals.
Well, the one guy. Well, if you count the guys on Minnesota, 3. Anyways, that's tonight at Ball Arena. Make sure you're sitting around for that. It'll be a cool moment in the first time out. I'm sure they do presentation stuff. They always kill presentation stuff down there. So I'm sure it'll be great. All right, ready for some hypotheticals as we the Combine Tyler, we're up and rolling right now on good old NFL Network. And we'll give you some play-by-plays as it goes. So we'll try to figure that out for you and highlight some of the guys that.
Are you starting to
Broncos
track the linebackers yet?
I am, yeah.
Really?
Well,
Man, you are on the ball.
No, not that much. I'm just trying to get familiar with the names. I'm like that on these guys right now.
Give me some names outside of Rodriguez.
Well, Sonny Styles is like the number one dude, and they're not going to get him, right? But he's like the leader of the pack. CJ Allen is the number one mock guy to the Broncos right now is CJ Allen. Golday is from what school is he from? He's a bigger guy, like 6'4", rah, go get him sort of guy. It's dudes like that, So we're just starting to sort of get in the mix with these guys right now. But we'll have a much better idea even after today, because we'll really be able to put our eyes on them, and we can give you some numbers, and we will as we go today. There's a list of about 8 or 9 inside linebackers that they've already talked to, too, which is pretty wild. We should do that, Dan. Actually, you bring up a good point. Dan, we should just have a running list of everybody that has been associated with the Broncos so we can throw that out there. Maybe we can put that together as we go in the show today. Meanwhile, you got Sean Payton, Tyler, sitting down with Rich Eisen. What if Bo played?
Looking back at the playoffs, the narrative is that had Bo Nix not broken his ankle, you could have won the whole damn thing. Do you feel that is fair
I think,
Oh,
not?
I think it's unfair a little to Seattle in that, look, they did it. It's like I'm reading the Twitter feeds on the Olympic hockey, and it is what it is. And so the timing obviously
what does that mean?
Wasn't great, and yet certainly can't diminish from the first 2 years he's had as a pro. But it's tough. Look, it's a grind to begin with, and then the further you go, the more difficult it will be if you lose. And so it's tough to get to that spot in the playoffs and then lose to another good team.
All right, so he didn't really take the bait. So he's ripping on Canadian Twitter people. Is that?
I wasn't tracking that. Can you back up? And I didn't track the logic there.
Dan?
Well, what I gleaned from that was a lot of Canadians were saying, well, if we had Crosby in the gold medal game, we would have won, and this and that and the other, and if McKinnon was fully healthy, all that stuff.
Well, even Nate said, basically the better team lost.
That too.
Okay. Maybe that's what he was saying.
All right, I'll play.
Maybe that's what he was saying. Yeah, the better team lost in the AFC Championship game.
Yeah, let me play it again here.
Looking back at the playoffs, the narrative is that had Bo Nix not broken his ankle, you could have won the whole damn thing. Do you feel that is fair
I
or
think,
not?
I think it's unfair a little to Seattle in that. Look, they did it. You know, it's like I'm reading the Twitter feeds on the Olympic hockey, and it is what it is. And so the timing, obviously.
All right, that's
actually, I think he is talking about Nate exactly right there.
Yeah,
like Nate's like, you guys can be the judge of who was the better team out there, but they did win.
Yeah, it was a 3-on-3 sucks. Okay, it is what it is though.
So we were the better team playing against the Patriots. But it is what it is.
It is what it is.
We lost the game.
I know if I complain about it or whine about it, I'm going to look bad.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to stay away from it. Okay. I kind of respect that.
It is what it is. Had I known that my quarterback had a pre-existing condition in his ankle, I probably wouldn't have ran him on the second to last play of the game.
This is what it is. Had I known he had milky, soft, just brittle ankles, I just wouldn't have taken those chances. But, I didn't know all that. I found out later, because Bo's had I think 9 different surgeries. Kliss, it's your fault. Such a great hypothetical. All right, let's have some fun with it because we can do it. We don't have to be is what it is people here, right? Bo's healthy. Do they win the Super Bowl?
No, probably not. I mean, Seattle was, when you watched Seattle in the Super Bowl, was that the team that you expected to see in the Super Bowl?
Yeah, it was. Well, actually, kind of. I actually thought their offense wasn't as good as it had been. So
that's what I was kind of getting at myself.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they were a little less than because their offense wasn't as good.
I expected their offense to be much better than it was in the Super Bowl. I don't think that you're a better football team than the Seattle Seahawks. That was the best football team in the NFL this year. And if you're going to go down the route of just the best team win, well, the best team probably should win, and the Seahawks probably would have won that game. But I do think it's fair to say if you have Bo Nix, you got a really good chance of making it to the Super Bowl. I don't know. The weather conditions still exist. The same weather conditions that Jared Stidham had to fight through.
You know what the difference would be?
I don't know how different it really looks. So look at what Drake May couldn't do anything.
Right. You know what the difference would be, and it's so small. It's Stidham running and doesn't get the first down. Bo probably does run and get the first down. Now, I'm not going to say the game's going to line up identically, so you're not going to have the same identical situation. That's ridiculous. But metaphorically, Bo's just a little bit more athletic and a better runner than Jarrett Stidham. And if you have situations where Stidham needs to run and scramble for a first down and he didn't get it, causing the situation you had on fourth down, those are the situations, Tyler, I think the Broncos were dodging all year. I think it's one of the reasons why, they were converting first downs, eventually scoring, even though the offense had trouble, and more importantly, probably avoiding sacks. And when you can avoid sacks and problems like that, you avoid turnovers. And look what the Broncos didn't do. They didn't get a lot of takeaways, but they barely gave the ball away at all, and Bo never really got sacked. And that's what you avoid. That's where you give yourself just an overall better chance in all of it.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that Drake May and really the Patriots offense was able to do was run around. Drake killed us running the football. And in theory, I suppose Bo might have been able to have a better chance at it. I don't think it's guaranteed you beat the Patriots, but you got a really good shot.
You certainly have a better shot.
Heck yeah,
certainly have a better shot. That being said, I think the Patriots were the Patriots. They were healthy. They were healthy enough. Unless you want to go.
It turned out the Patriots offense didn't suck because of a blizzard. The Patriots offense just sucked.
Kind of. Or are you buying that Drake May was hurt anyways, and that whole New England kind of crybaby narrative? That's what they're whining about. Our guy was hurt.
Aren't they all?
Yeah, you lose.
Down to the last game of the season, aren't they all hurt?
Got to deal with it one way or the other.
Yeah.
Okay, so if the Broncos would not have beat the Seahawks, what will it take next year for them to take that next step?
Yeah, hopefully Davis Webb is the next step.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully,
all right.
Hopefully, a better functioning offense in the first few quarters of the game is the next step. And that's where I get at, like, really, when you ask me would they won the Super Bowl, I'm like, no, that team this Broncos team wasn't there. They weren't ready. It wasn't there all the way. I know I won a Super Bowl with similar circumstances, but we also had Peyton Manning. Bo's not quite Peyton Manning. Right?
We'll have our next keyword coming up, a chance to win a Nuggets ticket Thursday, as we have keywords for your chance to see the Nuggets and the Rockets on March 11th. Stay tuned. Your next keyword is coming up in just 5 minutes, and we'll be joined by Parker Gabriel in Indy for the Combine. The Hammer. Parker Gabriel from the Denver Post. Joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. RamosLaw.com. Yeah, we got some of the big boys going here, Tyler, the defensive linemen. These guys. These fellas like putting on them skin-tight biker shorts and the sleeveless shirts.
Looking
and
sexy.
Is this their worst nightmare or the best
Hell
day
no.
of their life? Like, you know.
You think the big boys are embarrassed of those bodies? Hell no.
No.
They're feeling like athletes out there. They got their track shoes on. It'll be the only time of their life they'll ever wear track shoes. You bought special shoes just for the 40. I made a big mistake when I bought mine. I didn't buy ones with big enough nubs.
Yeah.
I was trying to save weight in my shoes. Big mistake.
Parker Gabriel of the Denver Post. Where are you and what are you looking at right now, Parker?
I am just back to Denver, actually.
Oh,
So
okay.
I was just looking at large men running 40-yard dashes on social media.
Okay, fine. Linebackers. Let's talk linebackers, my friend. Yep. Who has the Broncos' interest the most? And maybe you can go through a list because it seemed to be a massive position of interest for the Broncos.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, I think, I thought it was interesting. You interview people up and down the draft board, so I don't think it's a big surprise that they met with Sonny Styles. It's one of those, there's no way Sonny Styles is going to be there at 30, but if by some miracle he was, it would be an all-time no-brainer. C.J. Allen from Georgia, they didn't meet with, which is sort of interesting. I don't know for sure that say, they're interested, so let's stay away from them type of situation, but certainly a guy that is sort of in their range, probably late first round, early second. And then, Jacob Rodriguez from Texas Tech's got a lot of interest. I talked with Lander Barton. That's Cody Barton's little brother. He's taller and sort of leaner than Cody. He was a pass rusher some early in his career at Utah. Interesting kid, obviously knows a lot about the Broncos because he played with Jonah Ellis, and then he watched his brother play in Denver for a year, so he knows a little bit about the defense and all that. So, and then, you've got the Chicago Tribune reporting yesterday that Tremaine Edmonds in Chicago has gotten permission to seek a trade. They'll probably cut him next month if they don't find a trade partner. So aside from their own guys who they like that are supposed to be free agents, there's a bunch of interesting draft and free agent names out there.
Hey, we'll get back to it in a second. I just want to remind people it's a Ticket Thursday. We have tickets to see Denver and Houston on the court March 11th. Text the keyword Pegasus right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name and you're entered. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. This hour's keyword is Pegasus. We'll announce our winner at 2:55.
Parker, I saw that you were at the presser for Kenyon Sadiq. Let's talk about him for a second and the tight ends of this class. I feel like the expectation is that he's not going to be around at number 30 when Broncos on the board, right?
Yeah, I think that's probably right, Tyler. And I mean, it's, if he is, I mean, obviously, he's a playmaker. I like the physicality he plays with. He's not your traditional Y, as you know. He's not sort of that. He hasn't played with his hand in the ground a lot. In talking to people in Indy, though, the last few days, it is maybe not an all-time bad, but if you were ranking every position and taking a sort of think about free agency and the draft and the trade market, I mean, it is just going to be really hard to find a guy that's a no-doubt difference maker as sort of that all-around tight end that can play attached and also, be in the slot or play out wide. And so, yeah, he's a viable option as a playmaker. Obviously, if he's there at 30, he'd probably give you more in terms of a blocker than Evan Engram at this point in Engram's career. But he's also not. He's certainly not Colson Loveland or Tyler Warren, probably as a graded prospect or just in terms of the all-around skill set either. So that's a major need for the Broncos, and it's not entirely clear to me where they can find a guy unless there's some sort of creative trade thing that develops that is going to sort of satisfy all the elements they want at that position.
What about the other tight ends? Are there any other options that are going to be first, second rounders?
Yeah, I mean, I like Max Clare from Ohio State. He's probably a little bit more toward that, all-around type. He didn't put up huge numbers. He had 45 catches, but Ohio State, obviously, ton of playmakers, ton of guys to get the ball to. He's probably you'd probably be talking about second round or moving up in the third if you were to make it that far. There's some interesting guys in the class. Sam Roush from Stanford and a few of these other guys. But it's sort of like, are you going after? There's pass catchers and there's blockers, and then there, as Sean Payton likes to say, it's rare to find the guy that can do everything. There's not to say there's not going to be a guy like there sometimes is in the fourth round that turns into a star, but there's nobody that you're looking at like those two guys in the first round last year and saying, like, I feel pretty good that this guy's going to do this early in his career.
What other stuff got your attention while you were there in Indy?
Well, just obviously the stuff with Sean and Davis, and we talked about that a couple times, DMac, and just the way that he came out and just said it, sort of from
kind of
said
very
it
reluctantly,
sort of said it.
Yeah, he said it, and then like he was. I was like, okay, I think he's saying it, and then I followed up with him and I said, you're not talking in hypotheticals here, are you? And he's like, no, he's going to do it, and I was like, okay, and yeah, obviously he said he's still going to call some plays and all of that. I think the thing is, like, we've all been wondering about this question, like, is he going to do it? And okay, yes, it appears that at least in some significant capacity he is, but the more I think about it, and as you talk to people in Indy, it's just going to be fascinating, like, what does that look like? Not just on game day, but the rest of the week. Like there were tight ends today saying, Kenyon Sadiq this morning said that Davis Webb sort of led the interview when he was in there talking to the Broncos. And so, okay, if Davis Webb is calling the plays, then doesn't he also lead the game planning process? If he's the one, or maybe he doesn't, does Sean say, hey, okay, here's our personnel groupings for the week? It's always collaborative, but like, I just think, what if Davis Webb thinks Marvin Mims needs to play 60%, or he likes one back in the draft a little better than another, or whatever? Like, there's all of these things that, even though, like, Sean says, hey, we're on the same page, we have a high level of trust with, I buy all that, but there are so many decisions to make on a week-to-week basis, let alone once you get to the regular season, that it's fascinating to see operationally and schematically, like, what they're going to look like by the time we get to training camp.
Well, what's your vibe on running back?
That's a good question. The market's going to thin out a little bit, obviously, with Breece Hall getting tagged. Most likely, Darren Moody said that at the Combine. So, I like Travis Etienne. If you're talking free agents, maybe there's a trade candidate or something in there. But I think Etienne's kind of like, I've just been really impressed with him when I've seen him live. Like, he played really well when Jacksonville was in Denver in December. So, you've got options like that. Kenneth Walker, he's a good player. He just I don't think he fits what they need. He's not a pass protector. Like, even when the other guy, Charbonnet, got hurt, they brought in another guy to play passing downs. And that just, like, that sounds a little bit like RJ Harvey to me. So, not skill set wise, but just for that facet of the game. So I don't know. Well, maybe it's a free agent. Maybe it's Dobbins. That, I don't know if Dobbins will have a big market right away when free agency opens. So they need at least one, but I think they'll be in the market between free agency and the draft for two probably.
How was the Broncos mixer? But Sean had to tap out because of food poisoning. But
the mixer went on without him.
Well, Parker.
Yeah, well, I can say this. George Payton stepped to the microphone on Tuesday after Sean Payton, and he said, "Nice little mixer." So that was how he opened up. Nice little mixer. So I'll parrot George on that. It was good. It wasn't like in a secret hiding place or anything. It was in the lobby bar restaurant area at the JW Marriott where the team personnel stays, and it was like a part of the bar reserve, but it wasn't like a private room or anything like that. So it was mostly like Broncos media and team people, and it was fine. It did not go, 8 hours or anything. It was a couple hours, and then they've changed the structure of the Combine a little bit, and so it was sort of responsibility all around for the people that were going from the mixer to doing 4 hours of interviews with linebacker prospects from 7 to 11 p.m. on Monday night.
That's too funny. All right, Parker. Well, we'll all watch it. We appreciate the report, and we'll check out what you got to say in the Denver Post, my friend. You guys still have a sports section, right, in the Denver Post?
We sure do. Every single day, in fact.
Yeah. Oh, every day? Even if it snows, you're going to have You're going to have a paper?
7 days a week is what it sounds like. Now, whether it actually gets delivered to people, the weather can have an impact on that. But yeah, and we got a website too that thing runs 24 hours a day.
Unbelievable. Isn't that crazy how that works?
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
All right. Thanks, Park. We'll talk to you later.
We'll see you guys.
All right. Yeah, Washington Post just shut down. Boston Globe was like, too snowy. Forget it. We don't need a paper today. I'm watching these defensive linemen go right now, Tyler. And so the linebackers will be a little bit later, obviously. And I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 dudes under 5 seconds. And what did you run? What was your time?
At the combine?
Yeah.
4.3,
or what'd you say?
Oh,
or
God,
5.5?
no,
5.
Yeah.
No.
It was like 5.3 some, and I was trying to run a 4.9.
Yeah, the slowest I got here is a 5.32 from the defensive lineman right here.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, these kids are just getting faster and faster
Isn't it
every
crazy?
year that goes by. See, my year, I'm not kidding you. If I would have ran a 4.9, I would have arguably been the fastest, if not top 3 fastest guys.
Yeah.
During my era, during my year.
Yeah.
And I would have been electric, which is what I should have done because it's what I was timing at during all my practice stuff with Lauren Landau.
Zane.
But nowadays, even for offensive linemen,
yeah,
you probably get 10 to 12 guys that crack below 5 flat. It's nuts.
Well, Zane Durant, 6'1", 290, Penn State, has run a 4.76.
How heavy?
290. So a little lighter.
No, that's insane.
We got, I don't even, Caleb Proctor, Southeastern Louisiana, 6'2", 291, 4'8". Grayson Halton, defensive tackle out of Oklahoma, 6'3", 293, Tyler, 4'8'3". I'll give you one more. DeMonte Capehart, what a name, out of Clemson, 6'5", 313. 6'5", 313. 4.85. Wow. Some athletes, man. Offensive linemen run a pinch slower than the defensive tackles, though, don't they? For the most part. But they're body-wise ish.
Well, offensive linemen are generally heavier.
313, man. 313, 485.
No, that's a big boy for sure. That's flying.
That is crazy.
They're freak shows, man. They're genetic freaks. They're made in a lab.
What will you be looking for in terms of Broncos needs when you're just glancing at the combine here over the next couple days?
Well, what I'm really going to be curious about, how many tight ends are in the second to third round range, right? Because I think we've only got one legitimate tight end in the first round. That's Kenyon Sadiq.
Yeah.
What other options are there going to be after that? Because tight end's the one spot that I feel like you don't have the ability to address it in free agency. Because you've got Evan Ingram, and you can't get out of that deal. So you can't just go sign another free agent tight end, I don't think. So tight ends are of extreme curiosity. Those running backs, same story. Probably not a running back worthy of selecting at number 30. Like, if you're going to select a running back in the first round, you got to select him in the top 15. You know what I mean?
Well, it's funny. I now I'm starting to pay more attention to all this stuff. And I'm going to blow his name. Jeremiah Love, who Vic was on and talked to at the Super Bowl, that guy is projected to be a top 10 pick. The other guy, I think Price is his last name, another running back out of Notre Dame, he's also projected to be a first-round guy. I just don't know a whole heck of a lot about him. But you know what? Hold on a second. I can find some more info here in a second, I think. Jadarian Price. So the two top running backs this year, kind of consensus, two top guys are Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price. And Price 5'11", 209. Now, he is sort of making his way here in terms of first round sort of projections. We going to go running back second round last year, second round again this year? Are we doing that?
I was talking to Mike Sanford about that. I jumped on their show for the last segment, and he had a pretty good take on that. Does it make sense? Like if
doesn't feel like it.
We just drafted a dude in that area.
Right.
Does it make sense to draft a similar capability type of running back? Probably not.
Does not feel like it.
land one in free agency, and then get a better rotational player a little bit later.
Well, the guys, just to throw some names out at you, Kenyon. Oh, these are tight ends. Sorry. Running backs. Give me a second. Jeremiah Love, Jadarian Price, Emmett Johnson out of Nebraska, Jonah Coleman out of Washington, Desmond Claiborne out of Wake Forest. These are just some names that are out there. And when I go through this process, because I'm not a scout, I don't know what, this, that, the other thing. But it is amazing if you just sort of add the information together. Even though you don't get it completely right, you get an idea, Tyler. I mean, there's 312 dudes that have been invited to the combine, right? Like, just start there.
Yeah.
Like, if you study who these guys are, you're not going to go that wrong. You're going to more or less figure it out. When you see the same names coming up all the time, now that's the groupthink that got you in trouble with Shedeur Sanders, right? But where do you think Shedeur was going into this weekend last year? Where do you think he really was with these teams?
Probably still relatively high.
Don't you think?
Yeah, because this is kind of the beginning of the interview process. You haven't done any interviews yet. You haven't brought guys in for personal workouts.
Right.
You haven't met with them at your own facility. You haven't had pro days. This is the beginning of it. This is probably the beginning of the slide, I would guess.
I would guess so, too, because did the media really get it that wrong with Shedeur and their evaluation?
To some degree, yes.
Okay, or did he just fail miserably with the interviews and everything else and the things he didn't do? Did he fail miserably during this process?
Does it have to be either or?
We've never seen anything like it. There's never been a quarterback draft pick.
I mean, it easily could have been. The media's opinion of Shedeur Sanders was he was the number 1 overall pick. The NFL's opinion of Shedeur Sanders was that he was a fringe first-round pick, right? And so start with that. Let's say the baseline was he was a fringe first-round pick. Well, that's already much lower than what the media had him at. And then you start bringing him in for interviews. He's got his headphones on, whatever. I don't know, whatever the storylines were. All of a sudden, that causes a slide of epic proportion that we've never seen before.
We've never seen it before. I doubt we'll ever see it again. It was probably the most insane draft moment of doing this for the better part of 38 years, watching the NFL draft. To me, that was the most insane thing I'd ever seen. We've seen
Brady Quinn drop from 1 to 20, whatever that was.
Exactly. Aaron Rodgers dropping down was kind of still in the first round, though. I mean, we've seen the Laramie Tunsil's, right? Like, you get the photo and it's, you got a gas mask on, and you're smoking weed, and you just, whatever, you get in legal trouble and you fall. We've kind of seen all that. We heard rumors that it wasn't going great for Shedeur, but none of us really thought, it's going to be that bad. That was the most insane thing of all time. Do we have a story like that this year?
God,
Probably
I wonder one day what a book that would make. If let's say Shedeur Sanders turned his career around some way, somehow, and he stayed relevant, because it'd probably be the only way it'd be an interesting story. If he's just a bust and he doesn't end up working out,
the NFL got it right.
Nobody's going to really care. But if he could turn it around, then somebody could really get the inside scoop of what really happened there. What a book that would be.
Because it's not only the drop, it's the drafting of him at that point. Like, okay, there's the drop. Why did that happen? Why did the Browns take him after they took a quarterback in the 3rd round too? Like, why did that happen?
Correct.
It's like a couple of stories. It was drama-filled. It's not going to be like that this year. It is the only quarterback, Tyler, I'm seeing is Ty Simpson projected in the 1st round along with Fernando Mendoza right now. I'm not seeing, are you seeing anybody else? Is there any other quarterback that sort of has people's attention?
That North Dakota State kid might end up being the 2nd overall pick or the 2nd overall quarterback. I don't even know his name.
I don't know his name either. He's not projected by these top guys that I'm looking at. But
who do you see as 2 and 3?
I got Drew Lohr from Penn State, Garrett Nussmeier from LSU.
Yeah, no thanks.
And Carson Beck out of Miami, who's 40 years old,
and he might be like a 4th or 5th rounder.
Yeah, who's gonna take Carson Beck out of Miami to lead you to the future? I mean, give me a break. That ain't going to happen. No, I mean, it's Mendoza, Ty Simpson, Drew Lohr, Nussmeier, and there's Carson Beck. I mean, I'll give you another one here. Talon Green out of Arkansas. But those 5 are coming up over and over and over and over again. Mendoza, Simpson, Alar, Nussmeier, and Beck. Like, bam, 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 bam. But I'm not telling you what round it's going in. And Ty Simpson, to me, is the only guy I've even seen sniffing the first round. And, of course, it's with Pittsburgh. Because Pittsburgh can't get out of their own way when it comes to quarterbacks. They're just stuck in quarterback purgatory, it seems, permanently. But here we go. I love it, man. I love the combine. I love the draft season, the free agency. All of it is cool. And we got it covered right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, Tyler here with my friends over at Trajan Wealth. If you're not happy with your current financial advisor, call my friends at Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189. Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors are committed to working collaboratively with you to optimize your investment portfolio. When it comes to wealth management plans, they know one size does not fit all. Contact Trajan Wealth today and discuss strategies to weather the current market turbulence. Trajan Wealth is going to come up with a customized game plan for your finances, for your family, for your needs, and you're going to walk away confident that you know what your future can look like. There's nothing more satisfying than knowing that your financial future is stable. So call my friends over at Trajan Wealth at 303-900-1189 or visit TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, we have a great one coming up here in a second, and it's with Connor McDavid and a reporter, and we have a little bit of a theme in terms of what's a dumb question or a jerk question or whatever. We'll get to that in a second, so hang on for that. But I did see one here. Tyler, no dumb question. If Tyler ran a faster 40, what are the chances he would never have become a Bronco?
That's a great question. Probably really high. Really high. I mean, there's a whole other combine story that I've told before, but Seahawks called me in the 4th round, said, hey, we're on the clock. Welcome to the Seahawks. Put down the phone, tell my family, confetti's throwing, we're celebrating, we're giving hugs, we're giving high fives. We look at the clock, we look at the ticker, and I'll never forget the name because it did not say Tyler Polumbus. ESPN ticker says Seattle Seahawks select Red Bryant. Unbelievable. Seahawks call me back. So sorry. Something came up. We had to take Red. Don't worry about it. We've got 3 more picks in the draft. We're going to pick you up. I won't tell the full story, but they kept calling me, and they did it to me again. They never ended up selecting me. But the point is, I thought I was going to go in the 4th round, right? And had I not blown it at that moment, there would have been a team out there that would have selected me, and then I wouldn't be able to handpick. The reason why it worked out for the Broncos is because I had an offer from 31 teams. The Broncos had to be it actually was a strategic fit for me, meaning there was an opportunity for me to make the team. The tackle situation worked out. I probably have been, who knows, Pittsburgh.
Right. And that, although that is interesting.
I'll tell you this though.
Because Mike was only with the Broncos for 1 year, though. You were more like, you would have been good with Mike, but Mike was only on the Broncos for 1 more year.
Wherever I was drafted, the only way I was going to make it is if I was in a Mike Shanahan type of scheme, wide zone running, because like I said, I was an athlete. I wasn't a typical offensive lineman. I played with athleticism. So I would have had to find a scheme like that. And if I was drafted in the wrong scheme, I'm not kidding you, because I was undrafted. Or excuse me, because I was like I would have been a dude that was a fringe guy, right? If I was drafted in the wrong scheme, I might not have ever made it in the NFL. I happened to go to the right scheme for me as a rookie that worked out. They latched on to me. But if you're drafted in the wrong scheme and you don't look good, you might have not have ever made it.
We'll just move on to the next guy.
Yeah.
And you just, that's a wrap. Yeah, you and Shanahan, though. But you had a close relationship with Shanahan going in, for a long, long time.
No, I'd never met him going into the draft.
Mike Shanahan?
Never met him. Didn't know him.
Oh, I'm thinking about Elway.
First time I ever talked to him was on draft night when he called me to see if I wanted to sign as a free agent.
I'm thinking of like Elway's daughter. Sorry, I'm getting my.
I went to high school with Elway's daughter. That's true.
Right. I'm getting. So it wasn't. So you didn't have any relationship with Mike whatsoever until the draft time came along.
No.
What's your relationship with Kyle then?
I didn't know Kyle either.
You didn't know Kyle either. Okay.
I missed Kyle by, I think it was a year at Cherry Creek High School.
Oh, okay.
And so we didn't have any crossover or anything. I mean, I'm sure that they were relatively aware of who I was and all those things just through 3 degrees of separation. But no, I had no personal relationship with any of them.
Okay, here's the no dumb question. Now, this is an interesting one on several different levels because it's the question itself. However, the answer is pretty interesting. Just some backstory. Connor McDavid now, Tyler, has been the MVP of the Olympics and his team has lost. And he's been the MVP of a Stanley Cup final and his team has lost.
Congratulations.
Okay. Here we go.
A hard question, but, Stanley Cups found Gretzky and Crosby and those guys and gold medals, and you've put yourself in position, and it's not finding you. Did you think it would be this hard?
It's a nice question. Thank you. It's disappointing. No way around it. We could be sitting here having a totally different conversation if things had gone a little bit differently. So, Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to win. It's hard to win at any level, especially when we're talking about the best of the very, very best in the NHL and the Olympics. So the margins are very, very small, and we obviously saw that on Sunday, and we felt the effects of that here in Edmonton from time to time.
You're a pretty hungry guy. Can it make you hungrier?
It's all part of the process. I mean, that's what it's got to be, what other option do I have?
That feels brutal, Tyler.
Hold on. What was wrong with that question? I don't even think the question was that bad.
This is a hard question, but Stanley Cup's found Gretzky and Crosby and those guys and gold medals, and you've been put yourself in position, and it's not finding you. Did you think it would be this hard?
That's a nice question. Thank you.
What was wrong with that question?
Hey, Connor, why do you choke all the time?
No, that's not what he said. That's not what he said. He didn't say that you played bad. He didn't say that you were a part of the problem. He just said you've gotten close, and did you think it would be this hard?
Well, he said they found those guys, and they haven't found you. It is kind of like, that's such a Canadian way to ask a question, by the way. No American, muggle would ever say, Nate, what was it like when the Stanley Cup found you? I mean, it's just a weird way to ask a question, period. But essentially,
I think he's being a little sensitive.
You think Connor McDavid's being sensitive?
I do.
Okay, so
the question wasn't personal in nature.
Well, how else would you ask it? You think it's fine?
Yeah. There were some all-time greats that won this thing. You're an all-time great, I guess, if you wanted to build them up. Like, you're an all-time great. It hasn't found you yet. Are you surprised that you haven't got it?
Yeah, you didn't get it. His question, I guess, technically was, did you think it would be this hard? Which is an interesting question to say, hey, Tyler, you won a Super Bowl in your final year. Did you ever think it was going to be that hard?
Yeah, and you know what I would have said? Yeah, I actually did expect it to be this hard. It's the hardest game we've ever played. A lot of great players in the world. This thing doesn't come easy.
Well, that's what McDavid more or less said. But what's hidden behind that question is, how can you be the greatest player in the world and not have a championship to your name? Aren't you a disappointment?
I guess if you're being sensitive about it. I didn't think it was that bad.
Dan, how would you interpret it?
It was a loaded question. There's no doubt about it. He was essentially, you're right. He was essentially asking him, you're the best. Why haven't you won? Are you a choke artist?
Kind of. But is it a legit question? Is it legit to go to a guy who once again has found failure and is regarded as the best player on earth by a lot of people? How does it feel to fail again?
Yeah, it's a legit question.
Oh, that's a tough question, though. I guess it is legit. It's not a question I would love asking, but, this guy who's asking the question, Dan, he is getting roasted online, though, correct?
Oh, yeah.
But the answer's great. And I give the guy credit for putting it in front of Connor, because I wonder, who else is going to ask him that sort of stuff? But that is a weird one, too, because it's like, how hard is it? How hard is it? Did you think it would be this hard? Which, again, is kind of a jerky way to put it. Did I think winning a gold medal in the Stanley Cup would be hard? Yeah.
I'm usually pretty sensitive to the media stuff, and I'm pretty quick to call out media members that ask dumb questions. I don't know why I don't feel like this one was bad.
This is a hard question, but Stanley Cup's found Gretzky and Crosby and those guys and gold medals, and you've been put yourself in position, and it's not finding you. Did you think it would be this hard?
That's a nice question. Thank you.
Did you think it would be this hard? By the way, I did ask Marty Natchez about not, missing a goal on the breakaway against Canada, and he wasn't a jerk about it or anything. He was nice about it. He gave the, I can't let it dwell on my, it's kind of a cliche. It is what it is. I can't let it dwell on my mind, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was fine, but he wasn't upset. He wasn't snarky. He wasn't, he was ready for a question like that to be asked. It was no big deal.
Yeah.
But McDavid, you can tell McDavid is. You're right. He's a little sensitive little guy up there in Edmonton.
Sorry, bud. You're not good enough to win one.
But he's won the MVP of 2 tournaments where his team's come in second. That's how good he is. He's winning the MVP of tournaments his team is losing.
Yeah, nobody's arguing how good he is.
That's a great one.
This is a hard question, but Stanley Cup's found Gretzky and Crosby and those guys and gold medals, and you've been in, put yourself in position, and it's not finding you. Did you think it would be this hard?
That's a nice question. Thank you.
Big question of the day next.
Hey guys, if you are in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, do yourself a favor. Call my friends over at Phil Long Ford and stop wasting time. You're going to go to the best dealership in Colorado with the best prices, the best inventory, and the best customer service. Guys, I think relationships matter. That's why I've been going over to Phil Long Ford for as long as I can. I bought over 5 cars from them because I know these guys, love these guys, trust these guys, and they're going to take care of you. They're going to get you in, they're going to get you out. You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. There's over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
off to the races into the Avalanche zone, and it's knocked wide by a diving Manson. I think he got a piece at the last second.
What a play by Josh Manson, leaving his feet, and I think he just got enough on that puck to send it wide of the post.
Parker Kelly scores! Oh my goodness! That could be the goal of the year! Parker Kelly works his way through three Mammoth players, collects the puck, and he rips it inside the near post.
Bruce Brown on the inbound over to Jokic, guarded by Garza. Backdoor cut down to Brown. Dog! Two hands. Denver leads it by 18 points with less than 3 minutes to go in the game against Boston. And this thing is over!
Big question of the day. Better win, Avs win yesterday or Nuggets win yesterday?
Well, Avs did it without Nate.
They did do it without Nate. He did not participate. Hopefully he's back on the ice tonight.
No, the Nuggets win was awesome, man. Jamal starts the game, get, 8 minutes out of him, whatever it was.
Uh-huh.
He's got the norovirus or whatever it might be that is going through the locker room, and
it's something.
He's got it coming out of all ends. So Jamal's out. Jamal's no longer an option.
Mm-hmm.
Not shooting the ball particularly well. 3 ball sucks. And you go out there and you got one of your better defensive performances maybe of the season. Bruce Brown was great when you needed him to be great. And that was a big win against the Celtics. Big win.
How about some
I mean, that was like a statement win.
The only reason, first of all,
what are you struggling with on that?
Because Boston it was a back end of a back-to-back for Boston. And to me, that just takes a pinch of the shine off of it. Just a little bit. That being said, I don't want to downplay their best defensive effort of the year, because clearly it was that as well, and that's what they've been working on. So I don't mean to denigrate it whatsoever. I just want to keep it in some context here. And it was a fascinating situation for Bruce Brown, and KJ Simpson, of all people. And it was really cool hearing KJ talk on the postgame show with Hanslick and Dempsey, because he talked about, Tyler, the brotherhood of CU basketball.
Cool.
And it was kind of cool. And I know the CU football brotherhood is very strong, of course. But it was kind of neat to hear, like, the lineage of really good players at CU basketball are tight. Like, they're in contact with each other. They mentor each other. And if you saw KJ Simpson with Derek White before the game, it was like he's a brother, really close relationship. And, of course, D. White for us is cool because he went to, Legend and Parker and the whole thing, and he roots for the Broncos against the Patriots in New England and all that sort of stuff.
Willing to be the villain.
It's pretty cool that there is that legacy at CU basketball. You don't really think of it all that often.
They
but
had
it's got to give you a little pride when you see that.
They had a little run there, probably starting about 8 years ago, and going back with guys like, do you remember Alec Burks?
Yeah, of course.
He got drafted by Utah, I think it was. I don't know whatever happened to his career. But
I think he hung around the NBA for a little bit.
Yeah, they had a little run there, and then you had guys like Tristan Da Silva.
Yeah.
Was KJ the same year?
Oh, I don't know. He was on the same team.
There were
sure,
three guys that year that all got drafted.
Joker was asked, did you realize that KJ Simpson was in the crowd the day of your parade? It's like, no, I didn't realize that. But when you think about that for a second, you're a teammate with somebody who was just he's in the crowd.
Yeah.
But now you're playing with him and you're on the same court with him. So
just wait till you're LeBron and you get to play with your son.
I tell you what, just hang in there, right? I think that was a huge win for the Nuggets last night. Huge win. And, you're right about Jamal.
Jamal is, when I got here, I just went and said hi to him, and he looked awful. They gave him all the medication. It did not help. He said something to me at the starting line. I'm just like, nothing's really clicking here. And then all kinds of bodily things were happening. So he definitely went home. But I just mean it like Jamal. I think we all know this. Jamal's played through all kinds of stuff. So if he says he's sick, he's really, really sick.
Yeah, we can project where the bodily fluids are going. I mean, there's really only a couple of exit points, right? I mean, what are we talking about here? So he looked like crap before the game. He played 8 minutes, and then he left. Like, he didn't hang around. He went home in the middle of the game.
Get him the heck out of Dodge. Get out of the locker room. Stop putting your spit on things.
And then we have the Avalanche. Now, we did find out the Avs will recognize all of their Olympians at the first time out of tonight's game against the Wild. And just keep in mind that Quinn Hughes and Matt Boldy, played for Team USA. And I bring that up because we have seen now in a couple of different areas, we saw it with the Devils and Jack Hughes and Tage Thompson, that, we're going to recognize this guy on the Sabres too because it's Team USA. We saw it last night in Tampa when they put the camera on. They didn't do such a big ceremony like they did in Jersey, but when they did announce it, they also showed Austin Matthews on the Leafs bench. By the way, I've seen some criticism. Dan, I'll bring you into this for a second. I feel bad for Austin Matthews for the amount of crap he takes from the Canadian journalists up there with Toronto. It's just like weirdly unfair. And it's like they hate their best player because he is American. Am I reading that the right way, Dan?
You think so? Because he's American?
Well, okay.
That's interesting. I haven't thought of it that way.
Why are they so tough on this dude in the Canadian press on this guy?
Well, I think they're tough on everybody. I mean, if you talk to anybody who's played in Toronto, they'll tell you that that media market in Canada is the toughest media market.
All right, well, that looks like a lousy place to be a professional athlete then. A lot of history and stuff, but who would
Brady
want that
Tkachuk's
crap?
getting a lot of pointed questions there in Ottawa too.
About what? Like, about what?
Well, political stuff.
Okay. You know what, Tyler? Get me the hell out of there if I'm either of those guys. Why do I got to be here? Just get me the hell out of Dodge. Who wants to be up in Ottawa anyway? Toronto's at least kind of a cool city. Anywho.
I know nothing about Canadian cities. I couldn't tell you what's a cool city, what's a crappy city.
This ain't a stretch. Toronto, Vancouver. That's it.
These are the Clevelands of Canada?
No, these are the New York Cities and Los Angeles.
Oh, no, the others.
Oh, the rest? Calgary?
Yeah.
Alberta, like Edmonton?
I've heard Calgary is the Denver of Canada. Somewhat similar to Denver.
That's where Bolin is from, right?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. I don't know. I've not been to Calgary. I've been to Edmonton. It's a nice arena. It's brand new. It's awesome. And then there's a stretch of just like fentanyl zombies down the street. That was a lot of fun when I was up there with the sun setting at 10:30 at night. Gee, I can't believe Connor McDavid's bitter about his life in Edmonton. Serious, I was like, oh my God. I mean, they like hockey and everything, and the arena's nice, but whoa, yikes. I don't know, man. I'm going to be excited to cheer on everybody from the Avs tonight and say congratulations and, way to go and the whole thing. And it'll be a fun game tonight, I think. But the Nuggets, Tyler, have the most pressure on them, right?
In terms of what?
Period. The only thing that the Avs have that is a little quirky, did you see they scored a power play with Natchez and Nate McKinnon's spot?
I did not, no.
They did.
So what are you doing with that?
Well, here's Bedsy.
You can't carry the baggage of 50-some games we've played now into the next game, but I don't see any way but to just get them on the same page, make sure they know what they're supposed to do, and then try to execute through it. But if you're taking 50 games of baggage and that sort of frustration and mentality into every game, then you're not going to have success, right? I look at the Detroit game and I go, okay, repeat it. Repeat it tomorrow night. And you guys will score. Yeah, you have 6-7 scoring chances in 2 power plays. It's a good clip. You're looking for those quality chances. Someone needs to put one in the back of the net and get the snowball rolling downhill a little bit.
After the game last night, he was asked about it, and Bedsy said, well, you guys like bringing that up. And he goes, well, that's Nate's spot. But we got to look at everything.
So we're not messing with that one.
Well, okay.
No, you're not messing with that. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
You move Nate to another spot. I know that's his
He just
spot.
told us that's Nate's spot.
I know he did.
That's Nate's spot.
I got
That means
you.
that's Nate's spot.
I think it's the
That means I'm not thinking about messing with Nate's spot.
I got you. I think it's the most interesting decision Bednar would have to make is to put Natchez in Nate's spot and put Nate, I don't know, man, somewhere else. I don't, or make sure it clicks, because they got a power play goal without Nate last night. Not that you want to play your games without Nathan McKinnon. He's arguably the best player in the world. Duh. But their power play is arguably the worst power play ever. So what do you do? And as we see, Nate ain't that hot at 3-on-3 as it turns out either.
You know, Dan, a little project here for you. It'll take you a second, but I heard Bednar on the morning show, and I think it was Brett, one of those guys. They asked him, you know, your guys had some success on the power play in the Olympics.
Yeah.
Is there anything you can take away from it?
Yeah, I heard that.
I don't remember. Do you remember his response? I don't remember.
He
Bednar's
said they
response.
were looking at it. Yeah. He said, yeah, we've paid attention to it and we're talking about all things. So,
okay.
I mean, it's like, yeah, that's a legitimate point. It's a legitimate observation. And we're considering everything. Bednar, I think, also is kind of rinsing and repeating with, like, once we get this going, guys, we'll be okay. And we got all the talent to do it. It's just, you know, tick, 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 right? The season's about to wrap up here. When are we going to see it? Well, we did see it last night. We did. We saw it last night. It looked good. And they got the win. The power play was important. And it just so happens it's Natchez and Nate's spot. So now what do you do with that? What do you do with that piece of information? And that's what we have to look forward to in the final games. By the way, the Avs are still the top team in the NHL. And they have games in hand to Dallas. Minnesota, though, is no shrinking violet. They're right there. So we're excited for all of it tonight. The game is at 7 o'clock, pregame at 6:30. Avs in the Wild right here on 92.5. It is a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. We have keywords for your chance to see the Nuggets and Rockets on March 11th. Stay tuned. Your next keyword is coming up in just 5 minutes.
Hey, if you're looking for a simple one-day solution to reverse your bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair, fantastic at what they do. Guys, you're going to be satisfied with the results, just like I was satisfied with the results. You're going to walk away with a new set of hair, and it's going to grow for life. Matter of fact, they guarantee that your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee, your own natural hair, it's going to start regrowing the very next day. So don't waste time. Pick up your phone and call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
All right, it's a Ticket Thursday with your chance to win tickets to see Denver and Houston March 11th. God, March, right? What are we? Oh, my God, February 26th. Holy cow. Dude, we had, no dumb question, we got 29 days this year?
No.
All right, is that a dumb question?
No, it's fair.
26? Like, yeah, when is the leap year stuff? All right, anyways. Falcon. So we only have 2 more days until freaking March. Oh, my God.
You know, I'm 40 years old. And to this day, I have no clue what months have what days in it. I know that February is the shortest. I know that much.
I know a trick for you, Tyler. I can show you.
Is it the knuckles?
Yes.
But okay, explain the knuckles to me.
Okay, so start with your furthest left knuckle.
Okay, my pinky.
Okay, whatever. So your knuckle.
Yeah.
January. That's got
January.
31.
February.
The indent in between is not 31. Knuckle, 31. Indent in between, not 31. And then when you put your hands together, the back-to-back days are July and August.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
That
tricky,
is clever.
tricky. You know, I knew this
Hey,
one.
now.
I knew this one as a kid because I knew how to start it, but I just didn't remember the process.
So 31, not
31 is high, not 31
And you
is
just
low.
got to remember second is
and then
February.
if you put them together, July and August are the
Damn.
back-to-back knuckles.
I am I am today years old when I heard that and found that out. Today years old.
Without that
Wow.
process, do you just know off the top of your head what months have how many days?
Yeah.
I mean, I
You
would
do?
Yeah.
Why?
Give me a month.
All right.
Can I
March.
give the keyword?
31.
I would not. I'd have to
July.
think about it.
31.
I'm not testing. Like, do we know if he's right?
No, he is.
He's right.
I got those two. December, it's 31. My mom's birthday.
Well, that's a cheat.
June is 30. I know that because I'm born in June. February is February. March is 31, like you said. April?
30.
See, I would not.
May's 31.
I would have been. Well, now it makes sense. All right, here we go with the keyword. Thank you for your patience. Text the keyword Falcon right now, 303-504-0925. First and last name, and you're entered. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. Again, this keyword is Falcon. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. Good luck. All right, Dan, let's get it going. Come on, buddy. Did you think it would be this hard? I'm so Canadian about that.
Why
Thank
are you
you.
such a choke artist?
I thought you're supposed to make this look easy.
I wasn't all this supposed to be easy?
And the last thing is, I think I just made it look too easy.
Okay. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance, Brad. You're the best. Think you guys are awesome. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan, let's football go.
All right, guys. Sean Payton. We got new Sean Payton sound. New from today.
New.
He talked to Pat McAfee.
Ooh.
And Pat asked him about naming Davis Webb, not only the offensive coordinator, guys, but the play caller.
Okay.
I remember interviewing Davis. He's one of those few players that came from playing right into coaching. There's usually a couple of years. And he finished the interview, and we had a schedule with some other guys lined up. And as he's heading to the airport, I turned to George Payton. I said, I don't know what we're doing letting him leave the building. Call the driver back up. He comes back and hire him. But he's going to be one of those guys, like just as I'm making him a coordinator, it's not on your timeline.
Yeah.
And and the same thing happens with these young players that all of a sudden hit it, and it's a young man's league. So I'm excited for him. Look, I'll still be involved. Having done it before, the thing that is a little unusual, like when you're in those studio sets, chairs,
I did this with Fox. Like, all right, where do you put your hands? Do I put my? How do I?
Yeah, sure.
And on game day, you feel like you got a
play
call
sheet.
You're looking at it like, but you're kind of empty-handed.
All right, so obviously Davis Webb really impressed
land
them.
the plane, Sean. Holy cow, with his stories. My Lord.
Let me ask you guys this question. Let's say the Broncos offense just takes off next year, and Davis Webb is a big part of that.
Yeah.
Will there be a succession plan put in place at some point for Davis Webb to take over as the head coach of the Denver Broncos?
That's such a good question, man. That's the Game of Thrones question right there.
Will Sean allow that?
I mean, it's a hypothetical situation, but I see where you're going.
I just don't see it. We've had this conversation a few times over the last few days, and I know DMac and I are on a different page on it, but I don't see a world in which that can exist, because in order for Davis Webb to get a promotion, to be capable of being the head coach of the Denver Broncos or any other football team in the NFL, two things have to go on. Number one, you got to have a killer offense. Number two, you got to have killer success as a team, right? And if those two things exist at the same time, in what world is Sean Payton's job on the line?
You know what this kind of reminds me of? It's years ago with Jay Leno and Conan O'Brien. Jay Leno was number one. He was number one, but obviously
that's a pretty good example.
You're getting older and older and older, and you got this young buck that could be there for 20 years. Do you move the number one guy aside for the guy who's going to be there for 20 years? They were both successful. But as it turns out, when they shoved Leno to the side, it takes time for the young guy to get up to speed as the head coach. And it was a disaster, and they ended up bringing Leno back. That's what you're nervous about. Like, you understand there's a big future with this young guy, but our older guy knows how to do it, Tyler. And how old exactly is too old? You know, Leno came back, and he did the show for another, 5 years or something until he was, 63. Letterman retired at age 68.
By the way, what did they end up doing in that situation?
At what point?
They went back to the old guy.
They went back to the old guy. Correct. For a long time. Where he was, by the way, when he went back for whatever slings and arrows he took, he was number one all over again.
I feel like we're like you, not we. I feel like you are talking about Sean Payton like he's ancient. Like his time is running out. He's 62.
He's 62.
In 2 years, he's going to be 64.
Good math. See you.
Got it.
My
math says that that's not that old in the NFL.
What is old in the NFL?
Late 60s.
Okay. So in 5 years, but this is
he's
tricky.
got a full another contract in him before he's old.
Okay. But even at 68 in 6 years, Davis Webb will be 37.
Okay.
My point is, would you want the guy who inevitably 68, 6 years, or would you want the guy that you think is going to be with Bo Nix forever?
If in my world, it means we're having success. In my world, the Denver Broncos are a really good football team for Davis Webb to be considered for this.
Yeah.
So in my world, Denver Broncos are having a lot of success, and I'm making that decision. I'm rolling this out as long as I can with Sean Payton because I know that it works.
What if, though, and these are all hypotheticals, okay? So, again, sports talk. What if it's a bad relationship with Bo Nix and Sean Payton, similar to
you're
John?
Creating a lot of situations here. I mean, if that's true, well, then it's a different layer. But I mean, how many angles are we going to take until it makes sense?
Well, we've only just seen it in past history with Mike Shanahan, John Elway, and Dan Reeves. We've seen it here.
That's true.
Okay, and listen, maybe it would be different if they actually won a Super Bowl. They got there, though. You cannot say Dan Reeves is a bad coach. I mean, the dude got you to multiple Super Bowls as the head coach of the team, okay? But him and Elway couldn't stand each other. I mean, to the degree, watching that Elway documentary, I don't think John has great feelings about Dan Reeves to this day, and he certainly still hates Terry Bradshaw. That's pretty clear. And he loves Mike Shanahan. I don't know, man. I'll give you this.
Do you really think there's some deeper thing at play here? Ownership loves Sean Payton.
They do, and ownership loved Dan Reeves.
Okay.
We just saw Sean Payton bite off Mike Kliss's head because there was a little You know, a little back and forth between him and Bo, and keep your name out of my mouth, keep your injuries to yourself, all that sort of stuff. If Bo Nix and Sean Payton get along, Tyler, there's nothing to be said. It's them forever. I'm with you on that, 100%. And only those in the building will really know what that's about. But we all know how weird it got and how tough it was when it was Elway versus Reeves. It wasn't good. If it's all good, it's all good. And guess what? If it's all good and Sean Payton retires at 68 or 70 or whatever, and the Broncos have to have a new coach 6 to 8 years from now, Tyler, while Bo is still playing, so be it. No harm, no foul. The only thing you don't want to see is Davis Webb be some sort of boy genius coach and go across the street or somewhere else and have this crazy amount of success while you don't. We shall see. It'll play itself out. It'll be a fun year this year just to sort of see how things go. But at some point, if things are working out, you are paying Bo Nix $60 million a year.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay. Yes, I will take 60.
Sean said Bo wasn't part of the decision at all with Davis Webb. In fact, he even said Bo or Bill or whatever. Like, he even kind of made fun of the situation. How much say will Bo Nix have if he is making that kind of money eventually?
Plenty, as they all do. I mean, as long as you're having success, plenty. And then when you stop having success like Tua, well, you stop having say. As long as you have success, you will have plenty of influence. And yes, Davis Webb being the offensive coordinator will increase the influence that Bo Nix will have, because I do think that was a very cohesive relationship. And that could be a good thing or a bad thing. Everybody talks about that like that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Is Bo Nix ready to have influence on the offense?
I was just going to go there.
I would say no.
At what stage in his career does he get to really make that call?
5 or 6 years.
Okay.
Second contract.
Yeah. With
Yeah.
some success.
Yeah.
It's good stuff. Good stuff. Hey, these are all first world problems, by the way. These are all top level problems. We're talking about we've got the right coach. We have extra great coaches. We're winning games. We got the right quarterback. These are first world problems. Next question there, Dan.
All right, guys. I found a list of players the Broncos have reportedly interviewed or met with at the Combine based on recent media reports from sources like Mike Kliss, Mile High Report, Broncos Wires, and other. Sonny Styles, linebacker out of Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
Jacob Rodriguez, linebacker, Texas Tech.
All right.
Josiah Trotter, linebacker, Missouri. Jake Golday, linebacker, Cincinnati.
Yep.
CJ Allen, linebacker, Georgia. Kenyon Sadiq, tight end, Oregon. And Emmanuel McNeil Warren, who's a safety out of Toledo. Now, these are the publicly reported ones so far. Obviously, it's primary linebacker focused with a few skill position standouts mixed in there. The combine process is ongoing, so there will be more meetings and interviews to take place, and not all of these are fully disclosed. But with the information that we do know, what does that tell you about where the Broncos' heads are at when it comes to the draft?
Oh, it's strong inside linebacker. Big time.
I don't think it's strong in anything.
Would you be surprised if they didn't go linebacker at 30? If they stay there?
No, because a lot of other things can happen. But it's Dre Greenlaw is Dre Greenlaw. He's hurt, and I don't know. He doesn't understand the defense, and who knows where things are really going there. Strnad and Singleton are free agents. You don't know if you're going to keep them or not. You hope to, but you don't know that for sure. So inside linebacker is the most obvious area of concern, as is running back. Now, the running backs aren't even there at Indy yet, so they're coming in. It comes in stages there. So I think the two most obvious things would be running back and inside linebacker. But, Tyler, like we learned last year, let's not be dumb. George Payton and Sean Payton like the guys that fall, no matter what the position is.
Yeah. See, that's why I'm like, it could be anything. Running back doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. The value there at 30 doesn't make sense to replace RJ Harvey. It's not going to be that big of an upgrade. So take running back off the table. Mike Sanford talked me into that. Good call, Mike. And then with linebackers, of course, that makes sense. Because number one, you don't draft inside linebackers high in the first round. So if you wanted to take one relatively high, taking him late in the first would still be a relatively high for pick for an inside linebacker. Might even get the first off the board type of situation. Other than that, though, my point is when you don't draft until number 30,
it could be anything.
You are literally in the best player available world.
The only player it ain't going to be a quarterback. It's not going to be a kicker or anything like that. I don't want to be caught with our pants down on this. Could an offensive tackle be in the mix at all, Tyler? We got to think about
first round?
In the first round, yeah.
Feels unlikely to me.
It's not a great place to take an offensive tackle.
Feels very unlikely to me. Why?
Well, I'm just going through like the most unlikeliest of positions to take.
Okay, I would agree. Unlikely.
I'm going through the I don't think it's going to be this. I don't think it's going to be that, but it could be anything. Here's what it could be that would just kind of we'd roll our eyes and take a deep breath, like it's a safety, something like that. But it easily could be a safety. If somebody fell and they had a value on him, it could be something like that.
Mm-hmm.
If they took an undersized nickel corner, I think we would all lose our brains if that were to happen. But that's probably on the unlikely list as well. So when you go through the unlikelies, well, then what is not unlikely? Well, okay, inside linebacker would be one of them. Edge rusher would seem to be unlikely to me, especially at that spot, but I don't know. Wide receiver, nope. Tight end, nope. Defensive lineman, I don't know, Tyler, if you can find one, if it makes sense.
Well, you might be letting Jonathan Franklin-Myers go.
Correct, right? That one, would you really be surprised if it was a wide receiver or a running back? Would you be surprised by that? I mean, not really.
No, you could talk me into wide receiver. I would be surprised by running back, and I didn't really feel that way until today. I'm repeating myself again, but Mike talked me into it. You just drafted R.J. Harvey in the second round. Are you really going to find that much better of a running back late in the first round?
It depends how much you like that Price kid, I suppose, out of Notre Dame, because it looks like they're going to go back-to-back the Notre Dame running backs. That's what it looks like right now, so I don't know. I mean, you got time to figure it out, I suppose, and that's what you use this time for. All right, Dan, you got anything else? Real quick one? Or?
Yeah, just real quick. The Colts have granted quarterback Anthony Richardson permission to seek a trade.
Really?
So,
I didn't see this.
Yeah,
I saw that earlier.
With Daniel Jones expected to be re-signed as the franchise starter, Richardson's path forward in Indy has grown uncertain. Let me ask you guys this. Between Anthony Richardson, Kyler Murray, and Tua, of those three, who do you think has the best shot of correcting their career, improving their career moving forward of those three?
I think
who has the best chance?
I think they're all backups at this point, but hey, man, the real question, that's my opinion on that.
Well, one of those, I can almost guarantee you, has got a shot at starting still, and that's Kyler. I don't believe in Kyler. I'm not. I wouldn't want to build my franchise around him.
I don't either.
But he's still got enough athleticism that he can do things the other guys cannot.
I think Kyler should find a batting cage and see how that career is going to go for him, because at this stage of his life, he may have a better chance to be a successful baseball player than a quarterback. But out of those three, yeah. However, Quentin Richardson, right?
Anthony
Richardson. Is he a better backup, or is Jarrett Stidham a better backup?
Good question.
As a backup.
If I've got a true backup situation, I'm taking Jarrett Stidham. If I've got a empty placeholder situation where I'm still in need of a true starting quarterback and I need some competition, maybe I'll roll the dice on Anthony Richardson and see if this guy can actually be my franchise quarterback.
I think Richardson will get some looks from other teams. I think there'll be enough interest in him.
Keep in mind, that dude is young.
Oh, yeah.
Really young.
And he's a stud athlete. I don't know, man. What do you want out of your backup quarterback, right? If you have to play, are you looking to win just one or two games by hook or by crook? And if you're looking to win that way, is the best way just to, be a runner more than a thrower? I don't know.
No.
Or are you looking for a backup quarterback that might be your guy and is really going to take your team to whatever? To me, a backup quarterback has to get you through 3 or 4 games. A backup quarterback isn't meant to win a championship. A backup quarterback is not meant to play in the AFC Championship game.
Well, we could have used one of those.
Right. I mean, what would have given the Broncos the best chance in that scenario? A guy who can throw or whatever with Stidham, or a guy who could just,
a guy that can throw and play within the system. Your obsession with the guy that could run around drives me insane. The guy that can run around loses his job. The guy that can play on time wins Super Bowls.
How many guys are like that are quality backup quarterbacks? How many of those dudes even exist?
The runaround guys,
No,
very few.
The play in the system.
A lot. I mean, I'm not saying they're capable of being the same skill set of the starter, but you go around the league and you look at them, you're going to find very, very few guys that are built to be the runaround guys. Very, very few. I would argue that 90%, if not higher, are going to be boring, play within the pocket quarterbacks.
You can take any backup quarterback you want in the NFL.
Okay.
Any one of them.
Kirk Cousins.
Who would have been this past year? Kirk wasn't a backup this year. He was a starter.
He was a backup.
Where did he finish the season?
He started the season as a backup.
Okay, but he played the entire season as a starter.
No, okay.
All right, backups. Let's take Kirk out of it. Give me a quarterback that you would have rather had aside from Jarrett Stidham to beat the Patriots. Out of anybody in the NFL. Who rings a bell for you?
Mac Jones.
Matt Jones?
Oh, right. God, that's a great answer right off the bat there, dude. Mac Jones, Marcus Mariota.
Okay. I mean, I guess the answer.
Oh, you know, it's a good one still, and I'm looking at a list now because I'm sorry I couldn't remember every backup quarterback in the NFL.
I get it. Of course.
Jacoby Brissett would be an interesting one.
All right. I mean, all you have to be is give the team a better chance than Jarrett Stidham.
I mean, was your question who's better than Jarrett Stidham? That
the
was
question.
the
question with Richardson, right, is how much should the Broncos consider the best possible backup they could possibly get?
The Broncos are fine. They're set.
So we're good with Jarrett Stidham. He's the guy.
He's the guy.
And we got Ellinger there too. We're fine.
Yeah, you're good.
So Anthony Richardson becomes available. Forget it. Nobody cares.
I mean, don't worry about Sam Ellinger. That guy is replaceable. So that guy, if you want to draft a 6th or 7th round quarterback every couple of years to replace the Sam Ellinger, go for it. And a matter of fact, I think it's a good idea. Every couple of years, you should recycle quarterbacks, see if you get lucky with the late rounder.
All right, but Richardson will let him go. We got Stidham. We're good.
I'm so confused by the concept. What does Anthony Richardson have to do with us?
He wants to be traded. Should you trade? Should you trade for Anthony Richardson to be your backup quarterback?
No,
because you like Stidham. What else would it be?
I would only trade for Anthony Richardson if I had a team in which I did not have a placeholder at my starting quarterback. If I don't have a placeholder at starting quarterback, I would roll the dice on Anthony Richardson because the talent is there.
You still think he has that kind of potential?
As a backup, I want my known commodity.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go. Dan, asked and answered.
The Dolphins or Jets are going to be interested in Anthony Richardson, is what you're saying, Tyler.
Maybe.
Well, it's probably going to be the Jets.
The Jets just did that with Justin Fields.
All right. They're just going to. They've missed the playoffs for 17 straight years. They're just going to do the same stupid crap. That's what the Jets do. All right, hey, the keyword again is Falcon. Just a few minutes, and we'll give away some tickets here on a Ticket Thursday. It's PhD on 925. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Sex, intimacy, love, essential to a fulfilling relationship. Erectile dysfunction can take a serious toll, stealing enjoyment, weakening intimacy, and placing stress on partners that can feel overwhelming. But ED doesn't have to continue impacting your relationship. Men, we all get it. We know how important sex is in a relationship for you and your partner. Erectile dysfunction can take that away, creating serious strain. So, get with my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've helped thousands of men over the past 10 years, and if ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to the sex, intimacy, and love that brought you closer together in the first place. Schedule that initial visit. It's only $99. Get a consult, a T, and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, that visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations up and down I-25, easy to find. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Hit them up today. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, we congratulate Kyle Bunker. Way to go, Kyle. Won them tickets. Nate and Andy will have more keywords coming up here in just a little bit. The Avs back from the Olympics for the first time. We're all over it. Tune in tonight for the pregame Avs Wild at 6:30. Powered by Ramos Law. They'll drop the puck a little after 7 p.m. right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. And Tyler, we have seen the defensive linemen at the combine sort of go through their stuff. When they're going through those drills, which one of those drills is okay, that's cool. I'm learning something watching this guy do that. Like if some drills don't mean anything, what kind of drills where you're like, oh yeah, no, I need to see a guy do this or this matters?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Scott on that one a little bit.
None of them?
I think you take it all in, and it's like some matrix that you wait and you take all the numbers, you throw it into the matrix, and it's got an algorithm, and it pops out a total score of all the different events combined, right? Because if you're good at this one, if you're bad at that one, well, what's the weight of the first one versus the second one? And I know that's exactly what you're asking me. Which one would I weight higher?
Yeah.
For defensive linemen, there's a drill that is untimed. It's a visual one. Have you seen the figure 8 one?
Yes, they were doing something like that up there.
Okay, they put out like 2 giant hoops.
Yeah.
And then they put out towels on each of the hoops, and they got to run the hoops, they got to run the figure 8, they got to bend down low, they got to grab the towel, run over the hoop, drop the towel, grab the other towel, finish out the drill, right?
Yeah.
And for defensive linemen, it's all about bend and rip and athleticism when you're on the move. Can you get underneath an offensive lineman? Can you rip underneath that tackle? Can you keep your balance? I think that's an important one. Some of the untimed ones to me are more important than the timed ones because you're actually putting the body in more stressful positions.
Okay, well, cool. I know Vaughn was exceptional at the hoop thing. I saw that a million times. You know what's fun about Vaughn? Where do you think Vaughn ends up, by the way? You think he gets another year somewhere? Think he gets he had a bunch of sacks.
I don't know why he would not.
Right.
He had 9 sacks last year. That's more than our guys had.
Right. Would make sense, right?
I mean, clearly he's a situational player, but you're telling me somebody couldn't have that, wouldn't want that?
What I loved, Vaughn loved kind of coaching other guys. I always thought that was pretty generous of him, that you would see him going up to guys and going through things and all this sort of stuff. What's the future for Vaughn, do you think? I mean, after he's playing, where do you think he goes?
I mean, if you listen to Vaughn, he doesn't want to coach necessarily. He wants to be a GM.
I know. That's interesting to me.
That's what he wants to do. He's been no stranger to voicing that.
Do you need to be a scout before you do that?
Yeah, of
See
course.
that Kareem Jackson is working for the Broncos now as a scout?
I did see that. Yeah, that's cool. I think it's good to have former players that are in that realm. Oftentimes with former players, the real question is how much work do you want to put in?
Yeah.
And generally speaking, the more money that you've made, the less work that you want to put in.
Yeah, it was interesting to me to see that Kareem was willing to do that. Which I guess has he just always been living back here in Colorado, by the way? Has he just been here?
No, well, I have no idea, but to be a scout, you don't have to live here.
Yeah, that's true.
To be a scout, you get assigned regions and territories. They live all over the country, and then they just bounce around within their region, flight to flight to flight, school to school to school, and then once a quarter, twice a quarter, they come back to headquarters and they've got their reports.
There is something hypnotic about watching guys run 40s that you can probably dull yourself into a stupor and just start drooling down your mouth, But do you find any elements of the combine more interesting than the others? Do you find elements that, oh man, I'm kind of digging this. This is cool. Of anything with the combine.
I'm not a huge combine guy.
Nothing. It doesn't got you.
Ask your buddy across the table there. He seems like a combine guy.
Kreckman?
Kreckman seems like a big combine guy.
Really? All right.
Big analytical numbers guy.
Okay.
I'm a big film guy. I get excited by watching film.
Yeah. I kind of dig every element of it.
Kreckman loves the L drill.
Are you a big L drill guy
big
there,
three-cone guy over here.
Big three-cone guy?
Yes. No,
you knew exactly what I was talking about.
I am combine indifferent. Yes.
Combine indifferent?
Yes, I can't. This.
Well, does that mean that you like some of it then sometimes?
No.
Oh, so you just don't like it, period.
No, I didn't say I dislike. I said I am indifferent. I value its I see its value for the others. For me, I can't do it. I can't. I love to, like, you know, God bless our local media that goes out there to breathlessly cover the scouting combine when it's just like, this inside linebacker said he'd love to be drafted by the Broncos. And it's like, well, what is the kid going to say? No, I don't want to play for that team.
Broncos suck.
He's going to be excited. Any team that has, I'd talk to them. I thought they were great. What are they going to say?
I thought the interview was great.
Exactly. Like, what are they going to say? It's again, God bless you guys. Like, I get it. You're there. You're covering the thing. They're talking to linebackers, super duper. But it's just, what the hell are we doing here?
Well, I mean, if you're going to go to the East-West Shrine game and then the Senior Bowl, you might as well go to the Combine.
You might as well.
I mean, if you've already put that work
Complete
in.
the circuit.
Sure.
Actually, there was something else you said right there that sparked my interest a little bit, that got me thinking for a moment. You referred to watching 40-yard dashes as hypnotic.
It's hypnotic to me.
Okay.
Once I start
like,
watching it, I can't stop.
It's like watching a golf tournament that you don't really care about.
Exactly.
Not the Masters. Not
Yes.
like one that you don't care about.
I have found over the years, like, I enjoy that stuff almost more.
Mm-hmm.
Like, turning your brain off, but watching a sporting event, like, not even ingesting the information, not worrying about, like, oh, these are the teams or competitors as it may be, just being like, there's a bunch of people moving around out there, and I'm just going to look at it for a minute because I don't want to have to focus on anything.
Well, over the years, it's always been more interesting if you know who the Broncos might be interested in, obviously.
They're at 30. They have the 30th pick in the draft. Like,
it's a little trickier now.
That's what's so funny about it is we can identify the positions of need. They need an inside linebacker. They need a tight end. All that kind of stuff.
But boys,
they're gonna take whomever is the highest graded player on their board available at number 30.
But we got content to fill, and we got to have names that we want.
I'm well aware of that. I am already on the Kenyon Sadiq hype train.
That's the only name that you know.
The tight end.
It's the only name that I know.
Out of Oregon.
I should say that I know.
You're not excited about watching Arvell Reese and Ruben Bain and all the great edge rushers in this draft?
That was pretty good. You
That's
gave me two
impressive.
more.
See, yeah, a couple. You know C.J. Allen at this point.
There's again.
You know Sonny Styles ain't coming to the Broncos.
That's what's so funny about it.
I know Carson Beck
is like
5th rounder
at this stage when they have the 30th pick. Like when the Broncos had like the 12th pick, I knew every damn name in that draft.
It's really fun.
Yeah, and it's like here's one of the problems too is like you might look at a guy and be like, oh, I'm kind of excited about this dude, and then you look at a mock and he's going 14, and you're like, that guy's not falling to Denver.
Can I tell you one of my saddest, proudest moments of all time is when I correctly predicted Sylvester Williams was going to be drafted by the Broncos.
Great call.
Because when you nail like a pick in like pick 25,
there you go.
If you can really sort of say this is our guy at 25 and get it, you just feel like the weight of the world has been released from you.
That's a big get for you.
And Sylvester turned out to be all right. You know, I mean, he wasn't like.
Sly caught a lot of heat for. I think a lot of people thought he was like a bust or something, but
he won a Super Bowl.
The problem was people thought he was a bust because they didn't pick up his 5th-year option, right?
No.
Yeah. So, but you know why, right? There was a reason why they didn't pick it up. People thought he was a bust because they didn't pick up that 5th-year option.
Yeah.
The reason they didn't pick it up is because it's a dumb position to select in the first round, generally speaking, because there's no value to nose tackle.
Right.
When it comes time to the 5th-year option, you're like, no, I don't want to pay you the average of the top 5 in the NFL. That doesn't make sense.
It's such a great point, too. And I've heard that in the conversation about Tyler Linderbaum right now, because the Ravens didn't pick up his 5th-year option last year. And now he's the hottest offensive lineman that's on the market. And when the Ravens didn't pick it up, they were like, well, he can't be that good. Did you realize the fifth-year option for offensive linemen is an average of every position along the offensive line?
I actually did not realize that.
Including
No.
tight ends?
No, just offensive line.
That means it includes left tackles.
It means it includes left tackles.
I
And
see.
he's a center.
Oh, I gotcha.
So
I gotcha.
nobody wants to have to pay an inflated price for a center. Well, then he goes out and he has a great season this past year. And if you're a top 5, top 10 player at your position and you hit the open market, like you get to reset the market. That's not what you do. So Linderbaum, he's hot as a free agent can be along the offensive line, and any team in the league that needs a center is hot to trot to get after him right now. But like that's a guy that people are like, oh, look at how good he turned out. The Ravens didn't even like him that much. No, the Ravens had to do smart football business.
Did you see, oh my gosh, I'm blanking on his name. Help me. Our center for a couple years ago just got released from
Lloyd.
Cushenberry.
Yes.
He
got released.
He got paid by the Titans, and then he got paid too much by the Titans.
Tennessee could be a spot that would like Linderbaum. I think the Raiders are going to want him.
Tennessee have like $100 million in cap space or something like that?
If you have a good young quarterback, get him a good center. Like that's just a smart thing to do. That's wise if you're trying to develop that player.
I always like the fact that every year there's somebody who's going to run the fastest 40 ever. Like every year there seems to be that dude, whether he can play in the NFL or not, doesn't matter. Like he's 168 pounds and he's 6'3", and he's going to run a 4.2, something like that. You know?
Okay.
I don't know who that guy is this year, but I bet you there is one.
I know who he's going to be.
Okay,
because I read about this earlier today.
There's a guy.
Yes.
So I'm saying this without knowing there's a guy, but there's a guy.
Mississippi State's, his name is Brennan Thompson.
All right, talk to me about
out of
him.
Mississippi State.
Let's go, Brennan Thompson.
5'9", $170.
Okay.
5'9", $170.
Is he a receiver or a corner?
Receiver. And he is expected to run the fastest 40 this year.
All right, so he's our guy this year.
Yes. I have a list for you. Here is this is since 2017. Since 2017, here's all your fastest 40 times, okay? Get a load of this list. Xavier Worthy.
Yeah.
John Ross.
Yeah, bust. Worthy, good player. Ross, bust.
Henry Ruggs. Ugh.
Well, we never knew, right? You know.
Tyquan Thornton.
Don't even remember him.
Rondale Moore, R.I.P.
Okay, that's a tough one.
Matthew Golden, Harris Campbell.
I don't know Harris Campbell. Golden's got a bright future.
Yeah, Golden's a good player.
Yeah, interesting crew.
Yeah.
Of guys right there.
Yeah.
Wow. Actually, a little bit more successful than I would have thought. Actually.
All right. Okay, so here's Sean Payton. This is a Sean Payton appreciation moment here on this show, okay?
All right.
Because now I'm going to give you the list of, since 2017, this is the 7 tallest receivers drafted. 7 tallest.
All right.
Here are the names. Christian Watson.
Okay.
T. Higgins.
Huh. All right.
Tet McMillan.
Okay.
Drake London. Mike Williams. Michael Pittman. Jaden Higgins of the Texans.
Are any of those dudes taller than 6'5"?
They're all 6'4". They're all listed at 6'4".
That's interesting.
Okay. But of those two lists, tall guys or fast guys, which one would you rather have?
Tall guy.
It's a 7 touchdown blowout.
Yeah, it's not even close.
Yeah.
You take tall guys.
Yeah. So
Because what is the difference in fast?
Right.
Like a 4, you run a 4, like Andy, look at him. He runs a 4.25.
It's pretty fast.
Or you get a receiver that runs a 4.4. Okay, I get it.
But he's got a bigger catch radius and a larger frame, and yeah.
And there is something about what you do, of course, after you catch the ball. The amount of passes that are a sprint down the field and the quarterback hucks it 60 yards.
Right, the 93-yarder to Marvin Mims.
I'm not saying they don't exist, but
how often do you see that throw?
It's the whole thing, like kick return for a touchdown.
Yeah.
It happens.
Sure.
It doesn't not happen. And when it does happen, it's a big deal. But if you want to look at it relative to, it's like it never happens percentage-wise.
So this year, Carnell Tate, 6'3". He's going to be the highest receiver drafted. Malachi Fields from Notre Dame is 6'4".
He is over Jordan Tyson?
Carnell Tate, I think he will. I think he'll be the highest. Yeah,
okay.
I think.
All right.
Hey, there you go. Something to watch for on draft day. Maybe not. Denzel Boston from Washington is 6'4". Chris Brazzell from Tennessee is 6'5". And those guys will all have better NFL careers than, what's our guy's name? Brennan Thompson out of Mississippi State.
But Xavier Worthy's good. Xavier Worthy's a real football player.
Who do you want, Xavier Worthy or T. Higgins? Or Ted McMillan or Drake London? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a good argument.
Yes.
You ever had your 40 timed?
God, no. Why would that ever happen? Why? Like, what world would that
You've
be?
never done the media guy, I'm going to go run the 40 thing? I've never done it either.
I did one at a real tryout.
How'd you do?
5 seconds. And I had to run it twice.
5 flat?
We were doing
You
they
did?
Yeah, they were called and you know who knows?
What year was that?
Oh, man, it would have been.
I might need to see some data on that one.
I was working at the Fan.
Oh, we're
So
going
that
way
tells
back.
you
Holy
how
cow.
far back it
Yeah,
was.
this is decades.
Moj was doing the morning show, and he was the board op because he would replace me as the overnight board op.
Holy cow.
So it
We
might have
are
been
going back.
90. Let's call it 98.
Oh, you were down on Monaco. You were in the
Oh, yeah.
old
the
days.
old days.
Oh, my
Yeah.
God.
But yeah, I had to run it twice because we went out. So there was like a low-level indoor football team called the Colorado Wildcats. And we had to do 20 yards, and then we had to do 40 yards, and then we had to do the cone drills. But I had a quarterback. I went because, I figured it'd be good to go through this because I wanted to get in the media, right? Was hoping I'd get into the media at that point. But then we had this guy, Pat Yonda, who always listens to the show. Shout out to Pat. He wanted some familiar guys to throw to, and we all played in these football leagues, right? So I was like, yeah, I'll go. Why not? And, it was the first time I was like, wow, you got to pay $50 for this? What the hell are we doing this for? Well, it's so the team can make a little bit of money too, right?
I'd be stunned if anybody at this station right now, maybe Raj,
could run sub 5?
Yeah.
Well, here was the problem. I was like, 5 ain't too bad. Then my quarterback buddy ran a 5.2. I'm like, 5 ain't good. You can't be running as fast as the quarterback as a receiver.
You think Frank could crack 5? I mean, he was a skinny little thing.
I got to stretch first.
Okay.
I bet you could get 4. You know what?
I'll give you plenty of time to stretch.
I got you at 4.8. I bet you could do a 4.8.
think so?
I bet you could do a sub 5.
You like Spring or Raj?
Raj is sturdier, closer to the ground.
Yeah,
Little
but
bulldog.
Spring, you've got that quick action of your tennis stuff. You've got tennis
he's
on
not,
your
he's
side.
not going side to side. He's going straight.
No, I know. But
Raj
but
has
I'm-
that. No, but
I'd
Raj
be
is
good
that
at the
hockey.
cone drill. That's what I'd be good at.
No,
Cone drill?
I'm going to
Yeah.
Sean Payton you now. No,
Raj
no.
is the hockey body, straight ahead, sprint, skate sort of
Raj
thing.
just went to Costa Rica to booze it up at a bachelor
Yeah,
party. You
that's
think I'm
true.
trusting what shape Raj is in after his first kid? It's still spring. Maybe pre-kid Raj.
Andy, in that entire
Maybe even
anecdote.
Sanford. Do you think what do you think
No,
Sanford's
not
got?
now.
No, his
No,
Achilles
are you
should
kidding?
explode.
He looks ridiculous
Yeah, he
now.
can't move.
No, he's like a cinder block.
Is it like bones?
Andy, in that entire anecdote, here was the part that my brain got stuck on, and now
I paid $50.
I need to know. No, not that part. What I want to know is, so this probably would have been what, mid-aughts, early aughts?
Yeah, man. It was out at a 5-Star Stadium. Is that the one up north in
Okay.
Thornton? That's where we all
So
were.
what I want to know is, as you handed off the board-opping duties to Mark Moser at 6,
5 a.m.
7,
Every
5.
time, 5 a.m.
So you're putting him on at 5. So he's probably doing updates.
He would literally come in. Yeah, he would switch.
Yeah.
You got it down.
Yeah.
He would do it. Dan
we've all
Palomino was
done
the
it.
host.
Sure.
Remember
Oh,
him?
my God, Syracuse guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I heard he had into temper.
Yep.
Anyway, he would come in.
Yeah.
And this is how I got to know it. Like, Moj was legit the coolest dude. That Palomino guy.
What happened to him?
I might as well have been a ghost because he never saw me.
You know, I
Did
knew
he acknowledge
Palomino
me?
back in Syracuse.
Well, there you go.
Seriously, I knew him back then. WHEN he used to work at.
I don't know what
Anyways.
happened to him, but whatever.
he's on-
Okay, so-
he ain't doing as well as Mark. I know that.
So with Moj, what was his morning lifestyle? What was a 5 a.m.
Well-
Mark Moser like back in, like right around 9/11?
He came in. He came in. God, what would he do? He would have some form of fast food.
Okay.
Right? But you got to remember, I wasn't looking to hang around. There was one time they asked me to hang out.
Yeah.
And I did. And a young lady pressed her chest against the glass because she was basically pulling a Howard Stern type deal on the KS 1075 morning show. And
There
I
you
was
go.
like,
hey,
thanks. I still have to answer phones. I can't go anywhere. I don't. Hi. Whatever. So that was the only day I stayed. But other than that, you got to remember, again, you want to get into radio, kids?
But again, you can
I
observe.
I bartended from 5 until midnight.
Sure,
and then I went and ran my shift. So by the time Moj got in there, I was going home to go to bed. Remember the story about the Taco Bell and the Bud Ice at 6 a.m.?
Yeah. So again, though, like you can observe a person. I think when you work as a board op, you can really observe a lot about a human being.
I don't feel like Mark's changed much.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Is that what you're, no,
that's
he was
guys.
the same. No, he was seriously the same Mark Moser.
Exactly.
Now, were his teeth shiny white? No. Was he doing whatever that thing does that he does? Have you not seen the video of him putting like the ultralight on his teeth?
He looks
doing that.
He looks like Matt Stafford.
Was he
now.
wearing suits? No.
Right.
But the personality was still the same old Mark Moser you know and love.
Again,
or you don't.
You keep missing the point of what I'm asking here.
Why didn't you just say? Hey, Nate, why didn't you just say what you want?
What's the question?
Yeah, why don't you just say what you want Andy to say?
How much Mountain Dew was he consuming at 5 o'clock in the morning when he was still in his 20s?
Oh, I'm not sure he'd switched to Mountain Dew yet. Now, you know what? To be
How
fair,
big a dip did he have in his
now
lip?
that was ablazing. There are pitchers. Who was it? Lenny Dykstra thought he had an impressive dip in his mouth. But
was
listen,
Moser a red man guy?
probably,
back
I think the funniest thing
The
with
leaf and
Moser
everything?
is how the light switch on his hair went from brown to instant gray.
Yeah.
Like it was like overnight.
Uh-huh.
And you see some photos of him with like brown hair. You're like, oh my God.
When you live hard, baby.
There you go.
One of the divorce settlement numbers, it went what? And then just whoop, and he was white like Gandalf the Grey.
Which one of those, by the way?
I don't know.
Combo meal.
But I will say, like we all were, Moser was still in his I'm trying really hard phase because he wasn't, he was not totally established.
It's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday.
Great segment.
And we have keywords.
Listen, dude.
Killed it.
Would you rather we keep talking about the underwear?
No.
I know you want to keep talking underwear Olympic times for fat guys.
I am vastly more interested in 27-year-old
Mark Moser.
Slob Mark Moser. Let's be honest. It's Nuggets Ticket Thursday. Your chance to see Nuggets Rockets on March 11th. Stay tuned to be your next keyword is coming up in 5 minutes. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. KJ Simpson is scheduled to join us today on the show. Andy, friend of the program, returning. KJ Simpson today on the show.
We talked to him after which CU tournament game
He hit the game winner against Florida.
There you go.
We talked to him in the locker
That's
room
right.
afterwards. That's right. So we'll talk to KJ today at 4:30. I'm sure he will have remembered it, and it's nothing but a fond memory. Probably.
Well, I'm sure you asked. I'm sure he's been asking.
Yeah.
When are they going to have me on?
Again, game winner.
Yep.
Remember, that was like a total Kawhi shot, too. It bounced around like 4 times before it finally went down. Game winner, and then he got to immediately appear on our show. So good day got even better for him. We'll have KJ Simpson today, 4:30-ish or so. Double Diparoo, big couple of wins last night, Andy. Let's dive into it when we come back. Avalanche victorious, Nuggets victorious, kind of unconventionally for them. We're talking wins next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Near side boards Natchez. Tosses it back from the car, high in the zone. Natchez, a one-timer. He scores! It's a Marty party!
Bruce Brown on the inbound over to Jokic, guarded by Garza. Backdoor cut down to Brown. Dog! Two hands. Denver leads it by 18 points with less than 3 minutes to go in the game against Boston. And this thing is over!
You heard him right there. That was Connor McGahee and Jason Kosmiski. 4-2 Avs over the Mams last night. Nuggets, best defensive effort of the season, at least in terms of points allowed. 103-84 over the Boston Celtics. It is a Ticket Thursday, and we have your chance to win tickets to see Denver and Houston on the court March 11th.
They're on the court, not you.
Yeah, you're not on the court.
To be clear.
You're in a seat.
Here. An assigned one.
And it's a seat.
It's a great seat.
You like being in the arena, but they don't let you on the court. Text the keyword Conley, Conley, Conley.
As in Mike.
Right now. To 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. Conley, Conley. Again, like Andy said, as in Mike, not Connolly like Tim.
Conley. Mike.
It's all brought to you by the Will Height Law Firm. They give you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at willheightwins.com. Again, this hour's keyword Conley. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Best of luck to you. Andy, we heard the Bruce Brown dunk right there. Did you realize that was his only made field goal in the game last night?
No.
Terrible shooting.
Seriously?
Yeah, terrible shooting night from Bruce. Here's the funny thing. I thought he played great.
Okay.
Yeah. He was critical playing defense last night on Peyton Pritchard, critical playing against Jaylen Brown last night. They won with their defense. Okay. I believe two things can be true at the same time. And two things are true of last night's game. Terrible schedule spot for the Celtics. They were on the second night of an altitude back-to-back.
Yep.
Here's the thing. The Nuggets haven't always won those games this year.
Nope.
Anyone remember the Chicago game? So, what the Nuggets went out and did last night was what they absolutely had to do against a tired team. And by the time the second unit made the 15-0 run, which KJ Simpson was a really big part of between the end of the third and the start of the fourth quarter, by then Joe Mazzulla was just like, okay, we're toast. You know, his team played a tough game in Phoenix the night before. They never mounted any serious comeback in the fourth quarter, and the Nuggets cruised to victory. And the Nuggets did so on a night where they shot 42% from the floor. Okay? 99 times out of 100, this Nuggets team, Andy, if they're scoring 103 points and they're shooting 42%, they're going to lose. Not when they defend like they did last night.
That was a puke shooting game there for a minute.
It was horrid.
Like, not both of them. Not just the Nuggets. Both teams were not feeling themselves shooting last night.
There was a lot of bad shooting, but also like the Nuggets actually they defended the three-point line last night and they made it 12 of 43. We know the Celtics are going to take 1,000 threes. You held them to 12 of 43. And you did a good job contesting. You had a good game rebounding the basketball last night. You won the battle on the boards against the Boston Celtics like you had to. I thought the Nuggets played with great physicality in that game last night. I loved the defensive effort out of the team. There's a bunch of guys I can single out. I thought Christian Brown was excellent defensively last night. I thought Cam Johnson had a very good defensive game. Hell, I thought Jokic at points had a good defensive game last night. And Bruce Brown, again, I'll circle Bruce Brown off the bench, and Spencer Jones. Spencer Jones was a damn plus 22 last night. He looks like, okay, he's getting his legs back under him. He's getting back to himself a little bit. I thought he played really well last night. It's hard to find much to complain about in that performance last night.
I also feel like Joker's getting back to Joker. Just, he had the ridiculous shot from the corner.
Soundboard shuffle, baby.
But again, he's just kind of getting back to, I guess there was the report. I think Katie said it, but I can't remember. I don't remember who said it. I just remember hearing them saying he decided to go untaped wrist.
Yeah.
Saying, I'd rather feel the pain than feel nothing at all.
Yeah.
And I think he kind of got some of his shots back. And I think he took some control. I don't know. He's just kind of, it feels like he was Joker a bit. Now, he had to be Joker a bit last night because I know at one point in the second quarter they were saying he had as many field goals as everybody else on the team.
I mean, 30 points on 28 shots isn't great. He was too happy to take threes in the first half, but he kind of shot his way out of the slump.
Sure.
4 of 13 from behind the arc last night. He was very 3-point happy in that game. But he battled his way through it. Here's the thing. Nobody shot well last night. A terrible shooting night.
Literally nobody on either team.
Almost across the board. I guess, Valanciunas was 5 for 7.
Okay, good for him. We'll give him that. Tip of the cap.
We'll give Big Val a little bit of love for how he played last night. And again, I thought he played well. I thought also Jokic, I thought his game flipped a little bit after he got clobbered by Neemias Queta. He took the hard foul, and I think he was pissed. And I think that kind of it stirred something in him a little bit
in the
last
loins.
night. Yes, and look, here's where I will say this thing to defend a guy like Neemias Queta, okay, who's become a nice NBA big. Is like you saw the possessions last night where he tried to defend Jokic straight up, and Jokic scored with no problem whatsoever. That's almost every big man in the NBA, right? These guys, they if they try and defend him straight up, he's bigger, he's faster, he's more skilled, he knows more than they will ever know. He's one of the greatest players to ever live. And so, like, unless you want to try and get in the mud with him, you don't stand a chance.
No, you got to get physical with him. You got to we've seen Oklahoma City do this, where you get him more worried about foul calls than maybe scoring sometimes. But I don't know. I thought he looked good.
You got to hope you get away with a couple.
Yeah.
You can slap at the ball a little bit, hope you get a couple of strips. That's your best bet. If he catches the ball deep on you, he's going to score.
Yeah. I wish the wrist wasn't bugging him so much.
I know.
Wish we could maybe get that to go away. Been literally a rough year on him.
It certainly has been. And the wrist thing, I mean, this is going back a couple of years. So Jamal Murray last night played 8 minutes of basketball, 7:51 technically. He had a dunk in the first quarter. I think it was their first bucket, actually, where he didn't get the ball above the rim. That was a pretty good tell. Like, something's up with Jamal. And we got the update later on him.
He had the Andy Lindahl Tuesday show.
He did.
As I understand it, maybe things were going north, not south.
Yeah. Tough night for Jamal. They got him out of there. It's one of those good tells. If Jamal Murray starts a game, doesn't finish, he's not doing well. So they got Jamal out of there, and I saw some of the jokes on Twitter last night about like, well, no wonder they're defending tonight. Jamal's not playing. All right. Okay.
Hey-o.
Yeah. But they did play one of their best defensive games of the year.
All right, so is that wild? Talking about the double dippity-doo-doo-doo.
Double dippity-doo-doo-doo.
We had the Avs get a win without McKinnon,
and
the Nuggets get a win without Jamal.
Without Jamal Murray.
And now there's got to be jokes about defense, and the Avs power play got a little something cooking.
They scored last night.
Yeah.
Marty Natchez.
Marty Natchez kind of likes that right-handed shot area that McKinnon likes to hang out
It's
in.
a Marty party.
Big old Marty party.
Out of him last night. By the way, our guy Parker Kelly.
Parker Kelly with what Moj called the goal of the year.
I mean, he went 1 on 4.
He decided to snipe it through everybody.
On those mams, and he just went out and scored.
He said if you can't score if you don't shoot. Yeah. Fired it in the net.
You know something really stupid? A moment that I had last night. Moj called a name, and in my head I was just like, "Didn't that guy used to be on Phoenix?" Oh, yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah,
that guy.
Guess what they all did, you moron? Yes. Uh-huh.
They all live there.
Yeah.
Most of them did anyway.
So that was my...
I swear, does Utah get a disallowed goal every time we play them? I feel like they've got some knack for a review challenge where they take one back every time, as they took Brock Nelson's early one back.
He got one later, though. Worked out good.
That was stupid, too.
Yeah.
If the goalie can shove his glove out of the area, then I don't think that ought to be interference. If you, completely drill the glove off, okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you just nip the glove, the top part of the glove,
Don't
just
nip the
'cause
glove.
it's out.
Yeah, don't.
I don't know, man.
Don't smell the glove. Don't nip the
listen,
glove.
If it's out of the blue, I don't think it's protected. I feel
Okay.
like he took it out of the blue.
So it was an unprotected glove in your mind.
I don't think the glove is as interfered. It's not like you bumped the glove, but he was reaching for the puck at the top of the crease. He wasn't deep in his crease. I'm tired of goalie interference.
I can't match your frustration over this one. As soon as I saw it, I was like, that goal's not standing.
You know what? Grow up.
At ones, they're not letting them do that. It's a Ticket Thursday. We have your chance to win tickets to see Denver and Houston on the court, Andy, on March 11th. Text the keyword Conley. Your keyword is Conley. Conley, as in Mike.
Are these all names of guys we hope they sign in the buyout market? Is that it?
No.
I didn't look at all three.
No.
Somebody's disappointed it isn't Jennifer Connelly, so he can't recall the commercials yesterday.
Well, that was Garner yesterday.
Oh, you're right.
Garner and Connolly,
They're kind of the same to me.
They're actually different. It's kind of
yeah, judging by the last name you mean. They're not the same person.
It's funny though that you bring that up though. To me, they're the female version of Bill Paxton and Bill Pullman.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Which one's which?
Because I just did that. Those are the two I always get confused.
Exactly.
One alive and one's not with us.
Yes.
I think one is still with. Yeah.
Wait, which one's no longer with us? Paxton?
See, I can't remember. Yeah, the one in Twister's not with us. And I don't remember. Like, I know who they are by face.
Yeah.
The guy from, what was the Sandra Bullock movie? While You Were Sleeping, he's still with us. Independence Day, he's still with us. I think that's Paxton.
Lone Star from Spaceballs?
Yes.
Bill Pullman?
He is that Pullman?
That's
Then
Pullman.
He's still with us. Paxton is not.
Paxton is no longer.
Twister guy,
Okay.
unfortunately. Chet. The first Chet to come in a lot of our lives.
I was going to say,
some weird signs.
either go
Paxton?
Chet or thank you. Or True Lies, which I thought Bill Paxton should have won an Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor in that movie. That's if you want to go hear some one-liners, go flip on the first half hour of True Lies with Arnold and Jamie Lee Curtis. Tom Arnold's in that movie. Great cast in that movie. Bill Paxton's got some lines though that just they're all-timers. It's a great movie. Have you ever seen True Lies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember because I only saw it once. Did you hear they were going to remake Face Off?
With Nick Cage and
I
Travolta?
can't remember if it was going to be a 2 or just a remake.
Who's
but
in
yeah,
it now?
I don't know.
Who's getting?
There's like some problem with. By the way, Jennifer Connelly, I just pulled her up.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, though, tip of the cap, she's in top. She's good in Maverick.
Jennifer Connelly?
Yeah.
Okay, I never saw it.
She's the love interest.
All right. That's age appropriate.
Well,
that's good.
Kelly McGillis had a few shots because she was at the. She took some shots in the press saying I'm the only one that's aged appropriately, so I can't be in the movie.
So she's aged appropriately.
She's like, I'm not Botoxed up and all that. So
okay.
Which look, had a point.
You gotta play the game a little bit. It's a
Face
cold
Off too.
Face Off. Wait, it's
I
like,
think.
is it a remake or is it a
Hold
sequel?
on. It's an active development.
Okay.
By Paramount.
Is Cage and Travolta?
Now I guess it is a direct sequel, according to AI.
Yes.
Rather than a remake. But
Okay.
it's going to be with.
Is AI making the movie?
Adam Wingard is. The
Okay.
film is expected to feature Travolta and Nicolas Cage. So what is the new movie? Are they just going to get like new faces the way everybody in Top Gun did?
Here's my question on bringing Cage and Travolta back for that movie.
Yeah.
Because I'm assuming that the plot focuses on two younger
Giving them their
actors.
faces back, maybe?
Right. That will do like better stunt work and
Sure.
People still want to see it in movies. But like is there just a scene where like Cage and Travolta are hanging out and then they bump into these two guys and they're like, "Hey, the same thing happened to us. That's crazy."
Hey, you won't believe it. They're all at a bar. They're cheers. Slugging a couple back.
You're never going to believe it.
Guess what?
Seriously though, Parker Kelly.
Yeah.
Is that a K&L bump?
Hey.
Goal that he scored last
He ripped
night?
the face off that puck.
He sure did. Schmaltzy.
I don't know. Look, that's Spring called it.
Schmaltzy almost scored.
Yeah.
And then Parker Kelly just takes that thing the other way and boom.
Is that the guy's name, Schmaltzy?
What
was his name? Schmaltz.
Schmaltz.
Yeah.
Yeah. May the schmaltz be with you.
No, I think this is the first game Parker Kelly had a chance to play since talking to us. It's absolutely a bump.
I would say that it is.
And it was extra special because the bump marinated for a week, and then boom.
Do you think he had a nice supper last night?
I don't know.
I'm assuming.
Now, hold on.
Good
was
dinner,
supper dinner or was
good dinner
lunch?
today?
I would think because
dinner was lunch, right?
He would dinner is lunch, supper is dinner.
Gotcha. He probably had a good dinner. I don't think he'd had supper yet. I think supper was after the game. Dinner was on point though.
Okay. But wouldn't he have gone don't they always do the salmon and the pasta?
Yeah, man, I think I feel like they just
Carve
eat
up
all day.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
Some of them eat. Remember, we learned in the intermission break. Some of them they're just like house and burgers, like in between periods, because they're burning so many calories.
I get it.
They're drinking like full strength Coke, but like just pounding cherry Cokes or whatever it takes to get through that thing. It's
yeah.
To be again,
I'd want a nap. I don't think I'd want to go play the second period after that.
You're also not a 23-year-old world-class athlete.
Yeah, well, fair enough.
You also don't deal with that problem.
The only thing in that sentence that I can relate to is 23.
You were once that.
Not world class. So there.
Uh-huh. Hey, you ran a 5-second 40.
Yeah. So did the quarterback.
I think that's good, man. A 5-second 40 is, for a mere mortal, I think it's good.
What I thought was funny, because I also saw the politics of it, because there was a coach there that clearly, there was one guy that didn't run fast enough, and I still don't know who it was.
Yeah.
But I remember one of the coaches like, no, he's faster than that. No, we're all doing it again. It's like, why? Just run him again. I ain't got to do it. I got to do it again.
Were you hand timed? Or
yeah,
was
a
it
little deep?
Okay. They didn't have
this wasn't combine
They didn't have
fancy
a
now.
laser
Yeah,
set
Rich
up.
Eisen wasn't out there wondering who was going to make the Colorado Wildcats PFFL and PIFL team, I think it was.
Piffle?
Piffle. They
Okay.
made like $250 a game.
A nice piffle team?
There were a couple guys that had tried out in the NFL. It was kind of a cool environment. Dudes were supportive and rooting for each other, and
That's
you knew
nice.
you knew who had.
Were they rooting for you?
Yeah, I got some friendly comments. Yeah, get after it.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Nice hustle.
Now, maybe they were rooting for me because they weren't worried about me taking their position.
Tough run, smart run.
Sure.
Uh-huh.
Sure.
Mhm. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
I
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Hey, you want to know how you run a 5-second 40 in your 50s? Well, I really don't know how you do that, but the step one would be not being so fat anymore like I was. So if you want to get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, it starts with your testosterone levels. How have you felt lately? How's your energy? How your workouts been? Maybe your workouts aren't going well enough that you feel like you could even get to that 5-second 40. If you're dealing with all this, including brain fog, things like that, of course, the low sex drive is a dead giveaway. It's time to get those T levels checked over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Plus, they've got a new 4-targeted body composition plan featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, and PDA. I was on the GLP-1. It's one of the. I'm still on it. It's one of the ways that I've been able to lose 40 pounds to this point in the last 6 months. I'm looking to lose about another 10 pounds. But it's been great. You can get those testosterone levels checked and go on in for that first visit. What they do is they draw your blood. You have results in 30 minutes, and you'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider about those results, and you can decide if you want to start on testosterone treatment. Cost of the appointment, $99. You get a T and a PSA test. But if you start on testosterone treatment, that visit, it's free. 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado. 720-440-7900 is now how you get a hold of them. Find them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
That's Andy. I'm Nate. It's Thursday afternoon. We believe we're going to talk to KJ Simpson at 4:30-ish of what we are told. Nuggets flying to Oklahoma City today. They got the Thunder tomorrow night, back home with Minnesota on Sunday. Should be a fun one with OKC tomorrow. By the way, as it stands right now, Andy, I believe Jokic has a game to spare. SGA
Just one.
Is down to 6 games to spare to hit this 65 games played threshold to win the MVP award.
Wemby's down to 4.
Yeah, it's like, are we going to end up with like Cade Cunningham winning the MVP? And he's having a fine season, but it's not an MVP season. It's an all-NBA season.
So it's funny you'd bring this up. It was a hot topic on Get Up this morning.
Okay.
As Jay Williams, he was irate about all this.
Yeah.
And in a large part, he kind of took up the cause for Jokic, saying this guy's battling through a legitimate knee injury,
Yes.
and we all know it. And you're going to tell me, and because there's somebody else that's got one more game and they're out of it too. And he was just saying, you mean to tell me that one more game and, he's out? That doesn't make any sense. This is BS and all that kind of stuff. And he was asking, it was Greeny, and I can't remember the New York talk show host that was hanging out with him as well. But they were both saying they both firmly agree that if you can't play more or if you only play, what is it? It's basically 20% of the season is how they got to this number. 65 games was agreed upon because it's 20% of the season.
Yeah.
So if you miss more than 20% of the season, Greeny in particular said you should not be considered for MVP.
No, that sucks.
And
that's a terrible
Jay
take.
Williams, it was funny because Jay Williams was saying everything you told me about a month ago about there have been more soft tissue injuries than ever. They're running more than ever. This isn't the same game that it's been. You're forcing more 3 and 4 nights than ever, and on and on and on. And they just weren't having it. But Jay Williams, he thought it was ridiculous because whether it's SGA or Jokic, they should not be taken out of the count. And I thought SGA was down to even 4 games. I'm
Andy,
not positive. But
here's my frustration with all of this. Okay, and good on Mike Greenberg for being a fine ESPN employee. Why did Adam Silver come up with this crap? It was because they were negotiating the television rights deals at that time, and all of the networks were like, well, we're sick of these guys missing games. So Adam Silver was like, okay, well, to placate you, so you'll hand us an extra couple of $1 billion, I will come up with this rule, which it got him his $1 billion. But the issue is that you get into a season like this now, and like, again, Cade Cunningham could win the MVP this year. And we're all going to look at it and we're going to go, well, it's just because Jokic and SGA had to miss too many games. That's why.
And possibly even Wemby.
And again, this isn't a load management thing. These are both guys in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Nikola Jokic that have shown I will play.
Yeah.
These are not load management guys.
And they don't have coaches like Steve Kerr or Popovich back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Popovich, the main culprit, just literally throwing the middle finger up going, look, this is what I think of what you got me scheduled for.
Exactly.
I'm not playing my guys. How about that?
Yeah, and guess
so
what?
None of that's going on anymore.
And by the way, those are the 2 coaches that won most of the championships in that decade.
Right.
So they would sit there and go, I don't know, I think my strategy kind of worked.
Yeah, you can be mad at me. I've got trophies. And look, when you look at a team like the Nuggets, they need all their wins. If Jokic misses another game this season, it won't be for load management purposes.
No.
They need these wins.
By the way, by player efficiency rating, PER, once again, Nikola Jokic is having the greatest season in NBA history.
Oh, there's no doubt he should be up for it. But
Yeah.
again, I looked at the odds. I think SGA is minus 150. Nikola sits at plus 300 as ESPN have it. So
Yeah.
I'm sure that's ESPN bet that they're giving you the odds from.
I mean, Wemby had a chunk of games that like, honestly, like if you're going to give it to anybody, if it's not going to be those 2, I would say give it to Wembanyama. But he missed 12? It was 12 games earlier this year. Spurs went 9-3 without him, by the way. They also had a successful
really
run.
good team. They're a problem.
So
They're
won
just a problem.
They won again last night.
Yeah.
10 in a row now. They went up to Toronto
Came
and
from 15 down to do it.
yeah, and they battled their way to be able to get that victory. Did you see Wemby's block on Scotty Barnes last
Where
night?
he didn't even jump?
He wasn't looking.
Oh, no, that one I didn't see.
He wasn't looking. Okay? He was guarding his guy and was facing his guy, and then I don't know like what seventh sense that he has, but Scotty Barnes gets to the hole and elevates to the cup, and suddenly Wemby just spins around and he's breaking the game. This Spurs team, I know history would say they're not going to win an NBA championship, that they've never been there before, and that they're too young, and the guards are too young, and Wemby is too young, and all of that. I don't know, man. I watch them defend. I watch what they're doing night in, night out, and I'm like, that travels to the postseason.
Yeah, Jay Williams was saying the same thing that you did. Basically saying Jay Williams said that he is buying into the fact that there's got to be pain before pleasure. So I don't know, man. Everybody, again, when you play defense the way they play defense,
Andy, when they play the Thunder, they kick the crap out of those guys.
They're the kryptonite, the elixir, whatever you want to call it.
Yep.
By the way, the one I saw, Wemby had a guard drive into him. I don't even remember who it was. He goes up, takes the shot, gets it blocked back in his face. He then does a step back, and Wemby just reaches it. Didn't even jump.
Yeah.
Reached his long old wingspan out and blocked the second attempt.
The
guy's a freak.
Okay, let me tell you a reason why Wemby can't win a title this year. Okay,
Please, I need it.
This is something that I have observed from watching him play a lot of basketball so far. Is he's got a little bit of Anthony Davis, Joel Embiid disease where he falls too much.
Okay,
he needs to stop falling. Okay, that would be if I was coaching Wemby right now, that would be a coaching point that I would give him. And you know what? Maybe some of it of why he falls so much is because he hasn't filled out quite yet. He's still a young dude, but he needs to. 7-footers should not fall as often as those players did. It's why Nikola Jokic is a bit of an outlier in this era. He doesn't do that. Although, did you see the dive he took last night when Kata hit him in the back?
Yeah.
Come on, Joker. Come on.
Hey, if you're going to get your calls, you're going to get your calls.
Hey, whistle. It was a whistle.
I know some people are probably saying, why you guys talking up the Spurs and Wemby? I'm going to tell you the reason why it bothers me, the reason why they make me more nervous than even the Thunder is because Wemby feels to me like does bother Jokic. He's the one guy that really bothers, I think, Nikola.
Yep.
I don't think Nikola changes his game for really anybody. I think he does it. Again, he loves to go and just dominate and make Rudy Gobert, who's often the defensive player of the year, miserable. But there's something about Wemby. I think Wemby bothers everybody because we've never seen.
Yeah.
I don't remember a guy. Has there ever been another guy as tall as he is? Not as skilled. I know that, but trying to remember the last guy that had arms like that where you're trying to shoot in the key and it feels like his hand is just always there.
The only guy I can compare him to is Kevin Durant, and he's 3 inches taller than Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That's what's insane about what he is able to do.
He's got a jumper's form like a guard.
Like Chet's long, Chet's problematic. Wemby's bigger than him.
Chet's also a little clunky.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wemby's smooth, man.
Right. Yeah, there is fluidity to that game. Can Aaron Gordon stay out of foul trouble in that series because he's the one that's going to be guarding Wemby? I don't know.
And they've just had so many high picks that are working out.
Stephon Castle's really fun.
They got a lot. De'Aaron Fox.
Fox too. Yeah, is also really fun.
I just combined their guy and our guy.
Dylan Harper is really fun. Like that team. Like Jeremy Sohan's a good player, and they were like, "You don't fit here." See you, dude. That's called a well constructed basketball roster.
The Nuggets gave it a call. They rang the phone.
They did, which I think was wise. But you know what? They got KJ Simpson.
And we're hoping to talk to him in about 35 minutes' time.
We do believe that we will be. Plus, it is, everybody, it's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday, and we have got more keywords for you coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. But more importantly than all of that, Andy, the Avalanche are back home from the Olympics for the first time, back at Ball Arena tonight, and we're all over it on 92.5. Tune in for pregame. Avalanche Wild at 6:30. Berto will get you going at 6:30 tonight. It's powered by Ramos Law. Drop the puck a little bit after 7 o'clock. The hated Minnesota Wild coming to town. Matt Boldy in the Wild here to take on the Avalanche tonight. So make sure you listen to that game right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pre-game show is going to be powered by Ramos Law. Let's get this thing going. Good to have the Avalanche back in our life. Tough schedule, compacted schedule directly out of the Olympic break for the Avalanche. Let's see what they can do with a big one tonight at home against their Western Conference rivals, the Minnesota Wild. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, Sean Payton, he has got additional Davis Webb thoughts. And you will
Yeah, I don't think he clears his throat in this.
Yeah, we'll find out if he clears his throat or not when we come back. But yeah, let's dive into some Sean Payton stuff, talking about Davis Webb, and let's talk about the future of George Payton a little bit when we come back on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Broncos have a new play caller. It is Davis Webb. Today, Sean Payton went on the Pat McAfee show and talked about handing over the play calling duties to his new offensive coordinator, Davis Webb.
I think this young coach, and I say young, Davis Webb is something. And sure, it's funny, the timeline that when you have a young coach like a Joe Brady or a Declan Doyle or any of these guys that I've been fortunate enough to hire when they're young coaches, like what you think is their timeline of success, position coach, coordinator, head coach, is always 2 years behind what the league sees. It's much quicker. And so I remember interviewing Davis. He's one of those few players that came from playing right into coaching. There's usually a couple of years. And he finished the interview, and we had a schedule with some other guys lined up, and as he's heading to the airport, I turned to George Payton. I said, I don't know what we're doing letting him leave the building. Call the driver back up. He comes back and hire him. But he's going to be one of those guys, like just as I'm making him a coordinator, it's not on your timeline.
Yeah.
And and the same thing happens with these young players that all of a sudden hit it, and it's a young man's league. So I'm excited for him. Look, I'll still be involved. Having done it before, the thing that is a little unusual, like when you're in those studio sets, chairs, I did this with Fox, like, all right, where do you put your hands? Do I put my, how do I?
Yeah, sure.
And on game day, you feel like you
Need
got
a
a
play
call
sheet.
sheet, you're looking at it, but you're kind of empty-handed.
I do think it's going to be a weird adjustment for Sean Payton. I'm very curious to see what he's going to be like on game day, where he kind of finds his niche. But
what is his niche? See, I almost need the season to start right now just so I can see how this goes. Because, again, I need to know where Davis Webb's going to be. And if Davis Webb's on the sideline, does he become Gordon Ramsay in Hell's Kitchen or whatever that show is he got there, where he's going over there and he's just railing and pointing and this and that, and you know what I mean?
Yes.
There's no way he's just gonna Pete Carroll the
That's
thing.
it.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And I point out Pete Carroll because Pete Carroll just kind of stood there, no play sheet, watching things happen. Remember, he'd get down in the old whatever that, hands on knees, half bent over, and then we get the, oh no, because he threw a pass he shouldn't have thrown and all that.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to be Sean. Sean's going to have the headset. Sean's going to still have a play sheet. I promise you he's still going to have a play sheet.
He'll still have a play sheet. Here's my guess, okay? Because these guys, they're at the combine right now. They eventually they hit the golf and rubber chicken circuit and everything else like that.
Rubber chicken.
These guys, they
what's rubber chicken? Not the food, man.
Yes, it's like bad banquets. That's what they call the food, is rubber chicken.
See, I thought that was like comedy or something.
Yeah, when you're on the banquet circuit. Yeah.
I heard the rubber chicken in that.
So
you're regretting using that term.
It's like from the old Catskill comedians.
No, I get that. But yeah. To me, rubber chicken is like the bad. That's like the bad axe or something.
Oh, the prop comedy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, go ahead. Listen, you're eating at St. Elmo's. Ain't no rubber chicken there.
No, but you know what I'm saying is, like, these guys. I'm guessing like Sean he'll reach out to John Harbaugh.
Oh yeah, I see.
He'll
what
reach
you're
out
saying.
to Mike Tomlin.
How did you do this?
Right. Yeah, you weren't doing anything on game day either. How did you deal with all of that? He'll talk to those guys that didn't have play calling duties. And
he won't talk to Shanahan because Mike never gave it up.
No. He did. Well, I don't think anybody from that coaching tree talks to Sean Payton anyway. So there's weird tension with all those dudes. So yeah, I think I think he'll figure all that out. He's always good at the game management stuff. He's a good clock management guy. Hopefully he'll be even better now.
He's still the one making the decision. Are we going for it on fourth down?
Exactly.
Are we taking the time out here?
Right.
Are we challenging that play? It's not like he just walks around with nothing to do.
And again, Andy, it goes back to, okay, if it's a fourth down and 1, and you got a backup quarterback and you're deep in in New England's territory, and you know that weather is coming, rather than thinking, I get the perfect play right now, you're maybe going to be thinking 1,000-foot view a little bit better, okay? And just consider it of, I don't think I want to go for this right now. And maybe you kick that field goal, and maybe history's different. Okay?
Yeah.
That's
and maybe it's not, but
and maybe it's not.
Maybe overtime.
Right.
We just play the longest overtime ever with nobody scoring.
I know. We love to again pin that entire football game on one single coaching decision. Which
I didn't like it at the time, but there's no way they were guaranteed to win.
There's
no way
overblown.
they were guaranteed that thing was going through the uprights if they kick it.
So the Broncos this past season as an offense, Andy, they finished 14th in scoring offense, 23.6 points per game this year. If they bump into the top 10, which the top 10 this year was at 27 points per game, Indianapolis, right there. Okay, so there you go. If the Broncos can bump up, score, 3-4 more points per game, basically. Davis Webb, who has already had head coaching interviews, who is, again, NFL owners, they all know the Sean Payton, George Payton, don't let him leave make the driver turn around anecdote. Sean's happy to tell anybody that'll listen that story right now. He's had head coaching interviews. He is viewed as one of the bright up-and-coming coaches in the NFL. He is a former quarterback. He is a sharp dude. He is now an offensive play caller, which owners always love that stuff. Right now, what's the over-under on the amount of seasons that Davis Webb is the offensive coordinator of the Denver Broncos? I will set the number at 1.5.
Well, I put it at I'd take the over.
Okay. Based on
I don't know how I count me in the boat, and it's just like PhD's favorite topic to kick around, but I've talked to other people about it. I could see Sean Payton possibly moving to a different role when his contract is up. And not being the head coach, maybe being the front office, maybe being the overseer, maybe being a president, maybe being still hands a bit in the operation.
Sure.
But it's time to let the younger guy have a go. It's time to and look, everybody assumes it's Davis Webb, and I guess I'm even doing the same thing too. Let's not forget Vance Joseph's a pretty high candidate too.
So
but I just think I hear whispers sometimes that Sean is an old school coach.
Sure.
We've chronicled that.
Yeah.
I think he lives the coaching life hard.
Yeah.
Whereas modern guys go home. Mike Sanford's talked to us a little bit about it, where, Sean is still the guy that I think feels like if I'm not there for 100 hours, I'm not doing my job.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's I don't care, 62, 63, whatever. You're a young man, but that's still a tough schedule to keep if you're not going to give yourself a break.
Sure.
So I've got some people that wonder, I'm sure he wants to still make money. But let's say this thing continues to be successful and Penner says, well, what if we bump you up a bit? What if you still have a hand in football? Kind of like the thing they tried to do with Gary Kubiak. But you don't have to live the life every day. Remember, they brought Gary Kubiak back to 2018 to be the almighty advisor that helped with the draft, that put his opinions in, that was supposed to help do a little bit of game planning, and that thing just kind of blew up and all that kind of stuff. I wouldn't be shocked if in a couple, 3 years, that's where Sean moves to, and maybe Webb's the guy that takes over.
See, I think about it a little bit differently, and I think about it in this regard. He's got 2 years left on his contract, right? He's, again, I believe the Broncos are going to be good. I think they're a playoff team again next year. I think they're a Super Bowl contending team. The roster's just too damn good, like we've talked about, okay? So as long as the Broncos don't have a disaster season and everybody gets hurt and they stumble back to being a 7-win team or something like that, as long as they do the thing that they are hopefully projected to be able to do, then Davis Webb will go through the cycle again. In the post 2026, getting ready for 2027, he'll do all the interviews again.
Sure.
Right? He'll be on everybody's short list. He'll get, 6-7 interviews, whatever it is.
Why? Make it 8-9.
And
or
then
5.
Oh, sorry.
My daughter can't quit pointing it out, and now it's
okay.
Hey, it's a button. Let's just put it to you that way.
Okay.
So he goes through the interview
between 5 and 8. Andy.
Thank you. He does the rubber chicken interview circuit.
So exactly. So he's out there doing the thing, and that's when Greg Penner goes to him and says, "All right, pull a Ben Johnson, stick around here for another year, be the play caller, get another year of experience under your belt, and then after this season, I'm prepared to give you that guy's salary in office."
Sure. How about this? You and I are both throwing out timelines. Isn't the real key to this, and I think for both Sean and Davis, isn't the real key to this how Bo does? How Bo continues to grow. And I put it out there this way. I think everyone, for the most part, is kumbaya with each other. I still think Bo's probably we'll see how long Bo holds grudges, and maybe he doesn't, and maybe it really is already forgotten, like Nick Kosmider told us. There's a part of me that feels like Bo, the football robot, because he reminds me of Peyton Manning in his personality a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't think Peyton would let that go, and so I'm not sure. I guess I'm in wait-and-see mode on if Bo is really going to let that go. But anyway, if Bo continues to develop and you feel like you've got a great young quarterback, you already got the richest owners in the league. I know this.
Yeah.
Davis, Vance, anybody on this staff, you're not going to find better owners to work for.
You want to be the Broncos head coach.
You do.
You're going to be a top 3 highest paid head coach in the NFL as long as you're the head coach of this team. This will be this is going to be the most, as long as those gajillionaires run this place, this is the most sought after job in the NFL.
Now, if Bo kind of levels off and the growth isn't there,
Right.
and they can't seem to grow the offense the way that clearly Sean is letting us know he wants to,
Yeah.
and some of that has to do with what's going on with Bo Nix, some of that has to do with your lack of run game, then maybe then maybe I look at somebody with a Justin Herbert. I look at somebody, try to think of the jobs that were open. You got a Baltimore, well, then all of a sudden maybe Davis Webb's thinking a little bit about that, and maybe the ownership thing it moves to 2 and not 1. Do I have a young quarterback?
Yeah.
But as long as Bo and the offense and all these guys continue to grow, I don't think anyone's going to want to leave.
No.
Ben Johnson even stayed there, I think, 2 years longer than people thought he would.
People are going to slug it out for this job.
I would agree.
Yeah, they're gonna.
You got the palace of you're going to have. You watch that locker room it'll be the cutting edge locker room. Whatever the new amenity in a locker room is, they will make sure it's added in there. That'll help you draw free agents.
The thing that I need that I really want to know, that I want somebody to be able to tell me, is who is the highest paid offensive coordinator in the NFL. I believe it was Chip Kelly when the Raiders hired him last year. What, they give him like $6 million?
Something like that,
or whatever it was. Like, okay, what's Davis Webb's? Again, this guy had other opportunities. He did other interviews there, so there was demand. He did have leverage in a market. And did the Broncos just simply say, like, we'll make it worth your while?
I'll add this point. The reason why I think if he does go on the interview circuit next year, and I do believe you're right, assuming the year goes well.
Sure.
Assuming that, again, we're all making the big assumption that he's going to be successful. We do have to see that first. It's a fair point for those that I know are about to text that in. But what's scary about it now is, what did Brandon Beane say to the assembled meeting the other day, the Buffalo GM? Now he'll have play calling under his belt.
Right.
I don't think he was as hot the candidate as we wanted to believe, because he did not call plays yet.
Sure.
Now that he's called plays for a year, and if it looks better and things improve on that offense, now you got a problem.
He's
going to be he may be the guy.
However many teams that he interviewed with, that means that those owners have already met him. And based on, again, everything that we're told, if this guy is as impressive in the interview room, and again, he's former quarterback, he's young, he's now getting play calling experience. Andy, draw the picture. He's the kind of guy.
Oh, yeah.
He'll
look good at the press conference in a nice suit.
Owners drool over hiring a dude like Davis Webb.
He's on the path to be the next Sean McVay, let's be honest.
Yeah, yeah.
And when Sean won the Super Bowl, everybody wanted McVay, and really that hasn't died out.
Yeah. Or they hire anybody that has ever known Sean McVay.
And now Mike McDonald has kind of set the precedent for the defensive
Mike
guys.
LaFleur got a head coaching job.
Yeah,
okay?
Because he simply got to sit in a room with Sean McVay once.
Andy, we have got the NFLPA report card that we weren't supposed to be able to read.
Yeah.
We got grades. How did the Broncos do? Plus, we have got grades. This is from the players in an anonymous survey grading the Broncos' offensive, defensive, special teams coordinators, and their head coach. Who pulled down the best GPA? We'll tell you next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Time for yet another keyword on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is Ticket Thursday. As soon as I find my copy, I'll give it to you. It is a Ticket Thursday, Andy, and we have your chance to win tickets to see Denver and Houston on the hardwood on March 11th. You must text the keyword Horford.
Horford. Okay, Horford.
As in Al.
Because I could see some interesting spellings of this one.
Horford.
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 Our audience shares our sense of humor. We may get him anyway.
Uh-huh.
Horford.
Mm-hmm.
Al Horford.
Horford. Text the keyword Horford right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. As in Al Horford. Again, he made a bunch of threes the other day against the Nuggets. Guy's still in the league.
How about
Unbelievable.
him going almost junior Joker?
I know.
Directing stuff, making passes. That was that damn Golden State loss.
That's a really good NBA career that Al Horford has had. Good collegiate career. Anyway,
Remember the word was he was waiting around to see if Denver was interested.
the Will Height Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at willheightwins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is Horford.
Horford.
We will announce our winner at 5:55. Good luck to you. We plan to speak to KJ Simpson coming up here in a few minutes. The Nuggets are, they're traveling into Oklahoma City, and once they are there, somebody will stick a phone in KJ Simpson's face, and then he'll have to talk to us. Legendary Colorado Buffalo Andy, and now a member of the Denver Nuggets. Last night, by the way, played game number 52 of his NBA career.
Good for him.
Yeah, and he got big minutes like,
Jamal's out.
Jamal Murray's misfortune was good for KJ Simpson.
Well, and he was getting up and down the court.
He
Scotty
did.
keeps talking about his speed. He likes
had a
how
dunk
fast
last
and
night,
he
man.
pushes stuff. So
Good athleticism. He had a dunk last night. He really he played pretty well. All right, report card, Andy. We got
let's
grades.
do it. Give me some report cards. I always hated mine.
Okay, so
Do the Penners like theirs better?
I bet they did. First off, I think this is kind of funny because remember the NFL, the owners made a big stink with the Players Association about like this all being published.
Yeah.
And it wasn't supposed to be.
And then Kaylin Kaler got a hold of it in 2 seconds.
Yeah, our friend Kaylin Kaler got it, and she put it on ESPN.com.
Hey, look what I got.
Exactly. Kaylin's awesome. Well done by her. So I got the Broncos list of grades, including grades for the coaches. Okay? Let's start with the coach grades. The Broncos offensive coordinator, this is for the past year. The offensive coordinator, Andy, got an A-. So congratulations, Joe Lombardi. You got an A-, and then you got fired.
Come on. What did he get an A- for? Did we expand on our answers?
He did very well. Minus. Defensive coordinator Vance Joseph got an A. Way to go, VJ.
Vance Jackson.
Didn't get him a head coaching job.
Vance Joseph, I should say.
But his
should have got an A+, but okay.
His GPA is quite good.
You don't get in, yeah.
It didn't have enough takeaways, Andy. Special teams coordinator, the Riz man, got an A-.
Really?
Yeah.
Did it feel like A- work around Halloween when we were like, what are you doing?
I guess the players liked him.
Okay.
That's really all this is.
Yeah, really, yeah. Fair enough. Good enough.
Okay, so
all right.
So OC A-.
Yep.
DC A.
Sure.
Special teams A-.
Okay. Head coach.
Got a B.
What?
He got a B. Sean Payton got the lowest grade in the class.
Well.
Uh-huh.
Well.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Gah.
Lowest grade in the class.
Oh.
Yeah.
You think he's walking around Indy trying to figure out where I get a copy of them report cards?
I have 2 middle fingers.
Yeah.
What's predisposed? What's not predisposed?
When did they do this, by the way? Do we know? Do we have that? When was the survey handed out?
I don't know.
Like end of the season?
What grade do you think Bo Nix gave Sean Payton?
Well, is that what dropped it?
Did Sean? Did Bo Nix handwrite was it like you fill in the bubble like a Scantron, like an A, B, C, D, or F, and then there's like an other, and Bo Nix just wrote F minus.
I don't know that he would have went F.
Turned over the page and wrote more minuses.
Yeah, he might have given him a C. Now the guy you're describing might be Dre Greenlaw, judging by some of the comments.
I think I
think Dre Greenlaw is saying I'd like some more days off. Probably had one of those grades that brought the average down.
He got a B. He did. By the way, I'm looking at the head coaching grades, all compiled together, and Sean Payton. Here's other coaches that got a B or lower. John Harbaugh, Mike McDaniel, Sean Payton, Todd Bowles. The Titans had 2 coaches. They got a B minus.
Both of them
combined.
Callahan. Hold on. Callahan got a B minus, and McCoy got a B minus, or just the collective got?
The collective got a B minus.
So Callahan brought down the A of McCoy.
Matt LaFleur got a B minus. Yeah. Henry, there was rumblings that he was trying to tighten the screws during training camp.
Oh, yeah.
There was some unhappiness going on there. Jim Harbaugh, C+.
Well,
C+.
Quit creeping me out around the quarterback, maybe? Quit being the, clingy, obsessed girlfriend, maybe, with your quarterback? I don't know.
Get Connor Stallions out of our facility?
Well.
C+.
Quit beating us to a pulp.
Get out of the weight room. Put your shirt on, you weirdo.
Quit challenging us to pick up basketball in your free time.
A C+ for Jim Harbaugh.
Interesting.
Pete Carroll, C+.
Not interesting. I'm surprised it was that high.
The 2 Giants coaches combined for a C. So Dable and why am I already forgetting who took over? They pulled a C.
Yeah.
Lowest grade on the board, Andy. Kevin Stefanski, former Browns head coach, C-.
Boom.
Yeah.
Well, that's funny because he's connected to CU buff Shedeur Sanders.
Well, let's talk about Colorado.
Let's keep the CU theme going.
That's right. So our next guest, fresh off of playing in his 52nd NBA game last night, a fine performance. Kind of forced into duty with a Jamal Murray illness last night, 103-84. The Nuggets got the victory, and this dude had a dunk. Joining us right now is Denver Nuggets guard KJ Simpson. KJ, welcome to the show. How you doing, man?
Hello, what's up, y'all? I appreciate you guys for having me.
It's great to have you here on the show. By the way, KJ, is this the first time somebody has ever introduced you as Denver Nuggets guard KJ Simpson? How does that sound to you?
Yeah, I actually smiled when you said it. It sounded great.
When you got the phone call and you got an opportunity to be able to come back to the front range, what were the emotions like, and how good does it feel to be back in Colorado?
Yeah, honestly, I think I was more just shocked and surreal. I was stuck. Everybody around me was happy. My parents was obviously so happy. My girlfriend, her family was all happy, and I was obviously so happy, but I just couldn't really put it into words. And I think it didn't hit me until I finally saw my jersey hanging in the locker room, and was like, wow, it's real. And I'm just so happy. It's a full circle moment. I keep saying it, but all the things that went into it, it's crazy.
All right, so there's the real, there's the jersey. I get all that. What did it feel like last night? Because this is what struck me, KJ, and I'm trying to bounce between you guys and the Avs, and I really wish we could get everyone to not play on the same night. I tune in, and here comes KJ Simpson flying down the floor, and Nikola Jokic is out there, and you two are sharing a pass with each other. What's it like playing with Big Honey out there?
Yeah, I mean, it's special. At the end of the day, I always believe in myself. I know I'm an NBA player, but I mean, sometimes just got to look and sit back and, realize, things that are out there, things that are happening, and be in the moment. And that's definitely, something for me that I was doing yesterday. I didn't think to share the court so soon. But man, it was special. Obviously, he's a crazy talent. We got a bunch of talent on this team. The NBA is full of talented people, but it's kind of crazy, and I'm just getting used to it. Obviously, still got to learn all the plays and everything, but man, I love it. I'm just excited to keep it going and the further experiences.
You got to play 14 minutes last night. Jamal had the illness, and he left after the first quarter and never returned to the game. You really, KJ, you were a huge part of keying that 15-0 run between the end of the third and the start of the fourth quarter. But what was last night like in terms of you get to the arena and you know the situation. You're brand new, like you said. You're still just sort of learning the plays and everything else like that. But you got pressed into some pretty high leverage minutes in a huge nationally televised game last night. What was last night like for you?
Yeah, honestly, and I say this humbly, it just was like another game. Obviously, I knew it was televised. Obviously, you knew we played a really, really great team who was on the roll. But this after going through my rookie year with the Hornets, and I was able to start a bunch of games with them. My confidence is feeling at an all-time high. I had a great summer, and obviously things played out the way it did, and now I'm with the Nuggets. But for me, I always say to myself, I'm an NBA player, and I think it's just going out there and just proving it every single night. People are always going to have their opinions, but at the end of the day, that's what I believe, and that's what my confidence is instilled within me about. And so yesterday was just like another game, staying ready. When I got to the arena, though, I did have a workout a long time before the game, so I think staying warm was probably the most important part. But for the most part, it's just staying ready for the opportunity. Whenever my name is called, and that's something I'm really special at, and I know I could help with this team.
Yeah, David Adelman said last night you worked out 4 hours prior to tip-off. You were one of the early groups that was out on the floor. So, again, the opportunity kind of presented itself, and you went out there and you took advantage of it. What was the key to that run where that's where the game was basically won for you guys last night? That's where you got the separation. You put the screws down on those guys defensively. You got up and down the floor. You had the dunk in there, which just got Ball Arena absolutely popping. But what kind of got you guys going on that run?
Yeah, I think, like I said, obviously being new, still getting acclimated with everything, but I've been able to pick up on it quickly, and I already feel like I'm a part of the team, and, everyone's been so welcoming. And I think we've been talking about it as of late games is our defense. And when we're as connected as we can be defensively, our offense is always going to take care of itself. We have a lot of talent on this team. But I feel like defensively, when we set the tone the way we did, for example, when we got Bruce out there guarding the way he did, CB guarding the way he did, it set the tone, and I saw it when I was on the bench, and I just wanted to make sure when I went in that I kind of was able to feed off of that and just continue it, that there was no dip. And I think defensively, when we prioritize ourselves in guarding the way we did last night, we can be a really, really dangerous team to play against.
That the pick and roll that Denver runs, and you had minutes with Jokic last night, you had minutes with Valanciunas last night, but it's a very similar kind of role. But tell us about being in that spot and running that point guard role in Denver's kind of two-man scheme.
Yeah, first off, finally I get to be a part of it instead of playing against it, because, man, that's just difficult to go against. But, yeah, I think it's just what makes it so unique and special is obviously, you got Jokic. They're one of the best players in the world. In my opinion, he's the best player in the NBA. But
no arguments here, by the way, KJ. You got it. You're
the
good.
town agrees with you.
Yes.
But it's just reading the game. It's just reading the game, and that's what makes it easy, honestly. You have that dynamic where you can do so many things out of the pick and roll, and it's more so just reading whatever the defense is giving you, and there's a lot of counters out of that, which makes it hard to guard. And as a point guard, you're just playing that two-man game, and, it kind of is easy to just come down the court and just get right into it instead of having to, try and set up a play or things like that, and it just makes our offense even more fluid. And I'm just trying to make sure, I'm getting where I need to be and understanding the plays, which I haven't had no issues with. But for the most part, yeah, it's special to be a part of.
Have they talked to you about your speed? I think Scott Hastings has mentioned it on the broadcast, because you talked to a few people. I know they like how fast you can get the ball down the floor. Have they talked to you about that part of your game?
Yeah, yes, most definitely. I think that's one of the things I could bring to this team that, I'm not saying we don't have fast guys, but I'm just saying, like, I know with my speed I can push the pace. I can pick up defensively, be a pest, make it hard for the opposing team to kind of get into their plays or get into their sets and blow up screens, things like that. And then when we get a stop, like, we can run. And I think that's something special. Speed kills, and you can't teach that. And that's something I've kind of always played and had in my bag, I guess. But, yeah, I definitely have had those conversations. And like I said, when I got here, I immediately felt welcomed and with open arms from teammates, coaching staff, trainers, whole organization, social media team, like everybody. And it just was like, it allowed me to just go out there and play free. And they've just told me, when you get it, just go, push the pace, do what you do best. And it's easy for me to kind of get it going.
All right, so we want to remind you the last time you got to talk to us, because I'm sure that, our interview wasn't the thing that you kept from this moment. But this is what we remember the last time we got to talk to you.
Williams to inbound. Simpson with it for the lead. 1.7. Long shot, good as it goes. Colorado wins. The Buffaloes have won.
So a great call, and we got to talk to you from the locker room after that. Was that your favorite moment of your college career? What now that you've had a couple years away, what's the favorite moment?
Yeah, I think it'd be pretty hard to top that, right? I mean, it can't get no better than that, right? Game winner in March Madness, especially with the way the game was going. I think the score was like 100 to 102. Yeah, I think that would definitely have to be number one spot. I had a lot of great moments, though. Made a lot of great memories with my teammates and things like that. But, yeah, that was definitely number one. And I actually remember having the call-in. I do remember that.
Yeah,
So
well, I mean,
crazy.
KJ, I mean, that ball, like, it used all the iron before it finally went down and then goes in. By the way, Tristan's in Orlando. Cody is in Utah. There were 3 guys from that team that got drafted into the NBA. What's your relationship like with those guys, and how much do you guys keep in touch?
I mean, a lot, honestly. Always cheering for them from afar, and I know it's the same with them. They always reach out to me anytime they have a great game or things like that. Unfortunately, I don't know I just never had the chance to like meet up with them this season. Either I was in the G League or, when they went to go play the Hornets, when they went to go play the Hornets, I just wasn't with them. So, but I'm always cheering for them. It's a family, it's a culture. Even, obviously those 2 guys, but even like going against Derek White and things like that, like, it's kind of special. And not a lot of people talk about it because he left, but he's one of my best friends. But even Neek, like, reach out to Neek so much with his success at Sacramento. And a lot of guys on that past team at Colorado still, like Javon Hadley, who's at Louisville now, always reach out to him. Luke, reach out to him. Julian. Obviously, BD is still on the Buffs right now. I'm rooting for him. And then Eddie, Big Eddie, always got to.
What's Eddie up to now, by the way?
And one thing about Eddie is he is probably the person who knows the most people in this world. Like, he has the most connections in this world. And if it's not basketball, he's going to be doing something. I think he's the biggest entrepreneur I know. And he's doing good in life.
Eddie Lampkin, man, that dude was so much fun. By the way, KJ, as long as we're talking about old Pac-12 memories, Spencer Jones is now a teammate of yours.
Yeah.
How many times did you guys play between CU and Stanford? And like, when you see what he's doing right now and compared to what he was as a player at Stanford, like tell us about going up against and now being a teammate of Spencer Jones.
Yeah, I mean, it's really great. I mean, the moment, like, we saw each other, it was like, yo, what's up? We're finally on the same team. I know we had great battles in college. Personally, for me, I had a little personal thing with Stanford because of offers and things like that, but that's for another time. But I made sure that we always beat them. So I had to apologize to Spencer when I saw him, for all those times that he lost because he's never beat me. But now it's great, the fact that we're on the same team. And then to see his success, I mean, he's a great person, but he's an unbelievable basketball player, and the things that he could do out there, like sometimes they don't show up on the stat sheet, and you always need people like that. And I'm happy that, he got converted, and we get to play together now. So it's special.
All right. Do you still keep in touch with Tad Boyle? He's had a rough couple of years. I don't quite know what's going on, but I know a lot of people love him. You still keep in touch with him?
Yes, sir. I actually just spoke to him probably 2 days ago. Now that I'm in town, I told him I'd be up. I wasn't going to be a stranger. But yeah, he reaches out to me a lot, and I reach out to him and a lot of the coaching staff, and just kind of let them know that I'm always watching and cheering from afar, and I know they are as well. But yeah, of course, that I have so much respect for Coach Boyle, and I wouldn't be in the position I am without him, and he rooted for me like beyond ways I can believe, and so I'm always have that relationship for sure.
All right, I got to add, we got to get you out of here, but Nate's going to roll his eyes here. You guys aren't at the Haunted Hotel tonight, are you? Do you know about the famous NBA Oklahoma City Haunted Hotel? I think they quit staying at that one, but
no, I don't. I might be a little too young for that, I guess. But we'll just keep it at that. I don't really like nothing about no haunts. So let's have good sleeps. Everything will be good.
Go up to Scott Hastings. You can't miss him. The old gray hair is a little grumpy, and say, Andy told me to ask you about the Haunted Hotel, because I think one of the travel guys made sure you guys will never stay there again. So
okay, I will.
All right, well, KJ, man, we hope you get a good night's rest. Congratulations on being a Denver Nugget. Huge game last night. By the way, nice pick and pop assist on Deron Holmes late in that fourth quarter last night too. That was that was a good little play. That was
we've been in the gym together a lot. That's my guy. So yeah, it's definitely showing when we go out on the floor together.
Yeah, we saw that chemistry when you got back out there. But hey, man, great game last night. Huge dunk. Seriously, thank you so much for being on the show. Continued success. Good luck tomorrow night.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I'll talk to y'all soon.
You will.
That is KJ Simpson with us right there on the show. By the way, Tad Boyle's Buffs, they got K-State last night, back-to-back victories.
Listen, Tad,
got to start playing this is the time of year you start playing your best basketball.
Because you go get a win in the tournament, anything can happen. Now the problem is you're in one of the best basketball conferences in the country. Tad is Tad's a phenomenal coach. I don't know what's happened the last couple of years, but I mean, makes me wonder if guys are listening enough.
Cody Williams and Tristan Da Silva and KJ Simpson, like that's not easy to replace.
No, well,
you lose all three of those guys to the NBA draft in the same year. That next season, there were guys that were playing, I think, up and roll, and they were playing up and level. But like you're seeing it right now, again, back-to-back victories here with the Buffs. Like I did one of their games last year. Like, I love Bangat Dak. Like, KJ talked about him right there. I think Ron Cheek is a good player. Isaiah Johnson has had a phenomenal freshman season. Like, there's good talent up there. It's just keeping it all together and building it. And these are the challenges in modern college basketball.
Yeah, it's crazy. And again, I feel for Tad because I understand that by the way, we just got a report. SGA will play tomorrow night against the Nuggets. So Spring just sent us that.
Good.
You moved to that conference for football because you're going to get a better TV deal, and that's what you needed to do.
Yep.
I do wonder what Tad would have requested. Now, look, he's a competitor. He's probably all about the competition, but you tell me all the time, Mark Johnson tells me all the time, that's a pretty tough basketball conference that you moved to.
Yeah.
The tougher competition, I think, was for basketball more than football. Would you not say?
Yeah, and they got to go up against Samson and Houston coming up on Saturday, like that road trip to a top 5 team.
Is that a Sampson kid? Was it Ralph Sampson? Was the famous Houston center? Remember him? Is this a different Sampson?
Yeah.
How old is Ralph? Could that be his granddad? Maybe. That's right. I'm forgetting how old I am. That could maybe be his great-grandkid. Ralph Sampson has been so old.
Yeah, no. Calvin Sampson's, he's been a basketball coach for like 90 years now.
Oh, I thought there was a player.
Yeah.
I don't watch this stuff.
Kelvin Sampson, Andy. You know Kelvin Sampson. Come on.
I do know Calvin Sampson, but I thought you were talking about a player.
Oh, okay.
Thought you were talking. Look, you're college hoops guy. I'm hockey anger guy.
You're lacrosse guy.
Let's not get out of our lanes here.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
I was
Okay.
watching the Avs. I told you. I already got mad that they got a disallowed goal. What's the fine up to?
It's just gonna cost.
I know.
This
I know I'm in for a buck.
This one's getting us. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Thanks again to KJ Simpson. Hey, we're gonna play a promo, and then I'm gonna do a roller auction live read. So keep it right here. Hey, Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. You always want to go to their website, which is roller.bid, and peruse the auctions that are available. They've got one of these model home furniture auctions up to be able to bid right now. Guys, if you were looking for end tables, coffee tables, sofas, love seats, chairs, these are lightly used, in great shape, and most expensively, importantly, inexpensive bits of model home furniture that are available for you to be able to bid right now. Go to roller.bid and check it out. The website is roller.bid. You sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. That's roller.bid/altitude. Hit it up right now because you can win tickets to the Avalanche and the Penguins coming up in March. That's right, catered suite tickets. So if you want some model home furniture, I'm looking at this gray upholstered armchair. Oh, that would look good in my basement. Right now, current bid, $0.00. This thing's going to be mine. Go to roller.bid and check it out and sign up at roller.bid/altitude. Davis Webb's the play caller, Andy. He's going to do a great job.
Yeah. All right, dude, I don't feel good. I gotta bounce. I'm sorry. I'm having a bad day. I told you. I warned you, so I'm just going to tell you. I'll be right back. Hold on, everybody. There's no way to hide it.
Hold on. Spring.
Okay, so he's really leaving.
He really is.
Okay.
Spring, you're going to have to isolate the last 20 seconds of our radio show that we will have to keep forever.
And there it is.
That was from the Tuesday edition of Kreckman and Lindahl.
Not sure I'm feeling any better.
I'm sorry for your
loss.
Ailment.
My loss. A lot of stuff's been lost.
Have you been losing enough is what we need to know.
No, I think I'm fine. Who knows?
Okay,
We'll see.
so
I don't know.
So last night, it appears to be going around, Andy, because last night Jamal Murray, he played 8 minutes. And he had to leave. This was David Adelman last night when he was asked about Jamal Murray's illness, his condition. When did he know Jamal was sick? This is David Adelman last night.
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow is important to us because those guys will get to play some, small-sided games with the coaches. They get up and down a little bit with contact. Jalen will be there, Aaron and Peyton. That doesn't mean they're coming back. It just means that this is part of the process for them. So that's Jalen's kind of in the same bucket as those two guys right now. Jamal is when I got here, I just went and said hi to him, and he looked awful. They gave him all the medication. It did not help. He said something to me at the starting line. I'm just like, nothing's really clicking here. And then all kinds of bodily things were happening. So he definitely went home. But I just mean it like Jamal. I think we all know this. Jamal's played through all kinds of stuff. So if he says he's sick, he's really, really sick. So it was cool for the other guys to step up. And, like we always say in the NBA or in all professional sports, Jamal Murray goes out, doesn't play. All of a sudden, KJ Simpson gets to play, has his moment. We win a really tough game against a really good opponent. We keep it moving.
Yeah, KJ Simpson, who was just on our show, Andy.
Had his moment.
He got his moment.
Tuesday had my moment.
Because Jamal Murray was having his moment.
He had his moment last night.
Uh-huh.
That's where I started to go, wow, maybe this is a thing.
They gave him all the medication.
Yeah, I didn't take any.
Uh-huh. All the medication. Did you catch this one, by the way? Speaking of all the medication, let's just stay on this theme here for a moment. Padres starter Matt Waldron it's spring training, and he had to have surgery. He had a procedure last week. His manager, Craig Stammen, talking to the media, this is yesterday, I believe, and Craig Stammen revealed why Matt Waldron had to have a surgical procedure.
Quick update, Matt Waldron, maybe noticed he hasn't been here the last couple days, had an infection in his rear end and had to have surgery to drain it and make it better. So he's been in the hospital the last couple days. Hopefully discharged here pretty soon, but all good, but he'll be out kind of week to week, depending on how that incision heals and how he's feeling moving around.
I think discharge might have been the problem, Andy.
Yeah, not from the hospital.
Uh-huh. It was later clarified a hemorrhoid issue was the cause of the infection in the rear end.
And a draining procedure needed to be performed.
Had an infection in his rear end.
Kind of sounds like McDaniel.
I was going to say,
what?
Did you hear a little Mike McDaniel in there?
Not only that, how about the guy that just sent 1 yard? Play that little part again. And he goes
Had an
right after rear
infection,
end.
in his rear end.
Right there. Perfect timing. Just smack. Maybe that.
Was that Nick Castellanos that just hit that thing?
And a long high drive for Castellanos.
I might not be putting on this headset again. So anyway, that's the update on everybody's BH. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Or not.
We serve the community. Keep it here. Let's get right after it. Time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Mark Springer, what do you got for us today?
Sean Payton went on the Pat McAfee show today, and he was asked about Davis Webb, named the OC. He's going to call plays as well. Sean Payton relinquishing that play calling, but what does he like about Davis Webb?
I think this young coach, and I say young, Davis Webb is something. And sure, it's funny, the timeline that when you have a young coach like a Joe Brady or a Declan Doyle or any of these guys that I've been fortunate enough to hire when they're young coaches, like what you think is their timeline of success, position coach, coordinator, head coach, is always 2 years behind what the league sees. It's much quicker. And so I remember interviewing Davis. He's one of those few players that came from playing right into coaching. There's usually a couple of years. And he finished the interview, and we had a schedule with some other guys lined up, and as he's heading to the airport, I turned to George Payton. I said, I don't know what we're doing letting him leave the building. Call the driver back up. He comes back and hire him. But he's going to be one of those guys, like just as I'm making him a coordinator, it's not on your timeline. Yeah. And and the same thing happens with these young players that all of a sudden hit it, and it's a young man's league. So I'm excited for him. Look, I'll still be involved. Having done it before, the thing that is a little unusual, like when you're in those studio sets, chairs, I did this with Fox, all right, where do you put your hands? Do I put how do I?
Yeah, sure.
And on game day, you feel like you got a call sheet, you're looking at it, but you're kind of empty-handed.
He's still going to have a call sheet.
Yeah, he's going to be plenty involved, as we talked about earlier, deciding fourth downs, calling timeouts, whatever. His main thing, he won't be getting the play in. He may not be picking the play.
But he'll be evaluating every play call in real time.
And he'll probably be influencing some plays too.
Yeah.
So
and honestly, what you have to hope for is that Davis Webb is successful enough and in rhythm with the whole thing quickly enough that Sean recognizes, oh, okay, I'm good. Sean Payton, when he did his press conference at the Combine the other day, said, I don't want this to be a week-to-week evaluation. Well, number one, it will be. And it should be, by the way. That is how the job should be done. But hopefully it never reaches a point where Sean feels as though he's got to go stick his fingers into this thing again.
Yeah, listen, there's still a bunch of this that I'm kind of curious to see how it plays out. Because, look, to relate to Sean Payton, there's got to be, and I'm just how I would feel, if I were as successful as he was, and he's been mighty successful, there'd be a
Super
small
Bowl
part of me
play
that
caller.
would be like, I don't know that I really want you to do this better than me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I get it. You're still in charge and get all the success and accolades for the team, but there's got to be some part of him going, I didn't really want to do this, but I'm going to do it because I'm older. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like you said, at some point, does the ego take back over? Does he start to feel a little jealous? It's all natural human emotion. These guys aren't robots. And so we'll see how they deal with it if it comes to that. And to your point, if it's not going as well in the first, say, month, well, then what?
Andy, I also like it, and I have a tendency, I side-eye everything these guys say.
I know you do.
I don't believe a word
But that's how we
football
found out
coaches say.
the pug account was fake.
Exactly. Well, the whole, I started thinking about it in the middle of the year. Did you? Did you really?
No, I'm with you. I don't think.
Was this something that was suggested to you?
Yeah. Feels more like that.
Yeah. You have an owner that you would like to continue to work for and make money from. An
owner that is the man. He let us know that in the press conference. You all answer to me. Don't forget that.
Very much so. I just, again, when everybody on the planet is saying, I don't see a world where Sean Payton ever does this. Did he really do it?
Chase Daniels said it in a tweet. Jeff Legwald came up to us. When we talked to Leggy on Tuesday, what did he say? He talked about 8 people that all said, I don't see how he does this.
Exactly.
So I'm with you.
Yeah. Again,
I pushed back on the pug being fake kidnapped. I don't push back on this.
There's a good narrative to this of, just Davis is brilliant and I wanted him to have this gig. No, I think that Sean Payton is not the only person that is impressed and recognizes the potential of Davis Webb as a football coach.
Sure.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Real quick, because I know you guys are wondering what's for dinner tonight. You should try Papa Murphy's pizza.
I should.
You should. They make delicious pizza. You bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com.
Is this an online-only deal there?
Well, you can order online.
Okay. Because I might just do it.
You
Might
should.
get a little sausage. You know what? I might spring for all three. $5.
Hey, you know who's getting more than $5? Max Crosby. He's
Professional radio segue.
Yeah, football. According to league sources, the Raiders are looking for 2 first-round picks and a player in a trade for Max Crosby. That's what Micah Parsons fetched in his trade.
Yeah, so the Raiders claim we want Max Crosby, which is exactly what you're supposed to say at this time of year. But Andy, I ultimately think he is going to get moved. And oh, by the way, Max Crosby is massively durable, generally is always playing. He's 28 years of age. Athletes are better for longer now because they take better care of their body than they ever have. Max Crosby, if you're a pass rusher away, 2 first-round picks and a player for Max Crosby, if you're close, but you need edge rush help, you should make that move.
Dude, I just laugh, though, because who else has been talked about that's not going to get traded, that it's going to go the same way?
Exactly.
It's like the 7 stages of grief.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with the NFL, the 7 stages of a trade. We start out by, no, we love him. First off, there's the inevitable, I'm mad at the team. And for those that don't know where this started, Max Crosby was hacked off because he loves football, that he had to sit the last meaningless game of their season. He was told to stay home. He wasn't psyched about that.
On
The
top of
reports
being a
came
guy
out.
that has got to be thinking to himself, how much longer do I got to lose?
Right. Well, that too.
Yeah.
Then we get the old, they're not happy with each other. Then, of course, now the combine, all this stuff. He's not going to Super Bowl, I think it was. He's not going anywhere. He's our guy.
He
Yeah.
He had coffee with Kubiak.
He had coffee with Kubiak. It was great. We
Yeah.
had some donuts to go along with it. I had a scone. And now we get to the combine. And of course, if you want to know why this is coming out now, the combine is not, frankly, it's becoming more important for the rumors we get out of the combine and the deals that they're starting to cut than the workouts half the players are now starting to skip. So now somebody obviously put the Raiders price out there. There's the starting point. The calls will come, and he will not be a Raider by the time we get to the draft.
Max Crosby will probably not be in the AFC West next year, which is good news for Denver because that dude is always a game wrecker when he plays the Broncos. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Also available in the pass rushing trade market is Kayvon Thibodeau, the defensive end for the Giants. He is available for trade. The Giants are listening to offers on him, according to Connor Hughes of SNY.
Yeah, another team that is got to be thinking we are in rebuilding mode right now. Thibodeau has not exactly, taken the NFL world by storm. He's a good player, but he's not a great player at all. They already went and got Brian Burns. Like, they're good along their defensive line. This is, isn't this the last year of his rookie deal?
I think so.
Yeah, perfect time to move
One more
that
year,
guy.
cheap control, and you can decide what you want to do with him.
Exactly.
What I think is funny is it's perfect to have these little stories pop up this time of year as you're about to hear how great everybody is in the upcoming draft. And here it is, what you say the number 5 overall pick is now getting shopped.
Yeah, it's the way that it goes sometimes.
And by the way, another story is coming up about another high pick in one of the past drafts.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Yeah, the Colts have given Anthony Richardson, quarterback, permission to seek a trade. The Vikings have interest in Anthony Richardson.
Vikings also reportedly, according to ESPN this morning, could have some interest in Aaron Rodgers yet again.
All right, so I want to steer this conversation back, as long as we're talking about the Colts for a minute, to Daniel Jones. All right? He's an unrestricted free agent right now.
And no tag has been placed on him yet. Now, I believe we said they have till the 3rd to get it done, right? So that'd be Tuesday.
I think the quarterback tag is $46 million.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Which, if
for him,
if you're Daniel Jones, you're like, hell yeah, I'll play on the tag.
Exactly. That's more than the $40 million you signed with the Giants for.
Exactly. I'll gladly come back and do the tag. What's a sensible deal? Like, because Indianapolis, they claim that they want him, and when you look at the way that they're doing business, I'm assuming they plan to bring Daniel Jones back. He and Steichen had something going. Like, it was a good team when he was healthy. Even when he leveled off, kind of right before the injury, there was a couple of games that weren't exactly what he was doing, like in September and October, but still, like, his leveling off was still good quarterback play. It just wasn't elite quarterback play like it had been early in the year. But also, this is a guy that is coming off an Achilles, and also, like, he has like a 10-game sample size of being a good NFL quarterback. What do you do? How do you play this if you're the Colts?
Great question, Nate. I don't know what the answer is because again, remember he had a good year. He pulled a Joe Flacco in a way, not to the riches that Joe Flacco earned when he won the Super Bowl, but he had a great year the first year under Daboll, and they decided to keep him and give him the $40 million and all that kind of stuff, and then he became Daniel Jones again. He's been a certain kind of guy most of his career, mixed in with a couple. He's at least put 2 good NFL years together and was on the way to number 3 before he got hurt this year. So with all that being said, I don't know what you do. I mean, again, I'd say this. If I'm getting a quarterback for $35 to $40 million in that second tier money now, I know that blows all our mind out here in the real world, but the top guys are going to be getting $55 to $60 million. That's the next tier we're going to if you're a top 10 guy. So if I can get him for the $40 million he was playing on with the Giants, I'm probably pretty happy and we'll all go about our lives.
3-year deal?
Yeah. Guaranteed money or escalator incentives, something to keep it, some way to protect yourself. Because again, this guy gets hurt.
I wouldn't want to go past 40.
No, 40 would be my threshold, which is why I wouldn't love the tag.
Yeah, which is, again, exactly. If you're Daniel Jones, you're like, hell yeah, give me that tag. I'll take it.
If you're the Colts, aren't you going, look, man, let's work a deal out because if you want to keep Alec Pierce around, we need to tag him.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. And they're having issues of Pierce and Pittman and how are they going to be able to keep everybody. So it'll be.
Which is hilarious because you haven't even figured out your quarterback, but you've got two good receivers.
I'm very interested in the Daniel Jones contract of what that's going to look like. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
And finally, the Jets are trading edge rusher Jermaine Johnson to the Titans for defensive tackle T'Vondre Sweat. I did see someone note today that Sweat has a 79 Madden rating, Johnson a 77 Madden rating. So, I mean,
good trade.
That's analytics right there.
That's a Brick-approved trade. Brick is here for it. The Jets just want to trade everybody. Also, there's now video of Aaron Glenn at the Combine today, dozing off while watching drills.
That ain't good.
I don't want to watch the Combine.
Yeah, I get it, but you're not paid to.
But
you're really not paid to like this.
It's kind of your job.
Yeah.
You kind of have to.
Right. Yeah.
He definitely did the the face was in the and the what? Oh yeah, and then it was definitely like I'm focused in. The NFL Network cameras caught him right at doze off time.
Doing him no favors.
No, I don't think.
Is it the biggest of deals? It isn't, but it will be made.
But it will be made into a giant deal.
Especially if you start out stinking again.
Exactly. And
your owner looks like the guy that might like to make a big deal about it too. Because he's just that kind of
I would think so.
Red rear kind of guy.
Exactly. Is Brick Johnson going to now, sit behind him and crank his Bluetooth speaker if he sees Aaron Glenn starting to doze off? I don't know.
Does he need to get the glasses that have the eyes open on him?
Play some Skrillex and make you wake up. Hey, it's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday, and we have keywords for your chance to see Nuggets Rockets on the 11th of March. So stay tuned. Your next keyword is coming up in just 5 minutes. We got the Avalanche tonight against the Minnesota Wild. We're getting you all set for that one. Big win last night. Plus some more Nuggets conversation, including let's react to the news of the Oklahoma City Thunder's injury report for tomorrow night. That's next. Yes, it's a Ticket Thursday, and we have your chance to win tickets to see Denver and Houston on the court March 11th. Your keyword is Odin. O-D-E-N, as in Greg Oden. Text Odin, O-D-E-N, right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. It's all brought to you by the Will Hite Law Firm, which gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at willheitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is Odin. We will announce our winner at 5:55. Best of luck to all of you. Odin, O-D-E-N. Greg Odin.
Not like the mythical god
Odin.
with the beard.
Yes.
There's that guy.
Was he Thor's dad?
Sounds about right. I just know
Anthony
Anchorman.
Hopkins played the part of Odin, I believe.
I think
in the
Ron Burgundy said Great Odin's beard.
Great Odin's beard.
It was,
Great
or
Odin's
was it
beast?
Greg Odin's beard?
It was Greg Odin's beard.
Yeah.
Yes, Greg Oden. Greg Oden, who looked like he was 52 when he got drafted into the NBA, and unfortunately had the knees of a 52-year-old. Okay, so Andy,
to be clear, I was talking to Marky.
The
week I've had, I was talking to Marky.
Andy was not in the bathroom.
No.
Andy did not.
Were you talking about my bad run right there, too? The knees of a 52-year-old? Did you see that by the window?
I had an infection.
I got a little bit of
in his rear
end.
end.
I got a little bit, that does cover a broad band of things.
The batting practice at the end. Hold on. Listen to it exactly as Spring.
Castellanos is in the cage.
Isolated it. Roll it.
Had an infection in his rear end.
The thing I love about Stammen in that cut is he gave it like a long as though to be like, how much information do I want to give right now? And he gave all of it.
He did, but he did it. He was still general enough while getting the point across.
Yeah, but you could have just gone with he had an infection.
Yeah, but that does probably lead to infection where? In his elbow, in his hand, in his shoulder? No. Should he just went lower body injury?
Lower body injury.
That's where. See.
Lower body infection.
Yeah. Yes.
I think this would be a good time to hear Bud Black.
Okay.
Again.
Okay, so which one was this, Spring?
Yeah, so obviously we play this drop.
Yeah.
Diarrhea.
But listen to the pause.
Okay.
When Bud's debating, do I say it? If I could actually turn my pod on. Here we go.
He was not feeling well all day. Diarrhea.
You got to Michelle Branch that pause.
He like our other guy was trying to figure out how do I put this. But again, they don't need the follow-up questions. That's why I think finally they're like, look, I just know.
Well, no, this is somebody did follow up with Stammen, and he had to correct himself and say it was hemorrhoids.
Oh, okay. Well,
because Andy, when you say infection in the rear end,
true. Yeah.
Had an infection
well,
in
even
his
the
rear
way
end.
the way he says it, an infection. He's got a little Ron Burgundy to him.
In his rear end.
Funny enough, this is San Diego.
In his rear end. We hope that Matt Waldron is going to be okay. We know a lot about his situation. Andy, Odin is the keyword. Odin.
Now, hold on.
The 303-504-0925. That's the thing about spring training. It doesn't halt for your hemorrhoids.
See, I love that we've got the cut.
The drills continue.
But now Mark Springer has his own Castellanos-like homer to just put in wherever he wants.
This has been a good week for drops, by the way.
I don't love all of them.
It's been a good drop week. Odin is the key word.
Like Greg.
Yes. So our three keywords today, Andy, were Conley, Horford, and Odin.
I don't know. You got me. We figure this out?
Well, Conley and Odin played at Ohio State. Al Horford was on the Florida team. Florida beat Ohio State to win a national championship in, I think that was 2007. So all three of them would have been in that game. Was the game in Houston?
I don't know.
It's in March, which March Madness. There's three guys from a national championship game. Do you remember how good that Florida team was? Joakim Noah was on that team. Corey Brewer, our old buddy Corey Brewer.
Now that I don't remember.
Was on that
I
team.
remember Joakim Noah. How could you not forget Joakim Noah? He's one of those like all-timers.
Speaking of 2-time Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
While we're remembering some guys, again, keyword Odin.
You want to remember some guys?
I sent you guys this, and you did not respond to me. Did you see who the Yankees signed?
No.
Our friend Randall Grichuk. Do you remember he was a guy?
He was a Rockies guy.
Yeah, Randall Grichuk.
Randall Grichuk.
Played for him and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many games did Randall Grichuk suit
I
up
don't
in a
even
Rockies
remember.
uniform?
I just saw it this morning, and some guy was like, yeah, this is going to be great. Non-roster invite. He's in his Royals jersey, which didn't he come to Colorado from the Royals?
No. No, he came from Toronto.
Okay. Do you remember? It just gets me thinking.
2 years of Randall Grichuk, by the way. 204 games in a Rockies uniform. Randall Grichuk. A lot of losing.
Yeah.
That's all that happens in this era of Rockies baseball.
Who've been the I'm trying to like the old hitters we hoped would find something. It's like that list, right? It was
Daniel
Murphy.
Descalso?
Daniel Descalso's a good one. What about BJ Murphy, right?
Daniel Murphy.
Mm-hmm. Never really got the bat going here the way we hoped. Grichuk was part of it.
No, well, Daniel Murphy was extra painful because they let DJ walk to go get it.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, draining.
Chris Bryant.
Well,
that's the ultimate. Man, that guy, at least Grichuk played some dang games.
Yeah, you can't top it with Chris Bryant.
Who was our angry guy that got traded here and actually hit all right?
$180 million.
A couple years ago. He was just kind of like, it is what it is when he found it. I think he was a Philly.
Oh, are you talking about Jake Cave?
Yeah, Jake
Cave.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he didn't want to be here.
Now, and then he did all right here.
And then he was
He
fine.
actually ended up being one of their better players.
That's just it. If you're a major league journeyman and you're just like, oh wait, I get to have a career high batting average because I'm playing at Coors Field, cool.
CJ Cron, CJ
Cron was good.
I know, but did he do anything once he left here? I know he went and got some DH, right? Yeah, he didn't.
No, not really. But he was a good Rocky. By Rocky standards, he was quite good. Where did CJ Cron go? I went to the Angels. And now he's not a major leaguer anymore.
The usual story arc.
Yeah! Speaking of the Angels, can I read a quote to you from their owner, Artie Moreno? Okay, so there was a quote that was attributed to Artie Moreno. And he told reporters last week, he claims they took a survey. So he claims to have data to back this up.
Okay.
Tell me if this sounds like anybody else you know. Artie Moreno told reporters, Angels owner, quote, the number one thing fans want is affordability. They want affordability. They want safety, and they want a good experience when they come to the ballpark. Believe it or not, winning is not in their top 5. Close quote.
Really?
He claimed that they did a survey. The Angels, when pressed further, declined to comment when asked about specifics of the survey. This offseason, by the way, the Angels slashed payroll. They were up over $206 million last year. This year, down around $155 million. But he claims winning was not in their top 5. Affordability and safety. So fans want cheap tickets and netting. That's what they want when they go to the ballpark. They don't care what happens on the field, according to Artie Moreno.
What fans might you be asking about? Is there a group of family fans that would like an affordable outing for their family that they can sit behind? Yes, I think there are. But by and large, in a good baseball town, even in a mediocre baseball town, I think they want to go watch a team that wins a lot of the times and hopefully gets to see a playoff game or two every couple of years.
Yep.
That's what I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think people do want winning.
And you know what else I think they want? At least I hear from enough Colorado fans. I think they want to go to a ballpark where they're surrounded by more of their brethren and not more fans from the other team. I think that's what they want. I think some Rockies fans would like to be able to go to a Rockies game and have a Rockies crowd cheering for the actual Rockies, not 20,000 of the Reds that are in for the night or whoever it is.
The Rockies were 16th in baseball in attendance last year.
They were. And how many of those came to root for the other team?
Andy, the worst team by a lot in baseball was 16th, okay? And I know, like, nobody should be throwing a parade because you drew $2.4 million per, for a season. The Rockies would like to be well above $3 million, as they have been in many seasons. But when you compare, the performance of the team and the win-loss record, the entertainment value you get from watching the actual baseball versus the attendance numbers, it's incredible. Like, the Rockies are above a bunch of playoff teams,
right,
from last year in attendance. So I don't know. Is what Artie Moreno is saying right there? Would Dick Monfort nod and agree?
He would agree, but Nate, you and I know, Mark Springer knows, anybody that watches a Rockies game knows it's minimum 50-50 split who you're rooting for. They're not showing up to see the Rockies. They're showing up to see whoever the Rockies are playing.
Dick Monfort doesn't care.
I know he doesn't
the dollars
care.
Spend
You're
the same.
absolutely right.
Yeah.
But that's why I'm saying that's part of the problem. I know a lot of Rockies fans that would like to actually go and sit with other Rockies fans at their home park like it was once upon a time. It is amazing. You know me. I like to watch baseball during the summer.
Yeah.
But especially with the Rockies, I have them on. The TV has become the modern version of the radio. Once upon a time, I had a couple buddies' dads who had the garage going. They were doing whatever they were doing in the garage, working on a car, working on something else, workbenches in there, and the radio's on. And baseball was on all summer long as they just hung out. The older I get, maybe they're just hanging out, getting away from the family, buying a couple moments apiece. I don't know. But the radio was on, and it was in the background, and they went about their things. The TV is that for me. I don't need to watch the Rockies game. I listen to Drew and whoever's doing color and the whole thing and kind of keep it going as I do other things throughout my day, or whatever's going on during that game. But you know what happens? Half the time when I hear the cheering, because sometimes, I do it with hockey too, with Moser and the guys, if I hear the roar of the crowd, I want to, if I'm watching the Avs game, I'm expecting us to have scored a goal. When I hear a Rockies game, I'm not sure who had a nice play in the last couple of years, because sometimes a Coors Field game roar of the crowd could mean the Pirates or the Dodgers or whoever else has shown up actually had their stuff happen.
Not the Pirates, but yes.
Your Pirates.
Your point's taken.
There's plenty. Hey, listen.
It's not the Pirates.
Come on. Paul Skeens? Paul Skeens?
Paul Skeens, yes. Name another Pirate.
Oh, I don't know.
It's the
Andrew McCutcheon?
That franchise. But here's the thing, though. They actually have Bobby Bonilla, Barry Bonds, Andy Van Slyke, Doug Drabek.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So anyway, that franchise is one where they have tried to win about as much as the Rockies have in recent years. But then if you look at the farm system rankings right now, like, they're way above Colorado.
Right.
They've actually
Who
kinda
isn't?
built
Where
it a
is
little
Colorado?
bit. Pretty
And
low.
look,
Pretty low.
They bought their stuff with DePodesta. They bought their timeline where you got to let him have a chance. But
Andy, speaking of out-of-town fans, a lot of green at Ball Arena last night.
Yeah.
A lot of green.
There was.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, Derek White hit some triples last night. I heard quite an ovation last night.
There was some cheering going on.
Yeah. They got a lot quieter in the second half of that game.
Hey, now, in fairness, Mammoth, the Avs had quite a few of their fans cheering at the Mammoth Arena last night, too.
Sure did. Take that, Mams.
What do you think of that?
Yes,
You
Mams.
can't do that. Connor Joe's a Pirate.
Connor Joe. Is he still?
Texter says so. I buy it in. I can't. I remember Connor Joe. I'm going off. I'm trusting the texter.
Is Key Brian Hayes still on that team? Remember some Pirates.
Connor Joe was a Rocky.
He was a Rocky.
That's all you have to say about that.
He was fine. Connor Joe was fine.
Dude, give me a player that wasn't.
He was fine.
Who was more than fine that has come and went from this franchise lately? Can't come up with many. Like I said, C.J. Cron would be one of them. He's out of Major League Baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow C.J. Cron is not playing anymore, and yet Chris Bryant is collecting a hearty paycheck.
Jeff Hoffman's an all-star now. He's
How about
pretty good.
that?
Yeah.
Well, now we're going to...
He was in the World Series last
year. What
year.
about Matzik? Tyler Matzik still pitching for the Braves, or is he done?
Good question. I haven't followed the travails of Tyler Matzik recently. I got to be honest with you. I haven't dove into the Braves bullpen yet.
What about old John Gray? Is he holding on to that ace spot in Texas?
He was hurt most of last year. I think he only made like 4 or 5 starts last year. He had a very down season. Nuggets defended last night, Andy.
They got after it.
They gave up 84 points, fewest points allowed this season. Third time they held an opponent under 100 points last night. They had a terrible shooting game. They really did. They shot 42%. Joker fell in love with the 3-ball last night. 4 and 13. By the way, I plugged it into StatHead. I was interested on this. Because 30 very inefficient points last night out of Joker on 28 shots. In his career, games in which Nikola Jokic shoots 10 or more threes. The Nuggets are, there have been 21 such games in his career, Andy. The Nuggets are 6 and 15 all time when Joker shoots 10 or more threes. 6 and 15.
That's real interesting.
Yeah. Now, let me go inside it a little bit, okay? So the Knicks game, the game at the Garden, where they lost in double overtime, he was 1 for 13 from 3 that night. Really bad. Do you recall last year, Game 3 in Oklahoma City? He was 0 for 10 from 3.
Wow, no, I don't.
Yeah.
But that would have been the first home game here, right?
Oh, no, yeah, it was at home. Yeah, excuse me, it was at home.
Because you stole that first one in the OKC series thanks to the...
Game 3, 113 to 104. The Nuggets win that game. He was 0 for 10 from behind the arc. And they won. And last night he was 4 of 13, and they won, but 6 and 15 all time. Historically, those games where he gets frustrated and just jacks up a bunch of threes are those are not good games.
I feel like he tries to send a message to his teammates. You're not making the right cuts. I don't like this offensive possession. I mean, there can be a lot of messages in a Joker 3-ball. Sometimes he's just feeling it and thinks he's got a good look.
I mean, last night there was no Jamal Murray out there, so the Celtics were going under every screen. So he was just like, well, I'm open. I'm going to
go ahead and have a look at it.
I'm going to go ahead and take this shot. But yeah, I think also there's that sense of, and especially when Jamal Murray's not on the floor, of just like, I don't like any of these options that much.
Here we go.
So
I've got space. I'm taking it.
So I'm not going to do it.
How about the sweet one from the corner? That was one of the ones he made.
That was a late possession desperation. He got going in the third quarter. He hit a few good ones in the third quarter.
He felt like Joker in the third quarter.
He did. Yeah, no, he and again, I think it was after Keita landed on him that he got kind of pissed, and then he was really good. Cam Johnson did not have a good shooting game last night. Christian Braun only took 5 shots last night, and yet, honestly, I thought both of them played pretty well. Cam Johnson was a plus 17. Also, do you get the sense Adelman's done with the Jamal Murray stagger? That it's just going to be Cam Johnson with the second unit now?
I think so.
It's kind of what it looks like.
Well, and you talked about it. Maybe you got to take some of the pressure off Jamal.
Yeah, and
rest those legs.
Let him play more in the first quarter and kind of get the game going for himself. Your keyword is Odin. Text Odin to 303-504-0925. Odin. As in Greg Oden, to 303-504-0925 right now. That enters you to win tickets to see Denver and Houston on the court on March 11th. Greg Oden, by the way, number 1 overall pick. Do you remember who was number 2 in that draft?
Kevin Durant.
It was Kevin Durant. Ouch. Ouch. Kreckman and Lindahl. Keep it here.
Sent to the point again. McCarr will keep it in. Skates in the neutral zone. Near side boards Natchez. Tosses it back from McCarr. High in the zone. Natchez, a one-timer. He scores! It's a Marty party! Marty Natchez gets his 23rd goal of the season. His first goal in his last 6 games. And the 2 worst power plays in the National Hockey League both have goals. Colorado has the 2-goal lead back for the 3rd time. It's 4-2 Avalanche.
And that would be the final score last night. Avs get the victory back home tonight against Minnesota. That was Connor McGahey on the call on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Parker Kelly getting the first Avalanche goal that held up last night on a 1-on-4. Sam Mayday-Malinsky had a great pass to Olofsson. He was able to score. Brock Nelson. Really, that whole play was made by Gabe Landeskog on the boards. And then the Natchez power play goal, which was a Cale Makar assist. And the Avalanche are back, and they are rolling. Tonight they take on the Minnesota Wild. You can, of course, listen to that game here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Also, Andy, if you love Avalanche hockey, you're going to love this. Altitude Plus is offering a free 7-day trial, and if you sign up today, you'll get to stream the fully animated Bernie's Mountain Showdown of the Avs Wild tonight. They're doing like one of the computer kind of cartoon broadcasts, which is fun. So don't wait. Go to altitudeplus.com/checkout and enter promo code altitude7 to start streaming on Altitude Plus. Again, that promo code altitude7. Offer ends March 14th. Subscription auto-renews at the end of the trial. Bernie's Mountain Showdown tonight. He's a cartoon dog, Andy.
Yeah, I'm aware.
He's going to play.
Not sure what to tell you about this. Good for them. Should be fun. Get the kids going.
He's going to play hockey.
Yeah.
He's going to be skating around and whatnot.
Those buddies.
Yes.
For
Bernie.
those that haven't seen this and maybe have just heard about it loosely, again, there's been a couple iterations of this. I saw one. I don't even remember which cartoon series they did.
Big City Greens. I saw the
I
Big
think
City
that's
Greens
who it was, right?
broadcast.
Wasn't that the first one they did on ESPN or whatever?
That one was good.
Where the players become cartoon characters.
Yes.
It's amazing how they do it, and they basically simulate the actual game as cartoon characters.
We'll take in some Bernie's Mountain Showdown
Do you
tonight.
think Bernie makes himself McKinnon since he's back tonight for the Avs?
Bernie's always in too good of a mood to be Nathan McKinnon.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
He's kind of a silly,
lovable guy.
He's
here to be happy with the kids.
He's a real rascal. That Bernie.
He's a real rascal. He likes a stuffed animal.
He's a little mischievous. I don't think Nathan McKinnon. I don't describe Nathan McKinnon in any of those ways.
I don't care. I mean, I'm sorry that it came for Nate's sad moment because I love the Avs.
Yeah,
but there's not going to be a funnier picture of the year than Nate looking at that stuffed animal during that ceremony.
So I saw somebody had photoshopped. They had covered Nathan McKinnon with exasperated, disheveled Ben Affleck smoking a cig.
Yes.
Which was very well done. Whoever came up with that. Thumbs up to you. Because I think that's how Nathan McKinnon was feeling in that moment. He was pissed.
I would have loved just a peek in on the inner monologue going on for him as he looked at that thing.
Just, you guys, you can skip the stuffed stoat.
Yeah. There was a couple of the skaters that absolutely loved them. The skater from Japan couldn't get enough of it.
Sure,
she thought it was awesome.
Yeah.
Let the folks that seem to want to have it. Again,
let it breathe after they lose the overtime
the
hockey
Canadian
game.
women's hockey team give you? They kind of gave you the warning, the precursor. Don't do this again. Did they not? They weren't psyched.
I tell you what, I will say this for McKinnon. He was as gracious as he could be in the moment that he even
accepted it,
took it out of the guy's hand.
Yeah.
Which was a slight victory. I got breaking news, Andy.
Oh, hit me.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander is off the Thunder injury report and will play tomorrow against the Denver Nuggets. So I believe ESPN executives will be psyched about that. And the Nuggets will get the fully healthy version of the Oklahoma City Thunder tomorrow night. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander he's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Andy, he is as automatic when he gets to his spot on the floor in the mid-range as we have seen in our lifetime, man. And that dude always can get to his spot. He can get to his spot with physicality. He can draw more contact. He is so good at getting a defender off balance, and the frustration that guys experience when they're guarding him it's palpable when you watch it on television. And this Nuggets team, like a broken record, I don't know how they beat the Thunder without Aaron Gordon.
No, I'm with you. I don't have a good answer for you either. I know this, and I haven't seen anything suggesting this, but I hope we get a surprise tomorrow. I'd even just take a Peyton Watson back at this point.
Yeah.
Without both those guys, this is an incredibly tough matchup because Watson's athleticism and ability to jump gets him up there with some of their bigger players to at least contest shots.
Well, if we are to take David Adelman at his word, a week from today against the Lakers,
good to see them both.
We could see them both by then.
Yep. That would be his 20-game mark, right?
That would be the 20-game mark.
Problem is you got so many back-to-backs, I don't think they'll play. I don't think Aaron, anyway, will play an actual 20 games.
No. There's no chance of that
I think I'd be
happening.
happy if he played 10 and felt good to go for the playoffs.
4 more sets of back-to-backs
Yeah,
in March?
3. I think 3. But, yeah, it's brutal, man. And, again, it's not even just the back-to-backs. It's how they become 3 games in 4 nights and you're in 3 different cities.
By the way, and I saw this again, Troy Rank wrote about it today for the Denver Post, and I kind of keep hearing this chatter. People keep bringing a play-in with the Nuggets. I'll just tell you this, and Andy, disagree with me if you want. I think I'm generally pretty objective about what this team is.
You are.
I don't see play-in happening for this team for 2 reasons. Number 1, I think they're too good.
Yep.
And number 2, I don't see the team behind them in the West that's going to pass them right now.
Yeah, and again, for them to get to play in,
I mean,
the
Lakers, they'd have to really stumble, and everybody in the West is outside of San Antonio. Everybody in the West is going through it right now.
The team that can catch them, to force them in the play-in spot, they have to fall below Minnesota. Now, they've got 37 wins. Minnesota's at 36. The Lakers are at 34, and they're a weird team. Did you see the cut the other night where LeBron James kind of threw a touch of shade at Luka for their end-of-the-game decisions?
Have you seen what their record is when their 3 best players, when Luka, LeBron, and Austin Reeves all play? They suck.
Yeah, because you got too many guys looking to probably do the same thing.
It's hysterical.
And do you think, look, the Suns would be the team that'd have to catch them. They'd have to fall all the way down to the 33-win Suns, which just seems really unlikely right now. And the Suns just lost Derek Brooks, right?
Devin Booker. Oh, Dylan Brooks. No, you're right.
Brooks. Dylan Brooks.
Yeah.
He's got a broken hand.
They're a plucky team. They really are. Like I give Matt Ishbia a credit, man. That team, they looked like they were trash coming into this season, and they defend. I give them a lot of credit. The Phoenix Suns they're not catching the Denver Nuggets. There's just no way. And I know the Nuggets schedule is brutal coming up here over this next stretch. Guess who else's schedule is brutal? Oklahoma City has the second most difficult schedule the rest of the way, besides Denver. Everybody in the West is up against it right now. Everyone's going to be playing each other. They're going to eat each other.
And look, the only reason why the Nuggets are not – the Rockets have 2 games in hand on the Nuggets.
Yeah.
So let's see how that goes.
And the Nuggets –
they've got 36 wins. They're technically a win behind the Nuggets.
The Nuggets are getting healthier. I'm not really that worried about a massive slide out of this team. They're going to win 51, 52 games, and they'll be a top 4 seed. I prefer they're a 3. They're not catching San Antonio or Oklahoma City. Obviously, I
wish they'd be the 2, but it ain't going to happen.
Sure.
The Spurs aren't going to go from a 10-game win streak to just being terrible.
Again, it goes back to look at everybody else's last 10 games. Everybody is hovering right around either the 4, 5, and 6 mark. Like there's no world beaters right now in the West outside of San Antonio. So I don't worry that much about Denver. I got a quick story that I want to give you before we get out of here.
Real quick, by the way.
Yes.
Phoenix 3-7 in their last 10. To your point about, are they really going to catch the Nuggets?
Just lost to Boston the other night. And they scored 81 points in that game. Got a story. This is coming to us from New York State. Governor Kathy Hochul spared a Long Island granddad's license plate from being revoked by the DMV. Motorist Seth Bykowski, 69 years of age, had asked the governor to step in to pardon his vanity plate, which had been suspended by the New York State Department of Motor Vehicles. Andy, I'm going to give you the license plate in question. I'll just spell it out
Is he
for
a
you.
proctologist?
Hey, ass man.
Yeah.
Not that far off. New York State. Here is his vanity plate. P B, the number 4, W E